the body of pure yang, have become a pot for a powerful woman. Synopsis. Yang Wei crosses over and is reborn into a different world. The opener picks up a stunningly beautiful woman. Millions of years ago old monsters came to take over the house with a big gift. Yang Wei, I'll go you bad old man. Big gift bag, bring it to you. Chapter 1, Crossing Rebirth. In the Tianwu continent, in the middle of the Taitsong mountain range, there was a pleasantly scenic and relatively quiet shore of a water pool. Quickly, sink his body. A black-clothed, masked man said in an urgent tone. Yes, young master. A man, also dressed in black, answered, then dragged a corpse and quickly walked over to the waterhole. Pharma. With a crisp thud, a huge splash of water violently splashed up, and the body was thrown into the deep, bottomless pool of water, followed by a rapid sinking to the bottom. I don't know how much time had passed, but the corpse at the bottom of the water pool had abruptly opened its eyes. Where is this? Golem. Grunt. Yang Wei shook his heavy and incomparable head, and just then, a strong water pressure instantly choked his throat, instantly making him wake up. Holy your grandma, what the hell is going on here? Looking at the dark as ink under the water, a strong to extreme sense of fear instantly surged into Yang Weiwei's heart, and the huge water pressure made him feel that his chest and head were vaguely swollen and painful. People who are on the verge of death tend to always explode with amazing energy. It was too late to think about it more. Yang Wei forcefully pushed away the stone tied to his body, and then his feet stomped violently. Using all the strength of his body, he quickly swam towards the water surface. Wow! Wow! Just as Yang Wei was about to lose his support, he finally scurried out of the water. At this moment, he had a feeling of gratitude after the robbery. Phew! Paging. With his only remaining ounce of strength, Yang Weiwei swam to the edge of the water pool with great difficulty, and frantically breathed in that long-lost fresh air. Xiao Mei Yu. Lousy just fainted. Ing sunk lousy to the bottom of the water. You wait for me. Yang Wei cursed non-stop. All he remembers is that he was playing poker in the park with his girlfriend, Mei, on a Sunday night. However, just at the critical moment, a terrifying lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the sky, and immediately afterward he lost consciousness. Bang bang bang. Right at this moment, an intense and incomparable sound of metal clashing suddenly came from the sky. It can't be someone shooting a movie here, right? Yang Wei shook his slightly dazed head, then slowly climbed up. He was going to go over there and ask what the hell this place was in the meantime. Shoo! Right at this moment, several dazzling white lights flashed by, followed by a huge tree dozens of meters high, which smashed straight down towards Yang Weiwei. Holy, what's going on here? Facing the giant tree that suddenly fell down, Yang Weiwei was really startled and hurriedly dodged to the side of the grass. At this moment, only a man and a woman were seen flying through the air in the void. They were holding long swords and continuously slashing out powerful sword chi towards each other. In an instant, the sword chi in the air was rampant. Sword light and sword shadow constantly flashed and intertwined. The surrounding trees and rocky cliffs were all shattered by the sword chi split by the two of them. That woman was like a goddess descending to the earth. Her immortal posture was ethereal and her beauty was breathtaking. She wore a snow-white long dress, a pair of ice-cold beautiful eyes looking proudly at the living world. That absolutely beautiful face, like an ice mountain snow lotus that was not stained by mortal dust, noble and cold. The man fighting the woman, on the other hand, had a sinister look on his face while exuding a chillingly terrifying aura, giving off an unfathomable and mysterious feeling from afar. This face value, this fight scene, it can't be any big director in China making an ancient costume movie. Exhausted, Yang Weiyuan found a clean place to sit down and began to enjoy it with interest. Dongfang Yunbing, are you feeling a strange itch all over your body right now? The man with the sinister eyes sketched a shivering evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Lu Wu Xie, you despicable villain, what kind of poison did you put in? A trace of panic flashed in Dongfang Yunbing's eyes, and her magnificent and absolutely beautiful cheeks were now permeated with a trace of charming redness. Eastern Palace Master, don't worry, it's actually not a deadly poison. You should have heard of the great name of Yin Yang Harmony Scatter, right? Lu Wuxia had a sinister look on his face, and there was even a hint of greed in his gaze. Yin and Yang Harmony Scatter. Dongfang Yunbing's face instantly changed drastically. A trace of panic flashed in her stunning eyes, then she loudly rebuked. Damn Lu Wuxia, how dare you put this kind of poison on this palace? Dongfang Yunbing, this gentleman advises you that it's best not to resist unnecessarily. Not only will this allow you to have a good time, maybe you'll even fall in love with this gentleman because of it. Lu Wuxia let out a ghastly laugh. and his face was even more sinister. Despicable villain. Even if this palace dies today, I won't let you have your way. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was icy cold to the extreme, and her stunningly beautiful eyes flashed with a cold aura, only to see that the long sword in her hand kept slashing out. An incomparably powerful sword chi with a touch of dazzling cold light kept slashing towards Lu Wuxia. Her fighting style was extremely furious, and almost all of her moves were life-fighting strikes. Jia, Dongfang Yunbing, this Gongzi is not interested in fighting with you for your life. When you have a seizure, at that time, you will still have to obediently beg this Gongzi to detoxify you. The corner of Lu Wuxia's mouth hooked up with an evil smile as his body continuously flickered in the air, not meeting Dongfang Yunbing head-on at all. On the other hand, Dongfang Yunbing was completely killing Red Eyes, completely a desperate stance of dying together. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged thousands of moves. At this time, the yin-yang harmony scatter poison in Dongfang Yunbing's body finally began to attack. Her face slightly flushed, and her eyes even flashed a hint of despair. Dongfang Yunbing, no one can save you today. Right at this moment, Lu Wuxia suddenly caught an opportunity and directly blasted Dongfang Yunbing away with a palm. Boom! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Dongfang Yunbing, and his body was like a kite with broken strings, directly smashing towards Yang Weiwei on the ground. Holy Nima, this is no ing movie. Yang Weiwei, who was originally watching the show from below, was smashed by Dongfang Yunbing before he had time to react. Holy, Yang Weiwei cursed, and wisely chose to play dead. Dongfang Yun glanced icily and coldly at Yang Weiwei before turning his head to look at Lu Wuxia. At this time, the toxin in her body has begun to attack up. Originally cold and absolutely beautiful eyes, at this moment also gradually become delicate. Dongfang Yunbing, haven't you always been very noble? Today, this eunuch will have to temper you into a slave girl. An excited expression appeared on Lu Wuxia's face, and there was even a hint of evil in his eyes before he slowly walked towards Dongfang Yunbing. At this time, Lu Wuxia was also injured. If he hadn't placed the yin-yang harmony scatter, he wouldn't have been a match for Dongfang Yunbing. At this time, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes had begun to drift, and her face was no longer as cold as before, as if she would not be able to hold on at any time. Chapter 2, The Big Pickup. Jia. Beauty, don't be in a hurry. My lord is coming to save you, and you'll soon realize how happy you'll be with my lord. Lu Wuxia let out an evil laugh. At this time, he was already impatient, or he still cared about many other things. Directly towards the east Yunbing pounced over. As for Yang Weiwei, who was pretending to be dead on the side, he was directly and completely ignored. In his opinion, Yang Weiwei was nothing more than a waste with no cultivation, and could not possibly pose any threat to himself. Vile lecher. Go to hell. Just at the moment when Lu Wuxia was about to approach, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes instantly shot out a cold to the core cold light, only to see her right hand swing violently. An overwhelmingly powerful palm wind, carrying a wave of violent and surging air, instantly blasted at Lu Wuxia's dantian. Put. You. Lu Wuxia let out a miserable scream of extreme pain. Defenseless, he was directly by the east Yunbing. This hateful blow, blasted backwards, flew out. In the air wildly soared several mouths of blood. Swish, 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 go to hell. The cold light in Dongfang Yunbing's eyes flickered nonstop, only to see her figure sprinting up as if it were lightning. The battle sword in her hand swung out steeply, carrying a flash of dazzling cold light, instantly slashing through Lu Wuxia's neck. Coincidentally, Lu Wuxia's huge head just happened to roll in front of Yang Weiwei. Nima. Murder. Seeing Lu Wuxia's head rolled in front of him, Yang Wei's face instantly turned pale as paper in fear. He could no longer care about that much, and hurriedly climbed up in a panic, quickly and frantically running towards the distance. Whoosh! Yang Weiwei had just escaped a short distance away when a sharp sound of breaking air came from behind him. Immediately after that, Dongfang Yunbing's stunningly beautiful figure appeared in front of Yang Weiwei, only to see her flick her wrist. That cold and bone-piercing long sword instantly hit Yang Wei's throat. Cough, cough. Pretty girl, calm down. I'm just passing by. I didn't see anything. I swear. I definitely won't call the police. Yang Weiwei's voice was slightly trembling, and his entire body was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees on the spot. Want to die or want to live? Dongfang Yunbing's stunningly beautiful eyes glanced coldly at Yang Weiwei. Want to live. Want to live. Yang Weiwei's head was like a chicken pecking at rice as he hurriedly and desperately nodded his head. Very good. Dongfang Yunbing's eyes gradually became a little softer. In the middle of this desolate wilderness mountain range, she clearly knew that the only one who could save her today was this kid in front of her who had no cultivation. Boom boom boom. Without much time to think, Dongfang Yunbing's jade hand was like lightning, instantly slapping several times quickly in front of Yang Weiwei's body. What do you want, beautiful? Yang Weiwei was dumbfounded, feeling as if he had been nailed, unable to move the slightest bit at all. Cut the crap. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was cold to the extreme. As soon as the words left her mouth, she tackled him with one hand and then quickly flew towards a cave in the distance. Boom! Dongfang Yunbing casually threw Yang Weiwei on the ground. At this time she had already come to the edge of collapse and could no longer care about so much. Immediately after that, the snow-white long shirt on her body slowly slid down. Gollum! Looking at the scene in front of him, Yang Wei secretly swallowed his saliva. At this point he already understood what was about to happen. One had to admit, Dongfang Yunbing was definitely the most perfect woman Yang Weiwei had ever seen in his life. She possessed a tall and sexy figure, a diminutive and charming curve, a head of dark and shiny waterfall-like hair, a dreamy and stunning fairy face, and delicate and perfect pink lips. Even her unique temperament of high coolness and elegance is by no means comparable to those stars. Although Yang Weiwei was a little excited and thrilled in his heart, he was still more or less worried and apprehensive. After all, this absolute beauty in front of him, that was a ruthless character who could kill without blinking an eye. In case the other party slaughtered him afterward, that would be a real tragedy. Dongfang Yunbing walked to Yang Weiwei's front, then looked at him affectionately. Fairy, let's talk things over. This is your initiative. You can't do anything to kill people afterwards. Yang Weiwei retained the last vestiges of clarity in his mind. However, Dongfang Yunbing didn't take any notice of him and directly hugged him. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Dongfang Yunbing was quietly lying in Yang Weiwei's arms asleep, and at this time, Yang Weiwei's back had already been plucked off a layer of skin by the stone. But even so, he still didn't dare to move a bit for fear of waking up this ant. In his mind, he secretly thought, if the other party woke up later, how should he defend himself? Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei felt the Oriental Yunbing in his arms. The long eyelashes on his eyes suddenly moved slightly. She's going to wake up. What to do? Yang Wei's mind spun rapidly, and soon he came up with an idea to act pitiful and sell his misery. At this moment it was as if he was possessed by a movie star. His eyes were instantly moist and flooded with a hint of tears. Then the crystal clear tears slowly flowed down the corners of his eyes. His appearance looked heartbroken, as if he had just been ravaged. At this moment, Yang Weiwei could only choose to sell out. Steeply, Dongfang Yunbing opened her eyes, and a cold and bone-piercing killing aura instantly shot out from her eyes. In an instant, Yang Wei felt that the temperature inside the cave had dropped by a dozen degrees, and there was a chilling and frightening feeling in his heart. But even so, he still wasn't moved, still looking lifeless, tears already wetting his cheeks. Seeing Yang Weiwei's lifeless appearance, Dongfang Yun's eyes flashed with a cold aura. Seeing your lifeless look, I guess you don't want to live anymore. So this palace will fulfill you. Only to see Dongfang Yunbing's delicate jade-like tender hands instantly probing out and directly grabbing Yang Wei's throat. Ahem, it's over. It seems that selling misery doesn't work either. Yang Wei's heart was in despair. A strong sense of suffocation came, causing the veins on his cheeks to instantly bulge. His eyes were about to stare out. He used all his strength to struggle desperately, but it was never of any use. In just less than a moment's time, Yang Weiwei had already begun to roll his eyes and his body's limbs were slightly twitching. Just when Yang Weiwei felt that he was about to die, the pair of jade hands at his neck finally slowly loosened. Cough cough cough. Fairy sister, spare my life. I'm actually a victim too. You can't do something like unloading a donkey. Yang Li kept coughing, frantically breathing in the fresh, wonderful air. Damn it, this woman is too terrifying. Old Me was almost choked off by her. Yang Weiwei cursed in his heart. At the same time, he carefully moved back so that he was as far away from the woman as possible. Dongfang Yunbing quietly stared at Yang Weiwei, the middle longsword in his hand instantly sheathed and directly pressed against his neck. Asterisk 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 you. Just die. Feeling the cold murderous aura coming from his neck, Yang Wei slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, Dongfang Yunbing's jade hand swung violently, and an incomparably powerful palm force instantly blasted Yang Wei into unconsciousness. Chapter 3, Countertaking. After hesitating for a long time, Dongfang Yunbing finally turned around and slowly left the cave. For this man who had forcibly taken away her first time, her heart was incomparably torn, despite all the resentment and anger in her heart. Yet in the end, she couldn't be cruel enough to take a shot at him after all. He didn't know exactly how long had passed, but when Yang Weiwei woke up from his coma again, Dongfang Yunbing's graceful figure was already gone from the cave. Yang Weiwei supported his body with difficulty and slowly climbed up. At this moment, his back had already worn off a whole layer of skin, and that kind of heartbreaking pain made him unable to resist sucking in a breath of cool air. Looking at the shocking bloodstains on his legs, Yang Weiwei's mouth couldn't help but slightly curl up in an arc. How could he not have thought that the woman with the overwhelmingly beautiful face was still a virgin? When he thought of that mysterious woman's overwhelming face that turned the world upside down, Yang Weiwei's heart couldn't help but swirl. In his memory, this was definitely the most beautiful of all the women he had ever seen in his life, and there was no other woman who could match it. Until this moment, Yang Weiwei couldn't believe that he had gotten involved in that kind of intimate relationship with such a woman who could be called a peerless beauty. Aha! Just at the moment Yang Weiwei braced himself and stood up, ready to leave the cave, a sudden sharp pain as if it was tearing came from the depths of his mind. Immediately after that, countless memories came rushing in like a tidal wave, echoing in his mind as if he were playing a movie, and finally fused perfectly with his original memories. No way! I can't believe that old man has crossed over. An expression of incomparable shock and incredulity appeared in Yang Weiwei's eyes. In his previous life, he also liked reading internet literature very much, and had even fantasized countless times that one day he would be able to cross over, and become the protagonist in the book who could generally reign over the universe. I didn't realize that he had crossed over this time as well. After a moment of emotion, Yang Weiwei tried to calm down his inner emotions and began to carefully comb through those memories that had suddenly appeared in his mind. Through the memories in his mind, Yang Weiwei learned that the world he had traveled to was known as the Tianwu continent. This continent was vast and sprawling, so large that it was unimaginable, with the entire planet reaching an unknown number of billions of kilometers in circumference. At the same time, Xiao Ruochen also knew that this was a world dominated by cultivation. Rumor has it that those who cultivate to the peak of their power are not only able to freely roam the skies, possessing the amazing power to move mountains and fill up the seas, but are even able to obtain the miraculous ability to live forever. In this world, only the strong can be honored by all, while the weak are like ants, only to be bullied and trampled. Money, power, as well as beautiful women and all the other things that people aspire to, cannot be separated from the support of strong strength. However, what surprised Xiao Ruochen was that this body that he had crossed over and possessed was exactly the same name as his previous life, which was also called Yang Weiwei. Yang Weiwei is the young head of the Yang family in Cold Yang City, possessing a cultivation of the third level of the Yuan gathering realm. Since he was a child, he was pampered, uneducated, and evil, and was the notorious wasteful and evil young man of Cold Yang City. A few days ago, Yang Weiwei happened to hear that there was a magical spirit gathering fruit in the depths of the Taicang mountain range, which was able to allow cultivators at the Yuan gathering realm to break through 2 small realms in a row. So, overwhelmed by greed, he rushed to the Taicang mountains with only a few family members. However, Yang Weiwei didn't realize that all of this was actually an elaborate plot against him. This was because the news of the spirit gathering fruit was not true at all, but someone had deliberately leaked it to him, with the purpose of luring him to the Taicang mountain range. After Yang Weiwei stepped into the depths of the mountain range with his family members, he was sneak attacked by 2 strong black-robed men. The other party had no mercy and directly blasted his chest with a hard palm, knocking him directly into the bottom of the deep pool, and it was because of this that the later crossing happened. This world can actually be cultivated. It's a bit interesting. I'll have to try it then. Yang Wei tried to calm down the distracting thoughts in his mind, then sat with his legs crossed, ready to start his first cultivation in this life. Boom boom boom. 4th level of the Yuan gathering realm. 5th level of the Yuan gathering realm. 6th level of the Yuan gathering realm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did I become a genius after crossing over? Feeling the surging Xian force in his body, an expression of extreme shock and disbelief appeared in Yang Wei's eyes. After all, the previous one, he only had the strength of the 3rd layer of the gathering of Yuan realm, and now he had inexplicably, all of a sudden, broken through to the 6th layer of the gathering of Yuan realm, and all of this change was just too unbelievable. Just then, the piece of ancient jade on Yang Weiwei's chest accidentally stained a trace of blood on the back of his hand. Instantly, this ancient jade blossomed into a dazzling white light, and in an instant, his figure disappeared into thin air, while only a mysterious jade pendant was left on the ground. What is this place again? Yang Weiwei looked around with a vigilant face. This was a completely unfamiliar and metaphysical aura space. Jia. Right at this moment, An eerie and terrifying voice sounded abruptly behind Yang Weiwei. Who? Get your ass out here. Yang Weiwei was startled by the sudden horrifying laughter. He quickly turned around. Yet he found nothing. Jia. 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 Truly the heavens have not been kind to me. It's been 1,000,000 years. I didn't expect to meet a body of pure yang just as my soul was about to dissipate. Right at this moment, a terrifying and eerie shadow slowly appeared in front of Yang Weiwei. The eyes of the silhouette were filled with a blazing light, as if it was looking at a rare treasure, staring closely at Yang Weiwei. Are you a human or a ghost? Yang Weiwei was so frightened by the sudden appearance of a shadow that his body involuntarily took several steps back. It doesn't matter whether this seed is a human or a ghost. What matters is that this body of yours is what this seed is looking at. As soon as the words left his mouth, the shadow transformed into a white light and instantly disappeared into Yang Weiwei's sea of consciousness. Ah! 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 Yang Weiwei let out a miserable scream. A sharp pain from the depths of his soul instantly sobered him up, and he reacted to the fact that this was a ing attempt to take his body. No! It's not easy for me to travel back in time. I mustn't die in this hellish place just like this. This was the last trace of obsession in Yang Weiwei's mind. At this time in his sea of consciousness, that shadow was devouring his soul a little bit crazily. Chapter 4, Beat Up Xiao GG. Old mongrel, I'll fight you. Yang Weiwei desperately urged his soul and began to frantically fight back. Now that it had reached the edge of life and death, if he didn't fight back, then his soul would be completely devoured by the other party. Brat, trying to resist in front of this seat, you simply don't know what you're talking about. The shadow smiled eerily and then increased its devouring efforts, devouring Yang Weiwei's soul even more crazily. Old mongrel, your soul is obviously on the verge of dissipating, and you still want to devour old me. It's simply a fool's errand. Yang Wei shouted angrily. He didn't tie his hands and continued to fight back. After continuously devouring and resisting, Yang Wei gradually realized that the other party was actually not as strong as he had imagined. So this also strengthened his determination and confidence to fight back. Brat, don't make a pointless struggle. Even if this seed's soul is about to dissipate, it's not something you can resist. As long as you offer your soul to this seat, in the future you will be the master of this continent, and everything in this world will be under your control. The silhouette began to try to seduce Yang Weiwei. Old mongrel, with your trick of fooling a 3-year-old child, you still want to fool Lao Zi. I think you are very sick. Yang Weiwei remained unmoved, desperately urging his soul, within the sea of consciousness, to fight back while fleeing. It's not a solution to drag on like this. After millions of years of erosion, this seat soul is now on the verge of dissipation. If it continues to wear out like this, it might really turn over in the gutter. The heart of that shadowy figure began to grow impatient. As time continued to pass, the soul of the shadowy figure, too, gradually became weaker and weaker. Originally, he thought that he could easily take down Yang Weiwei. However, when he actually moved his hand, he realized that his soul was already on the verge of collapse, but there was no turning back from the bow. And now even if he wanted to retreat, it was too late. From the moment he entered Yang Wei's sea of consciousness, it was a life and death duel of either you or me. Either he succeeded in taking over the body or completely disappeared from this world. Under the crazy devouring of the void shadow, Yang Wei also consumed a great deal, and his body likewise became incomparably weak. The other party was after all a top powerhouse from 1,000,000 years ago, and although his soul had almost dissipated, it was not something that the current him could easily deal with. And to be able to hold on for so long was already considered a miracle for him. At this moment, Yang Wei really felt a deep despair, because he felt that he was about to be unable to support himself. If he was swallowed up by the other party like this, then his journey through the world could only lead to an early lunchbox here. Jia, 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 kid, don't worry about it. From now on, your body is this seat's. The corners of the silhouette's mouth hooked up into a sinister smile before it quickly pounced towards Yang Weiwei's soul. This time, he intended to completely devour Yang Weiwei's soul in one fell swoop, thus completing the seizing of the body. Nima, we'll die together. Yang Weiwei's eyes were filled with a determined ferocious light, and this time he no longer chose to run away, but directly charged towards the other party. However, at this moment, how could he be a match for the void? In less than a moment's effort, the soul of Yang Weiwei was devoured by a large portion. Just when Yang Weiwei was about to be unable to carry on, in the depths of his soul, another soul suddenly sprang out, and then quickly fused with him as one. This soul that suddenly sprang out was none other than the previous owner of this body of Yang Weiwei. When the two souls fused into one, Yang Wei instantly turned the entire situation around. What? How could you have two souls? The silhouette let out a terrified voice. Go to hell, old man. Yang Wei frantically devoured towards that shadow. Young man, two souls fighting one. You are not speaking of martial virtues. The silhouette had become incomparably weak at this point, as if it was about to dissipate at any moment. Good mongrel. Now you talk to me about martial virtues. What did you do before? Did you love children before? Yang Weiwei didn't pause for a second, still frantically devouring the soul of the shadowy figure, because he knew the terror of this shadow. If he let the other party slow down, he might even take over him again at that time. I'm not willing. The silhouette let out a desperate roar, and soon, everything fell into place. At this moment, Yang Weiwei was shocked in his heart as he panted hard and tried to digest those memories that suddenly appeared in his mind. It turned out that this silhouette was named Ling Jiechen, a top-tier Dan Dao, as well as Formation Dao master of the divine realm from a million years ago. Because he accidentally obtained the ancient divine artifact Haotian Jade, he was besieged by the entire god realm. In the end, he was outnumbered and his physical body was destroyed, while his soul, taking advantage of the opportunity, hid in the space of the Haotian Jade. Yang Weiwei carefully combed through the memories in his mind. It was at this moment that he found an extremely subtle Gongfu secret from Ling Jiechen's memories. Haotian skill. According to Ling Jiechen's memories, Yang Wei knew that this was a top-tier technique of the divine realm, with a cultivation speed that was hundreds of times that of ordinary techniques. Yang Wei no longer had the slightest hesitation and hurriedly sat down on his knees, cultivating according to the recipe of the Haotian secret. Immediately, countless spiritual qi, like a tidal wave, continuously gathered towards Yang Wei. Boom, boom, boom. 7th level of the Yuan Gathering Realm. 8th level of the Yuan Gathering Realm. He didn't know how long had passed, but Yang Weiwei's cultivation, which had broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Gathering Realm, only slowly stopped. At this moment, Yang Weiwei was shocked. How could he not expect that he had broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Gathering Realm after just casually cultivating for a while? You have to know that in the 15 years before this, he was a notorious waste in Cold Sun City, and now in just one day's time, he had broken through from the 3rd level of the Yuan Gathering Realm to the 9th level of the Yuan Gathering Realm, which was nothing short of a miracle for him. The cultivation realms in this world were categorized into Gathering Yuan, Ming Xian, Tong Xian, Questioning the Void, Entering Xian, Returning Xian, Spirit Xian, Spirit Sea, King, and Emperor. Don't worry about not being able to remember the realms. I'll mark the later ones when I reach a certain level, and each realm is divided into 1 to 9 levels. Brother, don't worry about going. From now on, I am you and you are me, and I will definitely avenge your death for you. Through his memories, Yang Wei knows that the ones who killed his predecessor were two masked men. Although the murderer's face was masked, the murderer's eyes, Yang Wei felt incomparably familiar. As long as he was allowed to see that person again, he had absolute confidence that he would recognize the other party. Afterwards, Yang Wei urged the Haotian Jade, and with a flash of his figure, he once again appeared inside that cave, while the Haotian Jade disappeared into his body. Chapter 5, The Elder's Dilemma. After cultivating the Haotian skill, the entire Haotian Jade space was already under his complete control. At this moment, Yang Weiwei's body was covered with blackened dirt, and he knew very well in his heart that this should be the effect brought about by the washing of sinews and marrow. After all, at that moment, what he was practicing was the divine-level technique Haotian skill. Looking at his own disgusting dirt, Yang Wei slowly walked out of the cave and once again came to the edge of the familiar water pool. He removed the tattered and torn clothes on his body with a sharp movement, and without hesitation jumped directly into the water pool, and began to wash up carefully. After thoroughly cleaning the dirt on his body, Yang Weiwei followed the memories in his mind and hoofed it all the way towards the outer reaches of the Taitsung mountain range. In an instant, a day's time passed, and Yang Weiwei, who was dressed in tattered clothes, finally returned to Cold Sun City after a grueling journey. This was a magnificent and majestic city. The tall walls were made of huge black stones piled up, sturdy and incomparable, as if they were steel towering high, giving people a feeling of impregnability. Passing through that thick and incomparable city gate and entering the city, the first thing that caught our eyes was a building full of classical flavor. Crowds flowed in and out of the busy and bustling streets, with enthusiastic vendors yelling loudly, and many powerful martial artists weaving in and out. Yang Weiwei was just like a bumpkin who entered the city for the first time and had never seen the world before. His eyes kept looking left and right, and he was full of novelty and curiosity about everything here. Ha! if it isn't Yang Wei? Right at this moment, a voice full of teasing came from behind Yang Weiwei, only to see a teenager wearing a white brocade coat, with a handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament, looking at Yang Weiqi with an impishly teasing face, mocking, "Seeing your wretched appearance, you wouldn't be out there begging for food, right?" Yang Wei frowned slightly and quickly found detailed information about the other party among his memories. Then he sneered and said, "So you are little Gigi, I've really heard a lot about you." The person who came was none other than Xiao Jiji, the youngest son of one of the four major families in Cold City, the Xiao family head, whose cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the Yuan gathering realm, and who had not bullied the once existing Yang Weiwei on a regular basis. "Little bastard, you're looking for death." A cold aura suddenly flashed in Xiao Jiji's eyes, and in a rage, he slashed his palm fiercely towards Yang Weiwei. Ever since he was a child, he hated it when people mentioned the word Gigi in front of him because of the sound of his name. Never in a million years would I have thought that today's Yang Weiwei would dare to call him little Gigi so recklessly in front of him. Facing this all-out palm from Xiao Jiji, if it was the previous Yang Weiwei, he would definitely fall to the ground with serious injuries from it. However, the current Yang Weiwei, whose cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan gathering realm, naturally wouldn't put Xiao Jiji in his eyes, only to see Yang Wei's eyes instantly flashed a stern light. His left hand quickly probed out, and with the swiftness of lightning, he clasped Xiao Jiji's palm that chopped over, while his right foot fiercely and instantly kicked towards Xiao Jiji's crotch fiercely. Bang! Ah! 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 Only a crisp and incomparable blasting sound rang out, and Xiao Jiji instantly let out a miserable to the extreme howl. He bowed painfully and fell to his knees. The veins on his face rippled and his features twisted in an expression of excruciating pain. Yang Weiwei unhurriedly walked slowly to Xiao Jiji's body, and stepped on its face with a foot without mercy, and said in a cold voice, "Calling you little Gigi, that's to give you face. Since you're so reluctant, you might as well change your last name to Mei. The name No Gigi suits you best." The other party had enjoyed bullying the previous Yang Weiwei since he was a child, and since he had crossed over, it was naturally impossible for him to allow the other party to continue to bully him in this reckless manner. "Yang Wei, you little bastard. This young man will definitely exterminate your young family completely." Xiao Jiji roared in pain, his voice filled with endless resentment. "Things that don't know how to die. They've already been stepped on by me, and they still dare to blabber and pretend here." Yang Weiwei's eyes sank, his foot slammed down, and instantly the right side of Xiao Jiji's face was stepped on and sunk deeply. Click! Ah! 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 Xiao Jiji wailed as she was stomped on, her entire face becoming twisted and hideous from the extreme pain. At this time, the street was already crowded with people watching. When did this Yang Wei become so powerful? Yeah, I saw him being violently beaten by Xiao Jiji a while ago. Why does he look like a completely different person today? Many of the crowd watching the event revealed expressions of utter astonishment. In Cold Sunshine City, although Yang Weiwei was a notorious playboy, that was only relative to ordinary people. However, among the younger generation of the four great families, Yang Weiwei was the one who was an uncompromising waste. Yang Weiwei didn't bother with Xiao Jiji anymore, turned around and then walked towards the direction of the Yang family in big strides without hesitation. The Yang family, as one of the four great families of Cold Sun City, the family head, Yang Daolin, was one of the four great top powerhouses of Cold Sun City. Yang family's mansion covers an extremely vast area. From afar, that the courtyard wall is made of green bricks carefully built. The plaque and the gate are made of precious 1,000 years of golden Nanmu. The appearance looks noble, luxurious and extraordinary. Where did the little beggar come from? Is the Yang family not something you can just trespass on? Yang Wei just walked to the door, and was brutally stopped by his own guards. Yang Guang, are you blind? Can't even recognize my old man? Yang Wei angrily shouted. If he didn't make a sound to show his identity, he might really be mercilessly thrown out by his own guards. Young master, I'm sorry, I didn't see clearly. Yang Guang was shocked and shivered, and hurriedly made way in fear and trepidation. According to the memories in his mind, Yang Wei walked quickly all the way towards his residence. Young master, how did you get like this? Yang Weiwei had just returned to his residence when he saw a young girl wearing a green luo skirt, with delicate and picturesque features and snow-white skin like jade walking over quickly. This green-robed maiden was none other than Yang Weiwei's maid Xiao Ruo, who had grown up together since childhood. Xiao Ruo, prepare a clean set of clothes for me. After Yang Weiwei finished speaking, he hurriedly walked towards the bathing room. The current him, with a disheveled head and tattered clothes, It was really too wretched. The Shao family, one of the 4 great families of Cold Sun City. Apothecary Zhou. What exactly is the situation with my son? A middle-aged man with incomparably stern eyes and a face that was as cold as hell asked eagerly with an anxious heart. This middle-aged man was none other than Xiao Shuaming, the head of the Shao family, and Xiao Jiji, who had been wasted by Yang Weiwei, was none other than his youngest son. Your son's body is not in any serious trouble. It's just that. An old man with white temples looked like he was about to speak and stammered. Just what? Xiao Shuaming hurriedly pursued. Apothecary Zhou pondered for a moment and sighed. Your son's vital parts have suffered an irreversible and severe injury, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to perform male and female affairs in the future. Yang Daolin, I want your son to pay for his life. Xiao Shuaming's eyes were as cold as ice as he gritted his teeth and roared. Chapter 6, A Different Yang Weiwei. Yang family residence. A certain courtyard. Young master. It's not good. That little bastard Yang Weiwei has returned. A young family domestic servant said with a panicked and fidgety expression. Snap. Yang Kuan, are you tired of living? How dare you snub this young man? A cold aura flashed in Yang Zihao's eyes as he directly raised his hand and slapped his hand fiercely. Young master, how dare I lie to you? Just now, little saw him come back with his own eyes. Yang Kuan hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Yang Zihao asked with a grave voice. Absolutely not wrong. I saw him return to his residence with my own eyes. Yang Kuan swore and opened his mouth. How is this possible? It's obviously broken. Could it be that he didn't die through it that time? Yang Zihao's brows furrowed as he fell into deep contemplation. Young master, what do we do next? Yang Kuan asked in a careful whisper. Don't worry, we were all masked at that time, and since he was knocked out on the spot by this young man, it's impossible for him to know who we are. Yang Zihao said coldly. After some careful freshening up, Yang Wei changed into a brand new set of white brocade clothes, and his delicate, carving-like handsome face exuded a touch of noble and extraordinary temperament. Regarding the face value of this body, Yang Weiwei still felt very satisfied. Young master, the family head asks you to go to the parlor. Just at this moment, the maid Xiao Rual walked over. The parlor? Could it be that there are any distinguished guests? Yang Weiwei frowned, full of doubts, then walked quickly towards the meeting hall. Yang family meeting hall. At this moment, the senior members of the Yang family were confronting each other with the Xiao family's crowd, with swords drawn between the two sides. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme, as if a fierce conflict would break out at any time. Yang Daolin, Yang Weiwei beat my son to this miserable state. If you don't hand him over today, then I won't blame me, Xiao Shuoming, for not speaking of old times. Xiao Shuoming's voice was icy cold to the extreme, and that anger was almost about to break through his chest, clearly having reached the point of no return in terms of anger. Xiao Shuoming, are you sure you're not joking? Yang Daolin had a puzzled expression on his face. To say that his own son had crippled Xiao Jiji, Yang Daolin would never believe it to death. After all, his own son's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Yuan realm, while this Xiao Jiji had already reached the peak of the 5th level of the Yuan realm, and the two side strengths weren't at the same level at all. Father, you asked for me. Just at this tense moment, Yang Wei pushed open the door and walked in with big strides. When they saw Yang Weiwei walk in, all of the Xiao family members stared at him with angry eyes and vicious stares. Chen did you beat up Xiao Jiji? Yang Daolin frowned slightly, then pointed at the miserable Xiao Jiji on the stretcher and asked. It was indeed me who hit him, but it was little Jiji who struck first, and I merely returned the favor passively, and there were many other people on the scene who witnessed it. Then, Yang Wei told the whole story, in detail and in its original form. Sharp-tongued brat, injuring my son and still daring to turn black and white and confuse right and wrong here. Xiao Shuoming coldly drank. Yang Daolin, this kid wasted my son. I'm going to similarly waste him today. If you dare to block from this, from now on your two families and mine will be immortal and incompatible. Family master, since this matter was caused by Yang Weiwei, he should be left to deal with it on his own. Yang Tanchang, the Yang family's grand elder, said in an indifferent, emotionless voice. Family master, I think the grand elder is right. Yang Weiwei, as the young family master, spends all day idling around, not doing his job, and causing trouble everywhere. You can't let our entire Yang family suffer after him just because he's your son. At this time, third elder Yang Tianming also stood out, echoing the words of the grand elder. Poof! Yang Daolin snorted coldly, his stern eyes sweeping the third elder like a sharp sword. At that moment, The third elder was like falling into an ice cave, chilled to the bone, and the entire person hurriedly lowered his head, never daring to say another word. Xiao Shuoming, the matter is already very clear. Your son is not good at learning the art and took the lead to strike. Even if he is wasted, it's still his own fault and blame. If you want to make an enemy of my Yang family, just let your horse come and try. Yang Daolin's voice was cold and fearless. Good. Very good. Yang Daolin, I'd like to see how long you can protect him. Injuring my son. There's absolutely no way that this matter can be let go so easily. Xiao Shuoming's gloomy eyes glanced fiercely at Yang Wei, and then he left the Yang family with the Xiao family's crowd in a rage. The reason why he chose to leave was mainly because he was afraid of Yang Daolin's inscrutable strength. Family Master. Yang Wei is now 15 years old. According to the clan rules, if the young family master is not able to overpower his peers in the clan at the age of 15, the Elders' Council has the right to remove him from the position of young family master. Grand Elder Yang Tiancheng once again said coldly, Family Master, I agree with the opinion of the first elder. Yang Weiwei is now 15 years old and is only at the third level of the Yuan Gathering Realm. He is indeed unqualified to continue to hold the position of young family master of my young family. Fifth Elder Yang Beiyun also spoke up. Elders, this young man thinks that what you guys are saying is also reasonable. I wonder who you think is qualified to replace this young man. Yang Wei sneered and stepped forward. If he didn't open his mouth again, this group of people who relied on their old age would really treat him as heir. I'm going to elect the grandchild of the Grand Elder. Yang Zihao. Yang Zihao is only 16 years old and has already reached the 9th level of the Yuan Gathering Realm. Even in the entire Cold Sun City, that's still considered a top genius. Third Elder Yang Tianming couldn't wait to speak. Grand Elder, what do you think? Yang Wei looked at the Grand Elder and asked. This seat feels that Zihao has the strength and qualifications to assume the position of young family head. Yang Tiancheng said with an expressionless and serious face. Very well, don't say that this young master won't give you a chance. Tomorrow morning on the family martial arts stage, if Yang Zihao can defeat this young master, then the position of young master will be his. Yang Wei sneered and said without hesitation. When Yang Tiancheng heard this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Yang Daolin and said, Family head, what do you think? In Yang Tiancheng's opinion, Yang Weiwei was nothing more than trying to ask for trouble and embarrassment. For a waste at the 3rd level of the Origin Gathering Realm to want to defeat an expert at the 9th level of the Origin Gathering Realm was simply a fool's errand. A whimsical dream. Just do what Chun'er said. Yang Daolin frowned. At the moment he didn't know what his son was calculating in his heart. However, according to the clan rules, if the young family head is not capable of overpowering his peers, the elders group is indeed qualified to re-elect the young family head. Family master is wise. We will leave. Yang Tiancheng laughed, proudly, and then exited the parlor. At this moment, Yang Tiancheng was in an unbelievably comfortable mood. As long as his grandson became the young family head, the future power of the young family would fall into the hands of his lineage. Chun'er, you were too impulsive just now, you know? Yang Daolin said in a deep voice. Originally, he was still able to use his identity as the head of the family to delay for a while, but now that his own son had taken the initiative to put on a martial arts stage, there was no way for him to make any more stops. Don't worry, father, I will win tomorrow. After Yang Weiwei finished speaking, he mobilized all the Xianli in his body, and at once, the powerful strength of the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Gathering Realm was revealed to the fullest. Ooh! Yang Daolin was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. Wasn't his own son at the 3rd level of the Yuan Gathering Realm? How did he suddenly break through to the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Gathering Realm? Peak of the 9th level of the Origin Gathering Realm. Chun'er, when did you break through to the peak of the 9th level of the Origin Gathering Realm? An extremely shocked look appeared on Yang Daolin's face. Father, in fact, I've long been at the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Gathering Realm. It's just that I'm a relatively low-profile person. Yang Wei snapped and said with a somewhat embarrassed smile. Ha ha. Good. Worthy of being my Yang Daolin's son. Yang Daolin laughed openly. For Yang we said this nonsense. Yang Daolin is simply do not believe. This kid from childhood arrogant and domineering. Unbeatable. Whereas like a low-profile people However, Yang Daolin didn't pursue too much. After all, this was his son's secret. That's right, Chun'er. There's still half a month to go before the Heavenly Yuan Palace comes to Cold Sun City to recruit new disciples. So you should fight for it then. Yang Daolin opened his mouth and said, Don't worry, father, I'll do my best to fight for it. From Yang Daolin's eyes, Yang Wei saw a hint of a father's keen expectations for his child. Regarding the Tianyuan Palace, Yang Weiwei was still very interested because the Tianyuan Palace was the top sect in the North Xian domain, and those who were able to enter the Tianyuan Palace were the top geniuses in the younger generation of the North Xian domain. Since he had come to this world, Yang Weiwei certainly didn't want to live his life in mediocrity and inactivity, so Tianyuan Palace would be the place he had to go, only by going to the Heavenly Yuan Palace. In that kind of place where geniuses gathered, would he be able to grow up quickly? Right at this moment, the butler Yang Ju walked in and bowed. Family master, City Lord Cold is here. Quickly please, Yang Daolin hurriedly spoke. In a short while, the butler, Yang Ju, walked in with a middle-aged man of extraordinary appearance, and behind the middle-aged man, followed by a young girl with snow-white skin and beautiful looks. The person who came was none other than Cold Sun City's City Lord, Cold Heavenly Spirit, and the young girl was none other than his daughter, Cold Ruoxue. The Cold family, like the Yang family, was one of the 4 great families of Cold Yang City, but the Cold family was the head of the 4 great families, and Cold Heavenly Spirit was still the City Lord of Cold Yang City. When he saw Cold Ruoxue, an indescribable throb flashed through Yang Wei's soul, and then Cold Ruoxue's memories flooded into his mind. This book is absolutely awesome. You can read more chapters. Chapter 7, Killing the Grand Elder. At this point, Yang Weiwei suddenly realized that Han Ruoxue was actually his fiancé. On weekdays, in order to please Cold Ruoxue, the former Yang Weiwei had gone to great lengths to please him, yet Cold Ruoxue had no favoritism towards him, and even hated him extremely. Brother Tian Ling, why are you free to come to my place today? Quickly have a seat. Yang Daolin greeted Cold Heavenly Spirit extremely warmly. Greetings Uncle Cold, Yang Weiwei said with a respectful bow. Greetings, Uncle Yang. Han Ruoxue also made a graceful bow towards Yang Daolin. Brother Daolin is courteous. Today Mr. Cold came here because I also have an important matter that I want to discuss with you. Cold Heavenly Spirit's face showed a trace of embarrassment and helplessness in his eyes. Brother Tian Ling is polite. You and I have known each other for many years and have a deep friendship. There is no harm in saying what you have to say, as long as it is within my power. I will definitely try my best to help. Yang Daolin did not move and said with a calm face. Hey, Cold Heavenly Spirit sighed heavily and said slowly. Brother Daolin, I actually came here today to withdraw from the marriage. Withdrawal? Yang Daolin frowned tightly. He knew that his son was deeply in love with Han Ruoxue. He just never thought that Han Tianling would come to withdraw from the marriage. Uncle Yang, I know that you and father had an agreement back then, but after all, marriage matters cannot be forced. Over these 10 years, Yang Wei and I have sort of grown up together, but between us, we really haven't developed that special kind of affection, and if we were to be forcibly bound together, we would definitely not be happy in the future either. So my niece implores you if you could break off this engagement of ours. Han Ruoxue said all the words she had prepared long ago in her head smoothly. Hey, Chen what do you think about this? Yang Daolin sighed. He could clearly see that Han Ruoxue did not like his son. Father, I think Cold Ruoxue has a point. Matters of feelings really can't be forced. Let's break off this marriage contract. When Yang Weiwei finished his sentence, everyone present revealed an expression of incomparable surprise. Especially Cold Ruoxue. She did not expect in any way that Yang Weiwei would agree to dissolve the marriage so readily, knowing that this guy had not been harassing her much in the past few years. Brother Tian Ling, since neither of the two young people have any intentions in that area, let's call it quits on this marriage. It's just a pity that you and I didn't become in-laws. A look of deep regret appeared on Yang Daolin's face. Thanks Uncle Yang. Cold Ruoxue made a bow, and in this moment, she finally let out a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. The reason why she resolutely withdrew from the marriage was not because Yang Weiwei was so obnoxious. It was mainly because she just didn't want to marry a waste with low strength. And the main reason why Yang Wei agreed to withdraw from the marriage was because he didn't want to continue to be that undignified licking dog. It was because once upon a time, Yang Weiwei, in order to curry favor with Cold Ruoxue, had spent a great deal of money on this woman. Even the longsword that Cold Ruoxue was currently holding in her hand had been bought for her with great difficulty only after Yang Weiwei had stolen 100,000 gold coins from her home. At that time, when Yang Daolin knew about this, he was so angry that he almost beat him to death. 100,000 gold coins. That was equivalent to the family's income for half a year. As for Cold Ruoxue, for the things sent by Yang Weiwei, she had never refused, and always accepted everything as it was. After crossing over, Yang Wei really didn't have any good feelings towards this kind of greedy and selfish woman, even if she possessed the beauty of a beautiful country. After the Cold family's father and daughter left, Yang Weiwei returned to his own place before he began to cultivate wholeheartedly. In Ling Jiechan's memories, Yang Weiwei found another top-tier divine-level body technique, Phantom Stance. This set of stances not only could play an excellent role in escaping, but in combat, it could likewise overwhelm all opponents of the same rank. Of course, the requirements for a cultivator's enlightenment for a god-level stance were quite high. Yang Weiwei's body quietly sneaked into the Houtnan Jade space, and then began to tirelessly cultivate the phantom body technique over and over again. The night passed in a flash. After a night of diligent cultivation, Yang Wei finally cultivated the phantom body technique to the introductory realm. Although he had only cultivated to the introductory level, Yang Weiwei had full confidence that in terms of speed, he would completely crush all the geniuses in the same realm. Even in front of a strong person who was a few small realms above him, he was confident enough to be able to retreat in one piece. After all, this was a top-notch stance from the divine realm. Early the next morning, after some careful washing, Yang Weiwei left his residence in high spirits, striding all the way towards the Young Family martial arts stage. Today's martial arts arena was surrounded by quite a number of Young Family's children. For this fight between Yang Weiwei and Yang Zihao, there was hardly a single person who favored Yang Weiwei. After all, in everyone's eyes, Yang Weiwei was only at the 3rd level of the Yuan realm, while Yang Zihao had long since reached the 9th level of the Yuan realm. And with such a disparity in strength between the two sides, it was natural that no one would think that Yang Weiwei would be able to win. Brother Zihao, in the future, when you become the Young Family head, you must take care of us. Brother Zihao, why are you so powerful? In the future, under young Master Zihao's wise leadership, our Yang family will definitely be able to become the #1 family in Cold Sun City. Around the martial arts stage, a group of teenagers surrounded young Zihao, and you spoke and I spoke, patting his ass without stinting. And at this time, young Zihao also very much enjoyed this wonderful feeling of being surrounded by people and stars. In his heart, the position of the Young Family head is already in his pocket. When Yang Weiwei arrived at the martial arts stage, Yang Daolin and the elders of the Young Family were already seated on the high stage. Sorry I'm late. Yang Weiwei steadily walked up to the ring and continued, Great Elder, call your grandson up. At this time, Yang Zihao leapt up and jumped onto the ring. We clan brother. My brother advises you that you'd better admit defeat obediently, or else fists and feet have no eyes. If I accidentally injure you, I won't be able to explain it to the family head. Grass mud horse. So it's you. When Yang Weiwei met Yang Zihao's eyes, he was finally incredibly sure of one thing. This Yang Zihao was the murderer who killed his predecessor. Eldest elder, this young man's recent cultivation has become slightly successful, so he lacks control in terms of force. If he accidentally wastes clan brother Zihao, you can't blame me for that. Yang Weiwei didn't pay any attention to Yang Zihao. Instead, he looked at Grand Elder Yang Tiancheng with a smile on his face. Young Family Master, just let go of your hands and strike. As long as you can injure Zihao, this seat will never blame you. Yang Tiancheng said with a bright and loud laugh. Since the Grand Elder said so, then I'm relieved. In order to show my respect to you, this young man will allow Yang Zihao 3 moves. The corner of Yang Wei's mouth revealed a cold smile filled with chilling intent. We clan brother. Since you are so confident, then my brother will not be polite. After Yang Zihao finished speaking, he fiercely blasted his palm towards Yang Weiwei fiercely. At this moment, Yang Zihao's lungs were about to explode with anger. He couldn't wait to blast Yang Wei on the spot, but he didn't dare to do so after all. After all, Yang Weiwei was Yang Daolin's only son, and Yang Daolin was known to be protective of his children. In the face of Yang Zihao's imposing palm, Yang Wei's figure flickered, and in an instant, he lightly avoided the powerful strike. First move. Yang Weiwei smiled lightly and said calmly. At this time, everyone on stage revealed a shocked and incomparable expression as they all looked at Yang Weiwei incredulously. Although Yang Zihao had only casually struck just now, that wasn't something that a person at the 3rd level of the Yuan gathering realm could easily avoid. Since Yang Weiwei didn't use Xianli, the crowd didn't see Yang Weiwei's exact cultivation level. Seeing that one strike didn't take down Yang Zihao, Yang Zihao struck again and violently attacked with a punch towards Yang Weiwei. This time, Yang Zihao used 9 layers of force. He didn't want to give Yang Wei any more chances to dodge. At this moment, he only wanted to solve Yang Wei as fast as possible. Bang! Yang Zihao's powerful punch was once again easily dodged by Yang Weiwei. Second move. Yang Weiwei's face was expressionless, but the corner of that mouth hooked up a cold smile filled with mockery. At this moment, the face of Yang Tiancheng on the stands instantly turned iron blue. After those 2 rounds of exchanges just now, he could already see that Yang Weiwei definitely possessed a powerful strength that was not weaker than that of his grandson. And at that moment, Yang Daolin's face was wearing a faint smile of relief. Seeing that Yang Weiwei had avoided 2 of his moves in a row, Yang Zihao gradually lost his composure and became extremely irritable. "We clan brother. Don't hide if you can." A person who was originally like a waste in his eyes, but at this moment, he had continuously avoided 2 of his powerful attacks, which caused Yang Zihao's face to become incomparably gloomy and unsightly. "Fine. This young man will give you a chance." A cold smile with a chill appeared at the corner of Yang Weiwei's mouth. "Seek death." Yang Zihao's figure was as fast as lightning, swiftly kicking viciously towards Yang Weiwei. Snap! However, to Yang Zihao's surprise, his lightning-fast kick was easily caught by Yang Weiwei. 3 moves have passed. Click! Only to see Yang Wei's right hand suddenly grabbing hard, instantly pinching Yang Zihao's right leg and fracturing it. Ah! 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 The intense pain caused Yang Zihao to let out a miserable and extremely miserable scream. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei's right foot carried a trace of the Xian force of the Haotian technique and instantly kicked at Yang Zihao's dantian with a thunderous momentum. Ah! 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 Yang Zihao once again let out a heart-rending scream, and his entire body was kicked backwards by this powerful force. "Ziho!" Yang Tiancheng shouted angrily. His figure was like the wind, and he quickly walked over towards the direction where Yang Zihao was, and began to carefully check up on Yang Zihao's injuries. "I'm sorry, Great Elder. I didn't expect clan brother Zihao to be so unbeatable. If I had known, I would have gone lighter." Yang Weiwei had an innocent expression on his face, and he didn't look at Yang Zihao again because he knew in his heart that the other party was completely wasted in this life. "Yang Weiwei, how dare you waste Zihao's dantian? This seed wants you to pay for your life." Yang Tiancheng's eyes widened in anger and he let out a cold cry. At this moment, his eyes were flooded with cold and bone-chilling killing intent, only to see his figure was like lightning, instantly pouncing ferociously towards Yang Wei. The successor that he had worked so hard to cultivate had been destroyed in Yang Weiwei's hands just like that. How could he swallow this bad anger? "Yang Tiancheng, you seek death." Yang Daolin's silhouette transformed into a dazzling white light, and he was the first to arrive after the latter, instantly blasting a palm onto Yang Tiancheng's back heart. Bang! Put! Yang Tiancheng was directly blown away by this powerful force, spraying several mouthfuls of blood in the air, and his entire body lost its combat power on the spot. "Die, old man!" Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei executed the phantom body technique. His body was like lightning, charging towards Yang Tiancheng at an astonishing speed. Ka-ching! A crisp sound of breaking bones came from the. Before Yang Tiancheng could hit the ground, he was kicked in the neck by Yang Weiwei. "You!" Yang Tiancheng's eyes were wide open, and there was a look of unbelief in his eyes. Until this moment of death, he didn't want to believe that he would die at the hands of a junior. The crowd of the Yang family at the scene all looked at Yang Weiwei with a confused expression. Yang Tiancheng is the backbone of the Yang family. He killed him so easily. Even Yang Daolin didn't expect his own son to strike so decisively and resolutely. Yang Zihao was in the Taicang mountain range the day before yesterday with the intention of murdering this young house master. Today, Yang Tiancheng laid another hit on this young family master. "If I don't kill him, he will always retaliate against me." Yang Weiwei's face was gloomy and his voice said in a low voice. The reason why he didn't hesitate to kill Yang Tiancheng was because Yang Tiancheng had already developed a strong killing intent towards him. And if he didn't take the opportunity to kill Yang Tiancheng, then he would have to be careful all the time to prevent the other party. The crowd was silent. No one uttered a sound at this moment, because what Yang Weiwei said was indeed reasonable. Although Yang Weiwei had been a bit ruthless in his actions, such a bold and resolute young family head was what everyone wanted to see in their hearts. Even the third elder and the fifth elder, who usually disliked Yang Weiwei, didn't say a word at this moment. "You're not Yang Weiwei. The real Yang Weiwei has already been killed by me and Yang Kuan." Yang Zihao had a desperate look on his face and roared furiously in anger. Just a moment ago, he had been spirited and full of anticipation as he prepared to become the young family head of the Yang family, yet the result was greatly out of his expectation. Nima, don't take me with you if you want to die. When Yang Kuan heard Yang Zihao's words, he was so scared that his entire body instantly went limp on the ground. "Finally admit it. This young man was indeed almost killed by you, but this young man was lucky and dodged a bullet," Yang Wei said with a cold smile. When he heard that his son had almost been killed, an icy cold to the extreme chill shot out of Yang Daolin's eyes. How dare you lay hands on my son? Come on people, Chop these two assholes up and feed them to the dogs. A cold aura shot out from Yang Daolin's eyes as he angrily shouted. The crowd at the scene immediately felt a strong and incomparable murderous aura spreading rapidly from Yang Daolin's body. Family master, spare my life. I was wrongly accused. It was all done by Yang Zihao. I was forced by him. Yang Kuan directly fell to the ground in fear, trembling all over. At this time, the Yang family's secret guards directly framed the two of them. Yang Zihao and Yang Kuan, out. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, apart from practicing hard, Yang Wei also watched a large number of classical books, and he was still filled with a very strong curiosity in his heart for this unfamiliar world. Meanwhile, the news of Yang Weiwei's victory over Yang Zihao quickly spread rapidly throughout the entire Cold Yang City. For a while, Cold Sun City was abuzz with talk, but most people were unwilling to believe that this was true. After all, for so many years, Yang Weiwei had been the notorious wasteful villain of Cold Sun City. On this day, Yang Wei was going to buy some medicinal materials for alchemy. He planned to break through his cultivation to the Mingxian realm before the Tianyuan Palace recruited new disciples. Only when he broke through to the Mingxian realm would he have full assurance that he would stand out amongst the crowd of geniuses. After all, the Tianyuan Palace's conditions for recruiting new disciples were extremely harsh. But the current Yang Weiwei didn't have many gold coins, so he found Yang Daolin. As for Yang Daolin, he had always been very loving towards his son, and when he heard that Yang Weiwei was going to buy medicinal herbs, he directly gave him 100,000 gold coins. This was completely unimaginable before. Due to the fact that the previous Yang Weiwei's cultivation level was too low, Yang Daolin would already be very good if he could give him 1 or 2,000 gold coins each time. Yang Weiwei took the gold coins and left the Yang mansion, striding all the way towards the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. Family master, young master has gone out. The housekeeper, Yang Ju, spoke up. Elder Sibu, I'll trouble you to follow Chinner during this period of time, and if he encounters an irresistible danger you'll make your move. Yang Daolin carefully instructed. He had always attached great importance to his son's safety. Don't worry, family master, as long as my subordinate still has a breath in him, I will never let anything happen to young master. Yang Jiu respectfully retreated after he finished speaking. The Tianwu Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in the Tianwu continent, with chapters spread throughout every corner of the entire Tianwu continent. In the Heavenly Martial Chamber of Commerce, as long as you could pay enough, you could buy many extremely precious medicinal herbs and mysterious secret treasures. And even if the Heavenly Martial Chamber of Commerce didn't have something, they would release a mission for the entire continent to help you find it. It was rumored that the power behind the Heavenly Martial Chamber of Commerce was so huge that even many powerful empires didn't dare to easily mess with the Heavenly Martial Chamber of Commerce. Even if the two countries were at war, the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce was an unshakable existence. Therefore, the Tianwu continent also circulated an ancient saying, that is, a flowing empire, an iron Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 8, Face Punching. Today's Yang Wei, dressed in a light blue gorgeous brocade clothes, a thick long hair was high bundled up, handsome face with a trace of perseverance above the color. That look in the past image of the playboy is simply a different person. He stepped into the Sky Martial Chamber of Commerce. This gentleman, how may I help you? Yang Weiwei had just walked into the Heavenly Martial Chamber of Commerce, when a tall and outstanding female attendant came over with unparalleled enthusiasm. After all, those who could come to the Heavenly Martial Chamber of Commerce to make purchases were all prominent figures in Cold Sun City. Therefore, the maidservants here were all selected from 100 miles of existence among the many women, and their cultivation levels were all above the 6th level of the Origin Gathering Realm. I need some medicinal herbs. After Yang Weiwei finished speaking, he handed the beautiful attendant the list that he had carefully prepared beforehand. This gentleman, these herbs you want are all rare herbs of great value. Are you sure you want to buy them? The beautiful waitress still wore a smile and said in a soft tone, there's no harm in it. Just prepare the herbs for me though. Yang Weiwei spoke without hesitation. That's fine. Sir, wait a moment. I'll have someone prepare the herbs for you. The beautiful attendant said respectfully. You have an alchemy furnace here, right? Yang Weiwei asked immediately afterward. Of course I have. Please follow me, my lord. Under the lead of the beautiful waiter, Yang Weiwei arrived in a secret room on the 2nd floor of the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. In this secret room, there were all kinds of alchemy furnaces of different levels, and then the beautiful attendant began to give Yang Weiwei a detailed introduction. My lord, this light blue one is the Tongxin cauldron, worth 200,000 gold coins, a precious relic left behind by a top alchemist. This bronze-colored one is the Taiching cauldron, left behind by the ancient alchemist Taiching Jinren, and is worth 300,000 gold coins. The beautiful waiter gushed and kept introducing the origins and prices of these alchemy furnaces. Hearing the prices of these alchemy furnaces, Yang Weiwei couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness in his heart, because the prices of these alchemy furnaces had already somewhat greatly exceeded his budget. Right at this moment, the Haotian jade inside Yang Wei slightly trembled. His intuition told him that there must be something good in here, otherwise it was impossible for the Haotian jade to produce a sense. Are there any other alchemy furnaces? Yang Weiwei asked without moving. Of course there is. Sir, please follow me. The beautiful waiter's willow eyebrows slightly stared. Then she brought Yang Weiwei to an inconspicuous corner. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei's gaze was instantly caught by an ink-black cauldron. There's nothing special about this thing. Why would the Haotian jade sense it? Yang Wei said with a heart full of doubts. Gongzi, this ink-black alchemy furnace, placed in our Tianwu Chamber of Commerce has also been hundreds of years. The specific origin I'm not very clear. Gongzi, if you look at it, 5,000 gold coins can be taken away. The beautiful waitress spoke. This black cauldron doesn't look anything special. Can it be cheaper? Yang Weiwei stabilized his mind and said, still not moving. This ink-black giant cauldron looked as if it was scrap metal, completely lacking the unique aura that those expensive alchemy furnaces had just given off. However, Yang Wei also clearly knew that something that could make the Haotian jade sense was definitely not an ordinary mortal object. My lord, this black cauldron is already very cheap. The female attendant spoke. How about 2,500? 4,005. The waitress took a slight step back. 2,006. Yang Weiwei spoke again. 4,000. The waitress said through clenched teeth. After some intense haggling, Yang Weiwei finally spent 3,000 gold coins and managed to take this mysterious black tripod. After storing the black cauldron inside his storage bag, Yang Weiwei once again came to the first floor. Ha! Isn't this Yang Wei? Such a coincidence. Right at this moment, an elegant and melodious voice slowly sounded behind Yang Weiwei, only to see Han Ruoxue, who was wearing a pale pink robe, walk over with a graceful and light step. Behind her, she was followed by a handsome-looking teenager with an extraordinary temperament. And this teenager was none other than Lin Beiyang, the youngest son of the Lin family head of Cold City, whose cultivation was at the first layer of the Mingxian realm, and was considered to be in the top genius ranks in Cold City. So it's Miss Cold. Yang Weiwei just lightly glanced at Cold Ruoxue and spoke in a flat tone. Yang Weiwei, I heard that you defeated Yang Zihao and killed Yang Tiancheng. Is that true? Han Ruoxue smiled sweetly and asked with a face full of curiosity. It's all rumors. They can't be taken as true. With my strength, how could I kill the Grand Elder? Yang Wei said with a smile. In front of this woman, he didn't want to expose his true situation too much. Hearing Yang Weiwei's answer, Han Ruoxue also felt that it was quite reasonable. After all, the previous Yang Weiwei was only at the third level of the Yuan gathering realm, so how could he possibly defeat Yang Zihao? In her opinion, Yang Weiwei should have used some despicable and shameless means to be able to defeat Yang Zihao. Just then, the tall waitress came over. Your Excellency, the medicinal materials and alchemy furnace you asked for have been prepared for you, but among them, the spiritual yuan fruit you asked for. Our Chamber of Commerce only has this last one for the time being, the beautiful attendant said with a smile. No matter, one is fine. How many gold coins in total? Yang Wei opened his mouth with a calm demeanor and asked. The total is 61,000 gold coins. Just give 60,000 for you, my lord. The waitress said. Thanks, beautiful. Yang Weiwei quickly drew out the 60,000 gold ticket from his pocket and handed it over. Then he put all the herbs into his storage bag. Spiritual yuan fruit. Han Ruoxue couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. Then said, Yang Wei, can you let me have this spirit element fruit? The spirit yuan fruit was an extremely precious spirit fruit, and when a cultivator at the 9th level of the yuan gathering realm took it, it could increase the chances of breaking through to the Mingxian realm by 20%, and Han Ruoxue had come to the Heavenly Spirit Chamber of Commerce today for this spirit elemental fruit. I'm sorry Ms. Han, this spiritual yuan fruit is also very important to me. Yang Weiwei directly rejected Cold Ruoxue without hesitation. For a woman like Cold Ruoxue, he didn't want to get too entangled with the other party. Although Han Ruoxue was beautiful, she wasn't Yang Weiwei's favorite type because this woman was too snobbish. When she heard Yang Weiwei's reply, Han Ruoxue's willow eyebrows slightly frowned. She never expected Yang Weiwei to reject her. In the past, As long as it was something she liked, Yang Wei would send it to her like a licking dog. Yang Wei, this spiritual yuan fruit, this young man will take it. Name your price. Lin Beiyang said as he looked at Yang Weiwei with a cold and arrogant face. Lin Beiyang's coldness and arrogance was also for a reason. Although they were in the same young generation of the four great families of Cold Young City, Lin Beiyang had grown up to be the genius teenager of Cold Young City, while Yang Weiyu had grown up to be a well-known waste of a person. If it wasn't for Cold Ruoxue, Lin Beiyang felt that for the rest of his life, it was impossible for him to cross paths with a punk like Yang Weiwei. Miss Cold, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Yang Weiwei didn't pay any attention to Lin Beiyang at all, and after saying that, he walked towards the entrance of the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce in large strides. Looking at Yang Weiwei's departing back, Lin Beiyang's face instantly turned iron blue. He never thought that this punk, Yang Weiwei, would dare to ignore him so much, so Lin Beiyang directly followed him out. At this moment, he wanted to let Yang Wei know how serious the consequences of ignoring him would be. As for Cold Ruoxue's face, it was likewise very cold. She likewise didn't expect Yang Weiwei to give her so little face. Originally, she had wanted to use the spirit yuan fruit to break through to the Mingxian realm in one fell swoop, so that she would be able to shine when it came time to recruit new disciples in the heavenly Yuan Palace. Seeing Lin Beiyang walk out with a gloomy face, the corner of Han Ruoxue's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile, and then she followed him out as well. After exiting the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce, Yang Weiwei was about to return to the Yang family when a stern voice came from behind him. Yang Wei, hand over that spiritual yuan fruit. For the sake of the Yang family, this young man won't make things difficult for you, Lin Beiyang said as he looked at Yang Weiwei with gloomy eyes. Lin Beiyang, you seem to have a big brain disease. Did Lao Zi invite you to mess with you? Yang Wei said coldly. Yang Weiwei, you seek death. When had Lin Beiyang ever been so abused? Just as he was about to strike out to teach Yang Weiwei a lesson. At this time, Han Ruoxue also walked over and said in a flat voice, Yang Wei, as long as you let go of the spiritual yuan fruit, how about I offer double the price to compensate you? Self-righteous woman, does my hallowed young family young master look like someone who lacks money? Yang Weiwei said with cold eyes, glancing at Han Ruoxue. Yang Wei, you. Han Ruoxue was so disliked by Yang Wei that she couldn't say anything for a moment. She never expected Yang Wei to become completely different from before. The once Yang Weiwei was like a humble licking dog in front of her, and now he even completely disregarded her. This huge discrepancy made her feel incomparably angry. You what you? Why don't you return the Lingxiu sword in your hand to me? Since you've already withdrawn from the marriage, you still have the nerve to hold the sword given to you by my old man. You're so thick-skinned. Does your father know about this? Yang Wei said with a cold smile. Originally, on the basis that the two families were family friends, Yang Weiwei didn't want to take care of this woman, but he didn't expect this woman to pretend to be in front of him again and again. Yang Wei, are you a man? How dare you ask for something back when you gave it away? Han Ruoxue pouted angrily. This spirit show sword was worth more than 100,000 gold coins, and Han Ruoxue didn't want to return it so easily. Chapter 9, Teaching Lin Beiyang. This sword is what I gave to my fiancé. Since I've already withdrawn from the marriage, you have to return it to me, otherwise I'll go to your father to ask for it. Yang Wei laughed coldly, his eyes filled with indifference and determination. Yang Wei, you really disgrace our men, giving away something and still having the nerve to ask for it back. Lin Beiyang coldly mocked, disdain written all over his face. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei's figure was like a ghost, transforming into a residual shadow, and instantly snatched back the spirit show sword in Han Ruoxue's hand. Realizing that the spirit show sword in her hand had been seized, Han Ruoxue rebuked, Yang Wei, you bastard, give the spirit show sword back to me. At this moment, Han Ruoxue was completely dumbfounded. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock. How could she not expect that Yang Wei's stance was so fast that she could not even react in time? Lin Beiyang, don't you like to pretend? If you can afford to pay 100,000 gold coins, I'll return the spirit show sword to her, so it's like you gave it to her. Yang Weiwei didn't bother with the angry Han Ruoxue anymore, but instead looked at Lin Beiyang with a scornful expression, as if he was looking at a clown. Yang Wei, this young man will say it again. Hand over the spirit element fruit and return the spirit show sword to Miss Ruoxue, otherwise don't blame this young man for being impolite. Lin Beiyang's eyes were permeated with a touch of coldness, and his body's aura was faintly emanating. By this time, a crowd of spectators had gathered on the street, all of whom looked on curiously to see how the conflict would develop. 1. Yang Wei glanced at Lin Beiyang with scorn, then turned around and prepared to leave. For this kind of second-generation ancestor who relied on his family's power, he was really too lazy to take care of it. Seek death. Lin Beiyang coldly shouted and violently extended his palm, slapping it fiercely towards Yang Weiwei's back. In the face of Lin Beiyang's sneak attack, Yang Wei was prepared for it, and although he turned around and walked away, he maintained a high level of vigilance at all times. After all, Lin Beiyang was the youngest son of the Lin family head, and Yang Weiwei didn't want to take the initiative to strike first. But if it was Lin Beiyang who made the first move, then he would have enough reasons to cripple the other party, only to see Yang Weiwei's figure instantly transformed into a residual shadow, successfully avoiding Lin Beiyang's sneak attacking palm. At the same time, Yang Weiwei smacked towards Lin Beiyang's face in a lightning-fast manner. Pop! Ah! 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 Lin Beiyang screamed miserably as the right side of his face instantly swelled up high and red. Ha! Is this what you call consequences? Yang Wei laughed coldly, his eyes filled with contempt, not hiding his contempt for Lin Beiyang. Little bastard! Go to hell! Clank! Lin Beiyang shouted angrily, drew out his long sword, a cold light flashed, and slashed his sword ferociously towards Yang Weiwei. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Yang Weiwei to vent his hatred. Clank! Yang Weiwei instantly sheathed the spirit show sword in his hand, and similarly performed a subtle sword technique to meet towards Lin Beiyang. Swish! Swish! In less than 2 rounds, the battle sword in Lin Beiyang's hand was picked off by Yang Weiwei. At the same time, Yang Weiwei's Lingxiu sword was steadily pressed against Lin Beiyang's neck, and Yang Weiwei sneered, "If it wasn't for your father's face, you would have landed on your head long ago." At this moment, the crowd of onlookers at the scene were all shocked, their mouths wide open, their faces full of incredulity. Even Manhwa froze in place, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. Before this, Yang Weiwei was the notorious waste dude of Cold Yang City. Although news had spread 2 days ago that Yang Weiwei had defeated Yang Zihao and killed Yang Tianchang, no one believed it to be true. It wasn't until this moment that everyone finally believed the fact that Yang Wei had defeated Yang Zihao. Yang Wei, kill me if you have the guts. Lin Beiyang looked at Yang Weiwei with sinister eyes, and despite being in a disadvantageous position, his mouth still refused to give in. Snap! Snap! Pop! Cha Nima! How dare you pretend? Yang Wei's eyes flashed a stern aura. His hands opened left and right, directly on Lin Beiyang's face wildly whip up, until it will be smashed into a pig's head before stopping. Ah! 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 Yang Wei, one day, I will kill you. Lin Beiyang let out a painful scream. Since he was a child, how had he ever suffered such a great humiliation? Don't know how to die. Yang Wei ruthlessly kicked Lin Beiyang's chest and directly stomped him on the ground. Click! Ah! 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 As a fracture sounded, Lin Beiyang once again let out a miserable scream as his entire sternum was completely dented by Yang Weiwei's stomp. Originally thought that you are a character. I didn't expect that you are a person. You have been beaten into a pig head, but still dare to pretend to be a pussy. If this leaves Cold Sunshine City, you don't know how to die even if you die. Yang Wei gently slapped on Lin Beiyang's face and said with full of mockery. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded onlookers. With regards to his own combat power, Yang Weiwei also had a rough idea of what he could do, at least for ordinary Ming Xian realm first or second level people. He still had the confidence to defeat them. Yang Wei, one day, I will destroy your Yang family. Lin Beiyang looked at Yang Wei's distant back, his eyes carrying a hint of sinister venom as he secretly swore in his heart. And at this moment, Manhwa, her heart was suddenly full of interest in Yang Wei, and at this moment, she even regretted a little bit that she had withdrawn from the marriage in the first place. The Yang family's head of house's residence. Family master. Young master just beat up Lin Beiyang. The butler, Yang Ju, spoke with an anxious face. Immediately after that, Yang Ju told what had just happened in detail. Good boy. Worthy of being my young Daolin's son, to be able to cross the level and defeat the Ming Xian realm's Lin Beiyang. Yang Daolin laughed out loud, his face filled with pride and relief. Then, on the Lin family's side, if we pursue this, how are we going to cope? Yang Ju spoke up worriedly. There's no harm in it. It's just a struggle between juniors. Lin Yaoyang isn't too far gone to pursue the matter. Yang Daolin said in a deep voice, his expression calm and collected. After returning to the Yang family's residence, Yang Wei quietly sneaked into the Haotian jade space. He then took out his newly purchased alchemy furnace and began the first alchemy in his life. Even though he had Ling Jiechan's memories in his mind, Yang Wei was still quite nervous. After all, he himself had never actually refined a Dan before. Yang Weiwei was fully focused on controlling the Dan fire. Then he sorted the herbs and carefully threw them into the alchemy furnace one by one. Right now, he was refining the very realm-breaking Dan of the Ming Xian realm, and as long as he succeeded in refining it, he would have a 10% certainty of breaking through to the Ming Xian realm. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and under Yang Weiwei's dedicated alchemy, a furnace of boundary-breaking Dan was finally successfully refined. Yang Weiwei carefully opened the alchemy furnace. Ooh, ha, ha, extreme realm-breaking pill, I'm a ing genius. Upon seeing the several top-grade boundary-breaking pills inside the alchemy furnace, Yang Weiwei's face showed excitement and he couldn't help but cheer. After calming his excitement for a while, Yang Weiwei began to refine other pills. After all, cultivation definitely could not be separated from the support of pills. As long as there were enough elixirs, Yang Wei was confident that he could break through to a higher level of cultivation in a short period of time. The status of an alchemist was very honorable in the Tianwu continent. Whether it was cultivation, injury, poisoning, or illness, the support of elixirs was indispensable. In turn, alchemists are categorized into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and extreme alchemists. For the same pills, the higher the level, the better the effect. Of course, pills can't be used indefinitely. Using too much will also cause the foundation to be unstable. However, extreme pills could be used without limitations, so the status of an extreme alchemist was much higher than that of other alchemists. It didn't take long for Yang Weiwei to refine quite a few more extreme-grade Ming Xian Dan. Ming Xian Dan, an elixir that could raise the Xian power of the Ming Xian realm, could rapidly raise one's cultivation level after taking it. With the realm-breaking pill, the next step was to break through the Ming Xian realm. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Yang Weiwei's cultivation successfully broke through to the first layer of the Ming Xian realm. At the same time, Yang Wei cultivated several martial arts during this period of time. There was the God-Slayer sword technique, and there was also a soul martial art, soul devouring slash. These two martial arts were both divine-grade martial arts, especially the soul devouring chop, which could deal a fatal blow to the enemy at a critical moment, and could be considered Yang Weiwei's current killer weapon. At the same time, he also found a divine-level transformation technique, shifting shape and changing shadow technique, in Ling Jiechen's memories, which when cultivated to the grand achievement realm, not only could it transform into 1,000 different forms, but it could also astringe the breath. Chapter 10, The First Pass. Time rushed by like a white horse passing by, and in an instant it was the day when Tian Yuan Palace was recruiting new disciples. As the top sect in the northern Xian domain, the Tian Yuan Palace's conditions for recruiting new disciples were harsh to the extreme. Basically, there were only one or two geniuses with exceptional talent in each city or pool that were qualified to obtain the precious opportunity to travel to the Heavenly Yuan Palace to participate in the examination. Therefore, in order to become a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan Palace, one must go through layers of strict screening. First of all, one must never be older than 18. Secondly, the cultivation level must not be lower than the 9th level of the origin gathering realm. These two requirements alone blocked most of the people with dreams from the door. One must know that in the entire Cold Sun City, there were only a mere 10 or so geniuses who could reach the 9th level of the Yuan gathering realm before the age of 18. Today's Cold Sunshine City could be described as bustling with people. It was only because today was an important day for the Heavenly Yuan Palace to recruit new disciples in Cold Yang City. At this moment, a huge and incomparable ring was erected on the square in the center area of Cold Sun City, and this ring was precisely the assessment platform for the Heavenly Yuan Palace's recruitment of new disciples today. The entire center square had long been a sea of people. In addition to the local people of Cold Sun City, there were also quite a number of talented youngsters from other cities and pools who would also come here. Regarding this matter of the Heavenly Yuan Palace recruiting new disciples, the 4 great clans of Cold Sun City all showed great importance. This was because once one was able to enter the Heavenly Yuan Palace, it would mean realizing the huge leap of the fish-leaping Dragon Gate. At this moment, the 4 major families of Cold Sun City each occupied a corner of the square. Chen today is the day that the Heavenly Yuan Palace recruits new disciples. Our Yang family is counting on you. Yang Dulin's gaze was filled with anticipation as he spoke. Father, don't worry. This time, there will definitely be a spot for a new disciple of the Heavenly Yuan Palace for me. Yang Weiwei's eyes were filled with determination, and that firm gaze seemed to be able to penetrate all obstacles. After crossing over, Yang Weiwei's biggest dream was to pursue the way of immortality, and Tian Yuan Palace would be the first key pedal on his way to rise. At the same time, in the direction of the Lin family and the Xiao family, each had a resentful eye secretly glancing at Yang Weiwei. These two resentful eyes came from Lin Beiyang of the Lin family, and Xiao Jiji of the Xiao family. And beside these two, there stood a youth with an extraordinary temperament. Regarding the hostility of these people, Yang Weiwei didn't put it on his mind at all. Nowadays, in terms of real combat power, even if these people were united, they would never be his opponent. If these people didn't know what to do, Yang Weiwei didn't mind scrapping them all. Just then, a middle-aged man with a robust figure and stern eyes steadily walked up to the ring. This person was none other than Cold Sun City's city lord, Cold Heavenly Spirit, and as soon as he appeared, the scene was instantly silent and quiet. Hello everyone, this seat, Cold Heavenly Spirit, is the host of this Tian Yuan Palace's recruitment of new disciples. Now let's give a warm applause to welcome Tian Yuan Palace's talented emissaries, Immortal Ling Yenyun and Duke Dongfang Jie. With a smile on his face, Han Tianling led the applause and said, at once, the scene resounded with applause as loud as thunder. The moment the applause rang out, a beautiful and stunning figure, like a fairy descending to earth, descended on the VIP seat next to the ring. This is a girl who seems to have stepped out of a fairyland. She was dressed in a gorgeous and elegant white luo skirt, and although her face was covered with a thin layer of snow veil, she still couldn't hide her icy and noble temperament. Her pair of soul-capturing beautiful eyes were like a deep, bottomless pool, allowing people to fall deeply into them with a single glance, making it difficult to extricate themselves. This girl was none other than the genius emissary of this Tian Yuan Palace, Ling Yenyun. At the same time, another figure with a terrifying aura appeared on the scene. A handsome man with a straight figure, stern eyes, and an extraordinary appearance. This person was none other than another genius emissary of the Heavenly Yuan Palace, Dongfang Jie. Although he had only taken a glance from afar, Yang Wei could feel that this person's strength was unfathomable, far from being comparable to the patriarchs of the four great families of Cold Sun City. What shocked Yang Wei was that the age of these two people, who appeared to be not much different from him, but their strength was much more terrifying than that of the city lord of Cold Sun City, only to see Dongfang Jie's stern eyes look around. Then from within his storage ring, he flung out a wooden puppet with a terrifying aura. This is my Heavenly Yuan Palace's assessment puppet. As long as you can defeat it, you will be considered to have passed the first hurdle. In addition, those who participate in the assessment must not be older than 18 years old. Violators will be responsible for the consequences. Dongfang Jie's voice was unusually cold, without a trace of emotion. Hearing Dongfang Jie's words, the teenagers who were originally prepared to participate in the examination, each of them sucked in a breath of cool air. The main thing was that the aura emanating from this examination puppet had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Gathering Realm. An ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of the Yuan Gathering Realm would definitely not be able to defeat it. And in the entire Cold Sun City, there were only a handful of people who could reach the Ming Xian realm before the age of 18. Now the challenge begins. At that moment, Cold Heavenly Spirit stepped out and began to preside over the first level of the challenge. As the challenge began, quite a few teenagers at the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm walked up to the ring with confidence. Bang! Aha! In less than a round, a teenager at the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm was violently blown away by the puppet, and was injured quite badly. Next, Cold Heavenly Spirit said coldly with an expressionless face. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and to one's surprise, no one had succeeded in the challenge. Senior Sister Ling, the talent of the people in this Cold Sun City is too poor. If we had known, we wouldn't have come here. Dongfang Jie frowned slightly and spoke. Since they're here, let's give them a chance. Ling Yenyun's voice was calm and pleasing to the ear, like a clear spring flowing in the mountains. Just then, Cold Ruoxue walked up to the ring with a lithe figure. It was only that she had a marvelous figure, a calm and steady breath, and a firm pace as she walked straight towards the examination puppet. She also appeared to be able to handle the ferocious attack of the examination golem with ease. Obviously, Han Ruoxue had successfully broken through to the Ming Xian realm. In no time, the examination puppets were successfully repelled by her. Thus, Han Ruoxue had also become the first player from Cold Sun City to pass the first level. At that moment, Xiao Jijuan of the Xiao family walked up to the ring with his head held high. This person was none other than one of the four great geniuses of Cold Sun City and also Xiao Jiji's sibling brother. As expected, Xiao Jijuan also managed to make it to the second round. At this time, not many people were already participating in the examination, because most of the teenagers knew deep down that they couldn't beat this powerful examination puppet. It wasn't long before Lin Beiyang and Lin Beichen of the Lin family similarly defeated the examination puppets. As one of the four great families of Cold Sun City, the strength of the Lin family's younger generation was clearly stronger than the other families. Just as the first round was about to end, Yang Weiwei walked towards the ring without slowing down. With his current strength, a single finger was basically enough to deal with a peak-gathering Yuan realm assessment puppet. However, in order to retain his strength, Yang Weiwei also used 2 rounds before defeating the examination puppet. When Yang Weiwei managed to pass the test, the young family members could not suppress their inner joy and revealed excited smiles, while Han Tianling showed an awkward expression at this time. If he had known that Yang Wei had this kind of strength, he wouldn't have listened to his daughter to withdraw from the marriage. Congratulations to the 5 of you. You have successfully entered the second round. The next step is the qualifying battle, and the final top 2 ranked players will be given the opportunity to travel to the Heavenly Yuan Palace for examination. Then, Dongfang Jie announced the rules for the second round of examination. The rule of the second round was the qualifying battle, where everyone had to fight against the other 4, and the top 2 final ranked players would be given the valuable opportunity to go to the Heavenly Yuan Palace for examination. According to the order of the draw, Yang Weiwei drew number 1, Xiao Jijuan number 2, Lin Beichen number 3, Lin Beiyang number 4, and Han Ruoxue drew number 5. According to the rules of the match, Yang Weiwei's opponent in the first match was Xiao Jijuan from the Xiao family. Chapter 11, the second round of examinations. First match, Yang Weiwei vs Xiao Jijuan. Cold Heavenly Spirit opened his mouth. When he heard his name, Xiao Jijuan didn't hesitate and directly leapt up in a figure, dryly jumping onto the ring. At the same time, he looked at Yang Weiwei with his eyes incomparably cold and said viciously, Yang Weiwei, come up here and die. Yang Daolin frowned, his face grave, and said in a deep voice, Shen are you sure? Father, if I slaughter him, will you cover it? Yang Weiwei asked with a hint of a smile as the corner of his mouth rose. No matter who you slaughter, my father can cover it. Yang Daolin's eyes carried a hint of disdain in his eyes. Confident. Father, don't brag. After Yang Weiwei finished speaking, with a flash of his body, he leaped up like a rock spreading its wings and jumped onto the ring. Duke Dongfeng. Fairy Ling, there is something I want to ask first. Yang Weiwei cupped his fists and saluted respectfully. If there's anything, just say it. Dongfang Jie's face was flat and his tone was light. Xiao Jijuan made a statement to kill me. If I get him killed, is it considered a violation? Yang Weiwei opened his mouth with a firm gaze and asked. It's not considered a violation, and the Heavenly Yuan Palace will not interfere with your life or death. Dongfang Jie's expression remained calm as he slowly said, the match begins. Cold Heavenly Spirit spoke in a loud voice. Yang Wei, go to hell. As soon as Cold Heavenly Spirit's words fell, Xiao Jijuan instantly sheathed his longsword, its body flashing with a cold aura under the sunlight, and slashed ferociously towards Yang Weiwei. Medium. Yang Wei snorted coldly. The Lingxiu sword in his hand was instantly sheathed. His feet performed the phantom body technique, and the whole person was like a ghost instantly heading towards Xiao Jijuan to meet him. Dang! Swish! Swish! Clank! In less than 2 rounds, the Lingxiu sword in Yang Weiwei's hand was quickly returned to its sheath. Then he turned around and walked towards the stage with a calm and unhurried pace. Bang! When Yang Weiwei walked to the stage, Xiao Jijuan's body then collapsed heavily on the ring, blood gurgling and overflowing from his neck. At this time, Xiao Jijuan had long since lost his breath, his eyes rounded. Hiss! At this moment, the scene was silent and ravenous. Even Ling Yenyun and Dongfang Jia, who were on the stands, couldn't help but look at Yang Weiqi one more time at this moment, their gazes filled with astonishment. June. Xiao Shuaming was overwhelmed with grief and quickly rushed onto the ring, tightly hugging Xiao Jijuan's corpse, the pain in his eyes overflowing with emotion. Little bastard, give back my son's life. Xiao Shuaming's eyes widened in fury as he let out a stern cry, and his entire body was as if he had gone mad, instantly rushing madly towards Yang Wei. Father, get him. Yang Wei's figure flickered. His figure was like electricity, and he directly dodged behind Yang Daolin. Xiao Shuoming, you seek death. Yang Daolin let out a cold cry, only to see a terrifying aura steeply erupt from his body, and with a wave of his hand he blasted out a powerful wave of air, carrying the momentum of a mountain and a sea, fiercely blasting over towards Xiao Shuoming. Put! Ah! 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 Xiao Shuoming let out a miserable scream, and while he was in mid-air, he was blown backwards by Yang Daolin's casual strike, flying out like a kite with broken strings. Xiao Shuoming, listen to me. If you dare to strike at my son again, I will exterminate your entire clan. Yang Daolin's voice was icy cold to the extreme, as if it came from the 9 ghosts of the abyss, causing one to shudder. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers at the scene were all completely shocked, one by one, dumbfounded. Even the city lord, cold heavenly spirit, and the Lin family head, Lin Yaoyang, froze in place, half a day unable to come back to their senses. Even Ling Yenyun and Dongfang Jie's eyes showed a hint of scorn. They were the same 4 great families, but in the eyes of the people of Cold Young City, the Young family should be the weakest, no matter if it was the younger generation or the overall strength. However, with the combat power that Yang Daolin had just displayed, it could be said that it would be easy and effortless to crush the other 3 great clans. Yang Daolin, I can't believe you've reached the void-asking realm. Xiao Shuaming's eyes were wide open. His eyes were filled with horror, and after saying this, he blacked out and fainted. Second match, Lin Beiyang vs Lin Beichen. Cold heavenly spirit once again stood out and said, this one was a battle between Lin Yaoyang's 2 sons. No matter who won or lost, it was the same for Lin Yaoyang. After all, they were both his sons. I concede. Lin Beiyang did not hesitate and directly chose to admit defeat. He was only at the first level of the Mingxian realm, while Lin Beichen was at the second level of the Mingxian realm. The strength gap between the 2 brothers was still quite large. Next match, Yang Weiwei vs Lin Beichen. Cold heavenly spirit said in a loud voice. Hearing his name, Yang Weiwei once again walked up to the ring with a calm demeanor. Kid, are you the one who injured my second brother? Lin Beichen said in an indifferent tone, his eyes filled with condescension. I did the hitting, what can you do? Yang Weiwei's mouth was tinged with a cold smile. What he hated the most was people pretending in front of him. I don't know what to do. Thinking that after defeating that waste of a man Xiao Jijuan, you have the qualifications to be necessarily rampant in front of this youngster. Today, this youngster will let you know that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens. Lin Beichen's eyes were grim. As the number 1 genius of Cold Spirit City, he didn't expect Yang Weiwei to dare to speak to him in such a tone. That's how your brother pretended to be in the beginning. But in the end, he was beaten into a dead dog by my old man. Yang Weiwei smiled disdainfully, his tone full of mockery. Seek death. Lin Beichen was burning with rage, only to see him violently blast out a palm. The biting palm force, carrying a cold killing intent, instantly swept towards Yang Wei. Stop! Yang Wei shouted, while his body flickered and agilely avoided to the side. What? You just remembered to beg for mercy now? Isn't it too late? Lin Beichen's tone carried a hint of mockery, his face filled with contempt. City Lord Cold hasn't even said to start. You're violating the rules. Do you know that? With your kind of behavior, the organizer can deprive you of your qualification for the examination. Yang Weiwei righteously snapped. This. Lin Beichen turned his head to look at City Lord Cold Heavenly Spirit. Begin. Cold Heavenly Spirit's face was gloomy as he said in a deep voice. Whoosh. Slap. As soon as Cold Heavenly Spirit's words left his mouth, Yang Wei transformed into a residual shadow and instantly slapped Lin Beichen's face in a swift manner. Ah! Lin Beichen let out a miserable shriek as his entire body was jerked away, smashing heavily under the ring and fainting on the spot. Lin family master, don't get excited. Your son only has some external injuries. Yang Weiwei hemmed and hawed with a smug look on his face. Humph! Lin Yaoyang snorted coldly. At this moment he was furious. This kid even took the opportunity to sneak attack his son. As for Lin Beichen, his son who had the best hope of entering the Tianyuan Palace, now that he had been knocked unconscious, he basically couldn't make it to the stage for the rest of this second round of examinations. Next match, Han Ruoxue vs Lin Beiyang. Cold Heavenly Spirit opened his mouth. Sister Ruoxue, you'd better admit defeat. You can't possibly be my opponent. Lin Beiyang said with a smile on his face. Although he liked Cold Ruoxue, for the sake of the Heavenly Yuan Palace's examination quota, women were less important. After all, as long as one entered the Heavenly Yuan Palace, it meant that the fish jumped the Dragon Gate, and their future was unlimited. That may or may not be possible. The corners of Han Ruoxue's mouth carried a smirk, and her pair of beautiful eyes radiated a glow of confidence. Begin. Cold Heavenly Spirit spoke. As soon as Han Tianling's words fell, Han Ruoxue and Lin Beiyang instantly fought together. Both of them were at the first level of the Mingxian realm, but Lin Beiyang had entered the Mingxian realm several months earlier than Han Ruoxue. However, Lin Beiyang was obviously merciful. He didn't want to hurt the woman he liked, and Cold Ruoxue attacked with no mercy at all. The two of them went back and forth, attacking dozens of rounds one after another, with no one taking advantage. Gradually, Lin Beiyang also lost his patience, so he used his best killer technique, preparing to take down Han Ruoxue in one fell swoop, only to see Lin Beiyang's sword tracing an arc, stabbing swiftly towards Han Ruoxue. At that moment, Han Ruoxue dodged, and without hesitation, the battle sword in her hand greeted her opponent. Just when their battle swords were about to touch each other, Han Ruoxue's sword suddenly changed its momentum, cutting through a white light and picking at Lin Beiyang's wrist. Instantly, the battle sword in Lin Beiyang's hand was picked off the ground, at which point Han Ruoxue kicked him in the chest again, sending him straight off the ring. "You actually broke my surprising sword technique." Lin Beiyang revealed an unbelievable expression, his eyes widening. "This stunning sword technique of yours has long been studied by this young lady." There was disdain in Han Ruoxue's eyes. During this period of time, Lin Beiyang had been pursuing Han Ruoxue, and the two of them were sparring together when they had nothing else to do. For Han Ruoxue, Lin Beiyang didn't have any reservations. In order to pretend in front of Han Ruoxue, he had used the surprising sword technique in front of Han Ruoxue many times. At that time, Lin Beiyang was very much enjoying the adoring eyes of Han Ruoxue. Only what he hadn't expected was that Han Ruoxue had been studying the breaks in his sword technique. Chapter 12, Before we go. At this moment, Lin Yaoyang's face was incredibly blue. The anger in his heart was burning. He couldn't wait to immediately rush forward and slap this extremely stupid son of his. He never thought that his own son would be so stupid that he would be spermatized and show mercy to Han Ruoxue at this vital and critical moment. Originally, as long as Lin Beiyang was able to defeat Cold Ruoxue, he would have succeeded in entering the top 2, thus possessing a valuable opportunity to travel to Tianyuan Palace to participate in the examination. Because Xiao Jijuan had already been killed by Yang Weiwei, and Lin Beichen had been knocked out by Yang Weiwei, only 3 of the 5 contestants were now left. Now that Han Ruoxue had defeated Lin Beiyang again, so the top 2 had already been determined without a doubt, and that was Yang Weiwei and Han Ruoxue. Next match, Lin Beiyang vs Yang Weiwei. Cold Heavenly Spirit spoke. "I concede." Lin Beiyang did not hesitate and directly chose to admit defeat. He knew that he was by no means Yang Weiwei's opponent, and going up again would be nothing more than making a fool of himself, without any meaning. The last match, Yang Weiwei vs Cold Ruoxue. Cold Heavenly Spirit said in a loud voice. Upon hearing his name, Yang Weiwei's figure flashed and leapt up, jumping onto the ring with an athletic stance, and Han Ruoxue likewise moved lightly with lotus steps, elegantly walking up to the ring. Originally she wanted to directly concede defeat, but considering that this was the test for the Heavenly Yuan Palace selection, if she just directly conceded defeat like this, in case in the end the Heavenly Yuan Palace emissary didn't accept her because of this, then it would be a big loss. "Yang Wei, we're just sparring. You won't lay a heavy hand on people." Han Ruoxue's voice was delicate and gentle, just like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. Previously, Yang Weijun had killed Xiao Jijuan in 2 rounds, and had smacked Cold Spirit City's recognized #1 genius, Lin Beichen, with a single slap, and Cold Ruoxue was still a little afraid that Yang Weijun would lay a heavy hand on her without mercy. "Then if you return the money I spent on you before, I'll consider a lighter hand." Yang Weiwei had a smirk on his face as he slowly said, "Are you still a man? A little bit of money is being catty here." Han Ruoxue said without a good breath, her pretty face filled with anger. She really didn't expect that the current Yang Weiwei had become so stingy. Not only did he forcefully snatch her spirit show sword back, but now he actually wanted her to pay back the money. "Whether I'm a man or not, you can try in my house tonight." The corners of Yang Wei's mouth rose with a wicked smile. "Stinking hooligans." Han Ruoxue's eyes widened in anger, and with a furious rebuke, she swung her jade palm and slashed towards Yang Weiwei. In the face of Cold Ruoxue's attack, Yang Weiwei's left hand was behind his back, calmly and easily blocked Cold Ruoxue's attack with only one right hand. Of course, Yang Weiwei couldn't really lay a heavy hand on Han Ruoxue. After all, the two families had been friends for many years, and he and Han Ruoxue had still grown up together and had a deep bond with each other. For the record, Cold Ruoxue is just a soy sauce character. There is no licking dog. Dozens of moves passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Cold Ruoxue's figure stepped back and rebuked in a delicate voice. "Yang Wei, you won, but there will be a day when I will definitely win it back." In response to Cold Ruoxue's words, Yang Wei just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Right at this moment, Ling Yin Yun on the bleachers stood up, her delicate voice lingering, as melodious as immortal music, saying, "The two of you prepare yourselves well, and tomorrow you will follow us to the Tian Yuan Palace. As soon as Ling Yenyun's words fell, her figure disappeared like a ghost, followed by Dongfang Jia, who also left the scene. Yang Wei returned to the direction where the Yang family was. At this moment, all the people in the Yang family were so excited that they could hardly hold themselves in excitement. If Yang Wei could join the Tian Yuan Palace, it would mean that the Yang family was about to rise to prominence, because Tian Yuan Palace was a prestigious top sect in the North Xian domain. Even if it was just an outer disciple of Tian Yuan Palace, it was not something that an ordinary small city lord could easily mess with. The one with the darkest face at this moment undoubtedly had to be Lin Yaoyang. Originally, one of his two sons would definitely be able to obtain a chance to take the Heavenly Yuan Palace examination. Who knew that the eldest son was actually smacked unconscious by Yang Weiwei, while the youngest son was so spermatic that he was defeated by Han Ruoxue? Just thinking about this, Lin Yaoyang was so angry that he was on fire, as if there was a huge stone blocked in his chest. Ha ha, brother Dao Lin, you're hiding really deep. Such an astonishing talent of my wee virtuous nephew has been hidden by you without a drop of water. Right at this moment, cold heavenly spirit brought cold Ruoxue over with a warm smile on his face. Yang Daolin coughed lightly and laughed. Ahem, brother Tian Ling, niece Ruoxue's talent isn't bad either. Wee virtuous nephew uncle has an unkind request. With a hint of embarrassment on his face, cold heavenly spirit slowly said, Uncle Cold, please speak. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth. For cold heavenly spirit, he had always harbored a deep respect. Now that you and Ruoxue have both passed the Heavenly Yuan Palace's selection test, with your talent, your future accomplishments are bound to be unlimited. If you both end up succeeding in entering the Heavenly Yuan Palace, Uncle hopes that you can help take care of Ruoxue. Cold heavenly spirit's gaze was sincere as he spoke. Uncle Cold, don't worry, we are also considered to have grown up together. If something happens to her, as long as I can help, I will try my best to help. Yang Weiwei solemnly promised. Ha ha, with your words, Uncle is relieved. Cold heavenly spirit laughed cheerfully. Cold Ruoxue didn't say anything, she just secretly glanced at Yang Wei. At this moment she felt that Yang Wei had a very heavy heart. After all, the previous Yang Weiwei was idle and did nothing all day long, and his cultivation level was pitifully low. Now he had unexpectedly transformed into the #1 genius of Cold Sun City. This asshole is also too capable of pretending. With such a strong strength, he even pretended to be a dude for so many years, Han Ruoxue secretly said in her heart. Yang Daolin then chatted with cold heavenly spirit for a few more moments before the crowd left the scene. The group returned to the Yang family, the family master's residence. Shen when you go out, you must try to keep a low profile. You must use your brain in everything you do. You must not fight head-on with people without certainty. And if you encounter an unavoidable fight, either you don't make a move, or if you make a move, you mustn't leave yourself with any hidden dangers. Yang Daolin reminded in a serious tone. Don't worry, father. In this world, only I can shade others. No one can shade me. When I become an inner disciple of the Tian Yuan Palace, I will come back to see you. Yang Weiwei spoke confidently. Okay, you go back and get some rest. For his son who was about to leave, a ripple of reluctance appeared in Yang Daolin's eyes, but it was quickly and skillfully hidden by him. After all, his son had grown up and it was time for him to go out and make his mark. Returning to his own place, Yang Weiwei fell into deep contemplation. About to leave the Yang family, his heart had some reluctance. After all, this was the place where he had lived since he was a child. Although Yang Wei was crossing over, his soul, which had already fused with the previous Yang Wei, could be said to be indistinguishable. The following morning, it was just slightly light. Yang Weiwei got up early and carefully washed himself, accompanied by Yang Daolin and the Yang family members. Yang Weiwei once again arrived at the center square of Cold Sun City. Today, he was wearing a white gorgeous brocade coat, which was embroidered with exquisite patterns that shimmered in the sunlight. His deep eyes were as bright as stars, and his clear face carried a touch of handsomeness, handsome with a hint of perseverance. Ha ha, brother Daolin is here, Cold Heavenly Spirit said with a big smile when he saw the Yang family's crowd. When the Yang family's crowd arrived at the central square of Cold Spirit City, the Cold family's crowd had long since arrived. Today, the Cold family had similarly raised their clan to see off Cold Ruoxue. Brother Tian Ling, you've come quite early, Yang Daolin said with a smile. Right at this moment, a huge Xian boat appeared in the distant sky, and that Xian boat emitted a mysterious light around it, and in the blink of an eye, it stopped at the center square. One could only see Ling Yenyun wearing a snow veil, making it impossible to see her face. and she slowly walked out wearing a tight-fitting tunic that outlined her delicate figure. "You guys come on up. It's time to set off." Ling Yanyun's voice was clear and cold, like a clear spring in the mountains, causing one to feel a slight coolness. The two of them, Yang Weiwei and Han Ruoxue, each made a fond farewell to their clansmen before boarding the Xian boat. Chapter 13, Heavenly Yuan Palace Examination. This was an incomparably huge Xian boat, and the interior space was decorated in an extremely luxurious atmosphere. Compared to the airplanes in his previous life, the Xian boat's interior space was more spacious and vast, and its speed was even faster. For this never-before-seen big guy, Yang Weiwei's heart was filled with curiosity. The Xian boat's flight power originated from spirit stones, and as long as there was a sufficient amount of spirit stones in reserve, it would be able to fly continuously without stopping. After Yang Weiwei and Han Ruoxue boarded the Xian boat, they found a quiet and windowed corner and sat down side by side. It didn't take long for the Xian boat to start with a bang. Yang Wei looked through the window at the endless vastness of the earth below, and a feeling of grandeur steeply rose in his heart. This world was full of too many unknown mysteries waiting for him to explore and discover. "Yang Wei, you're hiding too deeply. You obviously possess such a powerful strength, but you've been disguised as a mongrel dude." The Han Ruoxue beside him skimmed her mouth and said in an unfavorable manner, "Ahem, I was being low-key, you know?" Yang Weiqiao coughed lightly and said with a fake serious look. He couldn't tell cold Ruoxue that he had traveled across the world. "So you used to like me so much. Was it real or was it a disguise?" Han Ruoxue blinked those bright eyes and stared earnestly at Yang Weiwei as she asked. "It's all camouflage. It's not real." Yang Wei smiled helplessly. Although Han Ruoxue looked as beautiful as a heavenly goddess and was a beauty, she really wasn't the type he was attracted to. "I don't believe it. Back then, in order to give me the spirit show sword, you even stole more than 100,000 gold coins from Uncle Yang, and were hung by Uncle Yang for a whole day." Han Ruoxue pouted, her pretty face filled with disbelief. Yang Wei laughed and did not reply back. This kind of thing he really did not want to continue to dwell on it. Right at this moment, the Xian boat slowly stopped, followed by a few more teenagers walking up in turn, flying and stopping along the way. Hundreds more teenagers came up one after another in the neighboring cities. These new teenagers who came up, all high and proud, were all talented teenagers from several nearby cities, and their cultivation levels were all above the first level of the Ming Xian realm. Under Dongfang Jie's stern warning, everyone on the way was silenced and very quiet. No one dared to raise their voices. A few days passed in a hurry. On this day, the Xian boat slowly entered a mysterious and unpredictable mountain range. It didn't take long for the Xian boat to come to a steady stop in front of an imposing mountain gate with a hint of ancient vicissitudes. The scenery here was picturesque and breathtakingly beautiful, with peaks stacked on top of each other, and the aura was rich and lush, definitely calling it a heaven on earth. This was where the mountain gate of the Heavenly Yuan Palace was located. At this time, in the Tian Yuan Palace's Mountain Gate Square, there were dozens of Xian boats parked, and from among these Xian boats, tens of thousands of young boys and girls came down one after another. These teenagers were all teenage prides from the major cities of the northern Xian domain. "All of you wait here quietly. Later on, an outer sect elder will come to preside over the examination," Ling Yanyun softly instructed. Then with a lithe posture, she floated away. Tian Yuan Palace was located in the midst of rolling mountains, consisting of countless peaks staggered together, where clouds were lingering, mountains were stacked and undulating, and the spiritual qi was extremely abundant, with pleasant scenery, as if it were a heavenly realm on earth. The Tian Yuan Palace, which could occupy such a huge mountain range and establish deep roots here, widely recruiting disciples from all over the world, possessed a deep heritage that was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. At this time, the Tian Yuan Palace's Mountain Gate Square has been a sea of people. The crowd is densely packed. Yang Wei roughly estimated that there are at least tens of thousands of people. These tens of thousands of people were young talents from thousands of cities in the southern state. As a super powerful force, the Heavenly Yuan Palace would attract countless young talents to participate in the examination every time it was the day it recruited new disciples. Of course, the Heavenly Yuan Palace's conditions for accepting disciples were still extremely harsh. First of all, you must be under the age of 18 and have a martial arts talent of at least the 4th grade. The next step is to pass the rigorous examination of the assessment tower. Soon Yang Wei was successfully enrolled at the registration desk, and the next step was to queue up to test his age and talent. The Heavenly Yuan Palace had a marvelous and incomparable heavenly measuring stone, and as long as one gently pressed one's hand on it and inputted Xian force, one could measure one's age, as well as one's talent level, extremely accurately. As the tests began, most of the people were qualified, but of course there was a small percentage that failed, either because they were over the age limit or their talent was not up to par, and those who qualified entered the second round of the area. Waiting for the next test in the heavy pressure tower, Chen Baichuan, 15 years old, talent 5th grade, strength Mingxian realm 1st level, Zhang Wuji, 19 years old, failed, Han Ruoxue, 15 years old, talent 5th grade, strength Mingxian realm 1st layer. The test had been going on continuously until mid-afternoon, and at this moment, it was finally Yang Weiwei's turn. Looking at the heavenly test stone in front of him, Yang Weiwei carefully and tentatively input a trace of Xianli into the heavenly measuring stone, and at once the heavenly measuring stone lit up with a faint light. Many of the surrounding onlookers immediately let out a burst of wanton ridicule. A first-grade talent has the nerve to come to the heavenly Yuan Palace. It's better to hurry home and farm. Yang Weiwei ignored the ridicule of the crowd and inputted some more Xianli into the heavenly measuring stone. All of a sudden the heavenly test stone lit up again for the second, third, the 8th channel. When the sky measuring stone lit up with 8 rays of light, Yang Weiwei hastily withdrew his Xianli. The 8th grade talent was already striking enough. He didn't want to show too much of a high profile. Yang Weiwei, age 15, strength Mingxian realm 1st level, talent 8th grade. Hiss. The surrounding people who had originally laughed at Yang Weiwei. At this moment, each one of them widened their eyes, revealing looks of shock and envy. An 8th grade talent was definitely a rare existence that was picked out of 10,000. And theoretically speaking, the higher the talent, the higher the achievements that could be achieved in the future. Of course, the cultivation world never lacked talented geniuses, because talent that didn't really grow was not worth mentioning at all. After all, in the cultivation world, the mortality rate was extremely high, and out of 1,000 geniuses, it would be very good to have one who eventually became a genius. Regarding Yang Weiwei's talent, Tian Yuan Palace still attached considerable importance to it, and it was emphatically registered by the deacon on the spot. The first round of age and talent tests was quickly declared over, with over 20,000 people participating in the tests and only 10,000 passing. The first round has ended. Everyone take a good rest in place. The second round of Heavenly Peak Ascension will begin tomorrow morning. A Tian Yuan Palace elder spoke with a loud voice. The Heavenly Peak, a mountain used to test willpower. Only the first 2,000 people who managed to climb to the top of the peak were qualified to join the Heavenly Yuan Palace. Yang Wei found a clean place and sat on his knees. After a day of observation and understanding, he also had a preliminary knowledge and understanding of the Tian Yuan Palace. The number of Heavenly Yuan Palace disciples was as many as 100,000, of which there were 5,000 core disciples, 20,000 inner disciples, and the rest were all outer disciples. Of course, the disciples with the most honorable status in Tian Yuan Palace belonged to the 4 holy sons, and it was rumored that the power of the holy sons was even greater than that of many elders. New disciples were usually outer disciples, and outer disciples belonged to the lowest level of existence in the Tian Yuan Palace, needing to complete certain tasks every month in order to receive contribution value. In Tian Yuan Palace, the common currency was contribution value in spirit stones, which could be used to aid in cultivation, while contribution value could be used to exchange for techniques and martial arts, as well as all kinds of precious resources and herbs. Every month, an outer disciple needed to complete at least one task in order to receive a spirit stone as a reward. The treatment of the inner disciples is obviously much higher, and their status in the sect is also much higher. Not only can they be allocated a separate courtyard, but there are also a lot of spirit stones rewarded every month. The night passed by in a flash, and early the next morning, all the young men who had passed the first round, one by one, stood at the Mountain Gate Plaza in high spirits, glowing with energy, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Heavenly Origin Palace's elders. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing the robes of an outer gate elder of the Tian Yuan Palace slowly walked out. Chapter 14, A Beautiful Girl. The second round of the test will now begin. That mountain peak on the left is our heavenly peak of the Tian Yuan Palace. Now all of you will start to climb the heavenly peak. The first 2,000 people to reach the top of the peak will become the outer disciples of the Tian Yuan Palace, while the others will be eliminated from the game. Now begin. The middle-aged elder said aloud with a loud voice. With the middle-aged elder's words, the more than 10,000 teenagers who participated in the examination on the scene, one by one, were excited and full of anticipation as they scrambled towards the heavenly peak. One must know that there were more than 10,000 people here, and the quota was only a mere 2,000. Thus, Everyone rushed towards the heavenly peak as if they were mad, all hoping with all their hearts that they would be one of the first 2,000 to rush up to the peak. Just then, one by one, all of the people who had first started to climb instantly slumped to the ground. It was only because of an invisible pressure that suddenly enveloped everyone without warning, making it difficult to move an inch. Yang Wei can see after careful observation. This heavenly peak arranged a huge scale of pressure array. It can be everyone's cultivation, all suppressed in the same realm, and finally whoever's willpower is more determined, who will be able to climb faster. The moment Yang Weiwei stepped into the heavenly peak, he immediately felt as if his body was being pressed with a 1,000-pound boulder, and if he hadn't been prepared beforehand, he probably would have been instantly crushed to the ground. The heavenly peak towered over the clouds, and that pressure would increase the higher you climbed. It is absolutely impossible for someone who is not strong-willed enough to climb it. Fortunately, Yang Wei's physical body strength was quite good. Moreover, his willpower was far beyond normal, so compared to the others, he was obviously much more relaxed. The heavenly peak was extremely huge. Even if tens of thousands of people climbed it at the same time, it would not be affected in the slightest. At this time, the teenagers and young girls who climbed the heavenly peak, one by one, summoned up all their strength and exerted all their strength, struggling hard to climb towards the peak. Even though they were already drenched in sweat, none of them chose to give up. After some acclimatization, Yang Wei gradually increased his speed. As his speed increased, one by one, his opponents were left far behind him, and soon he rushed into second place. Holy, this chick is too fast, Yang Wei secretly said in surprise in his heart, a hint of amazement in his eyes, because the one in front of him in the row was actually a stunningly beautiful young girl with a cute look and huge breasts of a child's face. The speed of this cute girl was incredibly fast, and even with Yang Weiwei's speed, it was hard to catch up for a while. These two little dolls have good talent. At the same time, at the top of the heavenly peak, several outer sect elders, one by one, also revealed expressions of astonishment. The main reason was that the speed of Yang Weiwei and that cute young girl was just too fast, and had already left the others far behind. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and under Yang Weiwei's persistent efforts, he finally caught up with the cute girl and went side by side with her. Asterisk 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 asterisk, so big and still going so fast? Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei unintentionally swept a glance at the young girl's chest. Of course, this was just a man's normal reaction. It didn't mean that he was so horny, because the other party there was just too eye-catching, and out of his nature, he just couldn't help but glance at it more. What are you looking at, you rascal? Haven't you ever seen one this big? Why don't you go back and look at your mother? The cute young girl's voice chirped out, her pretty pink face looking even cuter because of her anger. Ahem. Yang Wei coughed lightly, and was speechless with dislike for a while. However, he didn't continue to peek at people, although it looked eye-pleasing. It was really embarrassing to be caught in the act. Yang Weiwei quickly increased his speed and continued to climb towards the top, gradually overtaking the cute girl. What kind of freak is this kid? He's even faster than this young lady? The young girl muttered secretly in her heart and hurriedly raised her speed, catching up with Yang Weiwei once again. Hey, brat, why are you so fast? The plump girl asked with curiosity. You're not slow either. Yang Weiwei glanced back at the plump girl. Stinking rascal, you still look. Believe it or not, this young lady gouges out your eyes? The young girl exasperatedly said, her expression looking adorable. I really didn't do it on purpose. Who let you grow so big? I just unintentionally glanced at it. Yang Wei hurriedly explained. After all, he really didn't mean it. Humph. Then why are you so fast? The cute young girl continued to pursue. Then why are you so big? Yang Weiwei teased half-jokingly. Stinking rascal, how dare you molest this young lady? The young girl chirped, then slapped her palm out. The powerful palm force carried an invisible wave of air and swept towards Yang Wei. Little tigress, quite hot-tempered, saying that you're going to do something. Yang Weiwei smiled bashfully and hurriedly performed his stance to nimbly avoid it, while also blasting out a palm towards the other party. In the blink of an eye, a dozen moves passed. The more Yang Weiwei fought, the more he was shocked. What kind of freak is this tigress? Surprisingly, her strength is so terrifying? Regarding his fighting strength, Yang Wei was still very confident. Among the same realm, he didn't feel that he was inferior to anyone. I didn't expect that this young girl I encountered today would be a bit unable to suppress the other party when she was in the same realm. How is this smelly rascal so strong? The lovely young girl's heart was equally shocked. From birth until now, she had never lost in the same realm, not thinking that in this small Tianyuan palace, There was actually someone who could compete with herself in the same realm. No, this tigress is too strong. If we continue to fight, even if I can win, it will probably be a miserable victory. Thinking of this, Yang Weiwei's figure flickered, avoiding the other party's blasted palm, then quickly climbed towards the peak. Stinking rascal, don't run if you have the guts. Today this young lady will castrate you, the young girl chided, then quickly chased after her. Crap, why is this chick like a bucket of dynamite? I didn't do anything to her. Yang Weiwei had a helpless face. He didn't want to waste his time here. After all, he was still being assessed. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and after 5 hours of strenuous climbing, Yang Weiwei and the lovely young girl successively climbed to the top of the heavenly peak. Congratulations on becoming outer disciples of the heavenly origin palace. Outer sect elder Wang Xianfeng nodded his head in satisfaction. He was still very satisfied with the two young men in front of him. Yang Weiwei and that young girl successively made their registrations and received their outer disciple identity tokens. At this time, Yang Wei also finally knew the name of the young girl, Feng Shueching. Stinking rascal, don't give this young lady a chance to catch you, or I'll have to castrate you. Feng Shueching glared at Yang Weiwei with a milky ferocity, her stunningly beautiful eyes transmitting a hint of ferocity. This time, Yang Weiwei wisely didn't say anything back. He didn't want to piss off this tigress. About a few more hours passed, at which point, one after another, people climbed up to the peak. In the end, the first 2,000 young boys and girls succeeded in the examination and all got the outer door identity token. Yang Wei looked around. Among the 2,000 people, he didn't find the figure of cold Ruoxue. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze to the elimination crowd, and eventually found a lost-looking Han Ruoxue among that group of eliminated people. Yang Weiwei withdrew his own gaze. Since cold Ruoxue had already been eliminated, they wouldn't cross paths in the future. And for those who were eliminated from the game, the Heavenly Yuan Palace would also send them back to their original cities. At this time, outer sect elder Wang Xianfeng walked over and said, now all the new disciples have received their respective identity tokens, but this seat has a few things to remind everyone. First, the identity token is a symbol of your identity in the Heavenly Yuan Palace, and may not be lent to others at will. Secondly, besides recording your identity information on the identity token, at the same time it is also a record of your contribution value in the Heavenly Yuan Palace. Thirdly, you are all new disciples, so you can all take a look at this Tian Yuan manual, which contains the palace rules, as well as all sorts of information about the sect. After some understanding, Yang Wei learned that in order to obtain techniques, pills, and cultivation resources in Tian Yuan Palace, they all needed contribution values to exchange. And the source of contribution value was to do missions. After all, the sect was not a charity organization. To feed so many disciples, it definitely needed disciples to do missions and contribute to the sect. Outer disciples didn't have a master, and Tian Yuan Palace had an elder teaching everyone to cultivate in the outer gate square every day. As for new disciples, they can only receive some basic techniques and martial arts. As for more advanced techniques and martial arts, they need to do their own tasks in exchange. Under the deacon's arrangement, all the new disciples were assigned to their respective residences, which were all very small, just a tiny room for the new disciples. Chapter 15, Beat Up Chen Ming. Taking the dormitory sign, Yang Weiwei searched all the way and finally found his place. It was a narrow room only 10 square meters in size, with almost no other objects in it except for a lone bed. Boom! Right at this moment, the door to Yang Wei's room was violently kicked open with a heavy kick. Immediately afterward, a burly, fierce-looking teenager, brandishing a wolf-toothed stick, strutted in with an incomparably arrogant stride. Behind him, there were also a dozen or so juniors following closely behind him, and the cultivation levels of these people were roughly around the 3rd or 4th level of the Mingxian realm. Kid, obediently hand over the new disciple gift bag. In the future, in this area, you'll have me to cover you. The burly teenager's tone was extremely arrogant, and his demeanor was such that he didn't put Yang Weiwei in his eyes at all. As if in his eyes, Yang Weiwei was nothing more than a mole cricket that he could pinch at will. Get out! A cold light appeared in Yang Weiwei's eyes, and a cold and bone-chilling killing aura instantly emanated from his body. When he was out and about, he always adhered to the principle of not taking the initiative to cause trouble, but if someone dared to take the initiative to mess with his head, then he would definitely not be merciful. Kid, you are very arrogant. It seems that if I don't give you a bit of a hard look, you are simply not aware of how many eyes the Horse King actually has. The burly teenager was holding a wolf toothstick, and without any further ado, He directly swung the stick towards Yang Weiwei ruthlessly. Q. Looking for death. A cold light flashed in Yang Weiwei's eyes. His body instantly sprang out like a ghost, flew up and kicked the burly teenager's chest heavily. Boom! Ah! 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 The burly teenager, who was powerless to defend himself, was directly sent flying backwards by Yang Weiwei's kick, and his body was like a kite with broken strings, smashing heavily on the ground with a dull sound. Bang! 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 Mother ********. I can't smoke you. At this time, Yang Wei did not have the slightest intention of stopping, but quickly rushed over with lightning speed, snatched the wolf-tooth stick in the hands of the other party, and then swung it madly as if he was crazy. Ah! 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 This time, the miserable screams of the burly teenager rose and fell. At this time, those juniors he brought over finally reacted as if they were waking up from a dream. All of them were furious, waving the sticks in their hands, and rushing towards Yang Wei aggressively. Yang Wei's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. Without any fear, swinging his wolf-tooth stick, without hesitation, he directly rushed into the crowd, and then there was a burst of blistering and crazy output. Bang! 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 Ah! 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 In less than a moment, the dozen or so juniors were all swung over by the wolf-tooth rod in Yang Weiwei's hand, groaning in pain. Is this guy still human? A new disciple. He was able to a group of old disciples to the ground so crisply. I know him. I took the test with him. At this time, at the entrance of Yang Weiwei's dormitory, there were quite a number of watching outer disciples gathered around, each of them with their jaws agape and an expression of extreme shock in their eyes. Hand over all the spirit stones to me, or else I'll break your dog's legs. Yang Weiwei's eyes were stern, and his tone contained a hint of ferocity that made people shudder. Kid, don't go too far. Do you know who covers our mighty tiger society? Although the burly teenager was beaten up, he was still colorful and didn't forget to threaten Yang Weiwei. Bang! 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 Still dare to pretend to be a pussy here. Yang Weiwei swung his wolf-tooth stick and gave another stormy wild whip, directly smacking the burly teenager's face into a pig's head. Stop! I'll give it to you. The burly teenager's face was fearful. At this moment, his heart was truly filled with fear, and he hurriedly pulled out a few spirit stones from within his storage bag. Bring it to you. A few spirit stones and you want to get rid of me? Yang Weiwei roughly yanked the storage bag over with one hand. And you, one by one, all of you hand over your storage bags to me, or else I'll break your dog's legs. Yang Weiwei swung his wolf-tooth stick, his tone arrogant to the extreme, that appearance, as if a beast that would rise up at any time to hurt people. Under his strong pressure, soon, the dozen or so junior brothers all handed over their storage bags one by one with trepidation. Yang Weiwei scavenged all the spirit stones inside and then threw the empty storage bag back to them. The outer sect disciples gathered at the scene were all dumbfounded as they looked at this new disciple. This new disciple is too crazy, isn't he? Brat! You wait for me. The burly teenager put down a sentence filled with hateful and vicious words, and then he fled with a roll. In the heavenly Yuan Palace, as long as there were no casualties in a fight between disciples, the higher-ups would basically not intervene. The great wave of sand. The survival of the fittest. The outer sect was like a small Jianghu. Only the most outstanding disciples could tenaciously survive. Returning to the dormitory, Yang Wei carefully counted the spirit stones he had just grabbed, and surprisingly, there were more than 200 of them. Is this the legendary spirit stone? Although Yang Weiwei had obtained Ling Jiechun's memories, it was still the first time he himself had seen a real spirit stone with his own eyes. Feeling the rich spiritual qi contained inside the spirit stone, Yang Weiwei had an excited look on his face and couldn't wait to start refining it. He was seen sitting on his knees, sinking his mind and placing all the spirit stones neatly in front of him. He urged the Haoqian technique with all his might and began to refine the spirit stones in his hands in a steady stream, then used his Xian force to carefully and cautiously flush the veins in his body. A few more hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Yang Wei had already come to the critical moment of breakthrough. Then he clenched his teeth and tried his best. Then a steady stream of spiritual qi, like a tidal wave, was sucked into his body. As the spirit stones were refined and absorbed by him one by one, soon Yang Weiwei touched the threshold of the second level of the Ming Xian realm. Boom! 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 The second level of the Ming Xian realm. Finally, Yang Weiwei managed to break through to the second level of the Ming Xian realm, and looking at the consumed spirit stones in his hands, Yang Weiwei's heart ached for a while. Normally, 200 or so spirit stones would not be enough for him to break through a small realm, It was mainly because his cultivation had already reached the peak of the first layer of the Ming-Xian realm during this half-month period, coupled with the assistance of these 200 or so spirit stones, that he was able to make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. He then went back to his memories and found a martial art of cultivating foreign fire. The main reason why he chose to cultivate foreign fire was so that alchemy could be more convenient in the future. Early the next morning, Yang Weiwei left his residence and walked all the way towards the direction of the mission hall. In this world, if you want to rise quickly, you absolutely can't do without the support of huge resources. And in order to get rich resources, then you have to go on a quest. Just when Yang Weiwei walked out not much farther, a group of people walked up to him. One of them was the burly teenager who was violently beaten up by Yang Weiwei yesterday. Without saying a word, this group of people directly surrounded Yang Weiwei in the center. And at the head of the group was a young man wearing a white brocade coat with an extraordinary temperament. Some passing outer disciples saw this and chose to go around, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire, which would be too unprofitable. "Kid, are you the one who beat up one of my young man's men?" The brocade-clothed young man was arrogant, his eyes full of disdain, and he did not place Yang Weiwei in his eyes at all. "So what if I did the hitting?" Yang Weiwei looked up and down at the white brocade-clothed teenager. This person's breath was steady and introverted. His eyes were as stern as swords. His strength should be at the 7th level of the Ming-Xian realm. Regarding his own strength, Yang Wei still had a clear perception in his heart. If he was up against someone at the 6th level of the Ming-Xian realm, he might still be able to barely fight it off. But if he was up against someone at the 7th level of the Ming-Xian realm, then he would surely be defeated. Not to mention that the other party had a group of helpers. Kneel down, hand over the spirit stone, and slap yourself 100 times, and this matter will be. So, the white brocade-clothed teenager hadn't finished his words. Boom! Yang Weiwei's figure rushed over as if it was lightning, instantly blasting his fist fiercely onto the white brocade-clothed teenager's face. "Little bastard! You seek death! How dare you!" Bang! 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 Asterisk 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 Q. "I'll let you fill the cup." Yang early morning were still cared so much, quickly took out the wolf toothstick as a stormy wild whip. Yang Weiwei knew in his heart that this white brocade-clothed teenager was the strongest, and he had to take him down first before he had so much as a chance of winning. "Little bastard! You seek death!" At this time, the white brocade-clothed teenager's minions, too, finally reacted, and one by one, they waved their sticks and ferociously smashed them towards Yang Weiwei. Being surrounded by a group of people at the 5th and 6th levels of the Ming-Xian realm, where would Yang Weiwei be an opponent? And in a moment, his body was also swatted with several sticks. He didn't care about the injuries, though, and as soon as he caught one, he smoked them to death. Soon, there were several people on the scene, who were fainted to death by Yang Weiwei's whip. Of course Yang Weiwei himself wasn't much better. His body was hit by sticks in many places, and he was bruised and battered. Under Yang Weiwei's life-threatening crazy fighting style, those who surrounded him no longer dared to rush forward to attack. After all, no one wanted to be the next unlucky person to be knocked to the ground. Mother asterisk 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 heirs. I'll waste you all sooner or later. Yang Weiwei cursed angrily, then took advantage of the gap in the crowd's hesitation to take the opportunity to scurry out of the encirclement, and disappeared into the bustling crowd in no time. "Little bastard! You're dead! How dare you sneak attack this young man?" It was then that the white brocade-clothed teenager slowly climbed up from the ground. His originally handsome cheeks had been punched into a pig's head at this point. "Senior brother Chen Ming, are you alright?" At that moment, the burly teenager cautiously approached. Snap, snap, snap. "Rubbish, now you tell this young man, are you alright?" Chen Ming was enraged and slapped the burly teenager a dozen times in a row. At this time, he was angry, and the burly teenager, who had no idea what to do, ran to ask him if he was alright. It would be strange if he didn't get angry. Chapter 16, Ungratefulness. Tian Yuan Palace. Inside the outer sect mission hall, Yang Weiwei walked straight to the taskbar and took 7 or 8 task sheets in one breath, among which there were tasks of hunting second-order demonic beasts, tasks of searching for medicinal herbs, and some tasks of hunting for demon pills. The Heavenly Yuan Palace was located in the northern wasteland mountain range. After Yang Weiwei left the Heavenly Yuan Palace, he hoofed it towards the northern wasteland mountain range without stopping. Along the way, as long as he came across a demonic beast that he could defeat, he would do his best to kill it, but whenever he came across a medicinal herb, he would pick it. This time, he had come out not only to fulfill his mission, but practicing was also one of his important purposes. Along the way, Yang Wei was always practicing the phantom skill, but whenever he encountered a demonic beast, he would execute the newly learned god-slaying sword technique. Since both of these techniques were top-tier existences in the divine realm, the progress of cultivation was quite sluggish. Although these two martial arts were extremely slow to cultivate, as long as they were slightly initiated, they could display a powerful advantage that far surpassed their counterparts. In an instant, 7 days passed. Under Yang Weiwei's persistent efforts, both the Phantom Shadow skill and the God-slaying sword technique had made quite remarkable progress. At this point in time, Yang Wei, as long as he performed his stance, he could instantly flash out dozens of meters away. This kind of amazing speed stance, once it was brought into play in a battle, its advantage was simply immeasurable. During this period of time, Yang Wei lived an extremely fulfilling life. During the day, he would engage in fierce killings with demonic beasts in order to sharpen himself, and at night, he would find an uninhabited cave, and then dive into the Haotian Jade for cultivation. Help! Are there any senior brothers and sisters from the Heavenly Origin Palace? On this day, Yang Weiwei was practicing in the mountain range when he suddenly heard an urgent cry for help coming from the distance, and he hurriedly ran towards the direction where the voice came from. At this moment, one could only see a beautiful girl like a flower, fleeing frantically, and behind her, closely followed by a dozen-meter-long demon-armored ground lizard. Yang Wei secretly estimated that if he didn't make a move to help, this young girl would definitely die. And this demon-armored ground lizard's demonic pills happened to be what he had been searching for so hard, because the quest he had taken on happened to have the item of obtaining the demon-armored ground lizard's demonic pills, only to see Yang Weiwei perform his body magic, instantly appearing in front of the young girl, blocking the incoming demon-armored earth lizard. As for the beautiful girl who looked like a flower, when she saw Yang Weiwei appear, she surprisingly didn't even say a word of thanks and took the opportunity to escape without a trace. This demon-armored ground lizard, nearly a dozen meters in length, was covered in hard-scaled armor, and at this moment, it was opening its bloody mouth and staring viciously at this human who had suddenly appeared. This demon-armored ground lizard is also too big. Yang Weiwei was stared at by the fierce gaze of this demon-armored earth lizard. However, he didn't choose to retreat. Although this demon-armored ground lizard was strong, but it was not completely unbeatable. Besides, he still had the advantage in body technique. It was not too late to escape again. Ho 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 ho! Seeing that this tiny human dared to provoke himself, the demon-armored ground lizard roared angrily, and his huge tail violently swept over towards Yang Wei. Rumble! Rumble! Rows and rows of trees were mercilessly swept off by the huge tail of the demon-armored ground lizard, which was like a powerful harvester, and wherever it passed through, there was a mess, and if it was swept, it would either be dead or crippled. As for Yang Weiwei, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and performed the phantom stance, combined with the God-Slayer sword technique, and slashed fiercely towards the demon-armored ground lizard. Clang! Clang! Dang! The longsword slashed at the scale armor of the demon-armored ground lizard, emitting a series of crisp clangs and clangs. The demon-armored ground lizard was covered in sturdy scale armor, and this ordinary mortal sword in Yang Weiwei's hand could hardly cause the slightest damage to it. As the battle continued, Yang Wei gradually found the weak points of the demon-armored ground lizard, which were its joints and its eyes. Under Yang Weiwei's non-stop attacks, the joints of the devil armor ground lizard's limbs and eyes were all ruined by him. The blinded demon-armored ground lizard became more and more frenzied, its tail sweeping madly in all directions. On the other hand, Yang Weiwei found a safe place to recover his Shin energy, and it wouldn't be too late to take this demon-armored ground lizard's demonic pills after its strength was exhausted. After a few more moments, Yang Wei finally recovered his Shin power and took some more time before he managed to finish off the demon-armored ground lizard. Just as he was about to collect the demonic pills of the demon-armored earth lizard. Stop! I found this demon-armored ground lizard first, and it was also me who injured it first before you had the chance to kill it, so this demon pill should belong to me. At some point, that flowery young girl appeared behind Yang Weiwei. Yang Wei frowned. He had seen shameless ones, but he had never seen such a brazen person. He didn't bother with the young girl, but instead directly took the demonic pills. Brat! Hand over the demonic pills, or else this young lady will make sure that you never get a foothold in the Heavenly Yuan Palace's outer gate. The young girl's voice was cold to the core as she said. Snap! Yang Weiwei's figure flashed, and without hesitation, he slapped him. He really couldn't bear it anymore. He saved her life. Not only did he not get the slightest bit of gratitude, but he even wanted to snatch his demonic Dan. Aha! The young girl let out a mournful scream and was jerked backwards on the spot, the right side of her face instantly swollen. Brat! You're dead. Do you know who this young lady is? The young girl slowly climbed up and looked at Yang Weiwei dead in the face with spiteful eyes. Stinking, believe it or not, I'll do you right here? Yang Weiwei's figure appeared like a ghost and choked the young girl's neck. A strong sense of suffocation instantly struck the young girl, instantly making her feel infinite fear. This kid seemed to not care about his identity at all. What a big dog's guts. How dare you hurt my Li Tianqing's sister? Only to see a figure in the distance. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of Yang Weiwei, its body emitting a chillingly terrifying aura. Feeling the creepy aura from the other party, Yang Wei blocked the young girl in front of his body while secretly being on guard. It was a youth with an athletic figure wearing the robes of an inner disciple. Brother, save me, the young girl said with a hard voice. Li Tianqing looked at Yang Weiwei with stern eyes and said, "Kid, let go of my sister or I'll exterminate your entire clan." Originally Yang Wei was already ready to let go of the young girl. Did not expect Li Tianqing suddenly appeared. At this moment he did not dare to let go of his hand. Once he let go of his hand, he would inevitably be the other side of the crazy pursuit. Aren't you going to ask why I hurt your sister? Yang Weiwei opened his mouth. There's no need to ask. If you let go of my sister now and break your own arm, I can spare your life. Li Tianqing said coldly. I saved your sister's life. She even returned the favor and tried to snatch my demonic pills. If you want to save your sister, throw your storage bag over. Yang Weiwei's right hand suddenly increased in strength while vigilantly guarding against Li Tianqing. Since you guys are not reasonable, there is no need for me to be polite to you. Cough cough cough. The young girl was pinched and instantly coughed continuously. Her face was bruised and her eyes were wide open. Stop. The storage bag is for you. If you dare to hurt my sister, no one in the Tianyuan Palace will be able to save you. Li Tianqing threatened, then removed his storage pouch and threw it towards Yang Weiwei. Now immediately back off 100 meters, and I will naturally release your sister at that time. Yang Wei said coldly. Li Tianqing's eyes stared grimly at Yang Weiwei and slowly backed up 100 meters. At this moment, he couldn't wait to immediately break Yang Weiwei into pieces. Snapped. Aha! The young girl let out a heartbreaking scream. Bitch, can't smoke you. Yang Weiwei slapped 7 or 8 times in a row, instantly turning the young girl's entire face into a pig's head. And then he instantly performed his phantom body technique and disappeared into the woods. You seek death. Li Tianqing's silhouette was like electricity as he pounced towards the place where Yang Weiwei had disappeared. Not a moment later, he returned to his original spot, as Yang Weiwei's figure had long disappeared without a trace. Brother, I must kill him. The young girl's eyes were filled with the color of resentment. Xine, don't worry. As long as he's still in Tianyuan Palace, we'll definitely be able to find him. At this moment, Li Tianqing's eyes were incomparably cold. A mere outer disciple dared to beat his Li Tianqing's sister to such an extent in front of him, and even extorted his storage bag, which was nothing short of a strange shame for him. Chapter 17, Taking Advantage of the Fire. Northern Wasteland Mountains. Inside an extremely hidden cave, Yang Weiwei summoned the Haotian Jade in his body and placed it in the soil, and then his body entered the space of the Haotian Jade. Yang Weiwei took out Li Tianqing's storage bag and poured out more than 2,000 spirit stones from it, as well as numerous precious medicinal herbs. Looking at these more than 2,000 spirit stones, Yang Weiwei's eyes flashed with excitement. With these spirit stones, he was confident that he would be able to break through to the 3rd level of the Mingxian realm, doing good deeds, but was avenged by others. Young early morning internal depression is difficult to express. However, the moment he saw these 2,000 spirit stones, that depressed mood instantly dissipated without a trace. Originally, Yang Weiwei did not intend to do anything to that young girl, only that the subsequent situation exceeded his expectations. Anyway, he had already offended the people, so he simply knocked another amount of bamboo bar. He sat down on his knees and composed himself, taking out all the spirit stones. Utilizing the Haotian technique, he began to absorb the spirit stones in his hand in a steady stream while converting the aura into Xian Qi, launching himself towards the 3rd level of the Mingxian realm. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this point in time, Yang Weiwei had already reached the critical moment of breakthrough. He then clenched his teeth and took out all the remaining spirit stones. As the spirit stones were refined and absorbed by him one by one, soon Yang Weiwei touched the threshold of the 3rd layer of the Mingxian realm. Boom, boom, boom. 3rd level of the Mingxian realm. Finally succeeding in breaking through to the 3rd level of the Mingxian realm. Looking at the more than 2,000 spirit stones in his hand being consumed, Yang Wei was heartbroken. If one were to know that Yang Weiwei had broken through from the 1st layer of the Mingxian realm to the 3rd layer of the Mingxian realm in just a few days, his jaw would definitely drop in shock. This was because under normal circumstances, the speed of a regular person refining spirit stones could never be as rapid as his. A normal Mingxian realm cultivator could only refine a maximum of 10 or so lower-grade spirit stones a day, while Yang Weiwei was able to refine spirit stones without any limitations. It was all thanks to the divine grade technique he had cultivated. Hao Yen technique. It seems like we have to find a way to earn spirit stones in order to do so. The only feasible way at the moment is to refine pills and rely on them to earn spirit stones. Yang Wei secretly pondered in his heart. Leaving the Hao Yen Jade space, Yang Wei once again appeared in the northern wasteland mountain range. At this moment, the quests he had taken on had all been completed, but he didn't intend to go back just like that, as this was undoubtedly an excellent place to try out. 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye, and during these 3 days, Yang Weiwei's Godslayer sword technique and phantom shadow technique became more and more skillful, reaching the realm of pure fire. On this day, when Yang Wei was passing through a dense forest, he heard a burst of clashing sounds of weapons coming from inside. Out of curiosity, Yang Weiwei carefully sneaked over towards the dense forest. He collected his own aura and quietly lay down in the middle of the dense bushes. Through the thick branches, only a man and a woman were engaged in a life and death struggle in the middle of the dense forest, the two of them constantly swinging their battle swords and attacking fiercely towards each other. It's Feng Shueqing. Yang Weiwei recognized the woman among them. It was Feng Shueqing who had participated in the examination with him back then. What surprised Yang Wei was that Feng Shueqing's cultivation level had already reached the 3rd level of the Mingxian realm. This cultivation talent is too amazing, isn't it? Only to see the young girl's delicate and graceful posture, her proud breast swaying ceaselessly with her movements, and the long sword in her hand constantly releasing sword chi towards her opponent. TSK. TSK. It's so damn big. Yang Weiwei watched quietly from the sidelines with interest. Just then, he unintentionally glanced at a Xianling ginseng not far away. Holy, Xianling ginseng. At this time, Yang Wei finally understood the reason. These two people were originally fighting over the Xianling ginseng. Xianling ginseng was an extremely rare heaven and earth spirit medicine, and when a Mingxian realm cultivator took it, he was able to directly raise a small realm. This Xianling ginseng, I must get my hands on it, Yang Wei said secretly in his heart. Now that his cultivation was at the Mingxian realm, if he obtained this Xianling ginseng, then his cultivation would be able to rise by another small realm. Yang Weiwei collected his body's aura. Then his figure moved quietly, constantly lurking over in the direction of the Xianling ginseng. Feng Shueqing, I am determined to obtain this Xian spirit ginseng. If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for being ruthless. An eerie chill was revealed in that youth's eyes. John Chen, with this skill you still want to compete with this lady? Who gave you the guts? It's not even if you look ugly. You still have the nerve to come out and scare people. Feng Shueqing attacked while not forgetting to taunt her opponent. Feng Shueqing, you are asking for death. Jun Chen instantly stormed out. He hated it when others mentioned his looks, but Feng Shueqing had poked at his sore spot. How could this not make him angry? Only to see the battle sword in Chen Junji's hand swinging out. The sword chi carried a flash of dazzling light, instantly slashing towards Feng Shueqing. The surrounding air, as if it was all driven to distortion by this sword. At this time, Feng Shueqing's figure flickered and quickly avoided the strike, while the long sword in her hand formed a sword formation and quickly shot towards Jun Chen. Facing Feng Shueqing's sword formation, Jun Chen couldn't help but frown, and then he hastily retreated. Although his cultivation was far higher than the other party, this sword formation of the other party made him quite fearful. As the battle continued, both sides had killed each other. But since there was not much difference in combat strength, in a short period of time, no one could defeat anyone. Just then, the two of them exchanged blows. Then each of them fell back a dozen meters away. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei's figure was like a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing next to that Xianling ginseng. Without hesitation, he plucked off the Xianling ginseng, and then his body transformed into a residual shadow and instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, Yang Weiwei was already dozens of feet away. Stinking rascal, you stop for this young lady, Feng Shueqing roared in a delicate voice, and then she also cast out her body technique and chased after Yang Weiwei. Kid, you seek death. At this time, the youth also realized that Yang Wei had picked away the Xianling ginseng, and was instantly furious. Yang Weiwei ran frantically all the way while Feng Shueqing, who was behind him, hung back in hot pursuit. As for the youth named Chen Junjie, at this point, he had long been left far behind by the duo, although his cultivation was at the 7th level of the Mingxian realm. In terms of speed, he was a world away from Yang Weiwei and Feng Shueqing. Stinking rascal, you're dead. How dare you steal this young lady's Xianling ginseng? The more Feng Shuiqing chased after him, the more alarmed she became. What she was using was a top-level stance. How could this kid run faster than her? Little tigress, there's no way you can catch up with me. If you keep chasing me, be careful of throwing out your big buns. Yang Weiwei let out a loud laugh. Then he once again increased his speed and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Aha! Pissed off this young lady. Stinking rascal. One day this young lady will break your third leg. Feng Shuiqing huffed and puffed. After running wild for some time, Yang Weiwei reversed his direction and started searching for demonic beasts in the mountain range to sharpen his physical body. For the cultivation of his physical body, Yang Weiwei paid considerable attention to it. A strong physical body would not only give him an absolute advantage in close combat, but also enhance his defense. Sometimes, when the arcane power was depleted, at least there was still the cultivation of the physical body that could support the combat power. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed, and during these 3 days, Yang Wei killed countless second-stage demonic beasts, and his cultivation had become more solid. On this day, Yang Wei found a cave, and he planned to take that Xianling ginseng. Just a moment ago, he realized that the medicinal effect of the Xianling ginseng was gradually draining away, and if he didn't take it in time, it would most likely turn into a waste ginseng. Chapter 18, Feng Shuiqing's Anomaly. Haut Yen Jade Space. Yang Weiwei took out the Xianling ginseng with extreme care, and then opened his mouth and swallowed it one mouthful after another. And instantly, an extremely dense spiritual qi surged and filled his body. Yang Wei immediately sat down on his knees and began to rapidly refine this majestic aura. At this moment, the aura in his body was like hot boiling water boiling violently, crazily filling his entire body, and the pain made him almost unable to stop himself from screaming out. However, Yang Weiwei was always gritting his teeth to the death and persisted, frantically urging the Xian force in his body towards the 4th level of the Ming Xian realm with all his might. Under Yang Weiwei's persistent onslaught over and over again, he soon touched that solid barrier at the 4th level of the Ming Xian realm. Boom! The 4th level of the Ming Xian realm. The corner of Yang Weiwei's mouth slightly hooked up a trace of a satisfied smile. For the results of these 10 days of training, he was still quite satisfied. One should know that an ordinary person who wanted to break through from the 2nd level of the Ming Xian realm to the 4th level of the Ming Xian realm would need to spend at least a year, whereas he had only used a mere 10 days. After the breakthrough, Yang Wei left the Hautian Jade space and then hurried towards the direction of Tianyuan Palace. Stinking rascal, this time this young lady will see where you are going to run? Just then, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterward, a young girl wearing a light blue gorgeous luo skirt, with a sexy and enchanting figure and a face that was as beautiful as a country, blocked Yang Weiwei's way. This woman with a stunningly beautiful face was none other than Feng Shuiqing. Isn't this Miss Shuiqing, who combines beauty, intelligence, loveliness, and kindness? I wonder what you are stopping me for. A sardonic smile appeared on Yang Weiwei's face. Hand over the Xian spirit ginseng, or else this young lady will have to castrate you today. Feng Shuiqing's eyes were cold to the extreme. Yang Wei smiled sarcastically and said, I'm sorry Miss Shuiqing, I didn't find anything to eat last night, so I brought it as a midnight snack. Ah, you bastard. This young lady is going to completely waste you. Feng Shuiqing's eyes were filled with infinite rage, only to see the battle sword in her hand swung out violently. An extremely powerful sword she instantly cut through the void, carrying a chilling aura of solemnity as it viciously chopped straight towards Yang Wei. Little tigress, just you still want to waste old me. Yang Wei sneered, his stance instantly activated, extremely thrillingly avoiding this incredibly powerful strike. At the same time, he swung the battle sword in his hand and charged towards the other party to launch an attack. Facing a stunning genius like Feng Shuiqing, Yang Weiwei also showed great caution. Since crossing over, Feng Shuiqing was the most outstanding genius he had ever seen. If it was yesterday, when facing Feng Shuiqing, Yang Weiwei estimated that he could only fight her to a draw. However, today, he had already managed to break through to the 4th level of the Ming Xian realm, so he was still confident that he would be able to defeat his opponent. With the powerful addition of the Godslayer sword technique, Yang Wei quickly gained the upper hand, and Feng Shuiqing was beaten by him in a series of defeats. Of course, at this time, Yang Wei did not use his full strength. After all, the other party did not have any deep hatred with him. Moreover, he could also clearly feel that Feng Shuiqing's sword technique did not have much deadly killing intent, and at most, she just wanted to teach him a good lesson. Little tigress, with this strength, you still want to castrate me? Yang Weiwei smiled evilly, Stinking rascal. This lady must castrate you. Feng Shuiqing's delicate voice rebuked angrily, and instantly several long swords appeared in her hands and made them hover in midair, forming a powerful sword formation before shooting straight towards Yang Weiwei's lower body at a rapid pace. Crap! Despicable and shameless. You crazy woman. Don't blame me for not being polite if you don't stop. Facing this terrifying sword formation, Yang Weiwei rolled on the ground in a wretched donkey roll, dodging it in a thrilling manner, while his figure shot towards Feng Shuiqing like lightning, instantly blasting his palm fiercely on her huge chest. Bang! With a loud bang, Feng Shuiqing was directly sent flying backwards by Yang Weiwei's slap. Stinking rascal, you're dead. Feng Shuiqing climbed up with great difficulty, fire almost spewing out of her eyes. At this moment, she was filled with the desire to kill this shameless man, only to see Feng Shuiqing's face as cold as frost. Her figure transformed into a dazzling white light and instantly rushed to Yang Weiwei's body. Stinky girl, you're not finished, are you? If I don't clean you up today, I'll take your name. Yang Wei was also beaten out of the real fire, and directly used all of his strength, swinging away the opponent's long sword with a sword, and then once again blasted over with a palm. Bang! Yang Weiwei's palm once again blasted at Feng Shuiqing's body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Weiwei's heart burst with darkness. Ah! Stinking rascal, this young lady must kill you. Feng Shuiqing was completely enraged. Since childhood, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? Bang! Seeing this, Yang Wei's figure made a quick flash and slapped Feng Shuiqing's body hard again. Stinking rascal, despicable and nasty. Feng Shuiqing almost collapsed. In less than a moment's time, the cheapness of his own body had been taken advantage of by this asshole. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei caught a perfect opportunity and directly snatched the longsword from Feng Shuiqing's hand. At the same time, his right hand quickly probed out and instantly grabbed her throat. Tigress, are you convinced? Stinking rascal, if you have the guts, kill this lady, otherwise this lady will definitely sell you to a brothel as a male prostitute. Feng Shuiqing's pair of stunningly beautiful eyes stared coldly and angrily at Yang Weiwei. At this moment, she kept struggling desperately, but Yang Weiwei's right hand was like steel, grabbing her throat with a death grip. Gradually she began to have difficulty breathing. Her face was bruised and her eyes were rounded. Believe it or not, I'll strip you naked and hang you from a tree? Yang Weiwei put on a ferocious and incomparable appearance, while the force on his hands loosened slightly. Ahem! How dare you? Feng Shuiqing gasped with difficulty. Feng Shuiqing's strength was very powerful, and it was the kind of super genius that could challenge over the levels. And for a while, Yang Weiwei didn't know what to do. He couldn't really kill people. Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you? Believe it or not, I will rape you first and then kill you? A hint of evil permeated the corners of Yang Weiwei's mouth. Stinking rascal, do you think this young lady is afraid of you? If you have the guts, then go on. Feng Shuiqing chortled, looking at Yang Weiwei with disdain. Snap, snap. Yang Weiwei quickly slapped several times around Feng Shuiqing, instantly sealing her acupoints and veins, and instantly she couldn't move a muscle and lay on the ground. Okay, since you're so ballsy, don't beg for mercy later. Jan took off her clothes one by one in the wee hours of the morning with a look of impatience. Come on, take it off. Go ahead and take it off. It's not too small, is it? Feng Shuiqing looked at Yang Weiwei with contempt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Wei was disliked and had nothing to say. This tigress really couldn't scare her. He couldn't really strip naked. Suddenly, a light flashed in Yang Weiwei's mind, and the corner of his mouth carried an evil smile. He then came to Feng Shuiqing's body and gently took off the jacket on the other party. Rascal, what do you want? Seeing Yang Weiwei walk over, Feng Shuiqing's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Nothing, just giving you a massage. A bad smile appeared on Yang Weiwei's face. Stinking rascal, don't you dare. Feng Shuiqing reprimanded, looking at Yang Weiwei's evil eyes. At this moment, she was really a bit flustered. With that kind of guts? Still dare to provoke me? Yang Weiwei gave a bad smile. But I'm not interested in your little girl, so I'd better tickle you. Yang Wei calmed his inner heat, and without saying anything, he directly put his hand into Feng Shuiqing's armpit, then gently scratched it. Ha! 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 Yang Wei, you bastard! You take your hand out for this young lady. Feng Shuiqing laughed madly, still quite mad. Not convinced, right? Yang Wei laughed coldly and continued to scratch at her armpit. Ha! Ha! Stop it! Ah! 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 At this moment, Feng Shuiqing's enchanting and sexy voice resounded throughout the woods. Call your husband to hear it, and I'll let you go. Yang Weiwei smiled wickedly, Ha! Ha! Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Ah! Feng Shuiqing laughed and cursed at the same time. Not calling, are you? Then I can only continue. Yang Weiwei smiled evilly. He proceeded to tickle it again. Mainly because the other man's skin was so delicate that he couldn't really let go. Ha! Ha! Husband! Spare me! Being tickled all over her body, Feng Shuiqing finally began to beg for mercy. Chapter 19, Alchemy. Not screaming, are you? Then I can only continue. Yang Weiwei smiled evilly. He proceeded to tickle it again. Mainly because the other man's skin was so delicate that he couldn't really let go. Ha! Ha! Husband! Spare me! Being tickled all over her body, Feng Shuiqing finally began to beg for mercy. Ha ha! Right at this moment, Feng Shuiqing, who was originally lying quietly, suddenly trembled all over. Immediately afterward, above her stunningly beautiful cheeks, a hint of redness gradually appeared, and that appearance was beautiful and touching, as if it was a delicate flower blooming in spring. Holy, what the is that look? Why does it look like she's enjoying herself? Couldn't have tickled her silly. Yang Weiwei had a dumbfounded look on his face. His eyes were wide and full of doubts. Chick, are you okay? Yang Weiwei asked with a few moments of curiosity, and then, he loosely let go of Feng Shuiqing's flawless jade hand. Yang Wei, you're finished. This young lady will definitely break your third leg. Feng Shuiqing scolded in a delicate voice, and her face gradually eased up. At this moment, her pair of stunningly beautiful eyes stared coldly at Yang Weiwei, as if there were countless sharp blades hidden in her gaze, as if she wanted to cut the other party into 1,000 pieces. Feng Shuiqing, it seems like we don't have much hatred. Isn't it just robbing you of a Xian spirit ginseng? The big deal is that I'll return it to you later. I'll leave first. Yang Wei finished quickly and slapped Feng Shuiqing's body a few times, unlocking the restrictions on her body. Then with a movement of his feet, he leaped and instantly disappeared into the dense jungle in the distance. Yang Wei, you despicable, shameless, nasty smelly rascal, you wait for this young lady. Feng Shuiqing exasperatedly shouted out, her voice filled with anger. Thinking of her reaction just now, her stunningly beautiful cheeks instantly turned red like a ripe apple, while her beautiful eyes were filled with endless anger. Since childhood, Feng Shuiqing had never been so humiliated in front of a man, but what made her feel strange was that the strange feeling just now was really comfortable, and it was the first time in her long life that she had such an experience. The inner gate of the heavenly Yuan Palace. Brother, did you find the kid? Li Xin's stunningly beautiful eyes were filled with angry eyes, as if they were burning with a blazing flame. For Yang Weiwei, her heart was incomparably resentful. Since she was a child, no one had ever dared to treat her like this. Xini, don't be anxious. I've already had people investigating, but with tens of thousands of people in the outer sect, it's not that easy to find him. There was a hint of grimness in Li Tianqing's eyes, and his voice was low and suppressed. An outer disciple not only beat up his sister, but also knocked the bamboo bar onto his head. How could he swallow this resentment? I'll make sure that he lives a life worse than death. Li Xin gritted her teeth, and that eye carried a deep color of resentment, as if she wanted to completely devour Yang Wei. The outer gate of the heavenly Yuan Palace. Is the boy back yet? Chen Ning's eyes were stern and incomparable, as if they were sharp sword blades, looking straight at the burly teenager in front of him. Not yet, but I've got someone watching his place, and I'll let you know as soon as he returns. The burly teenager whispered, his tone filled with awe. Good. This time this young man will definitely break his limbs. There was a chilling coldness in Chen Ning's eyes. The moment he remembered the loss he had suffered from Yang Wei, a monstrous rage was set off in his heart, and he couldn't wait to immediately break Yang Wei into pieces. Heavenly Yuan Palace. Mission Hall. Returning to the mission hall once again, Yang Weiwei delivered the completed missions in his hands one by one. At the same time, he also utilized the large number of demonic beast corpses in his hands and exchanged them for quite a few efficacy values. In the end, after careful counting, he had actually earned a full 20,000 plus contribution values. In the Tian Yuan sect, as long as a disciple was able to hunt down a demonic beast or pick up precious medicinal herbs, they could all be exchanged for contribution value. After all, there were quite a few parts of demonic beasts that were important materials for refining pills and weapons. At the same time, Yang Weiwei utilized the more than 20,000 contribution values to exchange quite a few alchemy herbs for refining Ming Xian realm pills. The next step was alchemy. As long as there were Ming Xian realm pills, Yang Wei was confident that he would be able to quickly break through to the Tong Xian realm. Returning to his residence once again, Yang Weiwei cleaned up and organized himself. preparing to start alchemy. Bang! Little bastard. Today this young man will break your limbs. Right at this moment, the door of the room was suddenly kicked open fiercely, only to see Chen Ming's eyes were cold to the core, his face full of grimace as he walked in, and a dozen or so of his minions followed behind him. Asterisk 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 Q. Looking for death. Yang Weiwei's eyes flinched, instantly burning with rage. Without saying a word, he swung his wolf tooth stick and rushed towards Chen Ming. Bang! 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 Let's get you loaded. Let you bother the old man. Let you call this young man in front of me. Makes you so ugly. Keeps your mouth shut. Yang Wei shouted angrily while swinging his wolf toothstick to give a frantic whip. Originally, he was preparing to concoct pills. Chen Ming suddenly barged in at this time. Luckily he hadn't started yet, or else a furnace of pills would have been completely wasted. In front of absolute strength, Chen Ming was whipped by Yang Weiwei in less than a few breaths as if he was a swollen pig's head. The little brothers accompanying Chen Ming were also scared to the point of backing away by Yang Weiwei's brutality. They were very clear that Yang Weiwei was a person who either didn't do it, or once he did it, he would catch someone and beat them up until they were powerless to fight back. Little bastard, you're dead. After offending my mighty tiger society, there will be no place for you in the outer gate of Tianyuan Palace. Chen Ming's eyes stared maliciously at Yang Weiwei, and despite the fact that he was in a sorry state at the moment, he still had a stiff upper lip and let out harsh words. Click, click, click. Chao Nima, how dare you pretend? Yang Weiwei slammed two more sticks down hard. As two crisp fracture sounds rang out, Chen Ming's legs were instantly smashed by Yang Weiwei. Young people can be arrogant and domineering, but they can't be arrogant without a brain. Obviously they've already been put down on the ground, but they still want to forcefully act like a bully. That's just looking for death. Yang Weiwei stretched out his right hand and gently slapped Chen Ming on the face, with a look of educating his juniors, his tone filled with disdain. You! Chen Ming's anger surged in his heart, his rage attacked his heart, his eyes rolled over, and he fainted from anger on the spot. That's it? I thought you were somebody. Yang Weiwei sneered disdainfully and directly jerked Chen Ming's storage bag off before kicking it out. With that, Yang Weiwei left the residence. He didn't choose to continue refining pills in his residence because refining pills required a very quiet and undisturbed environment. If he was disturbed at the critical moment, it would be a huge loss. Yang Wei found an extremely hidden place and properly hid the Haotian Jade, then entered the Haotian Jade space. Yang Weiwei took out the alchemy furnace, then carefully sorted the portions of herbs one by one. Following Ling Jiechen's memories of alchemy, Yang Weiwei urged the Dan fire, controlling the fire with extreme care, and then began to put in the medicinal herbs towards the Dan furnace one by one. Although he possessed the memories of the god of Dan, Ling Jiechen, this was only his second time alchemizing pills, and he was still more or less raw in his techniques. Of course, the rawness mentioned here was only in comparison to a Dan god like Ling Jiechen. If compared to the ordinary alchemists of the Tianwu continent, his techniques could already be described as pure fire. Bang! After about a quarter of an hour, a furnace of extreme-grade Ming Xian Dan was successfully refined by Yang Weiwei. Ha! Ha! Extreme-grade Ming Xian Dan. Yang Weiwei laughed out loud cheerfully, feeling very satisfied with the results of this alchemy. With the Ming Xian pill, his cultivation, next, would be able to rise quickly. Afterward, Yang Wei was once again involved in alchemy. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. After a few hours of careful refining, Yang Weiwei successfully refined another 20 furnaces of pills. 10 of the furnaces were high-grade Ming Xian Dan, because these 10 furnaces he was preparing to use for sale, and in order not to attract others' attention, they were deliberately refined into high-grade pills. As for the extreme pills, he was prepared to keep them for his own use. After briefly packing and organizing, Yang Weiqiao quietly left the Haotian Jade space, then walked all the way towards the outer gate trading square. He planned to go there to sell some pills and earn some contribution value and spirit stones along the way. Tianyuan Palace, Outer Disciple Trading Square. Yang Weiwei found an empty stall and moved out a table, then took out several high-level Ming Xian Dan and neatly placed them on it. Then, in front of his stall, he erected a sign that neatly read, High-grade Ming Xian Dan, worth 1,000 contribution value apiece, or 30 lower-grade spirit stones. The Outer Sect Trading Plaza. This was a place that specialized in trading items for Outer Sect disciples. Here, there were quite a few people selling weapons, medicinal herbs, or feats of martial arts and such. Of course, in the Outer Sect Trading Plaza, there basically wouldn't be any particularly precious goodies. It would all be some low-grade weapons and beginners' techniques and martial arts. After all, No one would be willing to get the really good stuff and sell it here. Once again, I've attached the realms, Yuan, Ming Xian, Tong Xian, Qi Xiu, Ji Xuan, Gu Xian, Ling Xian, Ling Hai, King, Emperor. Chapter 20, Being Picked On. When Yang Weiwei carefully took out the advanced Ming Xian Dan, the radiant aura of the Dan quickly attracted the attention of many people. After all, in this place, the outer sect trading plaza, although there were also Ming Xian Dan for sale on weekdays, the majority of them were primary Ming Xian Dan, with more ordinary quality and effects. A situation like Yang Weiwei's where he directly took out a high-level Ming Xian Dan for sale was almost never seen before. Walk by and don't miss it. Yang Weiwei summoned up enough strength to yell at the top of his lungs. High-grade Ming Xian Dan, now on special sale for only 1,000 contribution value or 30 spirit stones, with Yang Weiwei publicizing this vigorously. Soon enough, the area around his stall was crowded with people. This was a high-level Ming Xian Dan. In the outside world it was definitely a rare item that could be encountered but not sought. In no time at all, the high-level Ming Xian Dan in his hand was snapped up. Looking at the generous 100,000 contribution value and more than 1,000 spirit stones in his hand, the corners of Yang Weiwei's mouth almost smiled to his ears. To know, just now he sold these pills. The cost of the medicinal materials used is only more than 3,000 contribution value. This turn of the eye has earned more than 100,000 contribution value, in exchange for who I'm afraid that will be smiling from ear to ear. Many people were so angry that they stomped their feet because they hadn't grabbed the Ming Xian Dan, their faces full of chagrin and unwillingness. After all, this was a senior Ming Xian Dan, compared to a junior Ming Xian Dan. No matter whether it was the medicinal effect or the enhancement of cultivation, it was 100,000 miles stronger. Looking at the crowd that was reluctant to leave for a long time, Yang Weiwei smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry, fellow disciples. Tomorrow I will come back to sell the high-level Ming Xian Dan, as well as some other high-level elixirs, so just prepare your contribution value or spirit stones." After saying these words, Yang Weiwei left the trading plaza with satisfaction, then walked towards the exchange hall with a brisk pace. With 100,000 contribution value, Yang Weiwei was walking lightly at the moment, as if he had wind under his feet. It's like a poor, downtrodden person who suddenly wins a $5 million jackpot. The joy and excitement is simply beyond words. In the exchange hall, Yang Weiwei did not hesitate to spend 50,000 contribution values to exchange for a Xian rank advanced green spirit sword, while the rest of the contribution values were all exchanged for all kinds of precious medicinal herbs needed for alchemy. Yang Weiwei found a remote and silent forest, cautiously observed the surrounding area, and after determining that no one was there, he dived into the Haotian jade space and prepared to start alchemy. At the same time, the news of the appearance of a high-level Ming Xian Dan in the outer sect trading plaza spread completely outside the heavenly Yuan palace as if it had grown wings. For a while, many people focused their attention on tomorrow's trading square. The appearance of the high-grade Ming Xian Dan was definitely shocking news like a thunderbolt to the many outer disciples, especially for many cultivators whose cultivation level was at the 7th or 8th level of the Ming Xian realm. At this realm, when they normally relied on meditation to absorb the heaven and earth's spiritual qi to cultivate, their progress had become very slow, and since spirit stones were extremely precious and rare and difficult to obtain, pills became the best choice for them to enhance their cultivation. Inside the Haotian jade space, after a few hours of full concentration on alchemy, Yang Weiwei successfully refined all the herbs into pills. Of course, most of them were extremely high-quality elixirs, and only a small portion of them were high-grade elixirs. Not only that, he had also refined quite a few high-grade antidote pills, healing pills, and Xian pills. After refining the Dan, Yang Weiwei found a quiet place in this space and began to cultivate. He sat cross-legged and pulled out dozens of extreme-grade Ming Xian Dan from his storage bag, refining them one after another, and the pure spiritual qi contained within the pills was absorbed into his body like a tidal wave. As the elixir was continuously absorbed and refined, Yang Weiwei's cultivation progressed rapidly and soon reached the peak of the 4th level of the Ming Xian realm. It was at this point that he slowly stopped, for he knew deep down that realm breakthroughs did not rely solely on the accumulation of pills, but rather required the careful polishing of time. The effects of elixirs could allow a person's cultivation level to be quickly raised from the early stages to the peak. However, the breakthrough of the realm required the accumulation of time, as well as constant honing in real battles before it was possible. There were geniuses who were just clearly one step faster in their sense of cultivation and were able to quickly break through the realm barrier, and there were those with poor talent. Even if they were given the best elixir, he would only be able to break through to the pinnacle of the minor realm, but not to the next minor realm. Yang Weiwei had only broken through to the 4th level of the Mingxian realm a few days ago, so he wasn't in a hurry and wanted to break through to the next realm immediately. He knew in his heart that breaking through too quickly was not a good thing. Instead, it might cause an unstable foundation and affect his future cultivation path. The following morning, in the Tianyuan Palace's outer gate trading square, Yang Weiwei once again came to yesterday's stall. This time, Yang Weiwei had only just set up his stall when he was surrounded by a group of people like a tidal wave, all of them impatiently yelling that they wanted to buy the extreme grade Ming Xiandan. *******, business is so good? Yang Weiwei was secretly surprised in his heart. Fellow brothers and sisters, due to the recent rise in prices, which has resulted in the cost of pills being too high, I have had to make some slight adjustments in terms of price. Yang Weiwei wore a smile on his face and spoke unhurriedly. In addition to the Ming Xian Dan today, there is also the Healing Dan, the Antidote Dan, the Return to Xian Dan, and there is also a kind of harmonious Dan that makes people want to stop. And all the pills are 2,000 contribution values apiece or 40 spirit stones apiece. Aren't you just sitting on your hands? Some people in the crowd showed dissatisfaction and complained loudly. Hey, I don't want to raise the price either, but I'm also getting this from elsewhere. And now that the price of herbs has gone up, so the elixir can only go up with it. Yang Weiwei helplessly opened his mouth to explain. Give me 2 Ming Xiandan. I want an antidote. For a while, everyone began to snatch them up, and Yang Weiwei's act of raising the price didn't hinder everyone's enthusiasm for high-level elixirs. I want a couple of acacia pills. A man with his entire body covered tightly came forward and said in a somewhat low voice, Ha ha, Wu Yifan, why are you covering up so tightly? Do you really think that everyone can't recognize you? A man couldn't help but laugh when he saw this person. Ha, ha, ha. The crowd burst into laughter when they heard this. What the hell are you laughing at? What kind of gentleman are you pretending to be? Wu Yifan said in annoyance, took the Harmony Dan and left the scene in disgrace. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Right at this moment, several arrogant and domineering teenagers came over with loud shouts and brutally drove away all the people who were purchasing pills. Kid, here's 10 spirit stones. I'll take all of your pills. At this moment, a young man wearing a blue brocade robe with an arrogant face walked over, followed by 7 or 8 juniors, and all of these juniors were at the 7th or 8th level of the Mingxian realm. You seem to be very sick. Yang Weiwei sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Kid, you seek death. The arrogant teenager snorted coldly and became irritated, so he slapped his hand fiercely towards Yang Weiwei. Bang! However, Yang Weiwei had prepared for this and directly swiped his stick towards the other party's slap. Snap! Ah! 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 The arrogant teenager's right hand slapped on Yang Weiwei's wolf toothstick, and a mournful scream was emitted as his palm instantly became red and swollen. Give this young man the chance to scrap this kid, and I'll take the blame for anything that happens. The arrogant teenager's face was hideous as he shouted. At that moment, the 7 or 8 juniors behind the teenager, each with a ferocious face, attacked towards Yang Weiwei. Yang Weiwei was also undaunted. Directly sheathing his green spirit sword, he performed a subtle sword technique and a deft stance and rushed forward. Swish, 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 only to see the sword light flashing. After a few swords, these 7 or 8 disciples at the 7th or 8th level of the Mingxian realm, all of them had their hamstrings cut by Yang Weiwei, and fell to the ground horizontally, moaning in pain. Kid, do you know who this young man is? How dare you take a shot at this young man? The arrogant teenager's eyes stared grimly at Yang Weiwei and said through gritted teeth, I know. Aren't you my good grandson? Yang Weiwei looked indifferent, a mocking smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Little bastard. You wait. The arrogant teenager's eyes were incomparably sinister as he glanced at Yang Weiwei and turned around to leave. Yang Wei took advantage of the moment when the arrogant boy turned around and instantly swung his wolf tooth stick towards the other party. Bang! 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 Yang Weiwei swung his stick hard while saying loudly, Let you scold grandpa. Let you pretend to be a pussy. Kid, now tell me, who is the little bastard? With Yang Weiwei's superior stance, and in a sneak attack situation, the arrogant teenager was attacked by Yang Weiwei's stormy attack before he had time to react. In no time at all, the arrogant boy had been whipped by Yang Weiwei to the point where his face was completely disfigured, and his originally handsome face was now swollen like a pig's head. Little bastard, you're bound to die. The arrogant teenager's eyes were filled with endless resentment and killing intent as he stared at Yang Weiwei with a deadly stare. Bang! Yang Wei directly swung a stick on the arrogant teenager's incisors, and immediately the blood wildly soared and the teeth scattered all over the place. Then Yang Weiwei kicked him hard like a dead dog. The crowd was shocked. The Tianyuan Palace disciples who were onlookers at the scene, each and every one of them froze in place, their faces full of incredulity. This arrogant teenager was the younger brother of the outer sect's top 10 genius, Mo Zaheo, and this guy dared to beat someone up like this. Fellow brothers and sisters, those who want to buy pills, hurry up. Miss today. I won't come in the future. Oh. Yang Weiwei once again yelled loudly. After this time, he really didn't intend to come back again. After all, the contribution value was almost earned, and selling pills here was just too noticeable, which didn't fit his original intention of keeping a low profile as a human being. When the crowd saw Yang Weiwei say this, one by one, they hurriedly gathered around again. This was the last chance. No one would want to miss this rare opportunity. After all, they wouldn't be able to buy this kind of high-level Ming Xian Dan in the future. Although Yang Weiwei had refined quite a few pills this time, they were quickly sold out under everyone's frantic rush. Chapter 21, Beatings. Tianyuan Palace. Smoke Cloud Peak. Two graceful, beautiful, and overwhelming figures stood silently on top of the peak. Yu-chan, do you think we can really find such a person? A voice as soft as a dream rang out leisurely. Sister Smoky Cloud, in this heavenly Yuan Palace, trying to find someone whose talent can surpass that of Sikong Jia is simply as difficult as climbing into the sky na. Lin Yuro said softly, a little helplessness in her voice. No, I firmly believe that I can find it. I believe that Elder Tianji's deduction won't be wrong. That person is definitely in the heavenly Yuan Palace, and he's still a newly initiated disciple. Ling Yenyun's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of firmness and unyieldingness. Even if we could really find such a person, but his cultivation is so low nowadays, how could he possibly catch up with Sikong Jia in a short period of time? Lin Yuro frowned and said in a deep voice, how can I know the result without trying? Do you really want me to marry that moralistic hypocrite? Sikong Jia? Ling Yenyun's complexion was filled with helplessness. Sister Smoky Cloud, then let's go to the outer gate in the next few days to check things out. Maybe Elder Tianji's deduction can really come true. Lin Yuro opened her mouth and proposed. In the outer sect trading square, Yang Weiwei had just packed up his things and was about to leave. Brother Wei, why are you setting up a stall here? Right at this moment, a delicate and sweet voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, a delicate and graceful figure flew over and directly hugged Yang Weiwei, then leaned her entire body into his arms. What the hell? What's going on here? Yang Weiwei was at a loss, staring blankly at Feng Shueching. Yukari, who is he? A young man wearing a white long shirt with a handsome appearance of a rich god paced over and asked with a slight frown. Senior brother Xiao Junyi. His name is Yang Weiwei. He is my fiancé. Feng Shueching responded in a delicate voice. Shueching, then your vision is a bit poor. Oh, even if you want to reject me, there's no need to find a loser who's only at the 4th level of the Ming Xian realm. Xiao Junyi's eyes revealed a hint of undisguised contempt when he looked at Yang Weiwei. This is my personal matter, so I won't bother senior brother Xiao Junyi with it. Feng Shueching's voice was as flat as water. Not the slightest emotion could be heard. Shueching, in the future, some ugly-looking person. You should not bother with him, or he will think you like him. Yang Weiwei naturally wrapped his arms around Feng Shueching's slender and soft waist. Originally, Yang Weiwei didn't want to get involved in this mess. But this Xiao Junyi's mouth was just too vicious. Even calling him a waste, how could he tolerate this? Snap. Yukari, look at you. What kind of people you know? Not only are they ugly, but they're also hard of hearing. Yang Wei reached out and gently patted Feng Shueching's upturned buttocks. Regarding Feng Shueching's mind, Yang Weiwei saw through it at a glance. The other party was just trying to use this Xiao Junyi to teach himself a lesson, and at the same time, he wanted to use himself to get rid of Xiao Junyi's pursuit. It was a wonderful way for her to kill two birds with one stone, since he had already read Feng Shueching's mind. Of course Yang Weiwei wouldn't suffer for nothing. At least the cheapness that should be taken advantage of must be taken advantage of enough. After all, Feng Shueching was definitely a rare beauty in the world. Especially with her proud bust, she was definitely able to stand out amongst the many women. I know. I'll listen to you from now on. Feng Shueching let out a pout. At the same time her heart set off a monstrous rage. Stinking rascal. You wait for this young lady. How dare you take advantage of this young lady? Something that doesn't know how to die. Xiao Junyi's eyes instantly became stern, and he directly raised a slap and slapped it fiercely towards Yang Weiwei. Seeing Xiao Junyi strike, Feng Shueching was overjoyed in her heart and was about to take advantage of the opportunity to flash. But Yang Weiwei suddenly grabbed her and blocked her in front of him. Seeing this, Xiao Junyi quickly withdrew 90% of his force. He did not want to hurt Feng Shuiqing. The moment he retracted his force, Yang Weiwei's wolf fist ruthlessly smashed onto Xiao Junyi's palm. Ka-ching! Ah! 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 With a crisp fracture sound, Xiao Junyi's hand bone broke on the spot, and a mournful and incomparable scream came out of his mouth. Bang! 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 Right at this moment, where would Yang Weiwei give him the slightest chance to catch his breath? Directly like a raging storm with crazy output, knocking Xiao Junyi to the ground on the spot. Now tell me, who the hell doesn't know how to die? Who the hell is the loser? Yang Weiwei stepped heavily on Xiao Junyi's face and said in an icy voice. Normally, it would be difficult for Yang Weiwei to defeat Xiao Junyi. After all, Xiao Junyi was a powerhouse who had reached the 9th level of the Mingxian realm. He mainly suffered from being too careless, coupled with the fact that Yang Weiwei used Feng Shuiqing as a shield and surprised him with a sneak attack. The outer sect disciples who were onlookers at the trading plaza revealed shocked expressions. What surprised them was that the strength of this disciple who was selling pills was so terrifying. And at this moment, Feng Shuiqing, also with her mouth wide open in surprise, froze there, secretly thinking in her heart, this stinking rascal is also too brutal, to actually be so insidious and cunning. How dare he take this young lady in front of him? Little bastard, how dare you sneak up on me? I'm not done with you. Xiao Junyi's eyes stared grimly at Yang Weiwei and said through gritted teeth. Bang! Bang! I don't like the look in your eyes. Reward you with a pair of panda eyes. Yang Wei sneered, and at Xiao Junyi's eyes that were filled with resentment, he threw 2 heavy punches. In an instant, Xiao Junyi's eyes were hit by Yang Weiwei and turned into a pair of panda eyes. Shuiqing, let's go. For me to take you to eat something delicious. Yang Weiwei wrapped Feng Shuiqing in his arms and walked towards the outside of the square. All at your service. Feng Shuiqing nodded. Not only did she not resist, she even took the initiative to lean towards Yang Weiwei, a remote and secluded place. Yang Wei incomparably enjoyed holding Feng Shuiqing. Compared to those stars, celebrities and noble women in his previous life, Feng Shuiqing appeared to be more beautiful and moving, and her body was especially hot and powerful. Chick, you don't really like me, do you? Yang Weiwei's mouth was tinged with a smile if anything. Is it weird to like you? Feng Shuiqing's beautiful eyes slightly stared, and the corner of her mouth carried a flirtatious smile as she slowly leaned towards the corner of Yang Weiwei's mouth. Where could this Yang Weiwei resist? His lips couldn't help but meet it. Right at this moment, Feng Shuiqing's knee ruthlessly pushed towards Yang Weiwei's lower body. Where would Yang Weiwei have thought that Feng Shuiqing would come up with this trick? So he hurriedly moved to the side. Bang! Ah! 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 Yang Weiwei let out a heartbreaking scream. Bang! 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 Right at this moment, Feng Shuiqing's pink fist, as if it was a raging storm, slammed down fiercely towards Yang Weiwei. Ah! 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 Young Wheezy wailed as he was punched, but he shielded his crotch with one hand in death and his face with the other, then arched his back and slumped to the ground. Ha! Ha! Stinking rascal, comfortable now. This young lady's tofu is delicious, isn't it? Feng Shuiqing said with a bright and brilliant smile. It's not good. Jan spoke with difficulty in the early hours of the morning. Bang! 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 No, it's wrong? Feng Shuiqing asked with a delicate smile. I know, Auntie, I was wrong. Yang Weiwei hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Is this young lady beautiful? Feng Shuiqing asked in the same tone as Yang Weiwei did back then. Beautiful, beautiful. Yang Weiwei hurriedly replied. Did you enjoy touching it just now? Yes. Bang! 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 Feng Shuiqing swung her pink fists and delivered another blistering output. Not cool. Bang! 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 This young lady has such a good figure. How dare you say it's unpleasant? Feng Shuiqing chided. This time, Yang Weiwei wisely chose to shut up. Humph. I'll spare you this time. Feng Shuiqing carried a smug smile at the corner of her mouth as she turned around and left in style. And Yang Weiwei had already been punched to the ground by now, his whole body in pain. What made Yang Weiwei unable to figure out was why this Feng Shuiqing cultivated so fast, and her ability to challenge over the levels was not inferior to him at all. Feng Shuiqing, you wait for me. One day I'm going to do you in. Jan slowly climbed up in the early hours of the morning, carefully inspecting his lower body. Fortunately, he reacted quickly just now and moved his lower body in time. Otherwise there was a real possibility that his eggs would break all over the place. Although Yang Weiwei avoided the vital parts in the emergency, his thighs were still swollen by Feng Shuiqing's top, and even his vital parts were shaken off a layer of skin. Yang Wei found an unoccupied corner and quietly sneaked into the Houtyan Jade space. then found out the healing medicine and carefully applied it to the vital parts of the abrasions. As for the other swollen places on his body, he could only run his energy to heal them. The reason why he was beaten without any power just now was mainly due to the fact that he was toppled down below, and that kind of drilling pain made him lose his fighting power for a while. Plus Feng Shuiqing's fighting power was really too strong. That's why for a moment he was caught off guard and was powerless. Chapter 22, Outer Sect Xian Ranking. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed by in a hurry. During these 3 whole days, the serious injuries in front of Yang Weiwei's body were finally able to fully recover. On this very day, Yang Weiwei had just returned to his residence, and with a glance, he discovered that at his doorway, there was a notice sheet from the Heavenly Yuan Palace hanging. It was clearly written on it, regarding the exact time of the Heavenly Yuan Palace's Outer Sect competition, the generous rewards, as well as the time of registration and a series of other related matters. Originally, Yang Weiwei really didn't have much interest in this so-called Outer Sect Grand Competition. However, when his gaze landed on the column of rewards for the Grand Competition, his heart suddenly thumped within him. The reward for the top 10 in the Outer Sect competition was 200,000 contribution value, plus 1,000 spirit stones. The reward for the third place in the Outer Sect competition was 500,000 contribution value, as well as 3,000 spirit stones. The reward for second place in the Outer Sect competition was 700,000 contribution value, plus 5,000 spirit stones. The reward for the first place in the Outer Sect competition, on the other hand, was a whopping 1 million contribution value, and a whole 10,000 spirit stones. Among them, the top 3 of the Outer Sect competition would even receive a precious opportunity to be able to join the Inner Sect in advance. At this time, there was only 1 month left before the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Disciples who wanted to participate in this Grand Competition had to go and register a month in advance. It seems that I have to go to the Xian ranking ring to make a breakthrough. The Grand Competition is only a month away. Before that, I must break through to the 6th level of the Ming Xian realm, Yang Wei said secretly in his heart. The Xian ranking ring was a martial arts arena specially set up by the outer gate of the Heavenly Yuan Palace, where the more victories one had, the higher one's ranking would be. If you want to participate in the Xian list battle, you need to pay 1,000 contribution value a game, and if you can win, you will get 800 contribution value, but the clan needs to take 20% of the contribution value from it. Even so, there would still be countless people who would fight for the Xian ranking, simply because the Xian ranking represented a supreme honor. The main reason why Yang Weiwei had developed the idea of wanting to go to the Xian ranking battle was to hone his practical combat abilities so that he would be fully prepared for the next Outer Sect Grand Competition, the Xian ranking battle stage of the Outer Sect. Yang Weiwei waded into this place for the first time, and the moment he stepped into it, he had a strange feeling as if he was in an underground boxing ring. The place was crowded with people. Everyone looked extraordinarily excited and thrilled, and at the same time, there were quite a few people sitting here in order to bet on who would actually lose and win in the ring. Yang Weiwei smoothly enrolled at the Xian ranking presiding elder and got the Xian ranking card that belonged exclusively to him. Currently, Yang Weiwei's ranking on the Xian ranking was 22,500. The number of disciples in the outer gate of the Heavenly Yuan Palace was as many as 70,000 to 80,000, but only 20,000 or so came to participate in the Xian ranking contest. After all, many disciples with relatively low cultivation levels would not come to participate. Most of the outer disciples who were able to come and participate in the Xian ranking contest, most of their cultivation levels had already reached the 6th level or higher of the Ming Xian realm. A cultivation level like Yang Weiwei's that was only at the 4th level of the Ming Xian realm could be said to have never appeared before this. On the Xian ranking, if you can hit a super long winning streak, as well as a super high win rate, you can effectively boost your ranking. In the Xian ranking ring area, a dozen or so rings were specially constructed with the purpose of providing them to be used by outer sect disciples to compete for Xian ranking positions. The management philosophy of the Heavenly Yuan Palace had always encouraged disciples to fight amongst themselves, as they were well aware that only by constantly experiencing battles could one grow into a supreme powerhouse, and that a powerful clan could not necessarily be separated from the strong support of supreme powerhouses behind it. It wasn't long before it was Yang Weiwei's turn to take the stage. Ha ha ha, who is this kid? Surprisingly, he only has a cultivation at the 4th level of the Ming Xian realm. He can't be here to be funny, right? No way? The 4th level of the Ming Xian realm dares to come here to join in the fun? Kid, get your ass down there. Don't get beat half to death later. The moment Yang Weiwei ascended the ring, a burst of laughter filled with mockery erupted from the scene. and there were even quite a few people who directly began to unmercifully make mocking remarks. By Yang Wei to win, 1-20. By Chang Wei to win, 20-1. Right at this moment, a cheerful voice resounded. I want to buy Chang Wei, 5,000 contribution value. I'll buy Chang Wei Sheng as well, 1,000 contribution value. This young man buys Chang Wei for 10,000 contribution value. At one time, almost all of the tens of thousands of people on the scene bought Chang Wei to win. As for the young man responsible for sitting on the bank, he was already sitting on pins and needles at this time, and beads of bean-sized sweat covered the top of his forehead. This was because he also didn't think for a second that Yang Wei could win. After all, Chang Wei had just defeated Lai Fu, who was at the 7th level of the Mingxian realm, while Yang Wei was only at the 4th level of the Mingxian realm. The huge gap in between could be imagined. I'll buy myself a win. 100,000 contribution value. Yang Wei used his identity token on the spot and paddled over 100,000 contribution value without hesitation. Good, Yang Wei. From today onwards, you are my Yang Ming's brother. Go for it. I'm optimistic about you. Yang Ming, who was sitting at the bank, said with a smile on his face. Yang Ming, who was originally on the verge of fidgeting, had the gloom on his face swept away at this moment, and instantly raised his eyebrows and smiled. Just now, he had collected more than 2 million contribution value to buy Chang Wei's win, and if Chang Wei won, according to the 20-1 odds, he would have to pay out more than 100,000 contribution value. Now that Yang Wei suddenly bought himself 100,000 contribution value, this was like the god of fortune coming down for him. At least he didn't have to worry about losing anymore. Begin. With the ring's law enforcement elder's order, Chang Wei wailed and roared, like a ferocious beast, charging towards Yang Wei in a furious manner. A flash of sharp essence flashed through Yang Wei's eyes, only to see his figure abruptly flash. The stick in his hand violently swung out, carrying a dazzling and eye-catching arc, instantly and ruthlessly lashing out at Chang Wei's body. Bang! Put! With a dull crash, Chang Wei fiercely sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was directly jerked backwards by this stick, and even in mid-air, he had fainted. Hiss! The crowd was shocked. The scene was instantly dead silent. This was too much of an exaggeration. Chang Wei, who was at the peak of the 7th level of the Mingxian realm, was actually sent flying with a single stick by Yang Wei, who was at the 4th level of the Mingxian realm. Soon, the scene resounded with angry curses as everyone angrily accused Chang Wei of faking the match, who had long since fainted and was unconscious. At this time, Yang Ming faced chagrin, the whole person like a deflated ball paralyzed in the seat. The heart cursed, Mom sells the lot. Big loss 100,000 contribution value. 1-20. That is a full 2 million contribution value Even if there is more than 1 million to buy Chang Wei, he will still lose nearly 1 million Of course, $1 million for Yang Ming. He was not completely unable to afford to lose, just that this was too much of a pain. 2 million contribution value. Paddle over, Yang Wei said with a light smile on his face. Bro, you guys, this is too much of a pitfall. Yang Ming cursed and scratched 2 million contribution value over. Don't blame me for not warning you. You'd better not set my odds too high or you'll die a horrible death. Yang Wei kindly reminded a sentence. After all, he had just won 2 million contribution value from others. It was better to not be too desperate and too pitiful to be a human being. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming hurriedly pulled Yang Wei to the side and said softly, Brother, why don't you give me a handout? What level of strength have you reached? Invincible below the 9th level of the Mingxian realm. The corners of Yang Wei's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile, and then he stepped onto the ring once again. Asterisk. Yang Ming's mouth was tinged with an imperceptible smile, as if he had smelled a hint of a huge business opportunity. It wasn't long before it was Yang Wei's turn to take the field again, and this time, his opponent was a young man at the early 8th level of the Mingxian realm. Come on, place your bets. 5-1 for a Condor win, and 1-5 for a Yang Wei. Yang Ming spoke loudly. This time he made a direct adjustment to the odds, significantly lowering the odds on Yang Wei and Vulture. I'll take the Condor. 10,000 contribution value. I don't believe I'll lose this game. This is the last thing I have. 50 contribution values. All of them will be pressed on the Vulture. The field was basically buying Condor to win. After all, Condor is no match for Standing Will. It was because the Condor was already a powerful existence at the early 8th level of the Mingxian realm. Watching the crowd buy vultures in droves, Yang Ming laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. Begin. The ring enforcement elder announced the start of the battle. Kid, Hurry up and get off. The Xian ranking ring is not for people like you. Vulture's face was hideous as he said with a fierce smile. Whoosh! Only to see Yang Wei's figure like a ghost. Whoosh instantly disappeared in place. And when he reappeared, he had already appeared above the vulture's head. Bang! 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 In less than a few breaths of time, the bald eagle was whipped by Yang Weiwei to the point of fainting. This is a ING Ming Xian realm 4th leveler? Yeah, that's too much, isn't it? Holy, the last of my family's belongings. It's just gone. For a moment, the crowd was shocked, and everyone's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. The person who was the happiest right now was Ouyang Ming. After all, this hand, he had won nearly 2 million contribution value. Chapter 23 Ling Yin-yun. In the next battle, Yang Weiwei went all the way up, always maintaining a winning streak, and without realizing it, had reached the amazing record of 50 consecutive victories. Yang Weiwei's winning streak sparked the attention of many people. At the same time, his ranking on the Xian ranking also managed to jump up to the top 100. Sister Smoke Cloud. This Yang Wei is really not simple. Looking at his strength, he should be able to rank among the top 100 in the outer sect. A young girl in a pink romper spoke up. You Ro, you still underestimate him too much. In the midst of this 50 consecutive victories, no one has ever lasted more than 2 rounds in his hands. Therefore, his true fighting ability is far more than what we have seen so far. Ling Yin-yun said softly in a soft voice. Then, Sister Smoke Cloud, do you think he'll be the one we're looking for? Lin Yuro softly inquired. He is exactly the one I brought from Cold Sun City. And if there are no surprises, the one that Elder Tianji deduced should be him. Ling Yin-yun's eyes carried a hint of certainty. Sister Smoky Cloud, are you so optimistic about him? Is it because he's handsome? Lin Yuro said with a teasing smile. You little ninny is pining for sex again, aren't you? Ling Yin-yun opened her mouth. What's wrong with being horny? Men can like beautiful women. Can't women like handsome men? Could it be that Sister Smoky Yun likes that kind of big, strong man? Lin Yuro said with a smile. What's wrong with big, strong men? Strong men have a sense of security. Ling Yenro disliked back. Sister Smoky Yun, this you don't know. I heard from Sister Ruanxian that the stronger a man looks, the less useful he is in that area. And I heard that strong men are usually small in that area. Lin Yuro came to Ling Yin-yun's ear and said quietly. You little ninny, you're really getting less and less likable. Ling Yin-yun reached out and gently pinched Lin Yuro's waist. Right at this moment, it was Yang Weiwei's turn to go on stage again. This time, his opponent was a strong person who had reached the 9th level of the Ming Xian realm. This person was none other than Xiao Junyi, who had previously been sneak attacked by Yang Weiwei. At that time, Yang Weiwei had precisely skillfully utilized feng shui etching to block in front of his body before he was able to succeed in his sneak attack. Little bastard. Today this young man will definitely waste your limbs. Xiao Junyi's eyes were filled with infinite rage, as if he wanted to burn Yang Weiwei to the ground. Who is the little bastard cursing? Yang Wei said with a faint smile and a relaxed expression. The little bastard scolded you. Xiao Junyi blurted out without thinking. Oh, everyone heard that, did they? The little bastard is cursing me. Yang Weiwei laughed, his face filled with teasing. Ha! Ha! There was a roar of laughter. You seek death. Xiao Junyi was enraged. His long sword instantly sheathed. His body was like the wind as he swiftly rushed towards Yang Wei. Wait! Wait! Yang Weiwei hurriedly uttered a voice to stop him. Brat! Don't you think it's too late to beg for mercy now? Xiao Junyi's eyes were filled with a chilling light. The elder of law enforcement hasn't even called for the start yet. Are you provoking the elders by being so eager? Do you know that this is great disrespect? Yang Wei's face turned cold as he said sternly. Elder Lu, I definitely did not mean to provoke you. Xiao Junyi hurriedly turned his head to the ring enforcement elder. There's no harm in it. The two of you start. Elder Lu waved his hand and said with a calm expression. Whoosh! Elder Lu's words had just fallen, before Xiao Junyi could turn his head back, while Yang Weiwei's silhouette had already transformed into a white light, holding a stick and smashing it fiercely towards Xiao Junyi. Bang! 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 Under Yang Weiwei's blistering output, Xiao Junyi was hit with hundreds of sticks in less than a few breaths of time, and was swung around so much that he fainted on the spot. Ka-ching! Click! 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 Yang Weiwei did not hesitate and decisively broke Xiao Junyi's limbs. He had never been merciful when it came to his enemies. Ah! 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 Little bastard! Despicable and shameless. The intense pain caused Xiao Junyi to awaken once again, and he hissed. Child, it's called a soldier's war. What's the difference between going up to the stage for a duel without a brain like you? And sending yourself to your death if you go out of the clan? Yang Weiwei walked up and lightly slapped Xiao Junyi's face, his tone full of mockery. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this kid is despicable. Che, what do you know? People use their brains in Yang Weiwei, and they're still so careless in the ring. Who can blame them? The people who bought Xiao Junyi's win and those who bought Yang Wei's win started to exchange heated insults. Sister Smoke Cloud. This guy is too mean and shameless, but people love that badass feeling of his so much. There was a hint of admiration in Lin Yuro's eyes as she looked at Yang Weiwei. After seeing that Yang Weiwei had actually managed to take down Xiao Junyi, Ling Yanyun suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. While her original despondent mood had actually dissipated like smoke at this moment, after defeating Xiao Junyi, Yang Weiwei didn't choose to continue the challenge. After these few days of continuous battles, he felt that he had already reached the edge of an imminent breakthrough, so there was no need to continue the fight. Yang Weiwei left the Xian ranking ring and walked towards the outside. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei suddenly felt a stern and incomparable eye staring at him closely, a look that made people shudder and creep out their bones. One could only see a young man wearing the robes of an inner disciple with an extraordinary temperament staring at Yang Weiwei with stern eyes, while a young girl with a light and elegant, plump and slender figure followed beside her. Kid, finally I have found you. Today you will definitely die. Li Tianqing's voice was cold and piercing, as if it came from the nine ghosts in abyss. Damn it, what's with the bad luck? Without saying a word, Yang Weiwei flashed his body and ran back. This was the entrance to the Xian ranking ring, and at the moment the entrance was already blocked by the crowd, so he had no choice but to choose to run back. Right now, Yang Weiwei could only expect in his heart that Li Tianqing would be able to take the law enforcement elders into consideration, or else he would really be in big trouble today. Humph, still trying to run. Li Tianqing snorted coldly, and in an instant, his figure was like a ghost as he chased after Yang Weiwei. Soon, Yang Weiwei was once again blocked by Li Tianqing. At this time, quite a few outer disciples who were watching surrounded them, but when they saw the inner disciples' robes on Li Tianqing, each of them backed up several meters away in fear. In the heavenly Yuan Palace, the difference in status between an outer disciple compared to an inner disciple was literally 100,000 miles. Even if an inner disciple killed an outer disciple, at most, they would only be confined for a month or two. Brother, don't kill him, waste his dantian. I'm going to keep him on a leash and stay around as a pet dog. Li Xinyi's eyes were resentful and she gritted her teeth. Bitch, how long has it been since you've seen a man? Why are you looking at me so hungrily? With this look of yours, it's just that if you strip naked, I can't get it up even more. Yang Weiwei said without mercy with a look on his face. The crowd at the scene was shocked. This is the sister of inner disciple Li Tianqing. This Yang Weiwei has too much guts. Humph, don't know how to die. Li Tianqing was furious and waved his hand, slapping his palm fiercely towards Yang Wei. Yang Weiwei did not show any weakness and similarly swung out a palm to meet him. Bang! Yang Weiwei was blasted backwards by this palm, and several mouthfuls of blood instantly soared out of his mouth, tracing a poignant arc in the air. Li Tianqing multiplied his victory and slapped another palm. At this point, Yang Weiwei had completely lost the power to fight back. Just as Li Tianqing's palm was about to blast on Yang Weiwei's chest, a stunningly beautiful figure flashed away, instantly pulling Yang Weiwei aside. Rumble! Li Tianqing's palm struck the open space, and dust flew up and covered the sky. Who are you? How dare you block this young master? Li Tianqing's eyes were grim while looking at Ling Yanyun with vigilance. You, an inner disciple, came to bully an outer disciple. Don't you feel ashamed? Ling Yanyun's voice was clear and cold, as if a cold spring was flowing. This young man advises you that you'd better mind your own business. Li Tianqing stared vigilantly at Ling Yanyun. He was still very wary in his heart of this woman who had suddenly appeared, as he realized that he could not see through the other party's cultivation at all. It was only then that Yang Weiwei saw clearly that the one who had just saved himself was a young girl with a stunningly beautiful face. She was dressed in a snowsuit and looked to be around 18 years old. She possessed a pair of beautiful eyes that tantalized the heart, cherry lips with shells, and eyebrows that looked like the Wanyu. Her snow-white and long neck made her look extraordinarily elegant and noble, causing a strong desire to conquer at a glance. Right at this moment, Elder Lu of the Xian ranking ring walked over, his face sullen and his voice low. Li Tianqing, the Xian ranking hall prohibits private fights. Even if you are an inner disciple, you can't violate it. For Yang Weiwei's talent, Elder Lu was still very optimistic. This young man was definitely one of the most outstanding young disciples of the outer sect, so he didn't want to see such a genius tragically killed here. Kid, today, this young man will give Elder Lu a face and let you live for 2 more days. So wash your neck and wait. Li Tianqing's face was gloomy as he said coldly. The Xian ranking hall did have a rule against private fights. Even if he was an inner disciple, he could not violate it. Chapter 24, I'll be the first saint's son. Li Tianqing, aren't you just relying on the fact that you have cultivated for a few more years than me to have the courage to be so rampant here? If you are still a man, let's go directly to the life and death stage in 2 months. Do you dare? There was an undisguised hint of provocation in Yang Weiwei's eyes. For the sake of today's plan, he could only resort to agitation, as it was the only way out for him at the moment. After all, Li Tianqing's cultivation had already transcended the Ming Xian realm, and was far beyond what he could contend with at this moment. Right at this moment, Lin Yuro came to Ling Yanyun's ear and whispered, "Sister Yanyun, I reckon he shouldn't dare to take Yang Weiyun's challenge." Although Lin Yuro had come to Ling Yanyun's ear to speak, her voice was not small, and everyone at the scene could hear her clearly. "I think he wouldn't dare either. Look at his face. He looks quite cowardly. The odds are that he wouldn't dare to take Yang Weiwei's challenge." Ling Yanyun smiled faintly and said with a gentle nod, "Sister Smoky Yun, I heard that men with small guts are small in that area, and I don't know if that's true?" Lin Yuro said with a light smile. "Cough. Ahem. Probably." Ling Yanyun coughed lightly, her face instantly scarlet. Many of the outer disciples on the scene revealed speechless expressions. "It seems that we must never be timid and afraid in the future, or else it would be bad if we do become small." "Good. Little bastard. I accept your challenge. Or else people will really think that this young man is afraid of you, an outer disciple. So I'll let you live for 2 more months. Li Tianqing glanced at Yang Wei grimly, then led Li Sini out of the Xian ranking hall. "Many thanks to Elder Lu," Yang Weiwei said with a respectful bow. "Well, you have a good talent, and I hope you can work a miracle in 2 months. After Elder Lu finished speaking, he turned around and left, as he had to continue to go and preside over the Xian ranking battle. "Yang Weiwei, don't you have to thank both of us?" Lin Yuro pouted. Yang Weiwei clasped his hands and bowed once again and said, "Thank you for saving the lives of the 2 beauties. I will never forget it." For these 2 stunningly beautiful women, Yang Weiwei was still filled with gratitude in his heart. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the strength of these 2 young girls was unfathomable, far more terrifying than Li Tianqing. "Just a word of thanks will do?" Lin Yuro asked with a teasing smile. "Then how about I treat you 2 beauties to dinner?" Yang Weiwei scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "Doesn't the book say that when a hero saves a beautiful woman, the beautiful woman will usually give her body in return? Why is it that after our 2 beauties saved you, you just dismissed us with dinner?" Lin Yuro let out a delicate laugh and said snidely, "Cough, cough, then why don't I give my body to you?" Yang Weiwei said slightly awkwardly, but in his heart he was secretly thinking that if the 2 beauties were willing, he really didn't mind giving his body to them. "You're thinking about it. Go, treat us to dinner, but you have to do it yourself." Lin Yuro opened her mouth and said, "No problem. Let's just go to the outskirts of the northern wasteland mountain range to hunt a few prey, and I'll make the best barbecue for the 2 beauties." Yang Weiwei spoke up cheerfully. "Are you sure you can do it, and make it edible?" Lin Yuro asked with those watery eyes wide with skepticism. "Of course I can eat. I'm a graduate of New Oriental. I haven't asked the 2 beauties their names yet?" Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and asked. "My name is Lin Yuro. This beauty is called Ling Yanyun. You have to thank Sister Yanyun. It was Sister Yanyun who saved you just now." Lin Yuro hurriedly introduced herself. "Many thanks to Miss Ling for saving my life just now," Yang Weiwei said sincerely. "No need to be polite. In fact, I saved you because I also have something I need your help with." Ling Yanyun's voice was clear and cold as she slowly said, "No problem. As long as I can do it, I will definitely be obliged. Let's go get something to eat first, and chat while eating." Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said, The Heavenly Yuan Palace was situated in the northern wasteland mountain range, and after the 3 of them exited the gates of the Heavenly Yuan Palace, they walked towards a mountainside with a beautiful view. This was an area with pleasant and beautiful scenery. It usually attracted a lot of young male and female disciples to come here. The process of cultivation was boring and tedious, so many male and female disciples would occasionally come out to relax and do something beneficial to their bodies and minds. Just then, a broken female voice came from up ahead. Holy! When Yang Weiwei heard this, he instantly understood what was going on, and as if the 2 girls also understood the reason, their faces were suddenly red with shame, making them look particularly cute and charming. After walking for some more distance, the 3 of them finally found a secluded place, and Yang Wei skillfully set up a campfire and called a few pheasants and rabbits. Soon enough, Yang Wei handled the prey cleanly and then roasted it very skillfully. "Yang Weiwei, You're only at the peak of the 4th level of the Mingxian realm. Why are you so strong? Lin Yuro asked with a face full of curiosity. Both women were filled with curiosity in their hearts regarding Yang Weiwei's combat power. Although they had seen many super geniuses, most of them could only cross 1 or 2 small realms to challenge. Like Yang Weiwei, those who could cross several minor realms to challenge were only Sikong Jie in the Heavenly Yuan Palace. But even for Sikong Jie, he could only cross 3 minor realms. Because I'm a genius, Yang Weiwei said confidently with a bashful smile. Then how did you offend that Li Tianqing? He's a Tongxian realm cultivator. His cultivation is quite a bit higher than yours. Lin Yuro continued to pursue. The matter is like this. As soon as he mentioned Li Sini, Yang Wei gritted his teeth in hatred. And immediately afterward, he told the story of saving Li Sini that day. How could there be such an ungrateful woman? Next time this young lady encounters her, she will have to tear her mouth apart. Lin Yuro huffed. Miss Ling just said that there is something for me to help with. I wonder what it is. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and asked. From today onwards, you pretend to be my Ling Yanyun's man. I need you to become the clan's #1 holy son within a year. Can you do it? Ling Yanyun's mouth was tinged with a hint of coldness, and her pair of stunningly beautiful eyes stared straight at Yang Weiwei. In an instant, Yang Weiwei felt as if the temperature around him had dropped to freezing point. He had a strong feeling that if he dared to say that he couldn't do it, the other party would definitely have the possibility to get himself killed without hesitation. At this time, Lin Yuro suddenly quieted down and looked at Yang Weiwei with an expectant face. Miss Ling, it's fine to pretend to be your man, but becoming the first saint's son within a year's time. Are you kidding? Yang Weiwei frowned and said. The Heavenly Yuan Palace had 4 great saint sons, and the strength of each of them was at least in existence at the peak of the 9th level of the Void Asking Realm. And Yang Weiwei was only at the 4th level of the Mingxian realm right now. After the Mingxian realm was the Tongxian realm, and after the Tongxian realm was the Questioning Void realm. So for him to break through to the peak of the 9th level of the Questioning Void realm in a year's time, he really didn't have much confidence. Thumbs up. Does it look good? Only Ling Yanyun pulled off the shawl on her shoulders, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. One had to admit that Ling Yanyun's figure was extremely proud, and with skin as snowy white as jade, Yang Weiwei was dumbfounded for a moment. Swish! Suddenly, a long sword was instantly pressed against Yang Weiwei's neck. Miss Ling, calm down. You pulled this off yourself. It has nothing to do with me, Yang Weiwei said with a trembling voice. You've taken advantage of this young lady. Now can you do it? Ling Yanyun said in a cold voice. Can. Definitely can. Yang Weiyun hurriedly answered. If he didn't agree at this time, he was really afraid that Ling Yanyun would cut his neck with a sword. 1 month later, you must get first place in the outer sect competition, and I will announce our relationship to the public at that time, Ling Yanyun said in a clear and cold manner. Why are you looking for me? Yang asked in the early hours of the morning. At this moment, Yang Weiwei's heart was very curious to know why Ling Yanyun had found himself. For the time being, you are not qualified to know, Ling Yanyun said in a cold voice. I have a request. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth. Speak, Ling Yanyun said in a clear and cold voice. If I become the first saint's son, you must be my woman. Yang Wei said stiffly. He couldn't just let someone use him for nothing. Ling Yanyun's beautiful eyes stared tightly at Yang Weiwei, and after a moment, she said, yes, that's what you said. I'll be the first saint's son of this. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Yang Wei's mouth. Chapter 25 Outer Sect Competition. Tian Yuan Palace. Smoke Cloud Peak. Sister Smoky Cloud. Are you that optimistic about Yang Weiwei? Lin Yuro opened her mouth and asked. This person, Yang Weiwei, is exceptionally talented. Especially his heaven-defying ability to challenge over levels is truly amazing. Ling Yanyun slowly spoke. Yes, not only is he a handsome and extraordinary person, but his ability to challenge over levels is truly heaven-defying. It's just that I don't know if he's equally heaven-defying in that area. Lin Yuro blinked her soulful eyes and said with a smile. Lustful girl, in your head, can you not always fill it with something messy? Ling Yanyun said breathlessly with a helpless face. Haotian Jade Space. Yang Weiwei was frantically running the Haotian skill, going all out towards the 5th level of the Mingxian realm. At this moment, his circumference was tightly wrapped by the extremely dense spiritual qi, and that majestic spiritual qi was like a raging tide, continuously and frantically rushing towards his body. At the same time, his hands swung in extremely subtle spells, each movement appearing mysterious and profound. Soon, he touched the threshold of the 5th level of the Mingxian realm. Boom, boom, boom. Mingxian realm 5th level. Under Yang Weiwei's almost frantic onslaught, the threshold of the fifth layer of the Ming-Xian realm was instantly broken through by him. At the same time, the constant stream of aura was still surging towards his body without stopping for a moment. Yang Weiwei didn't have the slightest intention of stopping and quickly pulled out countless more pills to start refining them. After refining hundreds of pills, Yang Weiwei managed to raise his cultivation to the peak of the fifth level of the Ming-Xian realm. Even after breaking through to the peak of the fifth level of the Ming-Xian realm, Yang Weiwei didn't stop his advancement. Because there were enough contribution values and elixirs, the current Yang Weiwei didn't need to worry about resources at all. Next, he had been smothered in the Haotian Jade space, subconsciously practicing all kinds of martial arts, as well as means to be able to save his life. Among them, he focused on practicing the god-slaying sword technique, and the soul martial skill soul-devouring chop, especially the soul martial skill soul-devouring chop, which was considered to be Yang Wei's strongest killer weapon at the moment. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed, and during these 20 days, Yang Weiwei's cultivation had once again made a breakthrough, successfully reaching the peak of the sixth level of the Ming-Xian realm. At the same time, the God-Slayer sword technique and the illusory shadow body technique had also been further enhanced. On this day, Yang Weiwei finally decided to go out, as it was now only a day away from the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Yang Weiwei adjusted his state to the best, then left Haotian Jade. At the same time, he went to the redemption hall and spent 100,000 contribution values to redeem a Xian rank weapon, the Tong Tian stick. Yang Weiwei himself didn't know exactly what it was, he just particularly liked using the stick, because in his opinion, the hearty feeling of swinging a stick at someone was irreplaceable by any other weapon. The following morning, Tianyuan Palace Outer Gate Grand Competition Square. At this time, the Grand Competition Square was already crowded and bustling. Today was the day of the Tianyuan Palace's annual Outer Sect Grand Competition. The Outer Sect competition was considered the most remarkable event of Tianyuan Palace, for no other reason than the number of Outer Sect disciples, which accounted for 70% of the total number of people in Tianyuan Palace. On the Outer Gate Square, there were 100 huge rings neatly placed, which allowed 100 rings to hold a great competition at the same time. The Outer Sect Grand Competition adopted a challenge system, and the total number of applicants for this Outer Sect Grand Competition was 20,000, and Yang Weiwei just happened to be ranked at the bottom of the list since he was a new disciple. New disciples generally would not come to participate in the Grand Competition. That was simply no different from looking for abuse. After all, most of the cultivation of the new disciples were only at the first layer of the Ming-Xian realm. According to the challenge rules, only 100 names could be challenged over each match, which meant that Yang Weiwei would need to hit at least 200 consecutive victories in order to successfully enter the Outer Sect's top 10, the difficulty of which could be imagined. The rewards of this grand competition were still very generous, and many of the stronger disciples had already begun to rub their fists together and were eager to give it a try. The disciples who were a little less powerful also wanted to seize this rare opportunity to win a good ranking so that they could make a name for themselves. The Outer Sect's Grand Competition also attracted many Inner Sect disciples to come and join in the fun. The Grand Competition was in full swing, and it was soon Yang Weiwei's turn to take the stage. However, not many of the spectators on Yang Weiwei's side of the ring favored Yang Weiwei. After all, the cultivation level of those who participated in the Grand Competition this time was at least at the 6th level of the Ming-Xian realm, and Yang Weiwei's cultivation level could be said to be the existence of the bottom of the heap. However, what made everyone doubly surprised was that Yang Weiwei had won 10 matches in a row as if he was a force to be reckoned with, and every single one of those matches had resolved the battle with a single stick. Since each of the matches was a challenge that crossed over 100 places, Yang Weiwei's ranking also quickly came to 19,000. After winning 10 matches in a row, Yang Weiwei didn't have the slightest intention of going down. With Yang early in the morning's strong performance, his winning streak was rubbing off on him. In this streak, there was no one who could catch one of Yang Weiwei's sticks. In order to speed things up, as soon as the referee called for the start, he didn't hesitate to get right to it, as Yang Weiwei's winning streak continued. At this time, this ring of his was already surrounded by people. There was much speculation as to where the limits of Yang early morning were. Some people guessed 50 consecutive victories. Others guessed 70 consecutive victories. However, they were destined to be slapped in the face by Yang Weiwei. 40 in a row. 60 in a row. 80 in a row. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and Yang Weiwei's winning streak had come to 80 consecutive victories, and Yang Weiwei's strength had caused many of the Outer Sect's senior management to pay close attention, because before this, there had never been a new disciple who could hit 10 consecutive victories. and Yang Weiwei had actually hit 80 consecutive victories, and the streak was still continuing. At this point, what everyone was discussing was no longer how many consecutive victories Yang Weiwei could hit, but who could receive one of his sticks. Meanwhile, in a ring not far away, a young girl with a fiery figure and a stunningly beautiful immortal face, she had similarly struck 80 consecutive victories. If Yang Weiwei saw it, he would definitely recognize that she was none other than Feng Shueqing. About another hour passed. At this time, Yang Weiwei's winning streak had already come to 160 matches, and at the same time, Feng Shueqing also hit 160 consecutive victories. At this moment, Yang Weiwei and Feng Shueqing completely shocked the entire Tian Yuan Palace outer sect. Countless outer disciples swarmed out, which led to a serious drop in attention from the other rings. At this time, Feng Shueqing and Yang Weiwei stole all the attention from the outer sect grand competition. Brother, you have to help me take revenge. It was that little bastard who broke my legs. Chen Ming looked at Yang Weiwei with grim eyes and said hatefully, "Humph, let him be arrogant for a while. There will be plenty of opportunities to clean him up when the time comes." A handsome-looking teenager opened his mouth and said, this person was none other than the one person of the outer sect, Chen Jun. At this time, Yang Weiwei also noticed a ring not far away, because there were more people in that ring than on his side. And those who were careful would realize that most of the ones surrounding Yang Weiwei's side were female disciples of the outer sect, while those surrounding Feng Shueqing's side were basically all male. It was only because Feng Shueqing's hot body and her overwhelming face was just too eye-catching. The great competition continued, and so did the winning streak of Yang Weiwei and Feng Shueqing. 170 in a row, 180 in a row, 190 in a row, 200 in a row. Boom. Now, the entire outer sect was completely abuzz with the birth of the top 10 in the outer sect grand competition. As for the duo of Yang Weiwei and Feng Shueqing, they had actually won 200 consecutive victories as new disciples. At this moment, the two of them became the idols of the entire Tian Yuan Palace's outer disciples. Chapter 26, beat Chen Jun violently. At this time, the outer sect Grand Elder Yuan Yan walked to the high platform with a steady pace. His stern eyes were like sharp swords looking around the weak, and at that moment, the scene was instantly quiet. A needle could be heard. Congratulations on your success in advancing to the top 10 of the outer sect competition. Next will be the top 10 qualifying battle. Yuan Yang said loudly, his voice loud and clear into everyone's ears. According to the rules of the qualifying battle, each person would then fight against all the other 9, and the final ranking would be determined by calculating the number of victories, and the one with the highest number of victories would be the overall champion of each grand competition. At this time, Yang Weiwei also finally discovered Feng Shueqing. Little, if I don't clean you up today, I'll take your last name, Yang Wei secretly said in his heart. At the same time, Yang Weiwei felt several unkind eyes sweeping towards him, but he didn't care too much about it. Among these present-day top 10 disciples of the outer sect, except for Feng Shueqing, Yang Weiwei couldn't feel any pressure. Yang Weiwei knew in his heart that he had offended a lot of people in the outer sect, but it didn't matter anymore because he was determined to win the first place in the outer sect competition this time. As long as he won the first place, he would be able to become an inner sect disciple by then. The top 10 qualifying battle will now officially begin. The first match will be Yang Weiwei versus Moziheo. Yuan Yang opened his mouth and said. Hearing his name, Yang Weiwei didn't hesitate and directly stepped onto the ring with big strides. Kid, you're wild. How dare you injure this youngster's brother? Moziheo's tone was ice cold to the extreme, his eyes revealing a hint of biting murderous aura as he stared deathly at Yang Weiwei. I've injured many people. I don't know which one is your brother. Yang Wei laughed coldly and said disdainfully. I'm really wild enough. Today this young man will break your limbs and let you know how serious the consequences of arrogance are. As soon as Moziheo's words fell, his entire body was like a rock spreading its wings, swiftly pouncing towards Yang Wei, and that furious aura shocked the crowd at the scene. Facing Moziheo's furious attack, Yang Wei's eyes flinched, and the Tongtian stick in his hand suddenly drew over like a dragon coming out of the sea. This stick carried a powerful aura that made people's hearts tremble, as if it was like lightning, and with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, it fiercely drew on Moziheo's wrist that was holding the long sword. Ka-ching! Ah! 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 Moziheo let out a heartbreaking scream of pain as his wrist was instantly smashed by the Tongtian stick, and the bone crumbs were exposed. Originally, Yang Weiwei had planned to finish him off with a stick, but since the other party was so pretentious and wanted to waste his limbs, he couldn't be too polite. Immediately after that, Yang Weiwei mercilessly swung his stick and smashed it again. Moz Hao, enduring the pain that was drilling into his heart, exerted his stance to try to avoid it. At this moment he finally deeply experienced the terror of Yang Weiwei. However, in terms of stance, how could he possibly compare to Yang Weiwei? Bang, 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 ka-ching, click, 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 only to see Yang Weiwei swinging towards Moz Hao's limbs without mercy. Ah, ah, ah. In the ring, Moz Hao let out a pig-killing scream, and that mournful scream startled all the people at the scene. Even the disciples who were fighting in the other rings were attracted to his screams and looked sideways. Comfortable. The skill is not much, but you're the best in the world when it comes to pretending. Yang Weiwei glanced at Moz Hao, then walked out of the ring expressionlessly. In the outer gate of the Heavenly Yuan Palace, basically as long as it wasn't killing someone, or wasting someone's dantian, the higher-ups basically wouldn't intervene and ask questions. After all, in this cruel cultivation world, which was itself a great wave of sand, the survival of the fittest, only the most outstanding disciples were the ones that Tian Yuan Palace needed to focus on cultivating. Seeing such a brutal Yang Weiwei, those who had been defeated by him before were secretly happy in their hearts. After all, they had only been jerked off the ring and hadn't suffered any great injuries. Ah, ah, ah. Just then, an incomparably mournful scream came again, which lasted for several minutes before stopping. Yang Wei picked his eyes and looked over, only to see Feng Shueching also swinging a stick in her hand, and was frantically smashing the other party's limbs. Right at this moment, Feng Shueching slammed her last stick down, aiming for the opponent's crotch after all. Bang! Ah! A crisp egg-crushing sound came. Seeing this, Yang Wei's legs couldn't help but tighten a bit, remembering that he was almost topped by her last time. His heart was filled with fear. It's atrocious. This little witch. As the qualifying battle continued, Yang Wei was unstoppable all the way and soon hit 7 consecutive victories. Meanwhile, little demoness Feng Shueching had similarly won 7 consecutive victories. Soon Yang Weiwei's 8th match began. This time his opponent was the recognized number 1 outer disciple, Chen Jun. Kid, are you the one who beat up my brother? Chen Jun's eyes were stern and filled with rage. Who the are you? And what the is your brother? Yang Early Morning said with a speechless face. I've beaten up so many people. How would I know who your brother is? Something that doesn't know how to die. Winning over some trash and thinking you're invincible. Chen Jun's face instantly became ice cold. He was the recognized number 1 person in the outer sect, and for the other party to say that they didn't know him, this was simply a naked slap in his face. In the past few years in the outer sect, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Stupid dog, are you going to fight or not? If you don't fight, hurry back and eat. Yang Wei said coldly with an expressionless face. Looking for death. Chen Jun shouted angrily and swung his longsword, and immediately a powerful sword chi slashed fiercely towards Yang Weiwei. Facing Chen Jun's powerful sword chi, Yang Wei's figure easily dodged away with an instantaneous flash, while the Tong Tian stick in his hand smashed towards the opponent. The Tong Tian stick carried a majestic astral aura, directly smashing Chen Jun back and forth. Although Chen Jun took 7 or 8 steps back, he was not injured. At this moment, his eyes were incomparably grave as he looked at Yang Wei, because Yang Wei's strength far exceeded his prediction. Originally, Chen Jun estimated that Yang Weiwei's strength should be around the peak of the Mingxian realm, but judging from the strike that Yang Weiwei had just made, the combat power that had been exerted had far exceeded the Mingxian realm. Yang Wei also did not have time to dilly-dally with him, as if a raging storm destroying the general wildly bombarded the past. Clang! Clang! Dang! Chen Jun swung his longsword and fought back with difficulty. Bang! 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 Ah! 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 Chen Jun let out a miserable howl. Facing Yang Weiwei's furious attack, Chen Jun only blocked a few moves before Yang Weiwei jerked the weapon in his hand away. Ka-ching! Click! Click! Ka-chow! Immediately after that, Yang Weiwei's Tong Tian stick smashed onto Chen Jun's limbs like a storm. Yang Weiwei then sent Chen Jun flying with a kick. For a while, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Chen Jun is the number 1 person in the outer sect. In the hearts of countless outer disciples, Chen Jun was a godlike existence. I didn't expect to have my limbs broken just like that by Yang Weiwei. At this time, Yang Weiwei had already come to 8 consecutive victories, and the next person he had to face was Feng Shueching. As for Feng Shueching, she likewise came with 8 consecutive victories, because Chen Jun had already been invalidated by Yang Weiwei. Chen Jun directly chose to admit defeat when he fought against Feng Shueching. Stinking rascal, this young lady advises you to admit defeat quickly. Otherwise don't blame this young lady for kicking the crap out of you, Feng Shuiqing said with a milky ferocity. Little tigress, just by you don't have that ability yet. Yang Weiwei smiled evilly, his eyes staring tightly at Feng Shuiqing's hot body, recklessly admiring it. Chapter 27, The First in the Outer Sect. Stinking rascal, it seems that the last time I beat you up was too light, Feng Shuiqing said with a clear and crisp voice, as if a yellow warbler had emerged from the valley. Little tigress, it seems that scratching you that time hasn't gotten you good yet, Yang Weiwei said with a hint of bad smile at the corner of his mouth and a few teasing words in his eyes. Stinking rascal, shut up, Feng Shuiqing glared angrily, as if fire was about to spew out of those beautiful eyes. Tigress, I'm putting the word out here that one day, I'm going to do you in. Yang Wei remembered that he was almost wasted by her last time. He had a belly full of fire, and it was the first time that he was beaten to a pig's head by a woman when he grew up. So he secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely take down this tigress. Only by taking down Feng Shuiqing, then Yang Weiwei might be able to think a little bit easier. After all, it was giving his own woman a beating, and thinking about it wasn't so unacceptable. You don't have a chance because later this lady will kick off your third leg. Ha ha. Feng Shuiqing laughed delicately, and there was a hint of cunning in that smile. You're so confident, how about we make a bet? Yang Weiwei revealed a slightly lethal smile, his eyes full of provocation. What's the bet? Feng Shuiqing opened her mouth to ask, that delicate face filled with curiosity. If you lose, you'll be my little wife. Yang Weiwei laughed, and there was a bit of smugness in that smile. Stinking rascal, what if you lose? Feng Shuiqing pouted. Then I'll make you a husband. Yang Weiwei said indifferently, as if he was victorious. Good. This young lady agrees. Feng Shuiqing said without hesitation. Are you sure you don't want to back out? Yang Weiwei wondered as he looked at Feng Shuiqing incredulously, wondering in his heart that there was such a good thing? How does this bet look like he is earning? Why would I backtrack? Feng Shuiqing laughed, that smile as bright and colorful as a flower blooming in spring. I want to know, why did you say yes? Yang Weiwei asked curiously, his eyes full of inquiry. Because you're long and handsome and kinda smooth to look at, and I happen to be short of a swatter around to chase flies. Feng Shuiqing suddenly felt that she was incredibly resourceful. This bet, win or lose, she got a racket. And in the future, as long as there were annoying flies, all of them would be left to Yang Weiwei to deal with. Yang Weiwei pondered for a moment and said, okay, it's a deal. At this moment, Yang Wei also knew what Feng Shuiqing was playing at. She was trying to use herself as a shield. However, this shield, Yang Weiwei was still very willing to be. After all, Feng Shuiqing was the most capable of arousing a man's desire among the girls he had seen. Not only did she look childlike, but she also had an immortal aura that didn't belong to this world, as if she just didn't belong to this mortal world. The battle for the title now begins. Just then the voice of the outer sect's Grand Elder rang out. His voice was like a flood of bells, reverberating throughout the entire venue. As the voice of the Grand Elder of the outer sect fell, Feng Shuiqing was like a gust of wind and instantly slapped her palm towards Yang Wei. That speed was as fast as lightning. Yang Weiwei didn't use a weapon either, and similarly executed palm techniques to battle Feng Shuiqing. Although both of them were at the 6th level of the Ming Xian realm, the combat power they exerted already far exceeded that of an ordinary Tong Xian realm 2nd level powerhouse. Meanwhile, in the clouds above the outer gate of the heavenly Yuan Palace, why is he here? A stunningly beautiful figure floated in the clouds in mid-air, those beautiful eyes staring tightly at Yang Weiwei in the ring, their eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. The battle for the title continued, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Weiwei and Feng Shuiqing exchanged hundreds of moves. For a time, the more Yang Wei fights, the more frightened he is. Since crossing, Yang Wei has never encountered a person who can compete with him in the same realm. Of course, Yang Weiwei still had stunts that he hadn't used, such as the God Slayer sword technique, as well as the soul-devouring slash, but he didn't intend to use them. As for Feng Shuiqing, she was even more shocked than him at this time, and she secretly said in her heart, how come this stinking rascal is so strong? Even in that place, there aren't many people who can fight against this young lady in the same realm. At this time, Feng Shuiqing faked a strike and directly kicked hard towards Yang Weiwei's crotch. ******, despicable woman. Yang Wei hurriedly shook off the kick and grabbed a palm towards Feng Shuiqing's chest. Seeing this, Feng Shuiqing hastily swung out a palm to meet it. In the blink of an eye, a few hundred more moves had passed, and Yang Wei finally gradually gained the upper hand. However, at this time, Yang Weiwei didn't dare to use his full strength. This is his future woman. Can't break her. As the battle continued, the fighting style of the two slowly changed. Feng Shuiqing also reckoned that she was also tired of fighting and was no longer as furious as she was at first. As if this was no longer a duel but a simple sparring match, the two began to fight together. Feng Shuiqing a snow-white clothes fluttering in the wind, like a fairy down to earth, that a head of black beautiful hair swinging with the wind, adding a few points of the beauty of the spirit. Pink as jade skin in the sunlight flashes a charming luster, like a fairy down to earth generally, and Yang Wei's face value also can be counted as 1 in a million. A white brocade coat, looks like he is more dashing and flowing, a thick long hair high bundled up, valiant, the corner of the mouth with a hint of a smile, features angular, as if carved out of the general. The two of them were striking out with their palms continuously, as if they were golden girls dancing. The picture was so aesthetically pleasing. In the blink of an eye, a few hundred more rounds passed, and Feng Shuiqing finally ran out of strength and was knocked down and flew out by Yang Weiwei. At this time, Yang Weiwei also put away his attack and flew to catch Feng Shuiqing with a hand and swept her up in his arms. At this time, Feng Shuiqing also stopped attacking, and the two of them just hugged each other tightly, neither of them speaking. The people under the ring at this point were dumbfounded. What is this? Ryoko, stinking rascal, how long do you want to hug? Feng Shuiqing pouted, a hint of blush in that voice. I want to keep hugging until the end of days and the collapse of the stars. Yang Weiwei used his melancholy eyes to gaze deeply at Feng Shuiqing, as if he wanted to carve her appearance deeply into his heart. Stinking rascal, you don't think you can take this young lady down by using this old-fashioned way, do you? The corner of Feng Shuiqing's mouth turned upwards, her eyes filled with flirtation. Cough cough. That, little tigress, according to the agreement, you should be my woman now. It should be fine for me to hug more, right? Yang Wei said sardonically, a trace of an awkward smile on his face. Then do you like me? Feng Shuiqing blinked her eyes, those soulful eyes filled with anticipation. Like it, Yang said without hesitation in the early hours of the morning. What do you like about me? Feng Shuiqing asked curiously, looking like an innocent little girl. You're beautiful, big, cute, individualistic, and talented. These are all things I like. Yang Weiwei laughed, his eyes full of sincerity. Stinking rascal, big colorful devil. Feng Shuiqing pouted, that face instantly red like a ripe apple. So what do you think of me? Yang Weiwei smiled and said, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Aside from being handsome and gifted, there doesn't seem to be any advantages left. Feng Shuiqing said after thinking about it, and that tone carried a few hints of intentional flirting. Do you like it then? Yang asked seriously in the early morning, her eyes filled with nervousness. Like these 2 points of yours happen to be what I like. You can't have one without the other, because this young lady is also a face controller. Feng Shuiqing laughed daintily, that smile was as bright as the sun. Right at this moment, the Grand Elder, Yuan Yang walked over. Yang Weiwei and Feng Shuiqing rushed to separate when they saw this. Yuan Yang then announced the final results of this grand competition. Yang Weiwei won the first place in this grand competition. Feng Shuiqing was second, and the third place went to Qinjun. And the top 3 of this grand competition will all be given the opportunity to enter the inner sect early. Normally, in order to enter the inner sect, one must have a Tongxian realm cultivation or be accepted as a disciple by the inner sect elders. Congratulations on becoming inner disciples of Tian Yuan Palace. Now follow this seat to the inner gate to register. Yuan Yang laughed, that smile full of relief, finally entering the inner gate. At this moment, Yang Weiwei couldn't help the elation in his heart. This was because in the heavenly Yuan Palace, once one entered the inner sect, it meant that one had truly become a disciple of the heavenly Yuan Palace. Under Yuan Yang's leadership, the two of them passed through several mountain peaks and arrived at the heavenly Yuan Palace examination hall. The examination hall was the place where disciples were assessed for promotion. But since Yang Weiwei and Feng Shuiqing were the first and second in the grand competition, they were directly exempted from the examination, and were directly registered. There were 7 main peaks in the inner gate of Tian Yuan Palace: Tian Yuan Peak, Tianxin Peak, Tenji Peak, Tianxian Peak, Tiandan Peak, Tian Formation Peak, and Tianware Peak, of which Tian Yuan Peak was the main peak, which was where the palace master resided. Chapter 28, Worshipping the Master in the Wee Hours of the Morning. Tian Yuan Palace's main peak, Palace Master's Hall. Yu Rou, the disciple who comes first in this outer sect competition. This palace will personally accept him as a disciple. Go and bring him here. A cold and melodious voice slowly sounded, as if it was an immortal voice from the 9 heavens above, carrying an unquestionable majesty. This was a woman who looked as if she had walked out from the fairyland. The girl was dressed in a gorgeous white dress with a fluttering skirt, just like a fairy in the world, although she wore a layer of snow veil on her face, making it impossible for people to see her full appearance. Her pair of stunningly beautiful eyes were like bright stars, deep and fascinating, able to make people sink into them with a single glance, unable to extricate themselves. Yes, master. Lin Yuro bowed, then slowly retreated, that stance light and graceful, like a flower swaying in the wind. At this moment, Lin Yuro was incomparably shocked inwardly as to why her master had chosen to take Yang Wei as his disciple. She really couldn't figure out what was so special about this teenager, who had just emerged in the grand competition, that he could make the ever-cool master personally speak. At the same time, at the first moment Yang Weiwei won the championship, a powerful piece of news was like a heavy bomb that instantly shocked the entire Tianyuan Palace. Just a moment ago, the Tianyuan Palace's #1 beauty, Ling Yenyun, had announced to the public that the #1 in the outer sect competition, Yang Weiwei, was her man. Once the news was spread, it instantly set off a furor in Tianyuan Palace, and this time, almost all the inner disciples and core disciples were inquiring about Yang Weiwei's origins. Everyone was curious as to what kind of a man had gained Ling Yenyun's favor. As the Tianyuan Palace's #1 beauty, Ling Yenyun not only possessed a stunningly beautiful face, but also similarly possessed heaven-defying qualifications in terms of cultivation. At the age of 17 years old, her cultivation had now reached the 9th level of the questioning void realm. Her knitted brows and smile could make the heart flutter, like a delicate flower blooming in spring. Of course, a woman as outstanding as Ling Yenyun would definitely have no shortage of suitors around her, from the inner sect to the core disciples, and it was even rumored that the Sikong Saint's son was also in love with Ling Yenyun. And at this time, Yang Wei was not the slightest bit aware of these things, because he was registering his identity information in the examination hall. Based on her personal choice, Feng Shueqing chose the main peak of Tianyuan Peak, which was the peak where the Tianyuan Palace Lord was located. Yang Weiwei chose Tiandan Peak because it was the only peak that focused on alchemy, and it was also the one with the least number of people. The reason why Yang Weiwei chose the Heavenly Dan Peak was because at the Heavenly Dan Peak, there were more opportunities to come into contact with those precious medicinal herbs, which would be extremely helpful to his cultivation and future development. Stinky rascal, you have to refuel your cultivation. Oh, if someone harasses me, you have to stand up like a man. Oh, Feng Shueqing said. That voice was clear and pleasant, with a few pouts. I'll break 5 limbs of anyone who dares to harass you. Yang Weiwei said this with incomparable seriousness, his eyes revealing firmness and boldness. Feng Shueqing was indeed his preferred girl, combining almost all the advantages in one. Feng Shueqing had a body if she wanted a body. Her graceful curves were evocative. She had a face value if she wanted a face value. Her delicate features seemed to be a masterpiece carefully carved by the heavens. She had a talent if she wanted a talent, and she had demonstrated an amazing potential in her cultivation. And Feng Shueqing was not only big and cute, that playful look made people want to pamper her. And most importantly, she had an immortal aura that didn't belong to this world, as if she was an elf that came from the fairyland. That's what you said. Oh, if someone harasses me, I'll tell him that Yang Weiwei is my man, Feng Shueqing said with a sly smile that was as bright as the spring sunshine. You're not going to get me in a bunch of trouble. Yang Weiwei felt as if he had fallen into a pit, and a helpless bitter smile appeared on his face. That can't be said. This young lady is as beautiful as a flower. There is no shortage of flies surrounding her wherever she goes. Feng Shueqing's beautiful eyes blinked and said, with a few points of complacency in those eyes, okay, if someone dares to harass you, just report my name. I'm not afraid of trouble. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth, his tone full of confidence and bearing. There must be few suitors around the beautiful women. This point Yang Wei still know. As a man, if the flies around the beautiful women can't be solved, then what qualification is there to have people? Swish! Right at this moment, a stunningly beautiful figure appeared in the examination hall, and the person who came was none other than the palace master's disciple, Lin Yuro. Lin Yuro, why are you here? Seeing Lin Yuro appear, Yang Wei was also surprised. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Yang Wei, come with me to Tianyuan Peak. The palace lord wants to see you, Lin Yuro delicately said. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a clear spring flowing in the mountains. Palace, the palace master wants to see me? There's no mistake about it. I don't seem to have committed anything. Yang Weiwei asked in disbelief, his face filled with doubts. You haven't committed any offense. It's the palace lord who wants to take you as a disciple. Hurry up and go. Lin Yuro spoke, a hint of urgency in her tone. Palace Master accepting me as a disciple? Yang Wei frowned and said, his heart filled with doubts and incomprehension. Cut the crap and hurry up and go with this young lady. Lin Yuro urged. That look appeared somewhat impatient. Alright, can you bring Xueqing with you? She also chose Tian Yuan Peak. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Alright, you guys come with me. Lin Yuro opened her mouth and after she finished speaking, she walked straight towards the front, her stance light and elegant, while Yang Weiwei and Feng Xueqing followed behind it. Stinking rascal, how did the palace master accept you as a disciple? Feng Xueqing asked softly with a hint of curiosity in her voice. That I really don't know. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth, his face similarly filled with confusion. Yang Wei, have you met the palace master? Lin Yuro asked curiously, those eyes filled with inquisitiveness. I don't know. We'll know when we meet the palace master. Yang Weiwei was also puzzled as to how the high and mighty palace master would suddenly want to accept himself as his disciple. After passing through several peaks along the way, he finally arrived at a huge mountain peak. It was an imposing mountain with majestic peaks that towered into the clouds, and the peaks plunged into the sky as if they were connected to the heavens. The three of them got on the flying beast and flew to the peak in no time. It was only after arranging for Feng Xueqing that Lin Yuro brought Yang Weiwei to the palace master's hall. Looking at this great hall in front of him with a breath like an abyss and a magnificent atmosphere, Yang Wei was shocked beyond measure in his heart. This kind of building, if placed in the earthlings, it was almost an unrepeatable miracle. Enter the palace master's hall, only to see a woman with an enchanting figure, gorgeous clothes, elegant temperament, and a snow veil on her face sitting right in the center of the main hall. Although she wore a snow veil on her face, her pair of stunningly beautiful eyes seemed to carry magical power, and just by looking at them, one would involuntarily sink into them. Master teacher, Yang Weiwei has been brought here. Lin Yuro bowed, her tone filled with respect. You go down. Dongfang Yunbing's elegant and melodious immortal voice sounded, as if it carried an unrefusable magic. Yes, master. Lin Yuro bowed and retreated. Disciple Yang Weiwei, see the palace master. Yang Weiwei bowed and said with a respectful and pious attitude. Yang Weiwei, from today onwards, you are the closed disciple of this palace. You can have an opinion? Dongfang Yunbing's pleasant and melodious voice came out, and that voice carried a kind of majesty and unquestionability. No. No comment, disciple Yang Weiwei, pay respects to master. Yang Weiwei didn't know why. In front of this stunningly beautiful woman, he couldn't raise a single ounce of resistance at all, and directly knelt down and performed the salute of worship. Come over here, let the palace take a good look at you. Dongfang Yunbing's voice carried a hint of softness, as if a spring breeze had brushed across the surface of a lake, causing ripples in the layers. Yes, master. Yang Weiwei lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Dongfang Yunbing, and tremblingly walked over. It's not like the palace is going to eat you, so raise your head and come closer. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was very soft at the moment, and it was as if that voice had a kind of magic power that made people irresistible. Yes, master. Yang Wei trembling walked over. The pressure on this woman was too terrifying. It was as if he was being pressed with a huge mountain on his body. Every step seemed incomparably difficult. Dongfang Yunbing stretched out a pair of flawless jade hands, her index finger gently hooked on Yang Weiwei's chin, her voice slightly flirtatious. It's indeed quite handsome. This hand was extremely beautiful, more flawless than the first snow, more glistening than divine jade, like a fairy's soft razor reaching out from a dream. Yang Wei could not have imagined that a hand could be so breathtakingly beautiful, but this hand seemed a bit familiar, and for a moment he could not recall where he had seen it before. Should I resist if my master uses force on me? Never mind. She's so powerful. I'd better not resist. Come on. Yang Weiwei was already prepared. He didn't dare to move a muscle, so he was just hooked by her chin. This is the Heavenly Yuan Sword Dictionary. Take it and practice it. If you don't practice it for a month, this palace will drop a punishment? Dongfang Yunbing's face resumed its icy coldness, and that voice seemed to be able to freeze the surrounding air. Holy, what the hell? People are ready. Many thanks, master. Yang Weiwei hurriedly bowed and said, a fine layer of sweat already appearing on his forehead. You row. Dongfang Yunbing's voice traveled out once again. Master. Soon Lin Yuro walked in once again, arranged Chener's residence at the Chui Yunxian Pavilion. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was clear and cold as he said. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in that tone. Yes, senior. Lin Yuro answered and said. At the same time, She was particularly shocked in her heart that her master had bestowed the Cui Yun Xin Pavilion to Yang Weiwei. The matter of this palace accepting Chinner as a disciple. Don't spread it out for now. All go down. Dongfang Yunbing opened her mouth, her voice carrying a command that could not be disobeyed. Yes, master. Yang Weiwei and Lin Yuro bowed and retreated. Chapter 29, the 8th level of the Mingxian realm. Senior Wee brother, do you know the master? Lin Yuro asked curiously, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. It was the first time she had ever seen her master, so concerned about a new disciple, and in all these years, master had only taken her as a disciple. No, it's true that I've never met my master. Yang Weiwei pondered for a while and said in a firm tone, as to why Dongfang Yunbing had taken him as a disciple. Yang Wei's heart was also filled with curiosity and puzzlement. Senior brother Wei, master is so good to you. He even bestowed the Cui Yun Xin Pavilion to you. Lin Yuro said enviously, a hint of longing showing in her eyes. Is the Cui Yunxuan Pavilion special? Yang Weiwei asked curiously, with a few doubts in his gaze. Although Cui Yunxuan Pavilion is not an independent peak, it is the most special place in Tianyuan Main Peak. It's quiet and the aura is rich, very suitable for cultivation. Lin Yuro opened her mouth and said, her voice was clear and pleasant, like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. That's great. I just like the quiet. A look of anticipation appeared on Yang Weiwei's face, and his heart began to yearn for the Cui Yunxuan Pavilion. By the way, senior Wee brother, you may be in more trouble next. Lin Yuro smiled sweetly and said, that smile seemed to carry a bit of mystery. Trouble? What trouble? Yang asked curiously in the early hours of the morning, his brow furrowing slightly. Sister Smokecloud has already announced to the public that you are her man. Lin Yuro bloated and laughed, that laughter echoing in the air. Just announce it. What's the trouble? Yang Weiwei said indifferently, the expression on his face looking very calm. Do you know who Sister Smoky Cloud is? Lin Yuro spoke, a hint of seriousness in her eyes. This is something I'm not really sure about. Does she have any special identity? Yang Weiwei opened his mouth to ask, the doubts in his heart growing thicker. Sister Smoky Cloud is the #1 beauty in Tianyuan Palace, and she's also one of the 4 great sacred sons, so it's safe to say that she's surrounded by suitors all over Tianyuan Palace. Lin Yuro opened her mouth, her voice slightly raised as if she was emphasizing the seriousness of this matter. Her suitors? They won't come running to find trouble with me, right? Yang Weiwei asked, a trace of worry rising in his heart. You tell me. Lin Yuro gave Yang Wei a blank stare, a look that seemed to say, think about it yourself. Passing through several scenic mountain paths, the duo finally arrived at the Cui Yun Xin Pavilion. It is a courtyard with a backdrop of a cliff, surrounded by pleasant scenery, green trees, flowers in bloom, and birds singing happily in the branches. In addition, the aura here was extremely dense, as if it had formed a faint layer of mist, and most importantly, this place was very quiet, as if it was isolated from the world, which was very suitable for closed-door cultivation. After arranging Yang Weiwei, Lin Yuro left the Cui Yunxian Pavilion. For this elegant and quiet pavilion, Yang Wei heart is still very satisfied. In the future, no longer need to worry about someone to disturb their own cultivation. The reward for this outer sect competition was still very generous. Not only was there 1 million contribution value, there were also 10,000 lower grade spirit stones. Right now, he had more than 4 million contribution value on him, and about 20,000 lower grade spirit stones. With this value, it was estimated that many core disciples could not compare to him. Yang Weiwei dived into the Haotian jade space, then took out a large amount of spirit stones and began to refine them. At this moment, Yang Wei sat cross-legged in the middle of a pile of spirit stones. With the activation of the Haotian skill, the spirit stones around him transformed into strands of white spirit chi, and those spirit chi were like a small agile snake, weaving and swimming around him, then wrapping him in the middle. About a few hours later, Yang Weiwei finally touched the bottleneck of the 7th level of the Mingxian realm. Break for me! Yang Wei roared. The voice seemed to break through the clouds. Rumble! The 7th level of the Mingxian realm. At this time, a loud sound came from within Yang Weiwei's body, like a thunderous explosion. He finally broke through that barrier and successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Mingxian realm. After the breakthrough, Yang Weiwei didn't stop at all and took out countless more pills to devour. With the support of the extreme Mingxian Dan, it didn't take long for Yang Weiwei's cultivation level to start growing crazily once again. Early 7th level of the Mingxian realm. Middle of the 7th level of the Mingxian realm. Peak of the 7th level of the Mingxian realm. At this time, Yang Weiwei once again touched the bottleneck of the 8th level of the Mingxian realm. He continued to refine the remaining spirit stones around him, striving to break through to the 8th level of the Mingxian realm in one go. Right now he was still very eager for strength. There wasn't long before the date of his appointment with Li Tianqing. He didn't want to die in the ring when he was there. Moreover, next, Yang Weiwei would have to face countless challenges, and without sufficient strength, then he would only be slapped in the face. In the blink of an eye, a few more hours passed. With Yang Weiwei's persistence, he finally broke through to the 8th level of the Mingxian realm and utilized pills to impact to the peak of the 8th level of the Mingxian realm. After the breakthrough, Yang Wei took out the Tian Yuan Sword Codex again and began to enlighten himself. He didn't dare to forget his master's explanation. If he didn't practice within a month, hell knows what punishment he would receive. The moment he thought of Dongfang Yunbing's terrifying pressure, Yang Weiwei's heart shuddered. Since crossing over, other than that fairy he had a moment with, the Heavenly Yuan Palace Master was definitely the most terrifyingly strong person he had ever seen. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed, and under Yang Weiwei's continuous enlightenment, the Tian Yuan Sword Code was finally cultivated by him to a small completion. The Heavenly Yuan Sword Code was the most profound and unpredictable martial skill of the Heavenly Yuan Palace, and other than Dongfang Yunbing and the Supreme Elder, currently no one in the Heavenly Yuan Palace had cultivated it. Yang Weiwei exited the Haotian Jade space, and he planned to make a trip to the Inner Gate Redemption Hall of Tian Yuan Palace. For this cultivation, the spirit stones in his hand had already been consumed by him, and the pills in his hand had also been almost consumed by him. Changing into a set of inner disciple robes and simply freshening up, Yang Weiwei left the Cui Yunxian Pavilion, Inner Gate Redemption Hall. This was an imposing hall with a vicissitude atmosphere. The ancient walls were covered with traces of age. A glance showed that it had existed for countless years, and the things that could be exchanged here were countless times more advanced compared to the outer sect exchange hall. Yang Weiwei took out his identity token and spent 3 million contribution value to exchange a bunch of alchemy herbs, as well as some spirit stones, then walked out of the exchange hall. Little bastard. Let's see who can still protect you today. Only to see Li Tianqing and Li Sini walking over with grim eyes, stopping in front of Yang Weiwei. Their gazes were filled with hatred and killing intent, as if they wanted to eat Yang Wei alive. Li Tianqing, are you so eager to die? Yang Weiwei had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. That smile was full of disdain and mockery. Right now, he was not afraid of Li Tianqing. Little bastard, if you have the guts to go on the life and death stage with this youngster now, Li Tianqing said grimly, a chill in his voice. Lead the way? Yang Weiwei sneered, his tone filled with fearlessness. Since Li Tianqing wanted to seek death in advance, Yang Weiwei had no reason to reject the other party. You have guts. Let's see how you die later. Li Tianqing turned around and left after saying that. And at this time, Yang Weiwei followed behind him, heading towards the Inner Gate Life and Death stage. Tian Yuan Palace. Inner Gate Life and Death stage. Yang Weiwei, are you sure you want to accept Li Tianqing's life and death battle? The ring enforcement elder frowned and said, a hint of worry in his gaze. Okay. Yang Weiwei said with firm eyes, without the slightest flinch in his gaze. Do you know the cultivation gap between you? Don't blame this seat for not reminding you. When you go up to the life and death platform, life and death are each at the mercy of heaven. It's not too late for you to regret now, the law enforcement elder kindly advised, his voice filled with concern. Disciple knows. Thanks for reminding elder. Yang Weiwei saluted the law enforcement elder and said with a respectful and resolute attitude, since you won't listen to this seat's advice, you'll sign the life and death certificate. The law enforcement elder spoke, shaking his head helplessly. For Yang Weiwei, the law enforcement elders still had heard of him, knowing that he was the champion of this year's outer sect competition and was only 15 years old, counting him as a talented young man. Chapter 30, Killing Li Tianqing. Swish, swish, Yang Weiwei and Li Tianqing, without hesitation, each signed the life and death certificate. At this time, there were also quite a few inner disciples gathered around. They looked curiously, and many of them recognized Yang Weiwei. After all, Yang Weiwei was the champion of the outer sect grand competition. And on the day of the outer sect grand competition, there were quite a few inner sect disciples watching from the stage. This kid is Yang Weiwei? It doesn't look like there's anything special about him. How could the Smoke Cloud Holy Maiden look at him? Maybe the Smoke Cloud Holy Maiden likes this kind of white boy. That's true. This kid doesn't seem to be anything special except for being a bit better looking. For a while, the onlookers of the inner disciples were murmuring, various voices rising and falling, full of doubts and incomprehension. Little bastard. No one can save you today. Li Tianqing looked at Yang Weiwei grimly, his eyes filled with killing intent and viciousness. Dead. You'd better persuade your brother. or you'll have you crying later. Yang Wei glanced at Li Sini with a hint of mockery in his gaze. Looking for death. Li Tianqing's eyes flashed a stern aura, while the long sword in his hand instantly slashed towards Yang Weiwei. Li Tianqing was worthy of being a powerhouse at the third level of the Tanshan realm. This sword carried a purple sword chi that was as swift and fierce as lightning, slashing horizontally towards Yang Weiwei as if he was going to slice him in two. Facing a genius like Li Tianqing, Yang Weiwei didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. His green spirit sword instantly came out of its sheath, shining with a cold aura as he executed the first stance of the heavenly elemental sword code and met the other party's sword chi towards him. In an instant, the two of them fought for 7 or 8 rounds in a row, with neither of them being able to help the other. However, at this time, Yang Weiwei didn't use his full strength, but instead utilized Li Tianqing in practicing the Tian Yuan sword code. If Li Tianqing knew that Yang Weiwei was practicing with him, he would probably be infuriated alive. In the blink of an eye, the two of them fought dozens of rounds, and at this moment, the more Li Tianqing fought, the more he was alarmed, and he was already a little panicked in his heart. In these dozens of rounds, he had already used all his strength, all kinds of stunts, while Yang Weiwei looked as if he was still relaxed and at ease. Meanwhile, amidst the clouds in mid-air, a stunningly beautiful figure was watching this life and death fight of the inner sect. Brat! Not a little bit of guts. How dare you take your opponent to practice your sword in a life and death battle? The corner of Dongfang Yunbing's mouth hooked up into a charming smile that carried a few points of appreciation and curiosity. At this moment, the law enforcement elder looked at Yang Weiwei with an unbelievable face. As the law enforcement elder, he had seen countless geniuses in his life, but he had never seen such a heaven-defying teenager. Another 100 or so rounds passed, and as Yang Weiwei's Tian Yuan sword dictionary became more and more skillful and his moves became more and more subtle, Li Tianqing gradually fell into a passive position. Swish! In front of Li Tianqing's chest, a cut was made by Yang Weiwei, and blood instantly dyed his clothes red. Swish! The joint of Li Tianqing's left foot was slashed by Yang Weiwei's green spirit sword, and instantly, the blood couldn't stop soaring wildly. Swish! 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 Ah! 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 After several swords, Li Tianqing's limbs and meridians were completely cut off by Yang Weiwei. Yang Weiwei was holding a long sword, the tip of the sword hanging down on the ground. The whole person stood in the ring. Angular face is extremely handsome. Face like a carving like 5 distinct features. The appearance seems to be debauchery. His eyes inadvertently flowed out of the essence of the aura, so that no one dares to take it lightly. Brother! Li Sini sobbed like rain, crying like a pear, and wanted to go up to the stage, but she was stopped by the law enforcement elders. Kneel down, slap yourself 100 times, and yell that you are, and I will release Li Tianqing. The corner of Yang Wei's mouth revealed a cold smile as he looked at Li Sini and said, there wasn't the slightest bit of pity in those eyes. Yang Weiwei, I advise you to better let my brother go. My brother is the disciple of the Tianxian Peak's Grand Elder. Li Sini's eyes looked at Yang Weiwei with resentment, her voice filled with anger. Swish! Swish! Ah! 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 Li Tianqing once again let out a miserable cry, and the sound was hair-raising. Stop! I'll kneel! Li Sini cried out, and then kneeled down. Her brother was her only relative, and the best person to her in this life. She didn't want to watch her brother die in the ring because of herself. At this moment, Li Sini incomparably regretted her original decision. Why did she do that kind of ungrateful thing? Pa! Snap! Li Sini slapped herself in the face one after another, the sound crisp and loud. Sini, stop it! Li Tianqing hissed, his voice filled with pain and helplessness. When the 100 slaps were finished, Li Sini's face was already swollen, bulging high and out of shape. Swish! Yang Weiwei swung the long sword in his hand, instantly slashing Li Tianqing's neck. Brother! Like a madman, Li Sini rushed onto the ring and hugged Li Tianqing, whose neck was bleeding profusely, her tears like a flood that broke the dike. Xine, from now on you, take care of yourself. Don't take revenge. Li Tianqing finished the last sentence with great difficulty, and then he completely closed his eyes, his body becoming weak and feeble. Yang Wei, I'm going to kill you. Li Sini went crazy and rushed towards Yang Wei. Her eyes seemed as if she wanted to eat Yang Wei alive. Bang! Yang Weiwei didn't hesitate and directly kicked it out. Treating the enemy, he didn't care if you were a beautiful woman or not. I've already knelt down. Why do you still want to kill my brother? Li Sini looked at Yang Weiwei resentfully, her voice mournful and desperate. I'm sorry, but there is no integrity in what I say when it comes to my enemies. You can only blame yourself for this. I was kind enough to save your life. but you returned the favor and tried to snatch my demonic pills and even tried to kill me. After Yang Weiwei finished speaking, he turned around and left the scene. His figure was determined and firm. If he wasn't in the Tianyuan Palace, at this moment, he really wanted to kill this woman. Yang Wei, I will make your life worse than death. Definitely. Li Sini gritted her teeth and coldly stared at Yang Weiwei's back, her eyes filled with thick resentment as if she wanted to brand Yang Weiwei's back in her heart. After Yang Weiwei returned to the Chui Yunxian Pavilion, he started refining pills at the first opportunity. For the next few days, Yang Wei lived quite comfortably. During the daytime, he would hunt some wild game to do barbecue and drink tea. And at night, he would dive into the Haotian Jade to cultivate madly. Originally, there were quite a few inner disciples and core disciples who wanted to teach Yang Weiwei a lesson. Unfortunately, Yang Wei had been staying at the Chui Yunxian Pavilion without leaving his home, so these Ling Yun's adoring fans didn't have a choice for a while. Clang! This Yang Weiwei has great guts. How dare he kill this Seat's disciple? An old man with gloomy eyes said in a cold voice. This person was none other than Tianxian Peak's Grand Elder Chen Yinling, and his face was so terribly gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Senior Knight was killed in the ring. This is not something we can directly go and avenge. A core disciple opened his mouth, his expression looking a little embarrassed. You keep an eye on him for this seat, and once he leaves the Heavenly Yuan Palace, get him killed. Chen Yinling's tone was cold to the extreme, as if it was a voice coming from hell. Yes, Master. Wang Yuan respectfully answered, lowering his head, not daring to look directly at Chen Yinling's gaze. At this time, Yang Weiwei was at the Qiyungshuan Pavilion, cooking a barbecue and drinking his own exclusively brewed red wine. At this moment, Lin Yuro and Ling Yenyun appeared outside of Yang Weiwei's small courtyard. Senior Sister Yuro, Senior Sister Smoky Cloud, you're here. Please have a seat and try my newly brewed red wine. Yang Wei greeted warmly and took out a few chairs and set them up with a big smile on his face. Wee brother, you're quite good at enjoying life. Lin Yuro sat down with a big grin, and then ate very unimaginatively, looking as if she hadn't eaten for a few days. So delicious. Is it that delicious? Ling Yinyun asked curiously, her gaze falling on the barbecue. Senior Sister Smoky Cloud? You try it too. And this red wine, you've definitely never had it before. Yang Weiwei greeted warmly and poured a glass of red wine for each of the two women, which shone with a charming luster in the sunlight. Ling Yinyun gently took a sip, and at once a hint of surprise filled her eyes. I can't imagine that you still know how to make wine. Senior Sister Smoke Cloud, slow down. Red wine should be savored slowly. Yang Wei said with a smile that was as warm as the spring breeze. Elder brother, in the future, Smoke Cloud and I'll leave our meals to you. Are you okay with that? Lin Yuro opened her mouth, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Senior Sister Yuro, not to mention the food, even if you guys give me the people, it's not a problem. Yang Weiwei smiled evilly, his gaze carrying a few hints of flirtation. Brat, it's not impossible if you want the two of us to hand someone over to you, but I'm afraid that your little body won't be able to stand up to the two of us. Lin Yuro's perfect cheeks were flushed at this time because she had drunk a lot of red wine, looking extraordinarily alluring, and those words were even more full of ambiguity. Damn girl, if you want to pay it you pay it yourself, don't bring me. Ling Yenyun twisted Lin Yuro's waist as soon as she did so, saying without a trace of redness on her face. Cough, cough, two senior sisters, try this freshly roasted hare. Yang Wei quickly changed the topic and said, he didn't dare to pull it any further. He found that although Lin Yuro looked quiet on the outside, she was extraordinarily tough in dealing with things. Chapter 31, Ancient Ruins. In the blink of an eye 10 days passed in a hurry. During this long period of time, Yang Wei was always in a state of frantic cultivation, not slacking off in the slightest. His strength also managed to break through to the 9th level of the Ming Xian realm as expected. On this very day, Yang Weiwei was cultivating the Tian Yuan sword code with full concentration. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful figure appeared in the Chui Yun Xian pavilion without any warning. This person was dressed in a pure white slimming long skirt, which aptly emphasized her enchanting and seductive figure. Her pair of ice-cold beautiful eyes carried a kind of majesty that looked down on all living beings, just like a noble ice mountain snow lotus that was not tainted by the slightest bit of mortal dust. Disciple Yang Weiwei, greetings to master. When Yang Weiwei saw the visitor, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Well practiced, only a short 10 days. Unexpectedly cultivated the heavenly elemental sword cannon to the realm of great accomplishment, worthy of being the male that this palace has its eye on disciple. Dongfang Yinbing said in a clear and cold tone. It's all because Master Teacher has taught me well that my disciple has been able to make such rapid progress. Yang Weiwei didn't hesitate to slap a horse's ass. Dongfang Yunbing's immortal posture curled up and her elegance walked to a bench, gracefully lay down, and faintly said, Shen this palace is a bit tired. Shall disciple give you a pinch? Yang Wei said with a frightened heart. The moment he said these words, he had already prepared himself mentally to be cleaned up. Aha! Dongfang Yunbing softly hummed. And then she closed those stunningly beautiful eyes and quietly laid down on the bench. Knock! 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 At this moment, Yang Wei's little heart was beating frantically, only to see him slowly walk behind Dongfang Yunbing. Then with his trembling hands, he gently rested on her silky and delicate shoulders. At this moment, Yang Weiwei felt as if he was about to suffocate. This was a woman of great prestige in the entire northern Xian domain. Any one of her wills was enough to determine the survival of countless people. Dongfang Yunbing's body was extremely soft and sexy. Even that shoulder was so beautiful that it was mesmerizing and almost suffocating. Yang Weiwei carefully, gently squeezed on Dongfang Yunbing's shoulders and arms. That stunningly fine and smooth jade hand made him a little bit fond and in love with it. You're nervous. Dongfang Yunbing closed her eyes and said softly. Kind of. Yang Weiwei took a deep breath and tried to calm his nervousness and said, Is the palace that scary? Dongfang Yunbing's voice suddenly became a bit delicate. It's because master is really as beautiful as heaven. That's why disciple is a bit nervous. Yang Weiwei lowered his voice and said, How about compared to Ling Yenyun and Feng Shueching? Dongfang Yunbing asked with a smile. Ahem. Of course it's Master Teacher who is the most beautiful. Yang Weiwei coughed lightly and hurriedly replied. Nice technique. Where did you learn it? Dongfang Yunbing added. Imperial Clubhouse. Yang Wei said truthfully. What is the Imperial Clubhouse? Dongfang Yunbing asked curiously. One is a place that specializes in providing massage and acupressure services. Yang Weiwei explained softly. Aha. Dongfang Yunbing said no more, quietly enjoying Yang Weiwei's massage. In the blink of an eye 2 hours passed at a leisurely pace. Well pressed. This palace will come often from now on. After saying that, Dongfang Yunbing's figure instantly disappeared into the Qiyangchuan pavilion. Asterisk. I'm not a massage therapist. At this point, Yang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. These 2 hours were really too much torment for him. Giving a massage to such a stunning beauty, no matter who it was, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to resist. Not to mention that the other party was the most powerful ruler in this area. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed quietly. During these 7 days, his cultivation once again made a breakthrough, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Mingxian realm. After breaking through to the peak of the 9th level of the Mingxian realm, Yang Weiwei made a plan in his mind to go out for some experience and complete a few missions along the way. Out of the Qiyangchuan pavilion, Yang Weiwei made his way to the inner gate of the Heavenly Yuan Palace's mission hall. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei's gaze was attracted by a quest poster at the entrance of the quest hall, and with curiosity, he quickly walked over. It turned out that the 4 great sects had discovered a newly unearthed ancient relic deep within the northern desolate mountain range. Due to the extremely old age of this relic, only martial artists below the questioning void realm were now qualified to enter. That's why the higher-ups of the Heavenly Yuan Palace posted this announcement, hoping that young disciples with an adventurous spirit would go and explore. Yang Weiwei carefully looked at the exact address of this one relic. Then without hesitation, he turned around and left the Tian Yuan Palace. However, what Yang Weiwei didn't know was that at the same moment he left the Tian Yuan Palace, a figure flickered and quietly followed behind him. And this person was none other than Wang Yuan, a disciple of the top 10 of the inner sect. After Yang Weiwei exited the Heavenly Yuan Palace, he executed the phantom skill all the way and opened the mode of rushing at full speed. However, since Yang Weiwei had been performing his stance all the way, it caused Wang Yuan, who was behind him, to follow and lose the person. At this moment, Wang Yuan's heart was incomparably shocked. He was one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, but he did not expect to lose a Mingxian realm person now. However, he wasn't in a hurry because of this, because he knew that the place where Yang Weiwei was going was that ancient relic. 3 days passed in a flash. Under Yang Weiwei's full-speed rush, he finally reached the depths of the northern wasteland mountain range. At this moment, he was very close to that one ancient relic. At this time, Yang Wei also found quite a few people in the vicinity. Among them, there were disciples from the Heavenly Yuan Palace, and similarly, there were some disciples from other sects. The northern wasteland mountain range was a mountain range of enormous size, and the 4 major powers of the southern state were located around the northern wasteland mountain range. That was why the unearthing of this ancient relic had similarly attracted young disciples from the other three great sects to come and explore. Yang Weiwei walked along the road all the way towards the entrance of the ancient ruins. At the entrance of the ruins, he found quite a few middle-aged people with profound strength, and judging from the way these people were dressed, they should be elder-level figures of the four major sects. The unearthing of ancient relics would inevitably trigger fights between clans. Therefore, every sect, in order for the disciples under their respective sects not to suffer in it, would send some elders with high strength to come and sit here. Yang Weiwei came into the camp of the Tianyuan Palace's side. At this time, a middle-aged man around 40 years old walked out. And this person was none other than Sun Tiancheng, the inner sect elder of Tianyuan Palace. Everyone, pay attention. After the relics open later, after entering inside, you must be careful of the people from other sects. Don't lose your lives due to carelessness. Sun Tiancheng instructed with a serious expression. Disciples understand. Many disciples responded in unison. It was at this time that the true appearance of the ancient ruins gradually emerged. Alright, the relics have begun. Let's all go in. Sun Tiancheng spoke. As the ancient relics opened, the disciples of the four great sects, one after another, rushed in. The four major sects in the southern state were the Heavenly Yuan Palace, the Earthly Yin Sect, the Rakshasa Palace, and the Sword Yuan Pavilion, with the Sword Yuan Pavilion being the most powerful, while the other three sects were roughly equal in strength. Yang Weiwei also followed the crowd and entered this mysterious ancient relic together. Suddenly, Yang Weiwei detected a cold aura. Then he quickly turned his head to look, but he saw nothing. At this moment, Yang Wei secretly became alert in his heart. Just now he had the feeling of being closely watched by a fierce raptor. This feeling was unusually strong. After everyone had entered this relic, at that moment, the entrance behind them suddenly closed without warning. At this moment, tens of thousands of people at the scene were instantly thrown into a state of panic. One by one, they hurriedly searched for the exit in a hurry. Then to everyone's dismay, the exit they had just come in through was as if it had never existed. Ryoko, with everyone never being able to find the exit, many people have begun to explore the wide expanse of the ruins. He couldn't get out in a short period of time anyway, and since he had already come in, he might as well search carefully inside, and he might even be able to find quite a few precious treasures. Chapter 32, Immortal Demon Sword. Almost immediately after Yang Weiwei determined that the exit had disappeared, he took a big step towards the depths of the secret realm without hesitation. Since he had already stepped into this ancient relic, he absolutely could not return empty-handed and waste this rare opportunity for nothing. Judging from the grand scale of this ancient relic, Yang Wei was able to clearly determine that this should be a place where ancient powerhouses were seated. Moreover, Yang Weiwei also accidentally discovered an extremely terrifying secret, and that was that this one relic had actually arranged a supremely powerful killing formation. This killing formation has a chilling name. It's called the Life-Killing Formation. In order to break the formation, it would be necessary for the crowd to kill each other until half of them were dead, and the exit of the ruins would not be visible again. However, this formation was fairly simple for Yang Weiwei. After all, Ling Jiechen was the top formation master in the divine realm, and Yang Weiwei had inherited his memories, so a mere life-killing formation was a breeze for him. It didn't take long for Yang Weiwei to arrive at a palace that was filled with a mysterious aura. Just then, a young man slowly walked in the distance, wearing the very robes of an inner disciple of the Heavenly Yuan Palace, and this person was none other than Wang Yuan, who was in the top 10 of the inner gate of Tianyuan Palace. For some reason, at this moment, Yang Wei's heart and mind jumped violently, and that uneasy feeling became stronger and stronger as that person gradually approached. Although Wang Yuan's face wore a calm smile, the deep uneasiness in Yang Weiwei's heart never dissipated. Thus, he secretly raised his guard while holding several explosive poison pills in his hand silently and unobtrusively. The moment Wang Yuan was about to approach, the explosive poison pill in Yang Wei's hand instantly shot out, and then his figure flickered and instantly disappeared in the same place. Rumble, rumble. The moment Yang Wei shot out the explosive poison pill, Wang Yuan was also keenly aware of the danger and hurriedly mobilized his Shen Qi to protect his surrounding body before his body rapidly retreated violently. However, even so, Wang Yuan was still blown up by the explosive poison Dan to the point that his robes were shattered, and although he did not suffer any serious injuries, his appearance looked incomparably miserable. Kid, count yourself lucky this time, but in the middle of this ancient relic, I don't believe I won't be able to catch you. Wang Yuan looked at the place where Yang Weiwei had disappeared. His eyes were so cold that it seemed as if they could spit out fire. While Yang Weiwei was at this moment, He had entered a space full of mysteries. This was a space with exceptionally dense aura, and Yang Wei followed this strange space all the way straight. It didn't take him long to hear a cacophony of voices talking in the distance. So, Yang Weiwei leaned over cautiously. One could only see that a large hall in the distance was surrounded by people, and in the center of the hall stood a sword emitting a biting cold light. Quite a few people wanted to go and pull out this peerless sword. However, before they could get close, they were shocked by the overpowering aura emanating from the sword and flew backwards. Heavenly ranked magic weapon. Yang Wei took a closer look and realized that this sword was, in fact, an extremely rare heaven-ranked magic weapon. At this moment, his heart was incomparably excited. This was a heavenly ranked magic weapon. Its power was far from being comparable to an ordinary spirit weapon. Weapons are further divided into ordinary weapons, spiritual weapons, magic weapons, and Dao weapons, each of which is further divided into 4 classes, heaven and earth, Xian Huang, and yellow. The power of a magic weapon far exceeded that of a spirit weapon, because a magic weapon could recognize its owner, and could increase in power as its owner's cultivation increased, and even had the chance to be upgraded to the level of a Dao weapon, or a divine weapon. At this point in the Great Hall, countless people had tried, but none of them were able to pull out this sword. On the other hand, Yang Weiwei was not in the least bit anxious because he could conclude that in the entire relics, no one was able to pull out this peerless sword except for him. All of you, one by one, come over and draw your swords. Whoever can pull out this precious sword, this young lady will have a heavy reward. A young girl with a hot body and a stunningly beautiful face spoke loudly. Yang Wei could see that this group of people should be from the strongest force in the southern state, the Sword Origin Pavilion. Right now, what Yang Wei was struggling with the most was how to find an opportunity to pull this sword out. If one could successfully refine this sword, then one's strength would definitely be able to go to a whole new level. The old man put up a fight, Yang Wei secretly said in his heart, and quietly removed the Tian Yuan Palace robe on his body, then slowly walked over. As one Sword Origin Pavilion disciple after another tried, but no one was able to get close to this peerless sword. After about half a quarter of an hour, it was finally the turn of the last Yang Weiwei. What's your name? And why hasn't this young lady seen you before? The stunningly beautiful young lady's voice was clear and cold, and there was scrutiny in her gaze. It's over. It's not going to be recognized, is it? I am a new disciple. Yang Weiwei replied in a low voice, apprehensive in his heart. You go ahead and try, the stunningly beautiful young woman said in a cold voice, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yes, Yang Wei answered, then slowly walked towards the peerless sword. At this moment, everyone was extremely shocked because this new disciple hadn't even been shaken away by this sword. Yang Wei casually glanced around, and realized that his position was now surrounded, and wanting to break out was really not an easy thing. Yang Weiwei's thoughts spun rapidly. However, he never thought of an excellent way. It seemed that he could only pull out his sword and then forcefully break out, only to see Yang Wei, his hand slowly gripped on top of the hilt of this peerless sword. At this time, Yang Wei found 2 ancient characters from the hilt of the sword. Immortal Demon. So this sword is called the Immortal Demon Sword, only to see Yang Weiwei pull hard. But the Immortal Demon Sword didn't move at all. When the stunningly beautiful young girl saw this, she couldn't help but feel a loss in her heart. She could keenly sense that this was not an ordinary sword. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei silently recited an oral command in his heart, and then with a forceful pull, he instantly pulled out the Immortal Demon Sword. Clank, buzz, 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 buzz. The Immortal Demon Sword came out of its sheath, emitting a buzzing sound. Instantly a cold light shot out. The sword emitted an endless killing aura. Instantly the surrounding disciples of the Sword Origin Pavilion were forced back by this intense killing aura, forcing them to retreat back and forth. Bring it over. The stunningly beautiful young girl stared at the Immortal Demon Sword with her eyes infatuated and said impatiently, yes. Yang Weiwei responded respectfully, then took the Immortal Demon Sword and slowly walked towards the stunningly beautiful young lady. Cha Nima, whether or not I can get this Immortal Demon Sword depends on this move, Yang Wei secretly said in his heart. Just as he was about to approach the young girl, Yang Wei suddenly rose up, and the Immortal Demon Sword in his hand instantly slashed towards the young girl. The strength of the absolutely beautiful young girl was the strongest existence among this group. Yang Weiwei estimated in his heart that the other party should be at the peak of the 9th level of the Tangshan realm, far from being able to fight against himself, so he could only choose to sneak attack. It would be best if he could kill the other party at once. If he couldn't kill the other party with one strike, then he would just run away. Bang! However, in front of the absolute strength gap, This all-out strike by Yang Weiwei was easily avoided by the absolutely beautiful young girl. Yang Weiwei decisively flung out dozens more explosive poison pills, while his figure instantly shot off in an explosive manner towards the distance. Rumble, rumble. The explosive poison pill instantly killed a dozen or so Sword Origin Pavilion disciples. Kid, you seek death. The stunningly beautiful young girl's face revealed frost, and her figure was like lightning as she shot explosively towards Yang Wei. Asterisk 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 how did this get here so fast? Yang Wei looked back and was instantly scared out of his wits, only to see the figure of the absolutely beautiful young girl hanging tightly behind him like a ghost. At this moment, Yang Weiwei hastily increased his speed and frantically fled through the ruins, drilling whenever he saw a gap. Even so, Yang Weiwei still hadn't succeeded in shaking off the stunningly beautiful young girl behind him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a way to go! Yang Wei's heart secretly became anxious. His strength was only at the peak of the 9th layer of the Mingxian realm, while the other party's strength was at the peak of the Tongxian realm. The gap in between was really too big. Brat! You won't be able to escape. This young lady is going to break you into pieces. The stunningly beautiful young lady's voice was as icy cold as the bone-piercing cold wind. Damn! I know I'm handsome, but there's no need for you to chase me so hard. Yang Weiwei cursed as he frantically fled. Chapter 33, Sky Red Demon Jiao. Right at this moment, Yang Wei suddenly found a small gap in the distance. He couldn't even think about it. Almost as an instinctive reaction, he directly drilled into it. The moment he drilled in, that stunningly beautiful young girl's movements were also extremely fast, and she similarly drilled in without hesitation. Rumble! With a deafening roar, the gap closed up completely. And how could Yang Weiwei care about that much? Fleeing frantically all the way as if he didn't want to die. It didn't take long before Yang Weiwei had to stop, as he was blocked by a deep pool of water. Cough cough. Beauty, have a good conversation. I'll return this sword to you. Can you let me go? Yang Wei said with a sardonic look on his face. At this moment, he did want to trade his sword for his life. After all, fighting, surely, was not an option, so it was better to simply ask for forgiveness with alacrity. Tell my lady, how do you want to die? The absolutely beautiful young girl's voice was icy cold to the extreme. At this moment she was filled with the desire to kill this hateful brat in front of her. Can you really choose how to die? Yang Weiwei asked weakly, with a hint of hope in her eyes. This young lady has been merciful and has given you a choice. Say it. The stunningly beautiful young girl's expression was light, and there was not the slightest bit of emotion in her tone. I want to die of pleasure. Yang Weiwei's eyes suddenly became fiery as he stared tightly at the stunningly beautiful young girl. Since the other party clearly did not intend to let him go, he would definitely not sit around and wait for death. Don't know how to die. The stunningly beautiful young girl's eyes were instantly as cold as frost, and the long sword in her hand ruthlessly slashed towards Yang Weiwei without hesitation. Although he knew that he couldn't beat him, Yang Wei would never choose to be caught with his hands tied. He hastily executed his agile figure to lunge towards the side. This sword of the absolutely beautiful young girl ruthlessly slashed into the pool of water behind Yang Weiwei. Ho 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 ho! At that moment, an incomparably huge body suddenly scurried out swiftly from the water pool, carrying an incomparably terrifying and powerful aura. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's over. Sky Red Demon Jiao. In the face of this suddenly appearing behemoth, Yang Weiwei was also scared to the point where his face was pale and bloodless. Humble humans, how dare you disturb this seat's healing? Damn you! Damn you! The heavenly red demon Jiao spat out human words and roared angrily. At this time, the stunningly beautiful young girl was also frightened by this heavenly red demon Jiao and backed up. Lord Dragon God, it's all because of this, just get her killed. I'll go first. After Yang Weiwei finished speaking, he desperately vanished towards the distance at his fastest speed, and the absolutely beautiful young girl's movements were not slow either. Her figure similarly shot towards the exit explosively. Ho 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 ho. A huge figure appeared as if it was lightning, suddenly appearing at the exit, blocking the entire exit to death. Where do you want to go, humble humans? The heavenly red demon Jiao roared playfully, and then that huge tail swept towards the duo with a whistling wind sound. Beauty, how about the two of us team up to kill this first? It's obviously heavily injured, and we're not completely without a chance. Yang Weiwei shouted as he desperately dodged. How do I know you won't suddenly run away? The stunningly beautiful young woman said coldly, her voice filled with skepticism. She didn't believe in the bull asterisk 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 Yang Weiwei said. In case this kid suddenly slipped away, then she would be dead. Just then, the absolutely beautiful young girl was forced into a narrow corner by the demonic augur, and was about to perish. Just in the nick of time, Yang Weiwei lifted his immortal demon sword and ruthlessly slashed towards the demon Zhao's tail without hesitation. Don't worry. I guarantee with my character that I definitely won't run away. Yang Weiwei hurriedly opened his mouth and said, thumbs up. Ho 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 ho. The tail of the heavenly red demon monster was unexpectedly chopped by the immortal demon sword to the point where it was drenched in blood, and the wound was shocking to the eyes. Humble human, how did you get an immortal demon sword? The heavenly red demon Zhao revealed a look of fear, and its voice trembled a little. Brat, this is afraid of the precious sword in your hand. Give me the sword. I will kill it. The absolutely beautiful young girl hurriedly said, her eyes full of desire. Catch. Yang Weiwei was also quick, directly throwing the long sword in his hand to the stunningly beautiful young lady. Compared to the immortal demon sword, it was still his own life that was more important. After receiving the immortal demon sword, the stunningly beautiful young girl did not hesitate to kill towards the heavenly red demon Zhao. The heavenly red demon Zhao seemed to be very afraid of the immortal demon sword. When an ordinary spirit weapon slashed at its body, it didn't do anything at all, whereas the immortal demon sword was able to inflict great damage on it every time. However, even with the immortal demon sword, the absolutely beautiful young girl was still caught in an absolute disadvantage at this point. Yang Weiwei, on the other hand, held the green spirit sword and assisted from the side, but the green spirit sword slashed at its body, just like scratching an itch. It was useless. At this moment, Yang Weiwei had already been smacked by the sky red demon's tail, making his head spin and his eyes bleed. If it wasn't for his body being strong enough, he would probably have died a long time ago. And the stunningly beautiful young girl was not doing well either, covered in injuries that were no lighter than Yang Weiwei's, and the whole person looked in a sorry state. Bang! The absolutely beautiful young girl was swept by the heavenly red demon Zhao's tail, and her entire body flew over towards Yang Weiwei's side. Without even thinking about it, Yang Weiwei caught it and then grabbed the immortal demon sword and rushed up, because at this time, the absolutely beautiful young girl has been smoked to faint. This moment Yang Wei can only rely on themselves. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The old man put up a fight. Yang Weiwei carried the immortal demon sword, and with red eyes, he charged towards the heavenly red demon Zhao recklessly. Ho 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 ho. Right at this moment, the heavenly red demon Zhao suddenly opened its bloody mouth, devouring wildly at Yang Weiwei. Why is this mouth so big? Yang Wei suddenly felt a blackness before his eyes, and his entire body was swallowed by the sky red demon Zhao. Yang Wei, who was swallowed into the mouth of the heavenly red demon Zhao, he didn't give up hope of surviving. He struggled to avoid being crushed by the sharp teeth of the sky red demon Zhao, but in the end, he was still swallowed by the sky red demon Zhao. Yang Wei followed the throat of the sky red demon Zhao and entered a huge stomach sac. At this moment, Yang Wei was wrapped by a piece of extremely corrosive stomach liquid. At this moment he felt that he could no longer breathe. His body seemed to be slowly being digested. Yang Weiwei could clearly feel the clothes on his body rotting rapidly. He hastily activated the Haotian skill and did his best to resist the corrosion, while at the same time urging all the power in his body to swing the immortal demon sword in his hand. Ho ho ho! The heavenly red demon Zhao was immediately in pain and kept rolling around on the ground, and Yang Weiwei was also shaken by the rolling of the heavenly red demon Zhao, causing him to fall to the ground. But he didn't stop. Instead, he frantically stabbed around in the stomach of the sky red demon Zhao like a madman, because this was his only chance to survive. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Under Yang Weiwei's constant attacks, the heavenly red demon Zhao rolled around madly in pain all over its body, and it didn't take long before it completely lost its breath. After another hour, Yang Weiwei was able to painstakingly poke through the belly of the heavenly red demon Zhao and then drilled out with extreme difficulty. At this time, Yang Weiwei's body was stained with the blood of the heavenly red demon Zhao, and his entire body's clothes had been corroded to shreds. At this moment, Yang Wei's eyes revealed a hint of blood red light, and at this moment he suddenly felt an evil fire violently rushing to his heart. Yang Weiwei couldn't think too much and hurriedly jumped into that pool of water, hoping to use it to remove the fire of lust from his body. Yang Weiwei let out a miserable scream. Soon he was completely out of his mind, and all he wanted to do at that moment was to do things. Just then, the stunningly beautiful girl slowly opened her eyes and shook her head, trying to clear it. When the stunningly beautiful young girl turned her head to look at Yang Weiwei, she only saw that Yang Weiwei's eyes were fiery, as if he was a hungry tiger, staring at her with a deadly stare before taking a step towards her. Hey, bastard, what do you want? The stunningly beautiful young girl, with great difficulty, climbed to her feet and then fled desperately behind her. At this moment, it was also clear to her what was going on. This kid must have been poisoned by the augur. She knew that augur dragons were lustful by nature, and those who had been poisoned by augur is basically unsolvable. However, being seriously injured, how could she be a match for Yang Weiwei? Bang! Before the stunningly beautiful young girl could take a few steps out, she was hugged by Yang Weiwei. Kid, if you dare to do anything to this young lady, no one in the entire southern state will be able to protect you. The stunningly beautiful young lady rebuked loudly, her voice filled with anger and fear. However, the response to her was relentless. At this moment, she felt incredibly desperate. Chapter 34, Meeting Xueqing again. The day passed in a hurry, and at this moment, the injuries on the stunningly beautiful young girl's body had miraculously recovered completely, and she was in the middle of her cultivation state. Suddenly, at this moment, Yang Weiwei finally came to his senses. God, what have I done? Yang Weiwei felt his brain buzzing and looked at the young girl who was sitting on her knees with a dumbfounded expression. His entire body was frozen. Suddenly, the stunningly beautiful young girl snapped her eyes open, her eyes filled with anger. Then without hesitation, she blasted Yang Wei out with a palm. I'll rub it in. Yang Weiwei's body was directly blasted into the pool of water, splashing a large amount of water. Without even thinking, he turned around and sped towards the distance. Just now he could clearly feel the strong killing intent emanating from the young girl. If he didn't run away at this time, he was bound to die. Bastard! This lady must cut you into 1,000 pieces. After getting out of this space, Yang Wei finally let out a long sigh of relief. At this time, he was also clear that he should have been poisoned by the augur, although he also wanted to make up for that beautiful young girl. But when he saw the other party's terrifying killing intent, he immediately dismissed the idea, or first save his own life is important. Ha! I actually broke through to the Tongxian realm? It was at this moment that Yang Weiwei was surprised to find that his cultivation level had unknowingly broken through to the Tongxian realm. At this moment, he was incomparably shocked in his heart, and he was unable to return to his senses for half a day. Yang Wei tried to calm down a bit, then continued to scavenge through this ancient relic. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, when Yang Weiwei was passing through a valley, he suddenly heard a fierce sound of fighting coming from inside. Yang Wei immediately lurked over carefully. Looking from afar, one could only see a young girl with a fiery figure being cornered by a man, already unable to retreat. Feng Xueqing, as long as you promise to be this young man's woman, this young man will release you. A grim voice rang out. Wang Xianfeng, with this frustrated appearance of yours, this young lady is getting sick to her stomach just looking at you. Feng Xueqing coldly said, her voice filled with disdain. Wang Xuanfeng's strength was clearly quite a bit higher than Feng Xueqing's. The reason why he hadn't taken Feng Xueqing yet was mainly because he was just afraid of accidentally hurting her. At this time, Yang Wei finally saw the young girl's appearance, and immediately became furious and stormed. Mother ******* her, how dare you bully my woman? Yang Weiwei carried the immortal demon sword without even thinking about it and rushed over like an arrow off the string. Just when Feng Xueqing couldn't hold on any longer, Yang Weiwei's figure suddenly appeared in front of her, and then waved his immortal demon sword in his hand in a frenzied attack. However, even with Yang Weiwei's sudden sneak attack, he didn't gain the upper hand. After all, Wang Xianfeng was a powerhouse at the 9th level of the Tongxian realm, and his strength could not be underestimated. Where did that brat come from? How dare he ruin this young man's good deed? Wang Xuanfeng's face was gloomy as he said coldly, ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* towards Wang Shenfeng, his eyes filled with rage. At this time, Feng Shuiqing also slowed down and joined the battle with her long sword. With Feng Shuiqing joining him, Yang Weiwei was obviously much more relaxed, looking for death. At this time, Wang Xuanfeng's aura increased steeply, and for a time, the two of them, Yang Weiwei, were pressured into retreating back and forth, almost unable to stand on their feet. Right at this moment, Yang Wei instantly threw out a dozen or so explosive poison pills. While holding Feng Shuiqing in his arms, he disappeared into the valley in a few lifts. Rumble, little bastard, you're looking for death. How dare you spoil my good deed? Looking at Yang Weiwei's disappearing back, Wang Xuanfeng's face was grim to the extreme as he gritted his teeth and growled. Stinking rascal, it's fortunate that you came, or else you would never see me again. Feng Shuiqing tightly hugged Yang Weiwei with a hint of celebration after the robbery in her voice. In the future, you're not allowed to come out alone to practice. Wherever you want to go to Chui Yun Xin Pavilion and look for me. Yang Wei said with a hint of doting as he gently scraped on Feng Shuiqing's nose. Stinking rascal, don't scrape my Mrs. Nose. My Mrs. Nose is so beautiful. What if it's broken by you? Feng Shuiqing let out a pout. Her pretty face filled with anger. Looking at the innocent and lovely Feng Shuiqing in his arms, Yang Weiwei felt incomparably happy in his heart. One had to admit that Feng Shuiqing had the advantages that countless men longed for. Yukari, you're beautiful. Yang Weiwei gazed deeply at Feng Shuiqing, his gaze filled with love. What do you want, stinky rascal? Feng Shuiqing blinked her watery eyes, her heart filled with anticipation. Woo! Yang Weiwei kissed her directly before she could react. At that moment, Feng Shuiqing's mind went blank, wanting to struggle, but her whole body couldn't exert any strength. A simple, rough collision of lips, the first kiss of a youthful wandering, under the attack of Yang Weiwei. Gradually, Feng Shuiqing liked this feeling. 10 minutes later, it was only then that Yang Weiwei unwillingly let go of Feng Shuiqing. Stinking rascal, this young lady's lips are swollen from your kisses. Feng Shuiqing pouted, her face flushed with a hint of redness. Ha ha, so cute. Looking at Feng Shuiqing's slightly swollen lips, Yang Weiwei couldn't help but laugh. Rascal, if one day I go somewhere far away, will you come to me? Feng Shuiqing leaned into Yang Weiwei's arms and murmured, a hint of sadness in her voice. I won't let you leave. You've already been stamped by me. You can only be my woman in this life. Yang Wei laughed. His tone was firm. I mean, if I were to leave suddenly one day, would you go out of your way to get me back? Feng Shuiqing looked seriously at Yang Weiwei, her gaze filled with anticipation. I swear, no matter where you go, even if you leave the Tianwu continent, I will get you back. Yang Weiwei said firmly, his eyes filled with determination. This is what you said. If words don't count, this young lady will curse you to be impotent for the rest of your life. Feng Shuiqing said delicately with a hint of mischief on her face. So tough? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Wei found quite a few people, all running towards a building in the distance. So he and Feng Shuiqing walked towards that building as well. It was a huge, ancient complex with countless palaces of all sizes. At that moment, a huge palace appeared in front of them, and the surrounding area of the palace was densely packed with people. These people were divided into 4 groups, each of the 4 great sects, and among them, that stunningly beautiful young girl, happened to be in the camp of the Sword Origin Pavilion. Yang Weiwei and Feng Shuiqing quietly came to the Tian Yuan Palace disciple area. He didn't want to attract the attention of the absolutely beautiful young girl. It was at this time that Yang Weiwei realized why so many people were surrounding this place. So it turned out that outside of this palace, there was a huge defensive array. In order to enter this great hall complex, one would have to break this defensive formation. Yang Wei carefully observed this ancient defense array, not sparing any details, and soon he discovered the mystery of it. Everyone, we've been guarding here for several days now, and no one has been able to break the formation. Going on like this is not a solution. A disciple of the Rakshasa Palace said with a frown. Let's see. Why don't we let the other people on the scene try? There are thousands of people here. Someone will always be able to break the formation. At this moment, the stunningly beautiful young girl spoke, her voice crisp and pleasant. Miss Nangon Yan has a point, so let the others try. Wang Xianfeng on the side of the Heavenly Yuan Palace opened his mouth, his gaze looking towards the stunningly beautiful young girl. Chapter 35, the 5th level of the Tongshan realm. I wonder if any of you on the scene are good at formations. If anyone can break this grand formation, this young lady will allow him to be the first to enter the grand hall. Nangon Yan's vermilion lips lightly opened her mouth. As Nangon Yan's voice fell, many of the disciples on the scene who thought they were good at formations lined up one by one and walked up with anticipation to try to break the formation. However, the difficulty of this great formation was far beyond the crowd's imagination, and all the disciples who were good at formations could only return without any success, no matter how much they racked their brains. Shuiqing, stay close to me. I'll take you to break the formation. Yang Weiwei came to Feng Shuiqing's ear and said softly, You know how to break formations? Feng Shuiqing's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of curiosity as she asked suspiciously. There are many more things that your man knows. At this moment, Yang Weiwei smiled confidently and pulled Feng Shuiqing to the front of the grand hall. Right at this moment, Nangon Yan spotted Yang Weiwei, her eyes cold in a flash. Stinking rascal, you're dead today. Stop, I will break the formation. Yang Weiwei hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Who cares if you can break the formation? This lady just wants to kill you. Nangon Yan didn't listen at all, and directly slashed his sword, ruthlessly towards Yang Weiwei. Yang Wei reacted quickly and directly gestured with his left hand, instantly pulling Feng Shuiqing into the big formation. Come on, come and hit me. Yang Weiwei stood within the formation, looking at Nangang Yan with a provocative face. Clunk, clang, clang. Nangang Yan was immediately infuriated by Yang Wei, and frantically attacked the big formation, wanting to pull Yang Wei out. I'm sorry everyone. I was going to break the formation and bring everyone in. If you want to blame it, you can only blame Hero, Yang Wei said with a smile. After saying that, he led Feng Shueqing towards the depths of the hall. Nangang Yan, you must give us an explanation for this matter. Yeah, Nangang Yan, because of your personal vendetta, you made it impossible for everyone to enter. What do you say? At once, the people from the other three great clans accused Nangang Yan with your words in mind. Snap, snap, snap. Nangang Yan's eyes were cold. Her figure instantly flashed out. Her speed was as fast as a ghost. And all of a sudden, the few people who had just spoken were all smoked by Nangang Yan into a pig's head. Their faces were red and swollen. Who else wants this young lady to give him an explanation? Nangang Yan said in a cold voice, her eyes filled with coldness. You're asking the Void Realm. How is that possible? How can you enter the Void Asking Realm? The crowd looked at Nangang Yan incredulously, so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Can't this lady break through after coming in? You have an opinion? Nangang Yan said in a cold voice, her tone filled with a sense of oppression. No comment. Yang Weiwei brought Feng Shueqing with him, sweeping frantically within the various halls like a windstorm. Shueqing, you take this piece of heavenly grade treasure armor phylactery. Shueqing, there are several boxes of medium grade spirit stones here, so hurry up and put them away. Along the way, the duo didn't spare anything of value, frantically sweeping through all kinds of spirit stones and magic artifacts, as well as top-tier techniques. Feng Shueqing, however, didn't even seem to look at these things very much, and only needed the piece of precious armor that Yang Weiwei had given him. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei discovered a remote hall which was isolated by a large formation. With his superior attainments in formations, Yang Weiwei easily broke the formation and then led Feng Shueqing inside. After entering the side hall, Yang Weiwei realized that it was a cave. The two of them cautiously walked along the cave, being very cautious with every step, as no one knew if there were any dangerous organs in here. Right at this moment, Yang Wei felt the aura within the cave, and this aura was getting more and more dense. Yang Wei hurriedly pulled Feng Shueqing and quickly walked towards the source of the aura. It didn't take long for the two of them to walk to the end of the cave, where the spiritual qi had become incomparably thick, and Yang Wei felt like as if he had been soaked in the middle of a spiritual pool. His body was wrapped in rich spiritual qi. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 10,000-year-old basil milk. It was then that Yang Weiwei realized that the liquid that had been dripping from the top of his head was actually the precious and incomparable 10,000 years of Xian milk. And surprisingly, there was a small pool next to it, filled with 10,000 years of Xian milk. Stinking rascal. We're too lucky. Hurry up and load it up. Feng Shueqing spoke excitedly. Yang Wei hurriedly took out the container from the Haotian jade space, then filled several buckets with 10,000 years of Xian milk. Shueqing, it's too much to fill up. Let's just soak in the Xian milk and cultivate, refine as much as we can. Yang Weiwei couldn't wait to take off his clothes in a hurry, so he jumped in, then sat cross-legged in the middle of the Xian milk pool. Stinking rascal, why are you naked? Feng Shueqing's pretty face reddened as she pouted. I don't have any more clothes. This is the only one left. If I get dirty, how will I go out later? Yang Weiwei found an excuse and said, Shueqing, you've taken it off too. Come in and cultivate. Yang Wei then said with a look of anticipation, this lady is not taking it off. You go over there. Feng Shueqing didn't waste any time at this time and directly sat in. Although she was wearing clothes, she could still feel the marvelous effect brought by the Xian milk. As the two of them continued to refine the Xian milk, all of a sudden, all of the spiritual qi within the cave surrounded the two of them, creating a brilliant glow. Yang Wei frantically urged the Haotian skill, refining the Xian milk with all his might. And Feng Shueqing's speed of refining the Xian milk didn't seem to be much slower than his. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Second level of the Tongshan realm. Third level of the Tongshan realm. Tongshan realm fourth level. Boom, boom, boom. Peak of the fifth level of the Tongshan realm. During these 2 days, Yang Weiwei managed to break through to the peak of the fifth level of the Tongshan realm. As for Feng Shueqing, she had unexpectedly similarly broken through to the peak of the fifth level of the Tongshan realm. At this time, the Xian milk and spiritual qi within the cave had already been refined cleanly by the two of them. Yukari, what a genius! At this moment, Yang Weiwei was truly convinced of Feng Shuiqing's talent and couldn't help but marvel. Stinking rascal, you're not so bad either. Feng Shuiqing pouted, her face beaming with happiness. Both of us are so talented. Why don't we have a child together? Yang Weiwei laughed with a bad smile. This young lady is still so young. She doesn't want to have a baby. Why don't these two come out yet? They can't be dead inside. The people from the Rakshasa palace said anxiously. We'll guard here anyway. They think that if they go in, the treasure will be theirs. It's just foolish talk. The Earthine sect's leading disciple said grimly. Nangongyan, on the other hand, stared at the grand hall with an icy face, his gaze filled with anger and anticipation. Look, they're coming out. A disciple let out a shocked cry. At this moment, only Yang Weiwei and Feng Shuiqing were seen walking towards the outside of the great hall hand in hand, talking and laughing. You all are surprisingly so polite and are still here to welcome us. How can this make us feel good? Yang Wei said with a smile, his face full of complacency. Just a moment after Yang Wei came out, Nangongyan, Wang Xianfeng, and the leaders of the other two major sects all pounced towards Yang Weiwei and Feng Shuiqing. The current Yang Wei, in their eyes, was a moving treasure, and whoever could capture them was equal to capturing a mountain of treasure. Yang Wei snorted coldly, holding the immortal demon sword tightly in his right hand and the Tong Tian stick in his left hand. At this time, the leading disciple of the discipline sect who had rushed over was killed by Yang Weiwei's stick, which cracked his brain. Hiss! The crowd at the scene was shocked. This was someone at the peak of the Tongshan realm. Surprisingly, he was smoked to death by a single stick from Yang Weiwei. This is too scary. At this time, Nangongyan was also shocked, because the current Yang Weiwei's strength was clearly no longer weaker than hers. One must know that not too long ago, this brat was still being hung up on by her in various ways, and it was only a few days ago that this brat was already no weaker than her. Bang! Right at that moment, Yang Wei lashed out with another stick. Instantly, that leading disciple of the Rakshasa palace was killed on the spot by Yang Weiwei's stick, and his body fell to the ground. Just then, Wang Xianfeng let out a miserable scream, only to see Feng Shuiqing, who was swinging her stick, frantically outputting it on Wang Xianfeng, using all her strength with each stroke. Without a moment's effort, Wang Xianfeng had his 5 limbs broken by Feng Shuiqing in a miserable manner. The Tian Yuan disciples, on the other hand, were all frozen in place, too frightened by the scene before them to move. At the same time, when the disciples of the other several great sects saw this, one by one, they all rushed over. And Yang Wei is not considered a good man and woman. Directly deicide sword technique with immortal demon sword to kill. A time of sword chi vertical and horizontal. Killing sound shook the sky. Chapter 36, You're all bosses. In no time at all, dozens of corpses lay strewn across the scene. The smell of blood filled the air, sending shivers down the spine. Nangongyan was also controlled on the spot by Yang Weiwei and sealed her cultivation with an ingenious technique. If it wasn't for the fact that Nangongyan had been forced by himself, according to his past temper, he would have killed this woman without hesitation. With Yang Weiwei and Feng Shuiqing's heaven-defying combat power, they could be said to be invincible in this mysterious and unpredictable ancient relic. Under Yang Wei's strong suppression, no one dared to rush up anymore, because that was undoubtedly no different from looking for death. At the same time, Wang Yuan, who had previously chased after Yang Weiwei, had now hidden far away and no longer had the heart to kill Yang Weiwei. He was well aware of how powerful Yang Weiwei was nowadays, and if he rushed up again without knowing what to do, he would only die. Kid, let our lady go, or no one in the entire southern state can save you. A disciple of the Sword Origin Pavilion shouted loudly in a colorful manner. Young, senior brother, you'd better release her, otherwise there will be heavenly trouble. A heavenly Yuan Palace inner disciple looked worried and opened his mouth to advise. What is this little S status? Is it that scary? Yang Weiwei asked curiously, frowning slightly. Nangongyan is the most favored daughter of the Sword Origin Pavilion Master. That inner disciple lowered his voice and said softly, "Sh. What? The daughter of the Sword Origin Pavilion Master?" Yang Weiwei was dumbfounded, his mouth wide open, and a wave of uneasiness surged in his heart. At this moment, he felt as if he was in a bit of trouble. After all, the Sword Origin Pavilion Master, that was the #1 strongest person in the southern state. Even in the entire northern Xian domain, that was a renowned existence. Yes, senior brother Yang, why don't you just let her go? We, Tian Yuan Palace, can still stand up to you if you kill someone from another clan, and if you drop her anyway, I guess the palace master won't be able to protect you. That inner disciple of the heavenly Yuan Palace opened his mouth worriedly. Ahem. Miss Nangong, why don't I let you go? You are a generous person. Just think of it as being stabbed by a pig, okay? Yang Weiwei coughed lightly and said awkwardly. At this moment, Yang Wei could have to think carefully. After all, this girl's identity is really too scary. Really put the other side how? Not only their own dead, it is estimated that they will also have to involve the family. And even the entire Tian Yuan Palace will be implicated. You, shut up. Nangong Yan was instantly furious. Her pretty face flushed red, and her chest rose and fell violently. Is this kid talking like a human being? Has my lady been piggybacked? I'll shut up. Shut up. Yang Weiwei hurriedly unlocked Nangong Yan's cultivation. Kid, come over here with this young lady. Nangong Yan glared at Yang Weiwei before walking towards the distance. Yang Wei only had to follow him with a hard head. At this moment his head was numb and his heart was in a state of confusion. He felt that things had gotten a little too big. The two came to a secluded corner. Nangong Yan stared at Yang Weiwei with icy eyes and said, Your name is Yang Weiwei, isn't it? Yang Weiwei nodded, his heart apprehensive. This young lady is giving you two choices, Nangong Yan said in a cold voice, her expression serious. Ms. Nangong, please speak. Yang Weiwei frowned and said. In his heart he was guessing what kind of conditions the other party would give. The first option is to cut you where you shouldn't be. Nangong Yan's tone was icy cold to the extreme, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. What about the second option? Yang Wei asked the second one directly. Are you kidding me? What's the point of living if you cut there? The second choice is to go with this young lady to Sword Origin Pavilion as a flunky. Nangong Yan's voice was clear and cold as she said, her expression still cold. Yang Wei revealed a surprised expression and said, Flunky? What's your expression? Don't you have to be responsible for what you've done? Nangong Yan coldly glanced at Yang Weiwei, his gaze filled with questioning. If I go to Sword Origin Pavilion as a flunky, are you sure you won't be domestically abusive? Yang Weiwei opened his mouth, a hint of worry in his eyes. Humph. As long as you are obedient and serve this young lady well every day, this young lady will naturally not treat you poorly. Nangong Yan said with a cold snort, her expression condescending. That's no deal. Even if you tell your father about me raping you, I won't go as a flunky. Yang Weiwei turned around and left after saying that, with a resolute attitude. You stand still, Nangong Yan bellowed. What else does Miss Nangong want? Yang Weiwei spoke, stopping in his tracks. Are you so irresponsible for what you've done yourself? Are you still not a man? Nangong Yan angrily rebuked with anger and disappointment in her voice. Yang Weiwei stared at Nangong Yan with stern eyes before walking straight over. What do you want? Nangong Yan looked at Yang Weiwei vigilantly while taking a defensive stance, her heart a little nervous, but Yang Wei still walked towards her. At this time, Nangong Yan directly slashed his palm. However, with her strength, where could she block Yang Weiwei? Only to see Yang Wei's left hand raised, instantly blocking her palm and holding her in his arms. No matter how much she struggled, she could not break away from Yang Wei's embrace. Yang Wei, you want to do? Before Nangong Yan's words had even fallen, Yang Wei's had already kissed her on the lips. Well, under Yang Weiwei's strong kiss, Nangong Yan, who had never touched the opposite sex before, quickly became intoxicated in Yang Weiwei's arms. At the same time, Yang Weiwei's hands were not idle. Ryoko, only then did the two separate. From today onwards, you are my Yang Weiwei's woman. For Nangong Yan, Yang Weiwei was still very guilty. Although he was also in a poisoned condition in the beginning, he did rape people and toss them around for so long. At this moment, Nangong Yan was very well behaved. She quietly leaned in Yang Weiwei's arms, her face overflowing with happiness and shyness. Yang Wei, you cannot be a flunky, but you must reach the Xian Enlightenment realm within a year and personally go to the Jian Yuan Pavilion to propose marriage. Can you do that? Nangong Yan's beautiful eyes widened in anticipation as she looked at Yang Weiwei with hope in her eyes. Of course I can. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said with a firm tone. Then you swear? Nangong Yan said delicately, with a serious face. I swear that within a year, I will definitely reach the enlightened Xian realm and personally go to the Sword Origin Pavilion to propose marriage. Yang Weiwei swore with a serious expression. He was still very confident about his talent. Breaking through to the Xian realm within a year wasn't much of a challenge for him. Count yourself as a man. Nangong Yan's pretty face finally eased up a bit, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Regarding Yang Weiwei's talent and face value, Nangong Yan was still very satisfied. Let's go back, lest they worry. Yang Weiwei spoke, gently patting Nangong Yan's shoulder. You're afraid that little beauty will worry. Cough. Ahem. I'm telling you, this lady doesn't do small. You're all big. I'm the smallest. No. No. I'm not small either. Yang Weiwei hurriedly opened his mouth. His face flustered. When Yang Weiwei and Nan Gongyan reappeared, they stunned the crowd. What is this? The crowd was dumbfounded. Their eyes wide. Walk away with swords drawn. When they came back, they were surprisingly all hand in hand and mushy. Originally, Yang Weiwei did not want to be so high profile. After all, Feng Shuiqing was still there, but Nan Gongyan was just pulling at him and wouldn't let go, so he couldn't forcefully shake Nan Gongyan off. Could he? Stinking rascal, what's your situation? Feng Shuiqing clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked at Yang Weiqia with unkind eyes. Cough, cough, Shuiqing, let's go over there and talk. Yang Weiwei pulled Feng Shuiqing and walked towards one side with a somewhat nervous expression. Tell me, what's going on with you and her? Feng Shuiqing spoke, her expression serious. Here's the thing. Immediately after, Yang Weiwei told everything about him and Nan Gongyan as it was, without the slightest bit of concealment. You really raped her? Feng Shuiqing blinked and said with a surprised look on her face. I didn't do it on purpose. I was poisoned by that demonic Jiao's lustful poison. Yang Weiwei hastily added a sentence with a helpless expression. No wonder she hated to kill you. So what's your situation now? Feng Shuiqing asked curiously, her gaze sweeping over Yang Weiwei. She put me in charge. Yang Wei sneakily glanced at Feng Shuiqing and said cautiously, stinking rascal, your luck is too good. This kind of cheapness can also be picked up. Feng Shuiqing pouted with a hint of anger on her face. You're not angry? Yang Weiwei asked curiously, a little apprehensive in his heart. What do you say? If you hadn't raped someone, would this have happened? Feng Shuiqing glared at Yang Weiqiao and said without a trace of anger. It's all been said. I made it out of a poisoned condition. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth, trying to defend himself. Humph, this young lady doesn't bother with things like you, but when she sees me, she must call her sister. Feng Shuiqing said with a cold snort, her expression proud. Chapter 37, Returning to Tianyuan Palace. Stinky girl, who did you let call you sister? At an unknown time, Nan Gongyan walked over with an unkind face, a pair of beautiful eyes carrying a few points of annoyance. Of course you're the one who called me sister. The reasoning of first come, first served. You wouldn't not understand it. Feng Shuiqing laughed lightly, her face brimming with confidence. Just a yellow-haired girl like you who hasn't grown up yet. You still want to be a sister? Nan Gongyan laughed disdainfully, looking Feng Shuiqing up and down. My lady hasn't grown? Are you as big as me then? Feng Shuiqing straightened her majestic bosoms, then looked at Nan Gongyan with contempt, her eyes full of provocation. You, stinking shameless. Nan Gongyan was speechless with dislike. Although her body is not bad, but compared to the other side, there is really not a small gap. For a moment actually do not know how to refute. You what you? Not as old as me. Just be honest and call me sister. Feng Shuiqing laughed triumphantly, crossing her arms. You're all sisters. I'm the younger brother. It's okay. Yang Weiwei hurriedly rounded up the situation, with a hint of helplessness on his face. Shut up. The two women chimed in unison. Rumble, rumble. Right at this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the palace in the distance, and it was deafening, as if it was going to shatter the entire heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, all the palaces began to shake as if a violent earthquake had occurred. Not good. This piece of relic is going to collapse. Quickly go. Yang Wei's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly pulled the two daughters and rushed in the direction of the previous exit. At this time, the entire relic space shook, and a huge crack began to appear in the earth, as if it was a hideous mouth that wanted to devour everyone. Countless people fell directly into the cracks in the ground because they didn't react, letting out miserable screams. Yang Wei led the two girls to run wildly all the way, with the wind at their feet, and it didn't take long before they arrived at the entrance in the first place, only to see him take out several spirit stones in his hands swinging rapidly in the air, his mouth vibrating. Open! Yang Wei shouted, his voice filled with power. Boom 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 boom. Just then, the exit that had originally disappeared was suddenly revealed. An array of light shot out from it. Yang Weiwei pulled one with one hand and frantically rushed towards the outside. The other people near the original exit, at this moment, also quickly rushed toward the outside. One only hated that they had a lesser leg, and couldn't wait to be able to fly out. Not long after Yang Weiwei came out, the exit of the ruins began to collapse. At this point, only half of the people had come out, and quite a few more were frantically rushing out. Rumble! With a loud roar, The exit of the ancient ruins completely collapsed, raising dust in the sky. Seeing this, Yang Wei heart secretly celebrated. Fortunately they ran fast, otherwise they would have to be buried in the middle of this relic forever just like those people. Eldest miss, are you alright? A Sword Origin Pavilion elder's voice rang out with concern and surprise. Yang Weiwei, I'm leaving, don't forget what you promised me. Nangon Yan spoke, her eyes filled with reluctance and anticipation. Don't worry, within a year, I will go to you. Yang Weiwei solemnly promised, his gaze firm. Aha, I'm sure you'll come. Nandong Yan walked to the Sword Origin Pavilion's quarters after saying that, her pace light. Right at this moment, the elders of the Earthly sect and the Rakshasa Palace walked over towards Yang Weiwei, their faces grim, their gazes filled with killing intent. Kid, how dare you kill my Rakshasa Palace disciple? Luo Tianxiang, the elder of the Rakshasa Palace, said in a cold voice, his voice filled with endless anger. Luo Tianxiang, do you want to intervene in the fights between disciples as well? At this time, Sun Tiancheng, the inner sect elder of Tianyuan Palace, walked over and said with a serious face, Sun Tiancheng, do you know who this kid killed? At this moment, Huang Zhongjuan, an elder of the Earthly sect, stood out with a grim face, his eyes like knives. Huang Zhongjuan, practicing in this kind of ancient relics is originally a matter of life and death each in their own way. If he dies, he can only be blamed for not being strong enough. You wouldn't not understand this reasoning, would you? Sun Tiancheng said in a cold voice, facing the other party without fear. The one this kid killed was our sect master's youngest son. Are you sure your Heavenly Origin Palace wants to protect him? Huang Zhongjuan's eyes were grim as he said, his tone filled with threats. At this time, Sun Tiancheng frowned. This matter can be a bit serious. Sun Tiancheng, do you know who this brat killed from our Rakshasa Palace? Luo Tianxiang said with sinister eyes, staring dead at Yang Weiwei. At this time, Sun Tiancheng's eyelids jumped and said, who? He killed the illegitimate son of our Rakshasa Palace master. Luo Haoran, Luo Tianxiang said in a cold voice, his teeth clenched. At this time, 10,000 grass mud horses floated by in Sun Tiancheng's heart. This kid is too backed up. And Yang Wei also wondered at this moment. The old man is also too backward, killing two random losers with such a high status. Who will dare to kill anyone after this? This seat cannot hand him over to you. This matter will be reported to the palace master by this seat. As for how the palace master handles it, it has nothing to do with this seat. Sun Tiancheng spoke with a resolute attitude. Sun Tiancheng, this seat advises you that you had better hand over the person. Otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Luo Tianxiang said in a cold voice, a powerful aura radiating from his body. Humph, if you have the ability, you're just being nonchalant to show this seat. Sun Tiancheng snorted coldly and released a similarly powerful aura. Everyone, it's better to calm down. It's all a fight between late generations. There's no need to hurt the peace. At this time, the Sword Origin Pavilion elder walked over and said, trying to ease the atmosphere. Elder Huangfu was right. This seat will be handed over to my Heavenly Yuan Palace Lord to decide. As for how to deal with Yang Weiwei, that's the Palace Lord's business. Sun Tiancheng said, Humph, killing my sect master's youngest son. No one will be able to save this kid. With a cold snort, Huang Zhongjuan turned around and left the scene. Kid, you'll die a horrible death. Luo Tianxian glared at Yang Weiwei and whisked his sleeves away as well. Elder son. Feng Shuiqing also wasted senior brother Wang Xianfeng, causing senior brother Wang Xianfeng to not escape the ruins. An inner sect disciple spoke, a hint of fear in his voice. Feng Shuiqing wasted Wang Xianfeng? Who is Feng Shuiqing? Sun Tiancheng frowned. Who was this Feng Shuiqing again? Surprisingly, even Wang Xianfeng was wasted by her. Elder son. Senior brother Wang Xianfeng molested me, so I was accidentally crippled. Feng Shuiqing said pitifully, tears flashing in her eyes. Wang Xianfeng was crippled by you? How is this possible? Sun Tiancheng looked at Feng Shuiqing incredulously. After all, Wang Xianfeng was at the peak of the 9th level of the Tongshan realm, and Feng Shuiqing was only at the 5th level of the Tongshan realm. At that time, senior brother Wang Xianfeng was already lustful before he was wasted by the disciples. Feng Shuiqing weakly said, a hint of aggression in her voice. Sun Tiancheng looked at Feng Shuiqing with a puzzled face. He didn't believe in the nonsense that Feng Shuiqing was saying. Wang Xianfeng was no more sexually obsessed, but he wouldn't be crippled by a girl at the 5th level of the Tongshan realm. You and Yang Weiwei, you two little guys have gotten into big trouble, you know? Go back with this seat to see the palace master. Sun Tiancheng said in a deep voice. his face very serious. Sun Tianchang was also incredulous about the fighting strength of Yang Wei and Feng Shueqing. After all, these two little guys' strength was only at the 5th level of the Tongxian realm. Even if they were top geniuses, they couldn't be so exaggerated. The journey back to Tianyuan Palace was smooth. At the same time, the matter of Yang Weiwei and Feng Shueqing, who had made a great deal of noise at the ancient ruins, had also spread throughout the Tianyuan Palace, the main hall of the palace. At this time, all of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Yuan Palace had basically gathered here. See Palace Master. Elder Sun bowed in a respectful manner. Yang Weiwei and Feng Shueqing followed suit and saluted. Looking nervous. Elder Sun, what is it that made you come to see this palace in such a hurry? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was clear and cold as she said, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Palace Master, something big has happened. This kid killed the youngest son of the earthly insect master, as well as the illegitimate son of the Rakshasa Palace Master. Sun Tianchang pointed at Yang Weiwei and opened his mouth, his tone urgent. Just kill it, it's not that big of a deal, Dongfang Yunbing said lightly, his expression rippling. Palace Master, that's the son of the earthly insect master and the Rakshasa Palace Master. Grand Elder Wang Badian spoke, his face filled with worry. If this palace says it's a small matter, then it's a small matter. Do you have a problem with that? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes were austere, and instantly the temperature of the scene dropped several degrees as a powerful pressure emanated out. No comment, Grand Elder Wang Badian whispered, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. In addition, this girl wasted Wang Xianfeng, causing Wang Xianfeng to die in the ancient ruins. Sun Tianchang continued, glancing at Feng Shueqing. What did you say? Sun Tianchang? Wang Badian exclaimed and turned over Dao, his eyes wide open. Grand Elder, according to the oral statement of the disciples at the scene, your son was wasted by Feng Shueqing on the spot because he grabbed the treasures on Feng Shueqing's body, which led to his death in the middle of the ancient relics. Sun Tianchang spoke, his tone calm. How could Fenger die? This girl is only at the 5th level of the Tongshan realm. How could she be Fenger's opponent? Wang Badian said excitedly, his emotions somewhat out of control. This seat doesn't know. Sun Tianchang spoke, shaking his head. Little girl, say, what exactly did you use to harm this seat's grandson? Wang Beishan's voice was grim as he stared dead at Feng Shueqing. What means can this young lady use? Your grandson is a waste. For this young lady to pinch him to death is as simple as pinching an ant, Feng Shueqing said in a cold voice, meeting the other party's gaze without fear. Asterisk looking for death. Wang Beishan's eyes were grim as he instantly slapped his palm towards Feng Shueqing. Chapter 38, Abolishing Li Sini. Steeply, and extremely cold and terrifying to the extreme aura quickly swept through the entire grand hall as if it were a raging wave, only to see Dongfang Yunbing's willow-like eyebrows slightly knit. Her jade-like slender hand instantly struck out a dazzling white light, which instantly whistled out and blasted onto Wang Beishan's body. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound. Wang Beishan's figure flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, violently spitting out a large mouthful of blood in his mouth, tracing a shocking line of blood in the air. Wang Badian, how dare you? How dare you make a move in front of this palace? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes seemed to contain the gaze of a god of death as she stared deathly at Wang Badian. At that moment, Wang Badian was as if he had instantly fallen into the middle of a 10,000-year ice cave. His whole body involuntarily trembled, and he hurriedly bowed and said, Palace Master, please calm down. My subordinate was confused for a moment and made a big mistake. Please Palace Master, please chastise him. The matter is already clear. Wang Xuanfeng's death is entirely his own fault. This matter ends here. All go down. Dongfang Yunbing's voice carried a hint of clear coldness, as if it was the frost and snow of winter. Yes, Palace Master. The elders on the scene were all trembling with fear and trembling, and after bowing and saluting, they all retreated. In the middle of a certain mysterious cave in the heavenly questioning palace, a young man with a straight posture and extraordinary good look slowly walked out. Senior brother Dongfang, you've come out of the customs? Li Sini hurriedly greeted him with quick steps, her face filled with joy. Well, where are Xianfeng and Tianxing? Dongfang Jia opened his mouth and asked, a hint of concern in his tone. Senior brother Wang and big brother were killed, Li Sini said with a low sob, her voice filled with sadness and anger. What's going on? Who dares to kill this young man's people? A stern light instantly flashed through Dongfang Jia's eyes, as if lightning had cut through the night sky. It's Yang Weiwei and Feng Shueqing. Li Sini opened her mouth, those eyes filled with resentment. Yang Wei, Feng Shueqing, how come this young man has never heard of them? Dongfang Jia frowned and said, a trace of doubt on his face. They are the new disciples who just entered the inner sect after this outer sect competition. Li Sini hurriedly told Yang Wei and Feng Shueqing's origins in detail. How dare you? How dare you kill this young man's people? Take this young man to them. Dongfang Jie's eyes were incomparably cold, as if they were able to condense frost. Yes, senior brother Dongfang, Li Sini answered and hurriedly led the way in front. After exiting the palace master's hall, Yang Weiwei then finally took a long breath of relief. Stinking rascal, send me back, Feng Shueqing said with a soft voice, a hint of pout in that tone. Not going to sit at my place? Yang Weiwei smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly with a few hints of flirtation. This young lady is going to go back to her seclusion. This time, after obtaining so many 10,000 years of Xian milk and spirit stones, this young lady is going to break through to the questioning void realm before coming out again. Feng Shueqing opened her mouth, her eyes filled with determination and anticipation. Then after I send you back, I'll go to seclusion as well. I can't be left behind by you. Yang Wei laughed and said, secretly resolving in his heart that he must not lose to Feng Shueqing in terms of cultivation. The two of them talked and laughed all the way towards Feng Shueqing's residence. Right at this moment, a man and a woman walked up ahead. The man was handsome and arrogant. The aura emanating from his body was like a bottomless abyss, making people feel incomparably oppressed. This person was none other than Dongfang Jie, the same messenger who was responsible for recruiting new disciples in Cold Sun City in the first place. With just a simple glance, Yang Wei could keenly sense the terror of the other party's strength, as if it was an insurmountable mountain. Upon seeing the young girl's appearance, Yang Weiwei couldn't help but frown slightly, because this young girl was none other than Li Tianqing's younger sister. Li Sini, kid, I didn't expect you to be Yang Weiwei. It's really a surprise to this young man, Dongfang Jie said condescendingly, with disdain in his eyes, as if Yang Weiwei was like an ant in his eyes. Senior brother Dongfang Jie, I don't know what the reason for stopping me is. Yang Weiwei forced himself to hold back the uneasiness in his heart and opened his mouth to ask, did you kill Li Tianqing and Wang Xianfeng? Dongfang Jie's eyes stared icily at Yang Weiwei, as if his gaze was capable of piercing through a person. I killed it, Yang Weiwei replied in a flat tone, while secretly on guard. The muscles of his entire body tensed up. Something that doesn't know how to die. You dare to kill this young man's people. Dongfang Jie's eyes flinched as he fiercely waved his hand and struck out a palm, and that palm wind whistled out, slapping viciously towards Yang Weiwei. Although the other party was just a simple palm, Yang Wei could clearly feel the terrifying aura contained in this palm, as if it was capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Not being able to think too much, Yang Wei hurriedly protected Feng Shueqing behind him and similarly swung out a palm to meet him. Put! The huge gap in strength was instantly revealed. Yang Wei was shocked by that powerful force and flew backwards, spraying several mouthfuls of blood out of his mouth and spilling a mist of blood in the air. Dare to hurt my ladies, man? You're looking for death. In a flash, the aura on Feng Shueqing's body increased steeply and dramatically, as if some kind of powerful prohibition had been unlocked on her body, and a terrifying and incomparable aura instantly radiated out, only to see Feng Shueqing blast out with a palm in a flash. Where that palm wind passed through, the surrounding air seemed to be stirred up by this powerful force, forming a ripple visible to the naked eye. Bang! Ah! Dongfang Jie was blasted backwards by this sudden palm, his body arcing through the air. However, before his body could land, Feng Shueqing's figure once again rushed over like a ghost. Snap! Snap! Pa! Snap! This ladies' man is also something you dogs can beat? Feng Shueqing wildly slapped dozens of slaps on Dongfang Jie's face, which was as fast as lightning, until he was knocked out before finally stopping. Looking at such a terrifying Feng Shueqing, Yang Wei was dumbfounded, his heart filled with shock. When did this little tigress become so powerful? This strength is too terrifying. Pa! Stinking, what are you looking at? Not convinced. Feng Shueqing let out a cold cry and swung out another vicious slap, directly jerking Li Sini out. Yang Wei, Feng Shueqing, how dare you guys? How dare you injure senior brother Dongfang? Do you know who senior brother Dongfang is? Li Sini's eyes were incomparably sinister, like a vicious viper as she looked viciously at Yang Weiwei. Snap! 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 Yang Wei was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and directly dozens of slaps were slapped over. The sound was clear and loud. In less than a moment, Li Sini was whipped into a pig's head by Yang Weiwei, her face red and swollen. Stop! Right at this moment, the inner sect's law enforcement elder, Ling Chenzi, hurriedly walked over. However, Yang Weiwei didn't stop and directly blasted his palm at Li Sini's dantian. For this vicious woman, Yang Weiwei didn't want to give her any chance to fight back. She had to be completely wasted. Ah, Yang Wei, you shall not die. Senior brother Dongfang will not let you go, Li Sini shouted with a resentful voice that was filled with despair and anger. At this moment, Li Sini was completely desperate. She knew that she had been wasted by Yang Weiwei, but her heart was filled with unwillingness because she hadn't yet had the chance to avenge her brother's death. Li Sini, whether I'll die or not, it's not for you to worry about. Anyway, you've already been wasted, so I'll spare you a cheap life, and let you live humbly like an ant in this world, Yang Wei said with a cold smile, his eyes filled with disdain. Looking at Dongfang Jia and Li Sini, who were beaten to a pig's head, Ling Chenzi angrily shouted, Yang Wei, you have a lot of guts. How dare you openly commit an act of murder and waste another person's cultivation? Elder Ling, it's this, how dare she beat up the saint's son like this? Why don't you take her down? It was only then that Dongfang Jia woke up leisurely and stood up with his pig-headed face, which looked wretched to the core. Your Eastern J? Ling Chenzi looked at Dongfang Jia with an unbelievable face. How could he have never imagined that Dongfang Jia, who no one dared to mess with in this heavenly Yuan palace, would be beaten into this miserable state? What's more, he couldn't have imagined that the abuser would be a seemingly tender little girl. Men, take the two of them down, Ling Chenzi shouted. Dongfang Jia was the palace master's own nephew, or the holy son of the Tian Yuan palace, and this matter was something he had to pay great attention to. And you little bastard, you're dead. How dare you waste this saint's son's woman? At this moment, Dongfang Jia's eyes were almost about to spit fire out of his eyes. Hating to break Yang Wei into pieces, Li Sini was the spiritual void physique that he had found with great difficulty. This was an excellent dual cultivation partner. He hadn't even had time to enjoy it before it was ruined by Yang Weiwei. Snap, pop. Feng Shuiqing again slapped several times fiercely and said in a cold voice, believe it or not, this young lady will get you killed now? Asterisk 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 asterisk, you are certain to die. No one can save you, Dongfang Jia said with gloomy eyes, his heart filled with hatred. Snap, snap, snap. Looking for death. Feng Shuiqing slapped hard again. Ah, ah, ah. Dongfang Jia once again let out a miserable scream. Stop, quickly take them down, Ling Chenzi shouted. At this time, a team of law enforcement members quickly surrounded towards Yang Weiwei. Li Sini's eyes were resentful and she laughed coldly. Ha, ha, Yang Wei, even if you waste me, you won't have a good ending because senior brother Dongfang is the nephew of the palace master. At this moment, Li Sini's eyes were incomparably resentful. Although she was wasted, she was convinced that Yang Wei's end would be even more miserable than hers. Right at this moment, a crisp voice rang out, only to see Lin Yuro hurriedly walk over. Elder Ling, the palace master asked you to take them to the grand hall. Lin Yuro opened her mouth. The court wants to see them? Ling Chenzi frowned and said in his heart, it seems like the palace master still cares about his nephew. Yang Wei, soon your end will be even worse than mine, Li Sini said resentfully, a curse filled in that voice. Asterisk 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 woman 1. Yang Wei sneered, his face full of disdain. Chapter 39 Yukari's Identity. Skywind World. Phoenix Clan. Family Master. Just a moment ago, Miss has activated the power of the Phoenix, and we have detected the location of the small world where Miss is. An old woman with a head full of silver hair respectfully said, where is Yukari now? A middle-aged man wearing a phoenix-robed robe looked anxious and asked in a hurry. The young lady ran off to the lower world. The old woman spoke carefully. This kid, he's really getting out of hand. The middle-aged man's brows were furrowed, and his face showed a pout. Granny, this time, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip yourself, and make sure you get this child back, the middle-aged man said in a heavy tone, his gaze filled with worry. Yes, family master, the old woman answered. Heavenly Yuan Palace, Palace Master Hall. Once again arriving at the Palace Master's Hall, Yang Weiwei lowered his head. At this moment, his heart was also a bit flustered. He didn't know if his master would clean him up because of this, as he seemed to have caused a lot of trouble recently. See you, Palace Master. The crowd bowed and saluted. Elder Ling, what's going on here? Dongfang Yinbing asked with a flat face and a cool voice. Back to the Palace Master. I'm not too sure about the specifics. When I went there, I saw that Yang Weiwei just happened to waste Li Sini's dantian, while Feng Shuiqing was beating up Dongfang Jia. Ling Chenzi told what he knew truthfully. Feng Shuiqing beat up Dongfang Jia? Dongfang Yunbing's willow brows slightly frowned, her face showing a puzzled look. knowing that her nephew's cultivation was quite a bit higher than Feng Shuiqing's. "Aunt, this doesn't know what kind of demonic magic she used, and my nephew was beaten like this by her." Dongfang Jia hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. "Feng Shuiqing, why did you hit Dongfang Jia with your hands?" Dongfang Yunbing faintly asked. "This brat dared to hit this young lady's man. Not killing him is already considered good." Feng Shuiqing's complexion was ice cold and her voice said coldly, "Dongfang Jia, why did you hit Yang Wei?" Hearing that Yang Weiwei had been beaten, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes instantly flashed with a cold light. This nephew heard that he killed Wang Xinfeng and Li Tianxing. That's why he stepped in to teach him a lesson. Dongfang Jia trembled at Dongfang Yunbing's stern eyes and hurriedly bowed. "Shen are you alright?" Dongfang Yunbing's voice instantly became soft and filled with concern. "Holy, what's the situation?" As soon as Dongfang Yunbing's words fell, cold sweat instantly broke out on the forehead of law enforcement elder Ling Chenzi. In all these years, it was the first time Ling Chenzi had seen the palace master speak in such a gentle voice, and it was fortunate that he hadn't done anything to Yang Weiwei just now. "Disciple is fine," Yang Weiwei respectfully replied. "It's okay." Dongfang Yunbing then continued. "The matter between Li Sini and Yang Wei, this palace has a slight understanding of it. This matter is over. All go down." "Yes, palace master." Ling Chenzi bowed and retreated. At this moment, Dongfang Jia froze in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. The aunt who usually loved him the most was actually this kid's master. While Li Sini had a face of despair and unwillingness, her eyes were incomparably resentful as she looked at Yang Weiwei. "I'm not happy. I must have my revenge." Put. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of Li Sini's mouth before she fainted. Yang Weiwei didn't look at this woman anymore. Even if her eyes were resentful, what could she do? The Dantian was injured by the Haotian technique. It was impossible for anyone to save her in the Tianwu continent. "Stinking rascal, this young lady helped you out today. Shouldn't she show something?" Feng Shuiqing let out a delicate laugh, her beautiful eyes flowing as she said, "It has to be. I'm ready to give my body in return." The corners of Yang Wei's mouth rose as he said with a smile, "This young lady doesn't want it." Feng Shuiqing pouted, "I'm hungry. Go to my place. I'll make you something delicious." Yang Weiwei smiled faintly and pulled Feng Shuiqing towards the Cui Yunxin Pavilion. Cui Yunxuan Pavilion. Feng Shuiqing took a sip of red wine and said in a delicate voice, "Stinking rascal, how come your cooking is so delicious? If you like to eat, then I'll cook for you for the rest of your life. I know many more dishes." Yang Weiwei smiled and spoke, "That's what you said. Don't speak without counting your words." Feng Shuiqing pouted, a sweet smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. "Of course, by the way Shuiqing, how did you suddenly become so powerful?" Yang Weiwei asked with a curious face. "If I say that I'm from another world, do you believe me?" Feng Shuiqing blinked her soulful eyes and said, "I believe it because there is a immortal aura in you that doesn't belong to this world." Yang Weiwei spoke thoughtfully, "Actually, I come from a very distant place, and that place is called Heavenly Wind World." Feng Shuiqing recounted with a serious expression. Yang Weiwei frowned and spoke, "Tianfeng World? Then how did you come to the Tianwu continent?" "Actually, I discovered this place, the Tianwu continent, unintentionally, so I sealed my cultivation and wanted to experience the feeling of going from weak to strong all over again." Feng Shuiqing slowly said, "You're telling the truth? It's not a joke?" Yang Weiwei asked with a serious expression, his gaze fixed on Feng Shuiqing. "Of course it's true," Feng Shuiqing said with a firm face. "Then what was your cultivation level before the seal?" Yang Weiwei pursued. "In short, it exceeds the laws of the Tianwu continent, and if I lift my cultivation now, the heaven and earth rules of the Tianwu continent will be in turmoil." Feng Shuiqing said seriously, "You're so powerful. Will you be domestically abusive in the future?" Yang Wei said with a worried face and a sad face, "It's not possible to say. If you serve this young lady well, this young lady won't be domestically abusive." Feng Shuiqing said with a smile as the corner of her mouth rose, "Shuiqing, why don't you stay at my place from now on? I have a lot of rooms here." Yang Weiwei spoke with an expectant face. "You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you?" Feng Shuiqing said delicately, a hint of caution in her eyes. "How is that possible? Don't you still believe in my character?" Yang Weiwei patted his chest and said in a serious manner, "You have character?" Feng Shuiqing said contemptuously, "A pervert. Stinky girl, dare to talk about my husband like that. Let's see how I'll clean you up." Yang Wei directly tickled on Feng Shuiqing's body, and the two of them fought and jostled. The scene looked extremely cozy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yang Weiwei and Feng Shuiqing had been sticking together, and their feelings continued to heat up. Late that night, Yang Weiwei was about to cultivate when he heard Feng Shuiqing knocking on the door. He hurriedly opened the door, only to see Feng Shuiqing standing in the doorway in a transparent nightgown. That nightgown was as light and thin as a gauze, perfectly outlining her enchanting figure. Her hot curves were undoubtedly visible, and her proud bust was covered by a thin layer of snowy veil, giving people a sense of hidden visual impact. This fiery scene almost caused Yang Weiwei to have a nosebleed. "Rascal, is it okay if I want to sleep with you tonight?" Feng Shuiqing blinked a pair of big watery eyes and said in a delicate voice. "It's okay, it's really okay." Yang Wei was so excited that he almost jumped up, and thought to himself, "Is my good life coming? I like the feeling of you holding me, but the most you can do is hold me and not do anything else. Can you do that?" Feng Shuiqing said sweetly, with a hint of shyness on her face. "Isn't it torture when you dress like this and only let me sleep in your arms? But you can't do anything else? Don't play like that." "No. Question," Yang Weiwei said with difficulty, and although there was reluctance in his heart, he could only agree first. "Just give me a hug. One step at a time. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." Xiao Ruochen still understood this reasoning. "Stinking rascal, you seem to be very reluctant." Feng Shuiqing pouted, her small mouth slightly pouting. "How could it be? I'm more than happy. Come in quickly." Yang Weiwei hurriedly pulled Feng Shuiqing inside. "Shuiqing, why don't you take off your clothes and sleep? This will be beneficial to your development." Yang Weiwei opened his mouth with a bad smile on his face. "Stinking rascal, what do you want? I'm warning you, you can only hug me. No messing around, or else you'll suffer the consequences." Feng Shuiqing reprimanded, her beautiful eyes widening. "Don't worry, Shuiqing's wife, my husband's character is notoriously upright." Yang Wei hurriedly made a guarantee, swearing with conviction. Soon the two of them were lying on the bed, and Feng Shuiqing fell asleep in no time. And Yang Weiwei couldn't sleep, with a beautiful woman in his arms, but he couldn't move around. How could he sleep? Late night. "Stinking rascal, what is this thing of yours?" Feng Shuiqing said in a daze. "Oh, sorry, I forgot to put my weapon away." Jan sidled up and said. "Well, go to sleep." Chapter 40 Feng Shuiqing leaves. A night of agonizing pain had finally passed. Early the next morning, Yang Wei walked out with two big black circles under his eyes and a weak step. The whole person looked listless and extremely depressed. "Stinking rascal, did you not sleep well last night?" Feng Shuiqing's delicate voice rang out. "Nope, I slept soundly last night." Yang Weiwei denied without hesitation. "Me too. I slept so comfortably last night. I'll sleep here with you from now on." Feng Shuiqing smiled lightly. That smile was like spring flowers blooming, gorgeous and charming. "Still coming?" Yang Weiwei had a bitter look on his face, and in his heart, he wanted to cry. "You're trying to screw me over, aren't you?" Hugged and kissed. Yang Weiwei looked aggrieved. "And then I wasn't allowed to do anything. Isn't this killing people?" Yang Weiwei grumbled sadly. "That Shuiqing's wife. When can our relationship go further?" Yang Weiwei's face was piled with a fawning smile. "Aren't we close enough?" Feng Shuiqing said with a raised eyebrow and a cute look as she beamed. "Ahem. I'm talking about when we're going to have a child." Yang Weiwei laughed awkwardly. "Humph. Stinking rascal. This young lady is still so young in age and you want to do that kind of thing. Your thoughts are too dirty." Feng Shuiqing pouted. That angry look had a different flavor. "Oh by God. Readers, am I nasty? Am I really nasty?" Yang Weiwei kept asking rhetorically in his mind. Full of helplessness, time rolled around and another 7 days passed. With the assistance of the 10,000 years Shen milk, Yang Wei's cultivation skyrocketed by leaps and bounds. He managed to break through all the way from the 5th level of the Tongshan realm, directly reaching the 1st level of the questioning void realm. At this moment, the pills and 10,000-year-old Shen milk on his body had all been used up by him. However, it was a good thing that he still had more than 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, which he had gained from the hardships and dangers he had endured in the middle of the ancient ruins. Yang Weiwei estimated that his current strength should be able to compete with a strong person at the 9th level of the questioning void realm, because just in this recent period of time, Yang Weiwei's Godslayer sword technique and phantom body technique had significantly improved again, while his soul martial skill, soul devouring slash, had also been cultivated to the peak of the small completion realm. Late that night, "Stinky rascal, don't disturb me from sleeping, I'm not awake yet." Feng Shuiqing dazedly kicked Yang Wei down. "What the hell? Do people still want to live?" Yang Weiwei couldn't help but scream out. Janwei had another night that was both pleasurable and tormenting. After some washing up, Yang Weiwei and Feng Shuiqing walked out of the room. Steep. Feng Shuiqing suddenly furrowed her brows and her face instantly became as pale as paper. Shuiqing wife, what's wrong with you? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Yang Wei's heart tightened as he gently held Feng Shuiqing in his arms and asked with concern. Stinky rascal, if I suddenly left one day, would you still remember me? Feng Shuiqing's beautiful eyes, which were like clear water, gradually moistened, and there was a hint of trembling in her voice. Yukari's wife, what's wrong with you? Why are you asking all of a sudden? A hint of bad feeling rose in Yang Weiwei's heart, and his expression became tense. Answer me this, if I did leave, would you remember me? Feng Shuiqing looked seriously at Yang Weiwei and asked again, her eyes filled with anticipation and unease. Shuiqing wife, I won't allow you to leave me, no matter who it is. No one can separate us. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will get you back. Yang Wei's eyes were incomparably firm and his tone was decisive. Rascal, remember your promise. Feng Shuiqing continued. Remember clearly, I'm from the Phoenix clan of the Heavenly Wind World, and I'm the youngest daughter of the Phoenix clan's clan chief, so I'm sure that with your talent, you'll be able to find your way there. Feng Shuiqing had a serious look on her face, and her gaze was filled with trust and expectation. Yukari, tell me, are you leaving? As if he had lost his mind, Yang Weiwei tightly held Feng Shuiqing in his arms, his voice filled with trepidation and helplessness. Feng Shuiqing nodded helplessly. My family has already sensed my scent and should be able to find this place soon. At this moment, her stunning eyes, completely moist, tears were like a flood that broke the dike, surging out and slowly sliding down her eyes. Shuiqing wife, you don't want to go, right? Yang Wei's eyes gradually moistened. At this moment, he felt so small and helpless. Of course I don't want to leave, but if I don't leave, I'll involve the entire Tianwu continent. Feng Shuiqing's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Weiwei in a daze, tears blurring her vision. Stinking rascal, you will definitely get me back, right? Shuiqing wife, I will definitely get you back. Although I'm still weak right now, I believe that as long as I'm given time, I will definitely be recognized by your parents. Yang Weiwei's tone was incomparably firm, as if he had made a vow that would never change. Brother Chen, remember what you said. I'll be waiting for you in the Heavenly Wind World. Feng Shuiqing's eyes were full of reluctance, and she deeply instructed. My family is coming. You can't get too close to me, or you'll be in danger. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, at this time, the entire Tianwu continent suddenly began to violently shake the ground. The sky instantly dark clouds, lightning and thunder, as if the end had come. Just for a moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void, followed by two figures, which instantly scurried out from the spatial gap. This was an old woman with snow-white hair but very smooth skin, and following her was a handsome-looking young man with an arrogant demeanor. Steeply, these two figures were like lightning and appeared in the Quyangchuan pavilion in a matter of moments. Kid, let go of Sister Shuiqing, or this young man will exterminate your entire clan. That handsome youth's eyes were filled with a cold and bone-chilling killing intent that sent shivers down one's spine. Boom! Yang Wei let out a dull grunt. Although the other party had only casually glanced at him, it was as if he had been hit hard. A trace of blood slowly spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Chen Zishuan, this young lady will kill you one day? Feng Shuiqing's eyes widened angrily, directly blocking in front of Yang Weiwei, a pair of stunningly beautiful eyes transmitting a cold chill. Sister Yukari, who is this kid? Chen Zishuan's eyes looked at Yang Weiwei with a hint of unkindness. It's none of your business who he is. If you dare to take a shot at him again, don't blame this lady for being rude. Feng Shuiqing coldly glared at Chen Zishuan before turning her head to look at Yang Weiwei, asking with concern, are you alright? It's just a small injury. It's not a problem. Yang Weiwei smiled bashfully, trying to look as if nothing had happened. Xinger, it's almost time to play. It's time to go home with Granny. That old woman's face had a kind smile on it, but her tone was not to be questioned. Granny, can you let me stay 2 more days? Feng Shuiqing had a pleading look in her eyes. Pathetic. Granny can't help you either. Your father specifically explained that if he finds you, he must bring you back at the first opportunity. The old woman then said, Xinger, your relationship with this brat isn't simple, is it? He is a friend I met here. Feng Shuiqing opened her mouth, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. It's best to be a friend. If your father finds out, the consequences will be unimaginable. The old woman spoke, a hint of warning in her gaze. Granny, can you give me some time? I want to say goodbye to him? Feng Shuiqing's eyes were filled with a hint of pleading and her voice was tinged with a sobbing tone. Granny can only give you 1 hour. After 1 hour, You must leave with Granny. The old woman spoke. Well, Feng Shuiqing nodded. Thank you, Granny. Kid, you'd better be honest. If you dare to have crooked thoughts about Sister Shuiqing, this young man here will make you perish in form and spirit. A cold light flashed in Chen Zixuan's eyes, his tone filled with threats. Let's go first. Give Qinger some time to say goodbye. The old woman spoke. Yes, Granny. Chen Zixuan nodded. In front of this old woman, he still didn't dare to act arbitrarily. Grass mud horse. I will exterminate your entire clan. Yang Weiwei's heart set off a monstrous killing intent, and he firmly memorized the other party's appearance in the depths of his heart. Rascal! I'll wait for you to come to me until the day my life ends. At this moment, Feng Shuiqing could no longer suppress her inner emotions, and the whole person flung herself into Yang Weiwei's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Don't worry, no one in this world can stop us from being together, and when we meet again, if anyone dares to stand in my way, I will destroy his entire clan. There was a hint of disdain in Yang Weiwei's eyes. That firm gaze seemed to be able to penetrate all obstacles. He believed that as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to get Feng Shuiqing back in the future. Aha, I believe you. Feng Shuiqing smiled and nodded, but tears still kept slipping down. At this time, Yang Wei's heart was like a knife. Since crossing over, Feng Shuiqing was the first girl she liked, and also his favorite girl, and he was incapable of keeping her, a pain that no one could understand. At this moment, Yang Wei incomparably longed for power. He knew that only with enough power could he keep his love and guard his beloved. Then you send me something, or else what if I miss you? Feng Shuiqing blinked her watery eyes and looked at Yang Weiwei with anticipation. Yukari, you come with me. Yang Weiwei pulled Feng Shuiqing and came to a bronze mirror. Then he found a pen and ink. Yang Weiwei and Feng Shuiqing just sat in front of the bronze mirror. Then Yang Weiwei began to draw a sketch portrait of the duo. This was definitely the most focused moment that Yang Weiwei had ever seen in his life, and every single stroke of the brush was carefully drawn, and his eyes were filled with deep love and concentration. In no time at all, a beautiful Chinese sketch portrait was drawn. The two of them in the painting are lifelike and exquisite. Yang Weiwei is wearing a Han Dynasty groom's robe, elegant, and Feng Shuiqing is wearing a Han Dynasty wedding dress, beautiful as heaven. Stinking rascal, you've painted me so beautifully, you're all so handsome. But this dress is so beautiful. Why haven't I seen it before? Feng Shuiqing's voice was delicate and full of joy. This is a great nation-specific wedding dress. Do you like it? Yang Wei said with a smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. Like. Feng Shuiqing smiled sweetly, as warm as the spring sun. Then the next time we meet, I'll personally make one for you. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth, his tone filled with promise. Don't lie to me, or else I'll have you looking at me. Feng Shuiqing said in a pouting sentence, a happy smile on her face. Hurry up and put this painting away. Take it out and look at it when you miss me. Yang Weiwei reminded, his gaze full of reluctance. Good. Feng Shuiqing carefully put the painting away, fearing that it would be broken in general. Her movements were gentle and true. Feng Shuiqing tilted her head and said in a delicate voice, Stinking rascal, I want you to kiss me again. Yang Wei looked deeply at Feng Shuiqing, then slowly lowered his head. This kiss was incomparably cherished by the two of them. And for the first time, Feng Shuiqing was so passionate, as if she wanted to pour all her emotions into this kiss. Only after a long time had passed did Yang Weiwei loosely release Feng Shuiqing. Qinger, we should leave. Right at this moment, the old woman reappeared in the Guiyangxun pavilion, her voice breaking the momentary tranquility. Feng Shuiqing nodded, then followed the old woman, flying towards the depths of the void. This time she never turned back, because she was afraid that the moment she turned back, she would never be able to leave again, and that would only involve her beloved man. Yang Weiwei didn't say anything and quietly looked at Feng Shuiqing's back until she disappeared at the end of the sky. After the old woman left, the world rules of the Tianwu continent once again returned to normal, and everything that had just happened was as if nothing had happened. However, it was the higher-ups of the Heavenly Yuan Palace that were incomparably clear about this matter, because just now, that terrifying pressure had pressed everyone in the entire Heavenly Yuan Palace, unable to move until that old woman left, and only then was that terrifying pressure lifted. Chapter 41, Snubbing Ling Yanyun. Yang Weiwei stayed frozen in place, motionless, his eyes gazing straight at the direction where Feng Shuiqing had disappeared. At this moment, it was as if Yang Wei was drained of his soul, and he didn't want to say anything. For the first time in his life, he felt so deeply his insignificance and powerlessness. And the other party almost overwhelmed him with just one look. And this incident has an extremely far-reaching impact on Yang Weiwei, and at the same time, it also establishes a goal for his life, which is to retrieve Feng Shuiqing, because this is a man's solemn promise to his beloved woman. Morn, are you okay? At an unknown time, Dongfang Yunbing's graceful figure quietly appeared in the Qiyangchuan pavilion. Just now, the sky suddenly tore apart, followed by the appearance of two chillingly terrifying figures. When the overwhelming pressure swept over her, pressuring her to the point where she could barely breathe. Although Dongfang Yunbing was immobilized by that terrifying pressure at that time, she had witnessed the scene where those two frightening figures landed in the Cui Yin pavilion. At that time, she was extremely worried about Yang Weiwei inside, so when that pressure dissipated, she didn't hesitate and rushed to Qiyangchuan pavilion at the first opportunity. Master, Shuiqing is gone. Yang Weiwei's voice was hoarse and incomparable, as if every word carried endless pain and sorrow. Feng Shuiqing? Where did she go? Feng Shuiqing lived in the Cui Yin pavilion. Dongfang Yunbing was aware of it, and she had been very annoyed about it. However, upon noticing that Feng Shuiqing still maintained her virginity, her mood was only slightly soothed. That creepy pressure just now was released by the person who came to pick her up. Yang Weiwei's voice was low and suppressed, as if it contained a deep sense of powerlessness. Hardly. At this moment, Dongfang Yunbing finally came to a realization and understood why Feng Shuiqing was able to easily beat Dongfang Jia into a pig's head in general. You love her very much? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was as calm as a waveless lake. Aha! Yang Weiwei nodded vigorously, his gaze filled with determination and persistence. Then you should pull yourself together. As long as you persistently work hard on your cultivation, you'll be able to get her back one day. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was soft and gentle, carrying encouragement and expectation. Many thanks, master. Disciple will definitely pull myself together. Yang Weiwei said firmly. 2 months from now will be the Northern Xian Domain's sect competition. This is the stage for the entire Northern Xian Domain's younger generation to show their style. This palace hopes that you can represent the Tian Yuan Palace and capture an excellent ranking in the competition. Dongfang Yunbing spoke solemnly. Don't worry, master, I will definitely do my best. You need to adjust your mindset and focus on your cultivation. This world has always been one where only the strong are qualified to make the rules, and the weak can only be forced to follow them. After Dongfang Yunbing finished speaking, she turned around and left, the figure gradually disappearing from Yang Weiwei's sight. It's the strong that make the rules. A flash of incomparable determination suddenly flashed in Yang Weiwei's eyes. Master is right. I must pull myself together. Only by making myself strong will I be able to retrieve Shuiqing. In an instant, a month's time rushed by. During this entire month, Yang Weiwei was always in a state of frantic cultivation, and at the same time, his cultivation had successfully broken through to the second level of the questioning void realm. Yang Weiwei diligently cultivated various martial arts secret techniques during the day, and at night, he was in the Haotian Jade space to enhance his cultivation. After a month of arduous efforts, Yang Weiwei finally gradually came out from the haze of Feng Shuiqing's departure. On this day, Ling Yenyun arrived at the Qiyangchuan pavilion with a light step. Yang Weiwei, have you thrown what you promised this young lady out of the window? Ling Yuhua's voice was as cold as frost, carrying a slight chill. I forgot. So what? What can you do to me? Yang Weiwei glanced at Ling Yenyun without a good look. His mood had been extremely low during this period of time, and coupled with Ling Yenyun's cold and icy tone, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited, and he couldn't help but dislike it. Yang Wei, today this young lady, I have to teach you a good lesson. Only to see Ling Yenyun let out a delicate cry as her jade palm violently blasted towards Yang Weiwei. Ling Yenyun, are you crazy? Yang Wei hastily dodged sideways while firmly capturing his right hand with a swift grab. At this time, Ling Yenyun was incomparably shocked, although she had not used her full strength in that palm just now. But she was a powerhouse who had reached the 9th level of the void-asking realm. How could she be tackled so easily by this kid? It was too late to think more. Ling Yenyun once again slapped out a palm with his left hand and attacked towards Yang Weiwei. At this time, Yang Weiwei similarly executed a subtle grappling move, capturing her left hand firmly once again. Ling Yenyun's hands were being tackled. She used all her strength, but she still couldn't break free, so she had no choice but to lift her foot towards Yang Weiwei's crotch and kicked it hard. Yang Wei hurriedly performed the latest cultivation of shrinking Yang Gong, instantly shrinking his vital parts into his body, while running his Xianli to form a protective barrier. Bang! Ah! 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 Yang Weiwei let out a heartrending, miserable cry. Then the whole person fell to the ground, rolling and wailing non-stop. The appearance looked painful to the extreme. incomparably miserable. Young Wei, are you okay? Ling Yun was tense and nervous. Her pretty face was filled with panic and helplessness, a look of being completely at a loss as to what to do. How could she not have expected that Yang Weiwei would not dodge her attack? What to do? It won't really waste him, will it? Ling Yun had completely lost her bearings at this moment, and in her heart, she even began to somewhat regret her impulsive actions just now. At this time, if she was able to be more attentive, she would definitely be able to realize that Yang Weiwei was actually in disguise. After howling on the ground for a while, Yang Weiwei lay on the ground, his eyes empty and lifeless, with a lifeless look. Yang Wei, are you alright? Ling Yun asked anxiously once again. Ling Yun, you have a cruel heart. My life has been completely ruined by you. Tears of grief flowed from the corners of Yang Wei's eyes. Ling Yun hurriedly walked over to Yang Weiwei's side and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to do it. Just now it was just a moment of emotion. My brain was hot and I kicked it out. AI. Shui Qing is also gone. And now I'm in this state. What's the point of living? I'd better die. After Yang Weiwei finished speaking, he raised his palm towards his head and slapped it fiercely. Yang Wei, calm down. You have such an outstanding talent. Don't do such a foolish thing. Ling Yun hurriedly reached out and stopped Yang Weiyan's hand. Don't stop me. Let me die and get it over with. What's the use of having good talent? Even if I become the world's #1 powerhouse in the future, I will still be mercilessly mocked as a eunuch who can't find a wife. After saying that, Yang Weiwei once again raised his palm towards his forehead and slapped it. Yang Wei, calm down. As long as you don't do anything stupid. The big deal is that this young lady will marry you as your wife. Ling Yun clenched her teeth and summoned up great courage to say, Sister Smoke Cloud, are you really willing to be my wife? It was as if a glimmer of hope had been rekindled in Yang Weiwei's eyes. Of course I'm willing. As long as you can pull yourself together, I will always be by your side in the future and make you a wife. Ling Yun's eyes were incomparably firm. Don't comfort me. How could you possibly be willing to give a eunuch a wife? I'd rather die. Yang Wei said with another look of all thoughts and not wanting to live. Yang Wei, calm down. What I said is true, or else I can always swear. Ling Yun hurriedly persuaded. Then you first swear to be only my woman for the rest of your life. Yang Weiwei's face was miserable and her voice trembled. Good. I, Ling Yun, swear that I will only be Yang Weiwei's woman for the rest of my life, and if I back out of it I will never be allowed to be born again. Ling Yun hurriedly swore solemnly. There's no need to swear so hard. At this moment, Yang Wei felt as if he had overplayed his hand. If I don't get a little tougher, what if you can't think straight? Anyway, don't worry. I, Ling Yun, will do what I say, and I will be your woman in this life. But you have to help this young lady put Sikong Jie in his place. Who is Sikong Jie? Yang Weiwei raised his eyebrows slightly and asked suspiciously. Sikong Jie is the Tianyuan Palace's first saint's son, as well as the grandson of the Tianyuan Palace's supreme elder. Ling Yun slowly spoke. What is your relationship with him? Yang Weiwei continued to speak and asked. I don't have anything to do with him. Once a very close sister of mine was driven to suicide by him, and now he's turned his attention to me. He's a devious and vicious man, and if it's in his sights, he'll do whatever it takes to get it. And since he relies on the fact that he is the grandson of the supreme elder, he has always acted recklessly and in his own way in the heavenly Yuan Palace. That's why I made a bet with him that as long as I could find a disciple in the heavenly Yuan Palace to defeat him, he would stop pestering me. Ling Yun spoke in detail. Small problem. Just leave him to me. Accompany me to the exchange hall. I want to exchange some medicinal herbs of the questioning void realm. Yang Weiwei spoke with confidence. How did you reach the questioning void realm so quickly? Ling Yun's heart was filled with curiosity. Yang Weiwei's breakthrough speed was just too fast, and the fact that he had just broken through to the questioning void realm and was able to defeat her at the 9th level of questioning void was just too unbelievable. Your man is a genius. Understand? Yang Wei said proudly with a smelly look on his face. Senior brother Sikong, you have finally come out of the gate. Wang Yuan respectfully bent down and saluted. Wang Yuan, what exactly are you doing here at this Saint Sun's place? Sikong Jie's voice was icy cold, and his eyes revealed a chilling coldness. Sikong Jie's eyes flinched as he said, What is it? Someone dared to hit the smoke cloud holy maiden. Wang Yuan said in a hurry, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Who is so bold? Dare to steal a woman from this young man? Sikong Jie's voice seemed as if it came from the 9 abysses, icy cold to the extreme, and his face was instantly as gloomy as the sky before a storm. Chapter 42. When Yang Weiwei and Ling Yanyun appeared together in the redemption hall, they instantly attracted the gazes of many inner disciples as well as core disciples. Although previously, Ling Yanyun had already put out the word, declaring that Yang Weiwei was her man. However, most people are skeptical about this. After all, the status gap between the two is too great. One is the saintess of the Tianyuan Palace. The other is only a new disciple who has just joined the inner sect. The gap in between is self-evident. However, when the crowd saw Yang Weiwei tightly pulling Ling Yanyun's hand, that was when they were finally convinced. However, everyone looked at Yang Weiwei with a few moments of pity in their eyes. It was only because before this, but anyone who had any ill intentions towards Ling Yanyun ended up with a miserable end. Yang Weiwei exchanged some medicinal herbs in the exchange hall before leaving the exchange hall with Ling Yanyun. However, just as Yang Weiwei and Ling Yanyun had just stepped out of the redemption hall, a person suddenly walked in front of them and blocked straight in front of Yang Weiwei. This person was dressed in a purple and gold robe, with a hair crown on his head and a handsome face, but his body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. This person was extremely strong. This was Yang Weiwei's first intuitive feeling, and at the same time, this was the strongest Tianyuan Palace disciple he had encountered since he had broken through to the void-asking realm. Right at this moment, Ling Yanyun suddenly clung onto Yang Weiwei's arm. Yang Weiwei also noticed Ling Yanyun's change at this moment, so his gaze tightened on the gold-robed man in front of him. Smoke cloud. You don't think you can beat this young man by finding a random punk, do you? A teasing smile surfaced on Sikong Jie's face, his tone revealing a hint of undisguised mockery. You're the ing trash. The whole family is trash. And it's still trash that my Smokey can't look at. Yang Wei instantly became enraged and didn't hesitate to start disliking him directly. After saying that, he even wrapped his arms around Ling Yanyun, and right in front of the crowd, he gave her a deep kiss on the lips. Kid, you're looking for death. Sikong Jie's face was instantly gloomy. Without saying anything, he directly lifted a palm towards Yang Weiwei and ruthlessly chopped over. At this moment, he was filled with only wanting to chop this kid in front of him who didn't know the sky and the earth to death. I seek death? Scratch that. I'm looking for nifty coins. Yang Wei didn't have the slightest fear, didn't even think about it, directly swung a stick fiercely over, the powerful stick astral whistling out, with a biting and incomparable breath, straight towards Sikong Jie smashed over. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the two of them each took several steps backward after this exchange of blows. That's the level? You have the ing nerve to pretend to be in front of me. Yang Weiwei held his stick with both hands, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile filled with disdain. Brat! You really do have some tricks up your sleeve. Sikong Jie's face was gloomy, his right hand behind his back secretly rubbed. The strike just now, due to Yang Weiwei's use of a weapon, causing him to secretly suffer some losses. Smoky cloud. How was this dog beating stick technique for my husband just now? Yang Weiwei had a wicked smile on his face. It seems to be very average. The dog didn't kill it, not to mention that it didn't even bark. Ling Yanyun shook her head and said with a serious face, then I'll kill it directly with my next stick. Yang Weiwei smiled lightly, his expression relaxed. Kid, you've successfully angered me. Next, this young man will definitely make you deeply realize what is worse than death. Sikong Jie's eyes were grim as he stared intently at Yang Weiwei, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Don't be afraid, Smoky Yun's wife. It's just a mad dog that's been enraged. I've got the dog beating stick in my hand. Yang Weiwei wore a smile on his face as he calmed Ling Yanyun beside him. Kid, you seek death. At this moment, Sikong Jie finally couldn't stand it anymore. Having grown up so much, in the Tianyuan Palace, it was the first time someone dared to provoke him so recklessly. Come and bite me, silly dog. Yang Weiwei waved his stick and laughed coldly. Go to hell. Sikong Jie shouted angrily, and a powerful sword chi slashed violently towards Yang Wei. Yang Wei's figure flashed, quickly avoiding the sword chi that Sikong Jie chopped over. The immortal demon sword instantly came out of its sheath, and performed the god-slaying sword technique to attack towards Sikong Jie. Clang! Dang! Dang! The two of them continuously attacked each other for more than a dozen moves, and neither of them was able to take the slightest advantage. However, Yang Weiwei still had a killer weapon that he hadn't utilized yet, and that was the soul-devouring chop, a soul martial art. Stop! Right at this moment, the figure of the law enforcement elder, Ling Chenzi, abruptly appeared in the field and forcefully separated the battle between Yang Weiwei and Sikong Jie. At this moment, Ling Chenzi's face was gloomy. Originally, he had already known that there was a battle going on over here. When he saw that it was Yang Weiwei and Sikong Jie who were engaged in a fierce battle, Ling Chenzi's heart was so depressed. One was the grandson of the Supreme Elder, and the other was the disciple of the Palace Master. So how exactly should he enforce the law? Yang Weiwei, Si Kong Jie, the two of you are openly fighting here. What is the decency of this? Ling Chenzi droned in a deep voice, his voice filled with majesty. Kid, your name is Yang Weiwei, isn't it? Si Kong Jie's face was as gloomy as water, his gaze filled with coldness. That's right, your father is Yang Weiwei. Yang Weiwei had a smile on his face and a few hints of flirtation in his tone. Little bastard, you seek death. Si Kong Jie was furious and raised his hand to slash his sword fiercely towards Yang Wei. Who's the little bastard cursing? Yang Weiwei didn't show any weakness either, and the same sword she met it without hesitation. The little bastard scolded you. Oh, the little bastard called me names. Ha ha, aha, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Si Kong Jie had fallen into a state of madness, and even Ling Xinzi had difficulty stopping him. At this time, the duo's surroundings were already filled with countless disciples who had come to watch the action. Silly dog. You ah. Those who don't know would think they had an orgasm. Yang Wei returned the favor while laughing. Put. There was a roar of laughter. At this moment, the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan Palace finally saw what it meant to have a truly poisonous mouth. If you don't stop, don't blame this seat for being impolite. Ling Chenzi bellowed, once again forcibly separating the two of them. Elder Ling, it's not that I don't give you face, it's really because this vicious dog is chasing after me and biting me, so I have to step in. Yang Weiwei said with a helpless face. Little bastard, if you have the guts, let's go on the life and death stage. Si Kong Jie's face twisted in anger, his expression extremely hideous. Sorry, I'm not available. Yang Weiwei smiled disdainfully, then turned his head to Ling Yenyun and said, Yenyun, let's go. Go home and give my husband a bath. Yes, husband. Ling Yenyun responded tenderly. Put. Looking at the departing backs of Yang Weiwei and Ling Yenyun, Si Kong Jie's mouthful of old blood violently spurted out. At this moment, the eyes he looked at Yang Weiwei were filled with incomparable coldness and resentment. Yang Wei did not accept his life and death battle not because he was afraid of him, but there was no deep hatred between the two of them, and he really did not have the slightest interest in this kind of inexplicable life and death battle. Yongxuan Pavilion. Yang Wei, your mouth is too underhanded. It's all pissed people off to the point of vomiting blood it seems. Ling Yenyun said with a shallow smile, pouting. It's actually not that my mouth is so poisonous, but that he himself is a young man with extremely poor mental quality, pampered and smooth from a young age, and becomes angry like this after being slightly irritated by me. This kind of mental quality, and still so arrogant and domineering, in the future, if he encounters someone stronger than him outside, sooner or later, he will suffer a big loss. Yang Weiwei smiled indifferently and said with a calm demeanor, why are you saying it as if you're not a young man? Ling Yenyun raised her willow eyebrows as her beautiful eyes gazed at Yang Weiwei. Although I'm also a young man, I'm a young man with a story. When you get to know me better, sooner or later you'll be convinced by my charm. There was a faint hint of melancholy in Yang Weiwei's eyes, as if he was harboring endless thoughts. Yang Wei, are you tired or not? Why don't I give you a pinch? Ling Yenyun suddenly walked behind the chair that Yang Weiwei was sitting on, then gently squeezed on Yang Weiwei's shoulders. Why are you suddenly so nice? Yang Weiwei didn't even react for a moment. How did this girl suddenly become so gentle? I've sworn to only be your woman for the rest of my life. Of course I have to be good to you. Ling Yenyun's voice was extremely charming and melodious, just like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. When she was pressing her hands on Yang Weiwei, I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but the snow veil on her chest suddenly slipped down. Sister Smoke Cloud, what do you want? Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and asked. At this moment, he was not sure what exactly the other party's intentions were. Ling Yenyun slowly walked up to Yang Weiyun, then grabbed him by the collar and said coldly, Yang Weiyun, now what else do you have to say? Is it that you owe me an explanation? Along the way, the more she thought about it, the more she felt wrong. Wasn't this kid wasted by her? How can he fight with Situ Jie for so long and still be alive and well? Sister Smoke Cloud, calm down, don't make a mess. Being yanked in the hands like this, Yang Weiwei was incomparably nervous at this moment, and fine beads of sweat even emerged on his forehead. How dare you deceive me? How can you make me calm down? Ling Yenyun angrily rebuked. I was wrong. Sister Smoky Cloud, you have mercy. Yang Weiwei hurriedly begged for mercy, his face filled with panic. What about the vows my lady made? You say? Ling Yenyun reprimanded, her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Sister Smoke Cloud, since you swore a poisonous oath that you would only be my woman for the rest of your life, Shouldn't you be happy that I'm not wasted by you now? Do you really want to be a widow? Yang Weiwei hemmed and hawed, trying to diffuse the tension in front of him with a light-hearted tone. Chapter 43, The Girl Inside the Immortal Demon Sword. "Wee brother, are you there?" Right at this moment, Lin Yuro's clear and pleasant voice came from outside the Quyungshuan pavilion. "Sister Yuro, I'm here. I'm here." At this moment, as if he had heard heavenly music, Yang Weiwei was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly opened his mouth to reply. "Sister Smoke Cloud, please let go." Yang Wei followed up by begging for mercy in succession. "Humph, I'll spare you for now." Ling Yenyun let out a cold snort before she let go of her hand. "Ow, ow." Yang Weiwei couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Bean-sized beads of sweat emerged from his head, and his face instantly turned pale. At this time, Lin Yuro also walked in and said curiously, "Sister Smoke Cloud, you're here too." He. "Elder brother Wei, what's wrong with you?" "I'm fine. I accidentally bumped into it while walking just now." Yang Wei bowed his body. His voice trembled, and he said with difficulty, "You Ro, why are you here?" Ling Yin-yun spoke. "The matter of senior brother Wei and Situ Jie. Fighting over your jealousy has spread throughout the Tian Yuan Palace, so I've come to take a look." Lin Yuro smiled and explained with a curious look on her face. Yang Weiwei forced herself to endure the pain and made a pot of tea for the two women, then bowed her body and walked towards the room with hobbling steps. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to hurry up and properly check his injuries. He felt like he was about to explode after that last hit from Ling Yin-yun just now. "Sister Smoky Cloud, I can't think that Elder Tianji's deduction was really accurate. It's only been less than half a year, and senior brother Wei is already able to fight Situ Jie to a draw." A surprised expression appeared on Lin Yuro's face, her eyes widening. "Indeed, this kid is a freak. Even I am not his opponent now." Ling Yin-yun couldn't help but sigh a sentence, a hint of complexity in his eyes. "Isn't this quite good? Now that you've won the bet with Sikong Jie, with the cultivation speed of senior brother Wei, you'll soon be able to surpass Sikong Jie, and at that time, you'll be able to completely get rid of Sikong Jie's pestering." The corner of Lin Yuro's mouth rose as she spoke. "Yeah, I didn't expect him to grow so fast either." Ling Yin-yun nodded slightly, and a pleased smile appeared on her face. "By the way, Sister Smoky Yun, did you just?" Lin Yuro quietly came to Ling Yin-yun's ear and asked in a low voice. "No matter, he hit it himself." Ling Yin-yun's pretty face slightly reddened as she hurriedly denied it, her eyes somewhat dodging. "Who are you kidding? He's not blind. How could he still hit there?" Lin Yuro muttered in a small voice, a look of disbelief on her face. "Why would I lie to you? Forget it if you don't believe me," Ling Yin-yun said without any good humor and looked away. When Yang Weiwei came out again, Ling Yin-yun and Lin Yuro had already left. Seeing the two women leave, Yang Wei quietly sneaked into his Haotian jade space, then carefully took out the immortal demon sword and prepared to start refining and recognizing the master. At this time, Yang Weiwei struck his life essence blood into the immortal demon sword, while mobilizing the Xian force in his body, and began to sacrifice it with full concentration. The grade of this immortal demon sword was quite good, and if it could be completely refined, the energy it could exert would be far beyond that of an ordinary battle sword. However, just as he had reached the most critical moment of refining, an accident suddenly happened, only to see the immortal demon sword suddenly break free from his bonds and let out a clear female voice. "Badass, what do you want?" "Artifact spirit." Yang Wei revealed a shocked expression, his heart filled with astonishment. He clearly knew that it was impossible for ordinary spiritual and magical weapons to give birth to an artifact spirit, and at this moment, there was actually a soul present in the immortal demon sword. "You're the one who is an artifact spirit. Your entire family is an artifact spirit." The clear female voice came again, her tone filled with anger. "Who cares if you're an artifact spirit? I'll refine it." Yang Wei gritted his teeth and grabbed the hilt of the immortal demon sword, then urged his soul power and started to frantically refine it once again. "Bastard! Let go of your dirty hands that. Don't touch me." The crisp female voice came again, her voice full of resistance. Yang Weiwei didn't pay any attention to her, but continued to concentrate on refining the immortal demon sword. Just as his soul mark was about to be successfully engraved on the immortal demon sword, a strong and incomparable pressure suddenly erupted from within the immortal demon sword. Steeply, a stunningly beautiful silhouette appeared in front of Yang Weiwei's body. "Bastard! Stop it!" The stunningly beautiful silhouette shouted angrily. "You're not an artifact spirit. Who are you?" Yang Weiwei took a few steps back with the immortal demon sword and looked at this stunningly beautiful silhouette with a face full of vigilance. "Kneel down." A terrifying to the extreme pressure once again emanated from the stunningly beautiful silhouette. Yang Wei immediately felt as if an incredibly heavy mountain was being pressed on his body, and his knees bent slightly. This pressure was no less, if not more, than that of the previous Granny Yu. No, Laozi must not kneel down. This was the only firm belief in Yang Weiwei's mind at this moment. At this time, he unknowingly utilized the Haotian technique. When the Haotian skill was activated, the pressure in front of Yang Wei instantly disappeared without a trace. A bit of tact, asshole. What are you? Why can you resist my pressure? The stunningly beautiful silhouette frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in its tone. What I am? You'll soon find out. Now you kneel down and call your master. Yang Wei bellowed. Immediately, he urged the Haotian jade, and instantly, a majestic and vast pressure like the sea appeared in the entire space, pressing towards the stunningly beautiful silhouette. Within the Haotian jade space, Yang Wei was the absolute god, and anyone who arrived in this space had to be absolutely suppressed by him. What is this place? You stop it. The stunningly beautiful silhouette cried out anxiously, her voice filled with panic. As the pressure grew larger and larger, the silhouette of the stunningly beautiful young woman slowly began to collapse. Yang Weiwei didn't reply, but continued to push the Haotian jade to exert pressure. Aha! The stunningly beautiful silhouette let out a miserable scream, but she never begged for mercy. You're really not afraid to die? At this time, Yang Wei stopped and didn't continue to push the Haotian jade. He knew that if he continued any further, this shadow would be soulful, a mere mole cricket. And you still want this young lady to call you master? How dare you? The stunningly beautiful silhouette said in a cold voice, her eyes filled with disdain. So pretentious? Then you go to hell. After Yang Weiwei finished speaking, he was ready to activate the Haotian jade once again. Bastard! Stop it! The stunningly beautiful silhouette spoke in a hurry. Who are you? Why are you hiding amongst the immortal demon sword? Yang Wei frowned and opened his mouth to ask. I want to make a deal with you. I wonder if you're interested. The stunningly beautiful silhouette said. What's the deal? Tell me. Yang Early Morning said. Although I'm not the weapon spirit of the immortal demon sword, I can help you control the immortal demon sword, and as long as you help me find the shaping grass, I'll be able to reshape my body, and at that time, I'll not only send you a heavenly creation, but I'll also help you find that girl named Feng Shueching. The stunningly beautiful silhouette spoke. Do you know where Shueching is? Yang Weiwei asked as he eagerly opened his mouth. According to my observation, that girl should be someone from the Phoenix clan of the Heavenly Wind World. As long as you help me remodel my body, I can take you to the Heavenly Wind World when the time comes. The stunningly beautiful silhouette spoke. How do I know if you're lying to me? Yang Weiwei's gaze was filled with skepticism as he opened his mouth. You can only trust me, because the universe exists in countless parallel spaces, and without me leading the way, perhaps you won't be able to find the Heavenly Wind World for the rest of your life. The stunningly beautiful silhouette spoke with a very certain tone. Where can I find the shaping grass? Yang Weiwei opened his mouth. For the time being, you don't need to know because your strength is too low. The stunningly beautiful silhouette spoke, a hint of contempt in its eyes. This deal is closed. What do I call you? Yang Weiwei opened his mouth. You can call me Linger. If you want the immortal demon sword to be able to emit even more power, you need to find some magical artifacts of the same level for it to devour so that it can quickly advance to the level of a Dao artifact. The stunningly beautiful silhouette spoke. I know. Yang Wei nodded. Some of the top divine artifacts relied on devouring other divine artifacts in order to advance. This point Yang Wei still knew. Linger then returned to the immortal demon sword once again. And Yang Wei also succeeded in recognizing the immortal demon sword as his master and smoothly received the immortal demon sword within his dantian. General spiritual weapons could not be received into the body. Only Dao weapons that had been successfully recognized as masters could be received into the body. Although the immortal demon sword was currently only a heavenly ranked magic weapon, Yang Wei could see that the grade of this immortal demon sword at one time was definitely not as simple as a magic weapon. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to take it inside. Next, Yang Wei started refining pills again, now that he had broken through to the questioning void realm. So his need for pills had become even greater. Chapter 44, Departure to the North Xian Empire. 20 more days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 20 days, Yang Weiwei's cultivation had successfully reached the third level of the questioning void realm. The reason why he was able to break through so quickly was mainly due to the strong support of the extreme questioning void pill. However, after arriving at the questioning void realm, Yang Wei clearly found that the cultivation speed had slowed down, and the resources consumed had increased exponentially. This time, Yang Weiwei had consumed all the precious medicinal herbs after breaking through just one small realm, and now he didn't have much contribution value left. As cultivation continued to rise, the resources consumed would inevitably only increase. On this day, Lin Yuro once again came to Yang Weiwei's place. Senior brother the North Xian Domain Grand Competition will begin in 10 days, and Master Teacher has asked us to gather at the main hall early tomorrow morning. Lin Yuro opened her mouth and said, with a slight look of anticipation in her expression, leaving so soon? Yang Weiwei was slightly shocked and opened his mouth. This time, the grand competition is being held in the North Xian Empire, and the North Xian Empire is very far away from our Tianyuan Palace, so even if we take a flying boat, it will take 7 or 8 days, Lin Yuro patiently explained. Sister Yuro, how many sects and forces are participating in this North Xian Domain Grand Competition? Yang Weiwei curiously opened his mouth and asked. Aside from the Bei Xian Empire, there are 12 other major powers. This grand competition is the peak event of the young generation of the Bei Xian domain. Lin Yuro spoke, her eyes glittering. Then in the past grand competitions, our heavenly Yuan Palace, how far can we rank among these 12 great forces? Yang Wei continued to pursue the question. If we calculate according to the past battle records of the younger generation, our Tianyuan Palace basically belongs to the bottom of the list. Lin Yuro said helplessly. Do the other sects have the details of the contestants this time? Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and asked. His gaze was filled with seriousness. After all, it was necessary to know oneself and one's enemy in order to win 100 battles. Yes, take a look at this. It contains all the information of the contestants this time. Lin Yuro handed over a small booklet. Yang Wei hurriedly flipped it open and read it. The detailed records on it were all the peak powerhouses of the younger generation of the North Xian domain. There was also an age limit for this grand competition. It had to be a young person under 20 years old, and the venue was in the North Xian Empire. The North Xian Empire was precisely the largest power in the North Xian domain. Even if the other 12 powers were combined, they might not be a match for the North Xian Empire. In the absence of the Holy Land, the North Xian Empire was the deserved number one hegemon, and even if the 12 great clans were to unite, they wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat the North Xian Empire. Early the next morning, the main hall of the palace. This time, in addition to Yang Weiwei, there was also Lin Yuro, Ling Yenyun, Dongfang Jia, and Sikong Jia in the large hall. When Yang Weiwei appeared, Sikong Jia's face instantly became incomparably gloomy, as if it could drip water, and Dongfang Jia glared fiercely at Yang Weiwei, his gaze filled with hostility. Regarding the hostility of the duo, Yang Weiwei didn't take it to heart. With his current strength, there wasn't much difference between these two and a grasshopper in front of him. At this time, Dongfang Yunbing walked over. Her voice was clear and cold as she said, this time, the North Xian Domain Grand Competition. It will be the 5 of you who will represent Tianyuan Palace. Whether or not you can get a good ranking depends on the 5 of you. The crowd then followed Dongfang Yunbing onto a huge flying boat, and within the flying boat there were a few elders from Tianyuan Palace. The giant flying boat was similar to the airplanes in his previous life. The interior was very luxuriously decorated, and there were likewise quite a few comfortable seats, and Yang Wei was just like a bumpkin's first time on an airplane, curiously looking at this and that. The giant flying boat was powered by spirit stones, and theoretically, as long as there were enough spirit stones to keep outputting, it could keep flying non-stop. Yang Wei found a quiet seat and sat down, at which time Ling Yenyun and Lin Yuro sat beside him on the left and right. Ling Yenyun was mainly trying to avoid Sikong Jia's harassment, while Lin Yuro was simply enjoying chatting with Yang Weiwei. Senior brother with our 2 great beauties sitting beside you. Happiness, Lin Yuro said with a faint smile, a playful smile spreading across her face. Of course happy, Yang Wei said sardonically, and a smile appeared on his face. It didn't take long for the flying boat to start up, and the flying boat was still very fast, both in terms of comfort and flying speed, which was beyond the reach of airplanes. The flying boat was flying in mid-air. Yang Wei looked at the endless earth below. His heart was full of emotions. There were still many marvelous things in this world waiting for him to discover. It was still quite quiet on the way, except for Lin Yuro, who had been looking for Yang Weiwei to chat with. Everyone else seemed quiet. In the past few days on the road, Yang Weiwei had also learned some things about the Northern Xian Empire from the elders of the Heavenly Yuan Palace. In the Northern Xian domain, with the Holy Land out of the picture, the Northern Xian Empire was the strongest force in plain sight, followed by the 12 great sects. The 4 strongest forces among them were the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Sword Origin Pavilion, the Demon Cloud Sect, and the Tianyi Sect. the strength of the Heavenly Yuan Palace could only be ranked at the bottom, and almost every time the North Xian Domain Grand Competition was held, the Heavenly Yuan Palace was ranked at the very bottom. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time a huge city came into view, in the air far away. Looking at this endless city, Yang Wei's heart was shocked beyond measure, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Is this really just a city?" The flying boat stopped outside the city from afar. Because Beixian City was forbidden to fly, trespassing was very dangerous and would be taken as provoking the Beixian Empire. The consequences would be very serious. Beixian City, the imperial capital of the Beixian Empire. Beixian City was located in the center of the Beixian domain, surrounded by the 12 major sects. Therefore, many sects or clans would set their address in Beixian City if they had any major exchange activities. Beixian City had a long history, and the capital cities of all dynasties had once been established in Beixian City. It was the center of the North Xian domain, so the martial Dao flourished and was very prosperous. The crowd arrived at the foot of the North Xian imperial city. The huge meteorite-stacked walls towered as if they were steel, giving people a feeling of impregnability. After paying the entry fee, the crowd passed through the thick and tall gates. Entering the city, one's eyes were filled with ancient buildings, bustling streets, endless streams of people, enthusiastic vendors yelling, and powerful martial artists, all of which showed that this city was different. Under the leadership of Dongfang Yunbing, the people of Tianyuan Palace arrived at a very luxurious mansion. The area of this mansion was extremely vast, and there were special people inside to take care of it. This was the Tianyuan Palace's stronghold in Beixian City. This mansion was very large, and Yang Weiwei picked a relatively quiet room. The crowd was a little tired from the long journey of a few days. Yang Weiwei took a shower and was about to cultivate when Ling Yenyun's knock came from outside the door. "Senior Sister Smoke Cloud. Senior Sister Yuro. It's only been a while since I've seen you guys and you miss me?" Yang Weiwei smiled and opened the door. The freshly bathed Ling Yenyun and Lin Yuro, with a hint of natural body odor, were as breathtakingly beautiful as hibiscus fresh out of the water. "Senior brother, we just came to North Xian Imperial City today. Can you accompany our two beauties for a stroll?" The big-hearted Lin Yuro opened her mouth, her eyes filled with anticipation. "The two beauties invited me. How could I refuse? There's nothing to do anyway. It's good to go for a stroll. And in the meantime, see this ancient and prosperous Beixian Imperial City." Yang Wei laughed. Yang Weiwei's trio greeted Dongfang Yunbing and left the Tianyuan Palace stronghold. Chapter 45 Strong Dongfang Yunbing. The three of them, Yang Weiwei, leisurely walked on the streets of the incomparably busy Black Cloud City, attracting countless gazes for a while. The three of them, the man was handsome and graceful, and the woman was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, sinking fish and falling geese, choo 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 choo, just like characters coming out of a painting, leaving people in awe. The prosperity of the northern Xian imperial city was by no means comparable to that of ordinary cities. Most of the items sold by the stores on the streets here were precious items such as weapon refining materials, alchemy herbs, spiritual weapons, and techniques. Women who shopped were often crazy, whether on Earth or in the Tianwu continent. Shopping seemed to be a woman's innate nature. Along the way, Ling Yenyun and Lin Yuro, like two cheerful birds that had just been released, strolled around excitedly, while Yang Weiwei followed behind the duo without any complaints and tirelessly. Soon, the three of them arrived at an incomparably gorgeous clothing store. Inside the store, there was a wide variety of gorgeous robes and skirts on display. Ling Yenyun and Lin Yuro, as if they had discovered a new continent, immediately threw themselves into it to pick out the clothes, and from time to time, they also gestured in front of Yang Weiwei, asking for his opinion. And Yang Wei showed a lot of patience and picked out some pretty dresses and skirts for the two girls. How can such vulgar clothing be worthy of the two beautiful people who are so beautiful? Right at this moment, a conspiratorial voice sounded out of place. He only saw a young man with noble clothes, handsome looks, and an extraordinary temperament, but with a hint of evil in his eyes walk in. "Two girls, my name is Huang Jiahao, the holy son of the Demon Cloud sect. I don't know the names of the two girls. Are you interested in joining my Demon Cloud sect?" Huang Jiahao held a folding fan in his hand and said with a smile on his face, thinking he was graceful. "Not interested." Ling Yenyun's tone was cold, and she refused without hesitation. "Senior brother, let's go." Lin Yuro spoke. The two women also didn't want to cause trouble for Yang Weiwei, so one of them held one of Yang Weiwei's arms and walked towards the outer door. How had Huang Jiahao ever been ignored so much? His figure instantly flashed, and he stopped in front of the three Yang Weiwei. "Don't go, two beauties. Perhaps you don't recognize this Gongzi." but you must have heard of the Demon Cloud sect. As long as you guys follow this gongzi, it's definitely much stronger than following this trash at the third level of the questioning void realm. The corner of Huang Jiahao's mouth revealed a smile that he thought was charming. Scram! Yang Wei instantly became enraged. Nima. Picking up girls is picking up girls. Why are you stepping on me? At this time, Yang Weiwei pulled his arm out of the two women's hands. Kid, have the guts to say that again. Huang Jiahao's voice was grim, and his face instantly became gloomy. Ooh. Without any warning, Yang Weitong Tian stick was instantly in his hand, smashing down towards Huang Jiahao as if it was lightning. The powerful stick, carrying a strong Xian force, smashed onto Huang Jiahao's shoulder in a matter of moments. Click. Little bastard. This eunuch will make your life worse than death. Huang Jiahao let out a miserable cry. Bang, 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 click. Yang Weiwei swung again furiously, directly breaking Huang Jiahao's 5 limbs, and finally stabbing another stick on his dantian. Now tell me, who exactly is a waste? Yang Weiwei stomped on his face, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Little bastard, you're dead. No one can save you. Huang Jiahao's eyes were filled with resentment. Ku. Yang Weiwei didn't bother with him and directly stabbed a stick into his mouth, then stirred it with force, instantly bringing out a mouthful of teeth. Huang Jiahao let out a whimpering scream. At this moment he was really scared. The other party was actually really not afraid of the threat of the Demon Cloud sect at all. Two beauties. If you don't leave, the city guards will come. Yang Weiwei pulled the two women and quickly left the scene. Wee brother, you were so handsome just now. People love the way you swing your stick, Lin Yuro said with a face of adoration. Sister Yuro, in fact, you haven't seen the most handsome appearance of me swinging a stick. Yang Wei revealed a hint of an evil smile and said, then hurry up and whirl it around for me. Lin Yuro said, ahem, it's inconvenient for the time being, some other day when no one is around. Let's find a place and I'll whip it out to you alone. Yang Wei said with a light cough. The three of them strolled around a bit more before returning to the Tianyuan Palace's mansion with satisfaction, and Yang Wei returned to his room. About a tea time passed. A loud ringing sound came from outside the Tianyuan Palace residence, only to see the gate being kicked away. Immediately afterward, he only saw a middle-aged man with a stern aura walk into the mansion with a dragon's stride, and a group of Demon Cloud Sect's senior management followed behind him. At this time, Dongfang Yunbing walked out, frowned, and said in a clear and cold voice, Huang Bundang, what is your business here in my Tianyuan Palace? Dongfang Yunbing, hand over the brat who injured this seat's son, or don't blame this seat for being impolite. Huang Bundang's eyes were grim as he said viciously, Huang Bundang, this palace doesn't have the murderer who injured your son here. Get out. Dongfang Yunbing droned in a cold voice. Dongfang Yunbing, someone saw your Tianyuan Palace disciples waste my seat's son with their own eyes, and you still want to argue? Huang Bundang snapped. Even if my heavenly origin palace disciples wasted your son, that can only be blamed on your son's failure to learn the art. Are you, as the great elder of the Demon Cloud sect, going to leave your face behind to seek revenge on a latecomer? Dongfang Yunbing's tone was ice cold to the extreme, and his body exuded a touch of piercing coldness. Since you won't hand it over, don't blame this seat for being impolite. After Huang Bak Lang finished speaking, he directly blasted his palm towards Dongfang Yunbing, and a violent airwave instantly swept out, toppling the surrounding plants and trees to the ground. Weasel, you seek death, Dongfang Yunbing coldly shouted, and with a wave of her jade hand, a terrifying and unparalleled chi force instantly blasted onto Huang Bundang's chest. Put! Huang Bundang was blasted backwards by Dongfang Yunbing's blow, spraying several mouthfuls of blood furiously in the air. You actually broke through to that returned Xian realm. How is that possible? Huang Bundang revealed a shocked look. Originally, the strength of Dongfang Yunbing and him were in between, but he didn't expect that the other party had broken through to the return to Xian realm. Scram! Dongfang Yunbing coldly drank, an icy killing intent glowing in his eyes. You, Dongfang Yunbing, this matter will not just let it go. Injuring this seat's son, that kid, you can protect him for a moment, but you can't protect him for a lifetime. We'll see. Huang Bak Lang put down a vicious sentence, then whisked his sleeve away. He knew that Dongfang Yunbing's strength was far superior to his, and there was no point in continuing to stay. At this time, everyone inside the mansion was attracted to walk out by the huge commotion, because the commotion just now was really too big. Who abolished Huang Bundang's son? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was clear and cold, his eyes looking around the crowd. Master, Your Holiness, it was. Disciple did it. Yang Weiwei didn't dare to breathe and slowly walked over. At that moment, the corner of Dongfang Jie's mouth revealed a hint of an impish smile. Worthy of being a disciple of this palace, he was able to nullify the holy son of the Demon Cloud sect. Dongfang Yunbing's voice instantly became softer. What the hell? Didn't you just look like you wanted to eat someone? The elders and disciples were dumbfounded. Yang Wei is also very surprised. Just now he was all shocked by the face of Dongfang Yunbing. Originally thought that there would be less than a severe reprimand, but did not expect not only did not reprimand him, but instead said that the fight was good. Chen from now on, live next to this palace. And don't feel free to leave the mansion if nothing else. Dongfang Yunbing instructed. Yes, master. Yang Wei nodded. He knew that Dongfang Yunbing was protecting him. During this period of time, the major forces of Beixian City are gathering. Everyone must pay attention to safety when they go out. All of you go down. Dongfang Yunbing said indifferently. Yes, Palace Master. The crowd responded and then all retreated. Chapter 46, Prince's Banquet. In the evening, the Tianyuan Palace residents received an exquisite invitation that was specially sent from the Crown Prince's residence. Dongfang Yunbing elegantly opened the invitation and glanced at it. It clearly stated an invitation to all the great clans to attend tonight's celebratory feast. The 5 of you pack up and accompany this palace to the banquet at the Crown Prince's residence tonight. Dongfang Yunbing's vermilion lips lightly opened. Her voice softly said, for this banquet, Yang Wei was still looking forward to it inwardly. After all, this was a rare exchange party for all the major powers. And by the way, they could also meet the geniuses of the younger generation of the North Xian domain. One must know that it was extremely difficult to gather all the major forces in normal times. And it was only once every 3 years during the North Xian domain grand competition that the major forces would gather together. When the people heard that they were going to attend the banquet, each one of them carefully cleaned up. After all, attending the banquet represented the face of Tianyuan Palace. Yang Weiwei changed into the white brocade clothes that Ling Yenyun and Lin Yuro had picked out for him before tying his long, thick hair up high. 2 strands of hair naturally fell on both sides of his forehead, and his entire person looked jade-like, with delicate features as if they were carved to perfection, and steely eyes with a hint of imperceptible melancholy, as if he were an absolute gentleman. When Yang Weiwei walked out, he immediately caught the attention of Ling Yenyun and Lin Yuro, and even Dongfang Yunbing couldn't help but look at him twice more. Dongfang Jie and Sikong Jie, on the other hand, glared irritably at Yang Wei, who had stolen all the limelight from them in the Tianyuan Palace ever since he had appeared. A group of 6 people boarded 2 luxurious beast vehicles and slowly drove towards the Crown Prince's residence. Along the way, Yang Weiwei took out some of the information collected by Tianyuan Palace and read it. On these materials, the relevant information of the major powers was recorded in detail. But this time, Yang Weiwei focused on the information of the Northern Xian Empire. North Xian Empire, the emperor was Zhou Xiantian, who had been in seclusion in recent years. The empire's affairs, big and small, were currently being taken care of by Empress Xiao Qingyun. Zhou Xiantian has more than a dozen sons, but the most outstanding among them is the Crown Prince Zhou Yuxiang, followed by the 3rd Prince Zhou Yuhao, the 9th Prince Zhou Yuming. Since ancient times, the royal family had no relatives, and since Zhou Xinzheng had been in seclusion for many years and was rumored to be in poor health, these sons of his, one by one, had become restless. In order to compete for the throne, these princes one by one, fighting in secret, using all means, has been a mess. However, it was a good thing that Empress Xiao Qingyun was pressurizing the situation. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the North Xian Empire would have already been in chaos. Rumor has it that Xiao Qingyun has an extremely mysterious background, with unfathomable strength, and has been married off for less than 10 years. And having just married, she was made queen straight away. It didn't take long for the beast carriage to stop at the entrance of an incomparably luxurious mansion. Looking at this luxurious and noble mansion, Yang Weiwei sighed in his heart. Rich people really enjoy themselves. Dongfang Yunbing took out the invitation. Under the respectful lead of the guards of the Crown Prince's residence, the Tianyuan Palace group arrived inside a luxurious palace. At this time, the hall was already filled with all sorts of exquisite wine banquets and delicious dishes. Unlike other places, the tables here are all single. Cloud Ice Palace Master has come to visit. I'm sorry to have missed you. Right at this moment, a cheerful voice rang out. Immediately after that, a handsome-looking man in a golden python pattern, around 30 years old or so, walked over. This person's breath was like an abyss like the sea. His eyes were deep and stern. And the first thing Yang Wei felt was that this person's strength was unfathomable, even exceeding that of his master. Your Highness the Crown Prince is polite, Dongfang Yunbing said with a faint expression. Cloud Ice Palace Master. Inside please, Zhou Yuxiang said politely. Yang Wei could see that this prince should be interested in his master. For some reason, at this moment, Yang Weiwei was very upset in his heart. Perhaps it was because he subconsciously didn't like other men to get close to his master, because in his heart, Dongfang Yunbing was sacrosanct. At this time, some of the palace masters and patriarchs of other sects came to greet Dongfang Yunbing. Dongfang Yunbing also responded elegantly one by one, and then led the Tianyuan Palace's group of people and found this unoccupied spot to sit down. It didn't take long for a few more clans to come one after another. That's when the party officially began. Yang Wei carefully surveyed the younger generation around him. Each of these people had extraordinary apparatuses, and their strength was at least at the 9th level of the questioning void realm, and many of them had even reached the entering Xian realm. The realms after the questioning void realm were further divided into entering Xian, returning Xian, spirit sea, king, and emperor. Yang Weiwei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Compared to other sects, the younger generation of disciples of Tianyuan Palace was indeed quite weak. The highest cultivators, Xikong Jia and Dongfang Jia, were only at the peak of the questioning void realm, while Ling Yenyun and Lin Yuro were only at the late 9th level of the questioning void realm. Eastern Palace Master, I haven't seen you in 3 years. You still have the same elegance. However, under your leadership, the disciples of the Heavenly Origin Palace are really not as good as they used to be. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing grey luxurious robes with gloomy eyes walked over. Huang Dingtian, whether or not my Heavenly Yuan Palace disciples are one term worse than the next, your wasted nephew knows best. Dongfang Yunbing laughed coldly. Humph. Huang Dingtian snorted coldly, then made a respectful salute towards Crown Prince Zhou Yuxian and said aloud, Your Highness the Crown Prince, the North Xian Domain Grand Competition is just around the corner, and today coincides with the gathering of geniuses from all the major forces. Wouldn't it be too monotonous to drink alone? I wonder what sect Master Huang has to say, Zhou Yuxiang asked with a smile on his face. Today, it is rare for the geniuses of all the great clans to gather here, so why don't we let all the great geniuses spar in advance, just as a boost to tonight's banquet? Wouldn't it be nice? Huang Dingtian said with a smile on his face. What Sect Master Huang said is very true. Earthly Insect Sect Master Feng Wuji spoke up. Since everyone has this pleasure, it would be good to let the major geniuses spar with each other. So let's just hit the nail on the head and not hurt the piece, Zhou Yuxiang said with a faint smile. As soon as they heard that they were going to cut, many of the young talents at the scene revealed a look of delight. On this kind of occasion, if he could make a splash, he might even be able to gain His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's appreciation, and he would definitely have a great future in the future. Although the strength of the major clans was good, compared to the Northern Xian Empire, there was still a considerable gap. This hall was very large, and soon there were quite a few geniuses who came up to issue challenges. Right at this moment, a disciple of the Rakshasa Palace walked over in the direction of the Tianyuan Palace. My name is Luo Haoyang. I wonder which disciple of the Heavenly Yuan Palace is willing to come out and give some instructions. Luo Haoyang sneered. Seeking death. This young man has come to meet you. Dongfang Jia coldly snorted, then stood out in large strides. Have some balls, you'll have time to cry later. Luo Haoyang let out a cold laugh before slamming his palm towards Dongfang Jia. Dongfang Jia was no weakling and met him with the same palm. Bang! After the blow, Dongfang Jia retreated 8 steps backward, while Luo Haojia only retreated 6 steps. It was obvious that in terms of strength, Luo Haoyang had the advantage. Dongfang Jia also knew that he wasn't as good as his opponent in terms of strength, so this time, he took the initiative and performed his body technique, swiftly blasting his fist towards his opponent's chest. The opponent also did not expect Dongfang Jia's stance to be so fast, and for a while, he was gradually backed up by Dongfang Jia's blast. Although it appeared that Dongfang Jia was taking the initiative, however, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Luo Haoyang's defense was done in a watertight manner, and in terms of Xianli, there was almost nothing to consume. Dongfang Jia, on the other hand, was attacking at high speeds, so the consumption was still very high. Chapter 47, Strong Yang Wei. In the blink of an eye, Dongfang Jia had wildly bombarded hundreds of moves again, while Luo Haoyang was still dripping with defense. At this time, Dongfang Jia's attack had gradually slowed down. The prolonged onslaught had made him a bit overwhelmed. Just as Dongfang Jia's attack slowed down, Luo Haoyang suddenly launched a counterattack and swiftly blasted a palm onto Dongfang Jie's chest, sending him flying backwards. Pust! Dongfang Jie fell to the ground and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yuro hurriedly and quickly helped him back. Tian Yuan Palace disciples are nothing more than that, Luo Haoyang sneered. And then he returned to the Rakshasa Palace with a condescending smile. My name is Wind Womb of the Earthine Sect. I heard that there is a teenage genius in Tian Yuan Palace who can fight across several realms. I wonder if I can dare to come up and give some advice. Wind Womb provocatively looked at Yang Weiwei. At that moment, the other forces on the scene, as if they could also see that these few sects were targeting the Heavenly Yuan Palace. However, no one cared about this, because the strength of the younger generation of Tian Yuan Palace had always been the existence of the bottom of the 12 major forces, and the truth that lagging behind would be beaten was the same everywhere. Having been stepped on, Yang Weiwei wouldn't hold back, as he slowly stood up with his hands swinging the Tongtian stick, then walked out into the field with a straight posture. Yang Wei, come on, whip him. Just then, a pleasant voice came from the direction of the Sword Origin Pavilion. Yang Weiwei glanced sideways, only to see Nangong Yan's stunningly beautiful figure, standing in the direction of the Sword Yuan Pavilion, looking at him with a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. Yang Weiwei winked towards Nangong Yan and revealed that slightly lethal smile. Instantly, Nangong Yan's heartbeat accelerated, and she had a feeling of being electrified, secretly saying, why is this bastard getting more and more handsome the more she looks at him? Yenner, you know this kid? Seeing his daughter looking like a nymphomaniac, Nangong Ting frowned and asked, his name is Yang Weiwei, he's your son-in-law. Nangong Yan spoke, ahem, my son-in-law? How come I don't know? Nangong Ting looked at his daughter with a confused expression. Don't you know now? Nangong Yan said with a playful smile. Nonsense! How can he be worthy of my Nangong Ting's daughter when he's just a mere brat at the third level of the questioning void realm? Nangong Ting reprimanded. Father, Yang Weiwei is very powerful. Don't believe me, let's make a bet. Nangong Yan laughed. What bet? Nangong Ting opened his mouth and asked. How about if you agree for me to marry him if Yang Wei can defeat that Windwomb? Nangong Yan said in a delicate voice. Him? Defeating the Windwomb? Yenner, are you sure you're not joking? Nangong Ting didn't believe that Yang Weiwei could win. After all, Yang Weiwei was only at the third level of the questioning void realm, while Feng Gongwang was already at the peak of the ninth level of the questioning void realm, so the gap between them could be imagined. Humph, father, do you dare to bet or not? Nangong Yan asked. What if you lose? Nangong Ting said as he stroked his beard. If I lose, then I'll listen to my father for all my future marriage matters. Nangong Yan said. Good. This bet. I'll take it for my father. Nangong Ting laughed. At this moment, the Windwomb in the field revealed a cruel smile and said in a cold voice, Kid, after killing this youngster's cousin, you're bound to die in this grand competition, so I'll give you a little lesson first today. Yang Wei, if you lose, this young lady is not finished with you. Nangong Yan shouted. Yang Weiwei sidled up to Nangong Yan and made a reassuring gesture. Then he swiped a stick, without warning, towards Feng Zhongzhong fiercely. Bang! The Windwomb was directly jerked backwards by Yang Weiwei. It was mainly because Yang Weiwei's current stance was just too fast, coupled with the fact that Windwomb was unprepared. That's why he was caught off guard. And Yang Wei's figure followed like a shadow, instantly rushing up again, and again swinging wildly like a storm. Still, force-wise, he controlled it well and didn't let his opponent get hurt too badly. Bang! 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 Windwomb let out a miserable scream, and in less than a moment's time, Windwomb was beaten into a pig's head. At this time, Yang Wei directly jerked off the other party's storage ring, then kicked the other party in the direction of the Earthine Sect. Bold! How dare you blatantly snatch the storage rings of my Earthly Insect disciples? Earthly Insect Master Feng Wuji angrily shouted. This senior of the Earthine Sect, this is the trophy of the late generation. If you guys are not convinced, you can snatch it back. My storage ring is also here. Yang Wei said provocatively. Mad. Too mad. The crowd at the scene was shocked. The third level of the questioning void realm. He actually beat the peak of the questioning void realm to the point of being powerless, and even directly robbed someone's storage ring. Dongfang Yunbing was also very shocked at this time. Sister Smoky Cloud. This stick swinging by senior brother Wheezy is too handsome. Lin Yuro looked at Yang Weiwei adoringly. Yay! Father, I won! Nangong Yan said excitedly. Ahem! This one doesn't count. This kid obviously sneaked in. Unless he can win another game. Nangong Ting laughed. At this moment, The earthly insect master's face was gloomy to the extreme as he turned to look at a youth at the side and said in a cold voice, Zijun, go up and clean him up. Yes, father. Feng Zijun's eyes were stern as he walked out, the aura of the Entry-Xian realm emanating from his body. Kid, you don't have a lot of guts. How dare you provoke my earthly insect? Feng Zijun said in a cold voice. Did you bring a storage ring? If you didn't bring it, I don't have time to play with you. Yang Weiwei laughed. Don't know how to die. Feng Zijun directly slashed his sword, swiftly and fiercely towards Yang Weiwei. He didn't want to give Yang Weiwei a chance to sneak attack, and Yang Weiwei, not to be outdone, similarly swung his stick and rushed forward. Dang! For a while the two of them fought for 7 or 8 rounds in a row, and Yang Wei was just like swinging like crazy. The more the Tong Tian stick smashed, the more violent it became. At first, Feng Zijun was barely able to carry it, but gradually he was smashed by Yang Weiwei and retreated back and forth. If it wasn't for Yang Weiwei's mercy, Feng Zijun wouldn't know how many times he would have died. Bang 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 bang. Another few strokes in the past, Feng Zijun can no longer carry. Was Yang Wei a stick down, followed by Yang Wei a wild whip. The whole person, the whole body was swollen by the whip, as if a fat circle of the big fat people. This is too much. At this moment, including the Crown Prince Zhou Yuxiang, they were all shocked by Yang Weiwei's combat power. Father, do you have anything to say this time? Nangong Yan laughed. Why don't we let him try fighting your brother? Nangong Ting opened his mouth. Nangong Ting, do you believe me when I pull out your beard? Nangong Yan gave a petulant rebuke. Don't. This son-in-law is very satisfactory to my father. Nangong Ting laughed. That's more like it. The man my daughter has her eye on can still be bad? Nangong Yan said. As for Yang Weiwei's side, he once again forcefully jerked the storage ring in Feng Zijun's hand. Thank you for the earth insect's great gift. If you're not convinced, you're welcome to come find me. Yang Wei finished speaking and walked towards the Rakshasa Palace again. Laughing coldly, he said, I wonder if the Rakshasa Palace has any bringers up for a fight. Palace Master Yun Bing, whose disciple of your Tian Yuan Palace is this brat? The ability to challenge at a higher level is so heaven-defying. Zhou Yuxiang asked. Shenner is this palace's disciple. Dongfang Yun Bing said indifferently. So it's the disciple of the Cloud Ice Palace Master. No wonder his strength is so heaven-defying. Zhou Yuxian laughed. At this time, the Rakshasa Palace stepped out of a tall, beautiful woman with a nice temperament, snow-white jade-like skin, as well as a face that did not lose out to Ling Yanjun, but her eyes carried a hint of coldness, so that people could only look at her from a distance and did not dare to get close. Chapter 48, So she's the master. Look, it's the first beauty of the Rakshasa Palace, Luo Chi Meng. Many young geniuses at the scene exclaimed in surprise, recognizing Luo Chi Meng at a glance. Kid, this holy maiden will let you know how serious the consequences of provoking my Rakshasa Palace are. Luo Chi Meng said in a cold voice. Brought a storage ring yet? Yang Wei said in the same cold voice. You, looking for death. A flash of sulkiness flashed across Luo Chi Meng's face, only to see the long sword in her hand swing, instantly carrying a dazzling light as it swiftly chopped towards Yang Weiwei. For the people of the Rakshasa Palace, Yang Weiwei didn't have any good feelings at all. Since they were enemies, there was no way he would show mercy? Yang Weiwei didn't hesitate and directly swung his stick and rushed over. The duo's fighting style was extremely violent. Although Luo Chi Meng's strength was quite a bit stronger than Feng Zijun's, she was only at the peak of the first level of the entering Xian realm, so Yang Weiwei fought without any pressure. Clang, 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 clang. After the two of them fought dozens of moves in a row, the battle sword in Luo Chi Meng's hand was jerked away by a stick from Yang Weiwei. Immediately after that, Yang Weiwei's Tongtian stick was like a raging storm, smashing down madly towards Luo Chi Meng. Luo Chi Meng was whirled around and screamed miserably. In less than a moment's time, he was swung around so much that his whole face swelled up. At this time, Yang Weiwei directly pressed her to the ground and said in a cold voice, Bring the storage ring. This young lady is not finished with you. Don't even think about robbing my ring. Luo Chi Meng guarded her storage ring in death, her eyes staring resentfully at Yang Weiwei. Kid, stop it. The countless teenage geniuses on the scene all stood up at this moment, looking at Yang Weiwei with unkind eyes. Cough, cough. Yang Weiwei coughed lightly and laughed. Don't get excited. All you tarts, those who are unconvinced can bring their rings up to challenge. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei took advantage of the crowd's inattention and gave Luo Chi Meng a heavy pinch in a sensitive spot. Ah, stinky rascal. Luo Chi Meng let out a seductive and enticing chorus. Bring it on you. Yang Weiwei took advantage of Luo Qiming's fury and instantly jerked the storage ring from her hand. Stinking rascal, you're dead. At this moment, Luo Qiming was burning with rage. There was actually nothing of value in her storage ring, just a few things for personal use. At this time, the Rakshasa Palace master Luo Tianmian was furious. If he was not in the crown prince's residence, he really wanted to blast this brat on the spot, killing his son, not to mention that he even pressed his disciple on the ground to take advantage of him. As for Yang Weiwei, his divine sense probed into Luo Qiming's storage ring. He wanted to see what kind of treasures this woman's storage ring actually had that made her look at it so closely. Holy, I can't believe she's wearing such a hot outfit. Looking at the storage ring inside hanging all kinds of intimate apparel, Yang Wei burst of speechless. What is worth money or not? Since it was already high profile enough, Yang Weiwei didn't care about that much and walked over to the Devil Cloud sect's table again. Sect Master Huang, didn't you say that our Tianyuan Palace's younger generation is getting worse and worse? I don't know about your Demon Cloud sect, who dares to take the challenge from the younger generation? Yang Wei said with a cold smile. Crazy, this kid is too crazy. The Demon Cloud sect wasn't an ordinary force. It's a top-tier existence amongst the 12 great forces. At this moment everyone felt that Yang Wei was wildly over the top. Senior, isn't senior brother Dawn a little too crazy? Lin Yuro opened her mouth. It's a bit wild, but this palace likes this wild energy in him, Dongfang Yunbing said indifferently. As Lin Yuro listened to Dongfang Yunbing's words, she always felt that there was a hint of something wrong, but that thought was quickly vetoed by her again. At this time, an imposing youth walked out behind Huang Dingtian. Kid, winning a few losers makes you heavenly. Today I, Huang Yangwei, will teach you how to behave. Huang Yangwei said in a cold voice. Ahem, brother Yang Wei, teach me more. Yang Weiwei tried to hold back his laughter. Little bastard, you seek death. If you have the guts, fight this young man to the death. Huang Yangwei said in a gloomy tone. Huang Yangwei hates when people call him the two words after his name. Once a core disciple of the Demon Cloud sect called a Yang Wei senior brother behind his back, and when he found out, he was beaten to death alive. I have no problem with a life and death battle. You can seek the opinion of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Yang Wei said indifferently. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I request a life and death battle with Yang Wei. Huang Yangwei bowed. Cloud Ice Palace Master, Sect Master Huang. If the two of you don't have a problem with it, this prince naturally won't have a problem with it. Zhou Yuxiang said. Shen get him killed for this palace. Dongfang Yunbing said calmly. Yes, Master. Yang Weiwei answered. What a big mouth. Wei get this brat killed for this seat. Huang Dingtian said with a gloomy face. Yes, Father. Huang Yangwei bowed. Sect Master Huang, why are you so excited? You can't blame the late generation when the white-haired person sends the black-haired person to the black-haired person later. This is a life and death battle proposed by your son. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said, Little bastard, you seek death. Huang Yangwei was enraged and directly swung his battle sword towards Yang Wei. The battle sword drove a stern sword chi, a strong and incomparable aura that swept towards Yang Weiwei. Huang Yangwei's strength was at the peak of the second level of the entering Xian realm, and his strength was far superior to Luo Qiming. After one's cultivation level reached the Xian realm, the gap between each small realm was extremely huge. Facing Huang Yangwei's attack, Yang Wei directly made use of the green spirit sword and executed the Godslayer sword to kill him. He didn't use the Immortal Demon sword because Immortal Demon was extremely powerful and was prepared to be used as a killer weapon. Clang, 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 dang. In the blink of an eye, the two fought for more than a dozen rounds, and no one took advantage. At this time, Yang Wei used the first style of the God-slaying sword technique, Lifeless Sword Chi, and shot towards Huang Yangwei as fast as lightning. At the same time, Yang Weiwei performed the Phantom Body technique to the extreme, and at that moment, in the center of the hall, only Yang Weiwei's figure could be seen, shuttling back and forth as if it was a ghost. Swish, 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 swish. In a flash of lightning, Yang Wei shot out a dozen or so lifeless sword chi in succession, and Huang Yangwei was instantly shot into a sieve by Yang Wei's lifeless sword chi. Clank! Yang Wei sheathed his long sword in a dashing manner. Then he slowly walked over to Huang Yangwei and took the storage ring he was carrying, then walked towards the direction of Tianyuan Palace. Bang! Just as Yang Wei walked out not much farther, Huang Yangwei's body fell straight to the ground, having long since stopped breathing. Little bastard! Give me back Wei's life! Huang Dingtian shouted and blasted his palm towards Yang Wei. Huang Dingtian's speed was extremely fast, and the power of this palm caused many onlookers to feel emboldened. Watching this terrifying palm attack, Yang Wei knew that he couldn't dodge it. The difference in strength was just too great. Just as this palm was about to blast on Yang Wei's body, Dongfang Yunbing's figure instantly appeared in front of Yang Wei, while a palm greeted Huang Dingtian. Rumble. The two top experts struck with all their might. Huang Dingtian retreated a dozen steps back, while Dongfang Yunbing, too, was blasted backward by the blow. But it just so happened that Yang Weiwei was right behind Dongfang Yunbing. He didn't hesitate to hug Dongfang Yunbing, and the two of them retreated backward for 10 or so steps before stopping. In the midst of falling back, Dongfang Yunbing's veil was briefly lifted up, and Yang Wei was stunned and instantly frozen. It was a stunningly beautiful immortal face, and a face that he had recalled countless times in his dreams. It's her. Yang Wei's heart was incomparably shocked. It turned out that the woman who took away his first time had been by his side all along. No wonder she was so good to herself. But Yang Wei quickly calmed down and pretended not to see anything. Senior, are you alright? Yang Weiwei asked with concern. It's okay, you go to the side. As soon as Dongfang Yunbing shielded Yang Weiwei behind her, she stared vigilantly at Huang Dingtian. At this moment, Yang Wei was incomparably moved. Dongfang Yunbing had always favored him. He killed the son of the earthly insect master and the Rakshasa palace master, and she never said a word about him, but instead carried all the pressure for him alone. Yesterday he wasted Huang Jiahao, and today he killed Huang Yangwei, and again this woman carried everything for him silently. Yang Weiwei recalled the bits and pieces of his time in Tianyuan Palace. At this moment, he no longer wanted to suppress his thoughts. Originally, he felt that his crush on his master was a treacherous thing, so he kept his heart suppressed, often admonishing himself that this was his master teacher, and that he couldn't have thoughts about her. Now what? Ethics. Yang also slept with little dragon girl. Ning Choi-sen even got Nie Xiaoqian. Why can't Lao Tzu pursue his master? Chapter 49, Meeting Again. Stop. Just in the nick of time, Crown Prince Zhou Yuxian's figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the field. Sect Master Huang. This life and death battle was initiated by your son, and now that he has lost, it is also because he is not as skillful as he should be, and if you dare to do it again in front of this prince, you will be responsible for all the consequences. Zhou Yuxian's face was cold, and his voice was even colder. As the host of this banquet, he had to step forward under these circumstances. Your Imperial Highness, calm your anger. This seat was indeed impulsive just now. Huang Dingtian hurriedly spoke. Although the strength of the Demon Cloud sect was quite good, however, in front of the Bei Xian Empire, it was like a chicken bumping into an eagle. There was absolutely no comparison. Now that the Crown Prince had already spoken, how could Huang Dingtian dare to have the guts to continue to strike? Are you alright, Cloud Ice Palace Master? Zhou Yuxian's face revealed a trace of concern. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. The palace is unharmed. It was true that Dongfang Yunbing didn't receive any substantial damage either. She didn't suffer any major losses from that attack just now. That's good. Zhou Yuxian turned his gaze to Yang Weiwei again and said, your performance at the banquet today was nothing short of spectacular, and this Crown Prince is very much looking forward to your performance in the grand competition. Many thanks to Your Highness the Crown Prince for the compliment. Yang Weiwei cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. At this moment, many young people looked at Yang Weiwei with deep respect in their eyes. This is a world where the strong are honored, and only the strong can be respected, while the weak will only be bullied by others. And the strong strength that Yang Weiwei had shown had managed to win the respect of these young people. Right at this moment, even Dongfang Jie and Sikong Jie began to admire Yang Weiwei. Originally, they still thought that Yang Weiwei's strength was at most equal to theirs, and might even be inferior to theirs. Until now they suddenly realized that they were very wrong. At this time, Nandong Ting's father and daughter also walked over towards this side. Yang Wei, when exactly did you become so powerful? Nandong Yan immediately hugged Yang Weiwei's arm and said in a delicate voice. Originally, Nandong Yan was still harboring resentment towards Yang Weiwei. After all, she was raped by this brat, and even though he didn't do it on purpose, the fact did happen. However, when she was on the spot at the relics, she discovered the many advantages of Yang Weiwei. Not only was he handsome and gifted, but being with him could also enhance her own cultivation. It was for this reason that she had offered to let Yang Weiwei go to the Sword Origin Pavilion as a flunky. During the time that the two of them had been separated, Nandong Yan realized that her thoughts about Yang Weiwei had grown stronger. Ahem. Yang Weiwei didn't even know how to reply for a moment. Eastern Palace Master. My name is Nandong Yan. I'm Yang Weiwei's woman. Nandong Yan politely bowed. Cough. Yener, must not be rude. Eastern Palace Master is laughing. This is my daughter. Nangong Ting smiled with an embarrassed face. There is no harm. Chen'er causes girls to like this palace has long known. Just didn't expect that even the Nangong Pavilion Master's daughter would fall for it. Dongfang Yunbing smiled faintly, with a few moments of gentleness in his expression. We meet Uncle Nangong. Yang Weiwei clasped his hands and bowed. This was his future old husband. The proper etiquette naturally could not be lacking. Although currently between him and Nangong Yen, there was no deep emotional foundation, but something like feelings could be cultivated later. After all, Yang Weiwei did possess someone's daughter, so if he was not responsible, it would not make sense in terms of reason. How in the world did you kid get your hands on this seat's daughter? Nangong Ting could see that his daughter was no longer intact since the last time she came back from the ruins, but he was not in a position to ask too many questions about his daughter's own private affairs. Yang Wei was speechless. He couldn't just tell him straight out that he had raped his daughter. Alright, Yang Wei, this seat doesn't object to what's going on between you two, but you absolutely can't bully the seat's daughter. Otherwise this seat will definitely split you. Nangong Ting glared fiercely at Yang Wei and said in a serious tone, Don't worry, Uncle Nangong, the late generation will never fail Yen Yen. Yang Weiwei said solemnly with a respectful attitude. At this moment, Ling Yenyun's eyes were bubbling with intense anger, and she secretly cursed in her heart. Yang Wei, you bastard. This young lady has sworn to be your woman, and you've even become someone else's man. You're a dead man. I'm going to waste you. Eastern Palace Master. You go ahead and get busy. This seat will take a step ahead and visit again when I have the chance. Nangong Ting said with a smile on his face. It should be this palace that brings Chen'er to visit Pavilion Master Nangong. Dongfang Yunbing spoke. Boo! Without hesitation, Nangong Yen directly kissed Yang Weiwei's face and said, Yang Weiwei, don't ever forget your promise to this young lady. Nangong Ting shook his head helplessly and pulled Nangong Yen and left the crown prince's residence. At this time, Dongfang Yunbing also made a goodbye with Zhou Yuxiang, and then brought Yang Weiwei and his group back to the Tianyuan Palace stronghold without any problems. The journey was smooth and unobstructed, and the crowd returned to the Tianyuan Palace stronghold without any problems. Chen'er, come to this palace's room. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was as calm as water, making it impossible to hear any emotions contained within it. Yes, master. Yang Wei nodded and answered. Yang Weiwei gently pushed open the door and entered Dongfang Yunbing's room, which was a relatively luxuriously decorated and clean room. What exactly is going on between you and Nangong Yen? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was clear and cold, with a few hints of questioning. Master wouldn't be jealous, should I be honest? Yang Wei secretly muttered in his heart. It was an accident. Yang Weiwei pondered for a moment and finally decided to give a truthful account. Oh, tell me about it. Dongfang Yunbing's tone seemed casual. Disciple raped her. Yang Weiwei said in a low voice with a hint of guilt in his voice. Pop. What? Dongfang Yunbing's tone instantly turned cold to the extreme, and angrily slapped the table, the powerful force instantly causing a corner of the table to be smashed to smithereens. Rest in peace, master, rest in peace. There's a reason for this. Yang Weiwei was startled by this sudden scene and hurriedly bowed to explain. There's a reason for that? What reason could make you do such a despicable thing to rape a girl? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes were stern, staring straight at Yang Weiwei like a sharp sword. Master teacher, the matter is like this. Immediately after that, Yang Weiwei told what happened in the relics that day, originally and in detail. Hearing this, Dongfang Yunbing's ice-cold cheeks only slightly eased a bit, and spoke. It seems that this is also the will of heaven. In the future, you can't treat people poorly, or else if Nangong Ting launches his anger, it will be difficult for this palace to save you. Disciple knows. Yang Weiwei responded respectfully. This palace is a bit tired. Dongfang Yunbing slightly stretched her waist, and all of a sudden, her plump and marvelous curves called out. Looking at Yang Weiwei dumbfounded. Disciple will press it for you. Yang Weiqi hastily calmed down his inner parched mood and slowly walked behind Dongfang Yunbing and began to give her a head massage. As for Dongfang Yunbing's head, it also smoothly and gently leaned on Yang Weiwei's chest, and at that moment, her snow-white skin was unreservedly reflected in his eyes. Master! Master! Zun! Yang Weiwei lightly called out, his voice carrying a bit of nervousness and impatience. What is it? Swallowing. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was soft, yet carried a hint of doubt. Disciple would like to help you with a facial massage and apply some masks on the way, so that master can stay young and look good forever. Yang Weiwei said carefully, his eyes filled with anticipation. You directly say that you want to see this palace. In the end, what does it look like? Not just, why do you have to beat around the bush like this? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was clear and soft, with a hint of teasing. Master, disciple feels that you resemble someone disciple knows. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said, with a bit of seriousness in his expression, who does this palace resemble? Dongfang Yunbing asked with interest, her beautiful eyes flashing with curiosity. Disciple doesn't know who she is either. I only know that she is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. And she is as beautiful as a country. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said, that blurry and charming figure appearing in his mind. So you want to know if this palace is her or not, right? Dongfang Yunbing smiled lightly. The smile seemed to contain endless charm. Yes. Yang Weiwei nodded, his gaze firm and blazing. At this time, Dongfang Yunbing suddenly stood up, a pair of heartstrings beautiful eyes staring straight at Yang Weiwei. Dang! 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 At this moment, Yang Weiwei's heart, involuntarily, beat violently, as if it was about to pop out of his chest. Come here. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was charming and moving as she gently hooked her finger towards Yang Weiwei. Yes. Yang Weiwei felt extremely nervous, yet he still slowly walked in front of Dongfang Yunbing. At this time, Dongfang Yunbing gently wrapped her arms around Yang Weiwei's waist and said softly, haven't you always wanted to see it? Then help this palace remove the veil. At this time, Yang Weiwei can still resist this kind of temptation, so excited that his hands trembled more than slowly and gently took off the mysterious veil of Oriental Yunbing. Finally, Yang Wei saw this stunning woman again. It was this stunning woman that took away his first time. Even after half a year had passed, when he saw her again, Yang Wei still felt incomparably nervous, and his breathing became rapid. Is the palace beautiful? With a flirtatious smile at the corner of her mouth, Dongfang Yunbing stretched out that snow-white jade-like hand and gently hooked her index finger on Yang Wei's chin. May. Beautiful. Yang Weiwei looked at this dreamlike, stunningly beautiful woman in a daze, as if the entire world had stopped turning. Her delicate face was snowy and delicate. Her rosy lips were bright and colorful. Her pretty nose was delicate and moving. And a pair of beautiful eyes with deep surprises were like a pool of crystal clear spring water. Clear and transparent, and choo-choo moving. Her face was absolutely unrivaled, with almond face and peach cheeks, and picturesque eyebrows, just like an iceberg snow lotus that was not stained by mortal dust. Noble and charming. So, do you like the palace? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes carried a hint of temptation, and the corners of her mouth carried a flirtatious smile as she looked at Yang Weiwei in a provocative manner. Like. Yang Wei's mind was blank at this moment, and he nodded dully. The whole person seemed to have fallen into a wonderful dream. From today onwards, you are this palace's man. Are you willing? After Dongfang Yunbing finished speaking, she directly and tenderly leaned into Yang Weiwei's arms. Chapter 50 Master teaches me to cultivate. Early the next morning. At this moment, Dongfang Yunbing was sitting on her knees, her brows locked tightly as she was clearly in the critical moment of her breakthrough. Boom! Only to see his pair of jade hands rapidly playing the spells. An extremely strong aura was sensationally emitted from Dongfang Yunbing's body. At the same time, Yang Wei was also sitting on his knees. His hands were pinching the spell and the gong method that he was constantly running. At this moment, he felt the breath on his body, also in the steep dramatic increase. Simply too late to do too much thinking. He also did not hesitate to fully refining the body's majestic aura. At this time, Yang Weiwei had already reached the most critical moment of his breakthrough. He clenched his teeth tightly and desperately pushed the Xianli in his body, charging towards the fourth level of the questioning void realm with all his might in a frantic stance. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. Rumble. Fourth level of the questioning void realm. Yang Weiwei's cultivation had finally managed to break through to the fourth level of the questioning void realm, and he suddenly opened his eyes as two brilliant auras flashed by, only to see that Dongfang Yunbing was already fully dressed and was sitting there elegantly drinking tea. Master. Yang Weiwei spoke respectfully. Cultivate well during this time. Dongfang Yunbing said in a clear and cold manner. Yes, Master. Yang Wei quickly put the clothes on and carefully checked them to make sure there was nothing wrong with them. Don't leave the mansion before the grand competition. Go out. Dongfang Yunbing resumed his usual cool and frosty appearance. Yes, Master. Yang Wei slowly retreated out. For Dongfang Yunbing, in addition to the deep love and adoration within his heart, there was also a trace of fear and endless respect mixed in. Not long after walking out of Dongfang Yunbing's room, Yang Weiwei met Lin Yuro face to face. Senior brother Wei, why are you coming out now? Lin Yuro asked with a face full of curiosity. Ahem. Master has been attentively teaching me last night. Cultivation. Senior sister Yuro. Look, my cultivation level has broken through. Yang Weiwei hurriedly opened his mouth and said, really yeah, Wei junior brother. Master teacher is so good to you. Lin Yuro had an envious expression. Her eyes filled with envy. Senior sister Yuro, I've been practicing all night, so I'll go back to my room first. Yang Weiwei greeted Lin Yuro and hurried back to his room. After returning to his room, Yang Wei finally took a long breath of relief. Fortunately, he was smart enough to deal with it. He almost let Lin Yuro see what was going on. After taking a hot bath comfortably in his room, Yang Wei quietly dived into the Haotian Jade space and began to concentrate on his cultivation. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. So Yang Weiwei had never relaxed his requirements for his cultivation. Time passed unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye another day passed. The day of the North Xian Domain Grand Competition had finally arrived as scheduled. Early the next morning, under the leadership of Dongfang Yunbing and a few elders, Yang Weiwei and the other 5 people came to the site of the North Xian Domain Grand Competition in great numbers. The site of the Grand Competition was set in the northern part of the Beixian Empire, on top of the towering Beixian Peak. At this moment, at the top of Beixian Peak, all the forces including the Beixian Empire had gathered, while there were also quite a few cultivators from the Beixian domain who had come to watch the battle. As the pinnacle competition for the younger generation of the northern Xian domain, all the major forces showed great importance. If a certain sect was able to get the champion of the grand competition, then that sect would definitely become the most talked about sect in the northern Xian domain when recruiting new disciples in the coming year. On Earth, the younger generation chased after stars, while in the Tianwu continent, the younger generation chased after strong men. Therefore, the sect of the grand competition's overall champion must be the sect that all young people prioritize joining. If a sect wanted to prosper for a long time, it definitely couldn't be separated from a constant stream of talented disciples. Under the leadership of Dongfang Yunbing, the crowd arrived at the location where the Tian Yuan Palace was located and sat down in turn. Looking at the incomparably huge ring in the center, Yang Weiwei's heart instantly boiled with blood. He was still extremely attentive to this grand competition, as he could clearly see that Dongfang Yunbing still cared quite a bit about this grand competition. Even if it was just for the sake of Dongfang Yunbing, he was determined to get an outstanding ranking. It didn't take long for all the forces to arrive at the scene one by one. Right at this moment, a tall, middle-aged man with an aura as calm and steady as a mountain steadily walked up to the center of the ring, and his stern and incomparable eyes slowly looked around, and instantly the scene quieted down. This person was none other than the North Xian Empire's Jinbei King, Zhou Xianzheng. As soon as Zhou Xianzheng stepped onto the stage, just from the aura emanating from his body, Yang Wei could keenly sense that this person's strength was unfathomable, far exceeding even Dongfang Yunbing. From this point, Yang Wei could clearly see that the Beixian Empire possessed an absolutely overwhelming dominance in the Beixian domain. This time, the North Xian Domain Grand Competition will be hosted by this king himself. The Grand Competition is divided into 2 rounds in total, with the first round being the Illusionary Realm Trial and the second round being the individual ring ranking battle. Zhou Xianzheng said with a loud voice. Under Zhou Xuanzheng's announcement, Yang Weiwei understood that the first round of the Illusionary Realm Trial was to send all of the contestants who participated this time into the North Xian Illusionary Realm. If one was killed in the North Xian Illusion Realm, they wouldn't really die just like that, but would be directly teleported out of the Illusion Realm. Each contestant will have a unique identity nameplate on their body that is designed to collect points. For every phantom beast killed in the Phantom Realm, a certain number of points are earned. Of course, it was also possible to kill each other in the Illusionary Realm, and if you succeeded in killing the other party, you would gain 30% of the other party's points. The higher the points, the higher the ranking of the clan you are in. The higher the ranking of the clan, the relatively more cities and resources would be allocated, while those with low rankings would need to surrender ownership of several cities. It was as if the Heavenly Yuan Palace controlled hundreds of cities under its name, while the more powerful Jian Yuan Pavilion controlled thousands of cities. So, the first round was about fighting for the honor and interests of the clan, while the second round was about fighting for one's ranking, and the location of the illusion was at the top of North Xian Peak. Through the entrance of the illusionary realm, Yang Wei vaguely felt that inside, it should be a small world-like illusionary realm. Alright, all participants go in. The time is 1 day, and after 1 day, everyone will be summoned out. Zhou Xianzheng spoke. After going in, the 5 of you, remember to be united. Dongfang Yunbing solemnly instructed. Yes, Palace Master. Master. The 5 responded in unison. Right at this moment, the voice of Dongfang Yunbing suddenly came from Yang Weiwei's mind. Chen if you don't get a good ranking, this palace will make you look good. Yang Wei looked around and saw that the others didn't have any reaction. Then he was sure that Dongfang Yunbing should have used a soul transmission just now. Yang Weiwei's 5 entered the Northern Xian illusion realm along with the other contestants. There were 70 contestants in total in this competition. The 12 major powers, on average, had 5 participants from each clan, while the North Xian Empire had 10 participants, adding up to a total of 70. After entering the illusionary realm, everyone was instantly dispersed and landed in different parts of the illusionary realm. This illusionary realm was not much different from the primordial mountain range in the outside world, and there were countless illusionary beasts in it. Chapter 51, Princess Shou Yusen. The scope of this one illusionary realm wasn't that big, and if a person did their best to hurry, they would be able to travel through the entire illusionary realm in just half a day's time. However, thankfully, the number of phantom beasts in the illusionary realm was quite a lot. Otherwise it really wouldn't be enough for these contestants to hunt. As soon as Yang Weiwei stepped into the illusory realm, he started looking for the traces of the illusory beasts without stopping. He hadn't forgotten Dongfang Yunbing's instructions in the slightest. If he didn't get a desirable ranking, Dongfang Yunbing definitely wouldn't let him off easily. Since they had just entered the illusionary realm, no one had accumulated any points on them yet, so for the time being, no one had any fierce battles. Perhaps it was because Yang Weiwei's luck was really bad. It had been more than an hour since he entered the secret realm before he managed to encounter a phantom beast, which made him feel incredibly depressed. Could it be that old me really wants to do that killing and robbing? Yang Weiwei murmured in his heart. At the same time, in the outside world, on the North Xian Peak, the mirror image in the illusionary realm was presented in its entirety, and everyone's every move inside the illusionary realm was seen clearly by the outside world. At this point, the highest ranked in the scoreboard was Zhou Yuming, the 18th prince of the Northern Xian Empire, with a whopping 20 points. In second place was Princess Shou Yusen, the 19th princess of the Bei Xian Empire, with 19 points. The top 10 places were almost entirely occupied by players from the North Xian Empire. In 11th place was Sword Origin Pavilion's Nangongxiao with 10 points. The current highest-ranked person in the Tian Yuan Palace was Sikong Jia, who had managed to hunt 3 mirage beasts and was ranked in the 60th place. Yang Weiwei had only hunted 1 phantom beast so far and had only gained 1 point, ranking him in the bottom half of the list. Dongfang Yunbing, it seems that this time, your Tian Yuan Palace will have to give up quite a few cities again, Huang Dingtian said with a cold smile on his face. The trial hasn't ended yet. It's too early for you to get carried away now. Dongfang Yunbing snorted coldly. At this moment, she wasn't in a hurry because she firmly believed in Yang Weiwei's strength. Dongfang Yunbing, you're not still counting on that disciple of yours to turn things around for you, are you? Although that brat's strength is not bad, it's a pity that his luck is so bad that he has only encountered a phantom beast until now. This time, your Tian Yuan Palace's bottom 1 ranking is a nail in the coffin. Earthing Sect Master Feng Wuji also followed with a cold laugh. Inside the mirage, after 2 hours of running wildly with all his might, Yang Weiwei finally entered the area frequented by phantom beasts. Swish swish swish. After some fierce battles, Yang Weiwei finally managed to hunt down 5 more phantom beasts, and at this time, his points had risen to 6. In the blink of an eye half a day passed quietly. Zhou Yuming, who was ranked first at this time, had already reached a stunning 124 points. Zhou Yusen, who ranked second, also reached 120 points. The top 10 places were still dominated by players from the North Xian Empire. On the Tian Yuan Palace's side, Yang Weiwei had accumulated 80 points and moved up to 33rd place in the rankings. Sikong Jia gained 60 points, Dongfang Jia gained 57 points, and Ling Yinyun and Lin Euro each gained 50 points. The reason why Yang Weiwei only had 80 points was mainly because the place he entered at the beginning didn't have any phantom beasts at all, causing him to waste a lot of time for nothing. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei finally encountered an earthly insect disciple, who was none other than Feng Zijuan, who had been beaten into a pig's head by him earlier. Feng Zijuan's luck could be said to be very good after entering the illusionary realm, currently ranked 20th, and had gained just under 100 points. Ahem! Finally met the fat sheep. Yang Weiwei looked at Feng Zijuan with an ecstatic expression. Yang Wei, it's you! Upon discovering Yang Weiwei, Feng Zijuan was also startled. He didn't hesitate to spread his legs and started to run. He knew very well in his heart that he was not a match for Yang Weiwei at all. If he didn't run, he would surely be killed by his opponent. Although he wouldn't really die in the illusory realm, his points would be stripped by the other party of 30%. Whoosh! In less than a breath's time, Yang Wei quickly stopped in front of Feng Zijuan. Brother Feng, where are you running to? Yang Weiwei, this young man advises you that you'd better not mess around. or you'll definitely die a miserable death. Feng Zijuan said in a stern voice. How dare you threaten me? Originally I only wanted to snatch your points and send you out of the illusion realm, but now it seems that it's very necessary to give you a lesson engraved in your heart. Yang Weiwei laughed grimly. What do you want? This young man doesn't like men. Feng Zijuan was so frightened by Yang Weiwei's sinister smile that he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Asterisk 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 your grandma. I don't like men either. Yang Weiwei couldn't bear it anymore, and his figure rushed over like a gust of wind. Bang bang bang. Ah ah ah. Feng Zijuan let out a miserable to the core scream, his hands tightly covering his crotch. After a burst of frantic swinging, Yang Wei smashed Feng Zijuan's entire body to pieces. Even his lower body was hammered and exploded by Yang Wei. Although one doesn't really get hurt in the illusionary realm, the feeling of pain is incredibly real. Yang Wei, you pervert, I beg you, kill me. At this time Feng Zijuan that is a hate Yang Wei even in his crotch crazy swing dozens of sticks. This kind of drilling pain and is not the average person can withstand. Meanwhile, the periphery of North Shin Peak, Feng Wuji stared at the mirror image in the illusion with a gloomy face. His son was actually beaten up like that by Yang Weiwei. At this moment, he simply couldn't wait to immediately rush in and break Yang Weiwei into pieces. TSK. Wind Wuji, it's hard to say who this penultimate position is now, Dongfang Yunbing said with a cold smile on his face. Dongfang Yunbing? You, humph. Feng Wuji snorted coldly, his face turning blue with anger. Inside the mirage, seeing that he was almost done cleaning up, Yang Wei whipped Feng Zijuan's head away with a stick. In the next period of time, Yang Weiwei hunted frantically all the way, and soon he managed to hunt dozens of phantom beasts again, and at this time, his ranking had already come to the 15th place. At this time, the people in the illusionary realm had already begun to fight each other, as everyone had accumulated quite a few points in their hands. Right at this moment, a young girl with flashy clothes but a slightly obese figure slowly walked over towards Yang Weiwei. Not only did the young girl look obese, but she also had a mouthful of buck teeth that would make anyone shudder at first glance. At this moment, the obese young girl's eyes that looked at Yang Weiwei carried obvious ill will. The young girl was none other than the 19th princess of the Northern Shin Empire. Zhou Yusen. Kid, what's your name? Surprisingly you look so handsome, Zhou Yusen said with a hint of an impish smile at the corner of her mouth. Yang Weiwei vaguely sensed a hint of danger from the other party's body. This woman's strength was definitely above the 4th level of the entering the Xian realm. Cough. This young lady. I am Feng Zijuan of the Earthine sect. I wonder what this young lady stopped me for, Yang Wei said with a gentle cough. Feng Zijuan? Nice name. No wonder he's so handsome. Zhou Yusen continued. Feng Zijuan, this princess is now giving you two choices. At this time, Yang Weiwei realized that the other party was the princess of the North Xian Empire. No wonder his strength was so strong. It was good that he didn't report his real name. Princess, please speak. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said. First, from now on, stay by this princess' side as a male pet. Zhou Yusen looked at Yang Weiwei with a springy face. Ahem. What about second? Yang Wei asked. Secondly, this princess kills you now, and when the first round of the illusionary trial is over, this young lady will then capture you as a male pet. Zhou Yusen said. Ahem. Yang Wei burst his head. This woman is really a bit difficult to deal with. Feng Zijuan, do you choose first or not? Or second? Zhou Yusen asked with a smile. The princess is so beautiful and touching. Zijun simply fell in love with the princess at first sight, so of course he chose first. Yang Weiwei held back his inner revulsion and said against his will. Deadly phase, counting on your good sense. Why don't you hurry up and come to this princess's side? Zhou Yusen let out a winking smile, and then a mouth full of buck teeth was revealed. Looking frightening. Beautiful princess, I'm coming. With an impatient look, Yang Weiwei walked quickly towards Zhou Yusen. Zijun, as long as you obediently follow this princess in the future, this princess will definitely not treat you poorly, Zhou Yusen said with a smile. After saying that, Zhou Yusen couldn't wait to touch towards Yang Weiwei's body. Vomit. Yang Weiwei almost vomited. Jun, what's wrong with you? Zhou Yusen asked. I'm fine. I should have eaten too much. Princess, you're so beautiful, can I hug you? Yang Wei said. Bad man. Zhou Yusen said petulantly. Yang Weiwei slowly hugged over, and the moment he was about to touch Zhou Yusen, he violently blasted Zhou Yusen's stomach with a palm with all his might. Bang. Ah. Brat, you're dead. This princess is going to take you. Before Zhou Yusen could finish her words, she was met with a wild, stormy and frantic beating from Yang Weiwei. Bang bang bang. Aha! At this moment, Zhou Yusin let out a mournful and incomparable scream. Bang! Damn! Get the hell out of here! Yang Weiwei's stick smacked heavily on Zhou Yusin's body, directly sending her flying. The world is finally clear. Vomit. After killing Zhou Yusin, Yang Weiwei's ranking came to 5th place. Chapter 52 Great Uncle Nangong Shao. North Xian Peak, the periphery of the illusionary realm. At this moment, everyone on the scene was shocked. For so many years, this was the first time that someone from another power was able to break into the top 10. Just now, the crowd had originally thought that Yang Wei should have succumbed to the princess's charms. Who could have expected that the situation would reverse so quickly, and that Yang Weiwei would dare to blast the princess to death on the spot? Bang! Right at this moment, Zhou Yusin was teleported out, and at this moment, her eyes were filled with endless anger. Without even thinking about it, she stormed over in the direction of the earthly Yin Gate. Feng Wuji, you must send Feng Zijuan to this princess's residence tonight, or else don't blame this princess for not being polite. Zhou Yusin glared fiercely at Feng Wuji, and after putting down these harsh words, she left the scene without looking back. Since the second round wouldn't start until tomorrow, Zhou Yusin returned directly to her mansion. Junior, when did you hook up with Princess 19? Feng Wuji opened his mouth and asked. Father, child doesn't know either. Feng Zijuan was at a loss. It's Junior, tonight. Feng Wuji looked at his son. Father, you can't do this. If you send me to the princess's residence, then I'll be completely wasted. Feng Zijun said with a face full of fear. Feng Zijuan had long heard about Princess 19's special fetish. There had been quite a few young talents who had been forcibly captured by the 19th princess to the princess's residence, and none of them had ended up in a good place. One of the most famous incidents was the young master of the Tianyi sect, Wu Tianchen. In the beginning, Wu Tianchen could be called a heavenly genius. At a young age, he was already a famous genius young man in the North Xian domain, just because of a trip to the princess's residence. Not long after he came out, he went out of his home in the White Cloud Temple. Junior, as long as you serve the princess well tonight, in the future, our earthly insect will definitely be able to soar. Feng Wuji bitterly enlightened Feng Zijuan. Inside the mirage, as time faded away bit by bit, Yang Weiwei's points had climbed to 3rd place. At this time, Yang Wei met a young man wearing the robes of the Sword Origin Pavilion. This person was handsome and extraordinary looking, with an extraordinary and dusty temperament, and his eyebrows bore a slight resemblance to Nangong Yen. This person was none other than the first genius of the Sword Origin Pavilion, Nangong Shao. Kid, are you Yang Weiwei? Nangong Shao asked as he gazed tightly at Yang Weiwei. Not bad. Which one are you? Yang Wei responded. Sword Origin Pavilion. Nangong Shao. Nangong Shao announced himself. So it's great uncle. Nice to meet you. Yang Wei said with a smile on his face. Kid, if you want to marry my sister, at least pass me first. Nangong Shao said with a serious look. There's no need for that, great uncle. They are all our own people. Yang Wei said with a smile. Cut the crap and do it. Nangong Shao said loudly. Then, great uncle, I'll take a shot. The words had not yet fallen. Yang Weiwei had already swung his stick like an arrow off the string and rushed up. Nangong Zhao's strength was extremely powerful, and his cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the Xian realm. So Yang Weiwei didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and decisively chose to take the initiative. Facing Yang Weiwei's swift attack, Nangong Shao similarly waved his sword towards Yang Weiwei and ruthlessly chopped him. Dang! In the blink of an eye the two have fought dozens of rounds. For a time the two have not been able to take advantage of the slightest advantage. Good boy. You really do have 2 skills. No wonder Yen chants about you every day. Nangong Shao said. Big brother-in-law. You see that it's hard for us to tell the winner from the loser for a while. Why don't we team up and go hunting other talents? Whoever kills more will win. I don't know if brother-in-law dares? Yang Weiwei proposed with a smile on his face. Okay, let's team up and see who kills more. Nangong Shao was originally an unconquerable nature. In the next illusory trial, 2 characters that were like madmen appeared and were frantically hunting down people from other forces. As for the helmsmen of the other forces outside the illusionary realm, each one of them had a frown on their face. The main reason was that an unexpected dark horse had appeared in this grand competition. And this dark horse was none other than Tian Yuan Palace's Yang Weiwei. If it wasn't for Yang Weiwei, the Heavenly Yuan Palace's grand competition this time would probably be a bottom-feeding existence again. And at this time, the other people from the Heavenly Yuan Palace had all been killed out one after another, leaving only Yang Weiwei still holding on. Although there was only Yang Weiwei left in the Heavenly Yuan Palace now, The points he had gained alone had far exceeded the other forces. Father, how did brother come together with Yang Weiwei? Nangong Yan asked in disbelief. These two brats. They should have reached some sort of agreement and that's why they joined forces. Nangong Ting opened his mouth to explain. On the other hand, on the side of Tian Yuan Palace, Dongfang Yunbing's originally tightly and deeply locked willow eyebrows finally slowly relaxed at this time. Over the years, the Tian Yuan Palace's situation had become increasingly difficult and weak, and the pressure on Dongfang Yunbing had been enormous. A few more hours passed in the blink of an eye. Under the tacit cooperation between the two of them, Yang Weiwei and Nangong Zhao's points continued to climb higher and higher. At this time, Yang Weiwei's points was already in second place, while Nangong Zhao's points had also risen to 8th place. The union of the two had also caused countless people to pay close attention, and even the Jinbei king, Zhou Xianzheng, frowned slightly at this moment. Inside the mirage, big brother-in-law, I wonder if you dare to hunt the royal family's children. Yang Weiwei said with a sullen expression. Kid, you don't really want to hunt the royal princesses, do you? Nangong Zhao said with a face full of surprise. Do you dare? In a word, Yang Wei said decisively. Nangong Zhao pondered for a moment, his eyes suddenly filled with a fierce energy, saying, as long as you dare, I will accompany you to the end. In this case, later on, we'll go over from this side. You'll draw fire from the front, and I'll attack from the back and slaughter that royal princess. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said, why am I the one drawing fire from the front? Nangong Zhao said with an unhappy face. Big brother-in-law, don't you realize that you are very handsome? This princess of the royal family, at a glance, is overindulging? Only a handsome man like you on the front can lower her guard. Yang Weiwei said with a serious face. Am I really that handsome? Nangong Zhao said and also ruffled his bangs and said, it has to be. Your family genes are that men are handsome and women are beautiful. Yang Wei said with certainty. What Yang Weiwei said was indeed also correct. Nangong Zhao was indeed still quite handsome in terms of face value. Alright, leave this princess to me. Only a face like this young man's can subdue her. But the next hand will have to be replaced by you to draw fire. One person to one game. Otherwise I'm not at a disadvantage. Nangong Zhao opened his mouth. No problem, big brother-in-law. You must be careful. The other party is a strong person at the 4th level of the entering Xian realm. Yang Weiwei purposely reminded. With that, the two of them, one in front of the other, encircled towards the 26th princess. Princess 26's name was Zhou Yutong. Her strength had reached the 4th level of the entering Xian realm, and she was currently ranked 6th in terms of points. At this moment, Zhou Yutong was frantically hunting phantom beasts. Right at this moment, Nangong Zhao dashingly shook his bangs from his forehead and walked towards her with a flirty face. My name is Nangong Zhao. Meet Princess Yutong. Nangong Zhao revealed his incomparably confident smile. Zhou Yutong was worried that her points were too few, and when she saw Nangong Zhao come up at this moment, she instantly raised her eyebrows and smiled. Could it be that this young man is really this handsome? Seeing the delighted expression on Zhou Yutong's face, Nangong Zhao secretly thought in his heart. Just as Nangong Zhao was secretly pleased with himself, Zhou Yutong suddenly slapped a palm instantly towards him. Bang! Nangong Zhao was sent flying backwards by this sudden slap, and he hastily rolled on the ground before barely dodging Zhou Yutong's second strike. At this time, he had already cursed Yang Weiwei in his heart. Bang bang bang! Without a moment's effort, Nangong Zhao was beaten up by Zhou Yutong. Just as Zhou Yutong was preparing to completely knot over Nangong Zhao, Yang Wei instantly burst out from the side and slit Zhou Yutong's throat with a precise sword. Yang Wei, you bastard! Why are you coming out now? My face! This dead! How dare you beat this young man's handsome face like this? Nangong Zhao roared angrily. Big uncle! It can't be helped. She's so strong. If it wasn't for you attracting her attention, how could I have taken her down so quickly? Yang Wei said with a smile, looking at Nangong Zhao, who had been beaten into a pig's head. Yang Weiwei really couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 53, The Miserable Feng Zijuan. Outside the realm of illusion, Zhou Xianzheng, the heavenly king of Xin, had his brows locked tightly at this moment, because just a moment ago, Yang Weiwei and Nangong Zhao had actually teamed up to hunt down and kill several more royal children. This kind of situation was something that had never occurred in the previous grand competition. It was only because Yang Weiwei's points at this point had already surpassed 18th Prince Zhou Yuming. Although there was still a huge gap between the Heavenly Yuan Palace and the Northern Xian Empire in terms of total points, the first place in the individual points list was successfully taken away by Yang Weiwei. This was undoubtedly equivalent to a vicious slap in the face for the Northern Xian Empire. For countless years, No one had ever been able to snatch the top 5 spots on the scoreboard from the Northern Qian Empire. However, at this moment, Yang Weiwei did it, and did it with such a dazzling achievement as first place. At this time, Yang Weiwei and Nangong Xiao had already killed their eyes, and anyone from other forces. As long as they came across them, they would be killed. As for the other imperial princes of the North Qian Empire, they had already chosen to give up on continuing the hunt because these imperial princes were all extremely strong, and it would be extremely difficult to hunt them down head-on. At this point, Yang Weiwei's points were already far ahead of Zhou Yuming, and Nangong Xiao had managed to reach 5th place in the rankings. Finally, the long day passed, and the first round of the illusionary trial was finally declared over. When Yang Weiwei and Nangong Xiao were teleported out, those participants who were hunted down by the duo, each of them gazed at the duo with furious eyes, as if they wanted to eat them alive. According to the overall rankings of the PowerPoint's rankings, in the end, it was still the Northern Qian Empire that ranked first, while the Heavenly Yuan Palace had miraculously ranked second. The third place went to the Sword Origin Pavilion. For this result, Dongfang Yunbing felt very satisfied. At this moment, her eyes were also filled with pride when she looked at Yang Weiwei, because Yang Weiwei was not only her disciple, but also her man. Although this man was still weak at the moment, Dongfang Yunbing firmly believed that as long as Yang Wei was given enough time, he would definitely become the most outstanding one in the Northern Qian domain, or even the entire Tianwu continent. Good boy. This king thinks highly of you and looks forward to your individual ranking battle tomorrow. At this time, Zhou Xianzhen walked over. Greetings to the Heavenly King of Jin. Dongfang Yunbing respectfully bowed. Greetings to the Heavenly King of Jin. Yang Weiwei and the crowd followed suit with a salute. I never imagined that the Eastern Palace Master would be able to train his disciples so well. Zhou Xianzhen laughed cheerfully. Your Highness is too kind. Chener is still young and can't withstand this kind of praise. Dongfang Yunbing responded humbly. To possess such strength at such a young age, it definitely deserves this king's praise. Zhou Xianzhen then chatted for a few more moments before turning to leave. At this time, Nangong Xiao and Nangong Yan also walked over and said with a smile, Brother-in-law, you're too good. I really didn't expect your points to be ranked number 1. I originally thought that you didn't have as many points as me. And Nangong Yan even directly hugged Yang Weiwei's arm, looking at him with a face of adoration. It's all luck. Luck, Yang Wei said with a smile. Luck my ass. Strength is strength, but I recognize you as my brother-in-law. Nangong Xiao said with a smile. And not far behind Yang Weiwei, Lin Yuro said softly to Ling Yenyun. Sister Yenyun, if you don't take the initiative, senior brother Weiwei is going to be snatched away. Humph, snatch it away. Who cares about a philanderer like him? Ling Yenyun said through clenched teeth. An excellent man. There must be a variety of women around him. If you don't make a move, the women surrounding him will only grow more and more, and may forget about you completely one day. Lin Yuro opened her mouth and said. After Yang Weiwei and Nangong Yan's siblings said their goodbyes, the crowd followed Dongfang Yunbing back to the stronghold of Tianyuan Palace. Late afternoon, the Tianyuan Palace group returned to the stronghold without any problems, and Yang Weiwei returned to his room, then began to cultivate. In the meantime, 19th Princess's residence. Feng Wuji brought Feng Zijuan, who had an extremely reluctant face, to the 19th Princess residence. After sending Feng Zijuan to the princess's mansion, Feng Wuji excitedly went back to the Earth Insect stronghold. Your name is Feng Zijuan? Zhou Yusen asked with a frown. Zhou Yusen was speechless. Everything was ready, just waiting to clean up Feng Zijuan at night. Who knew that Feng Zijuan was not the one she was looking for? It made her feel quite depressed. Your Highness, my name is Feng Zijuan. Feng Zijuan bowed incomparably nervously. Pissed off at this princess, Zhou Yusen's face instantly turned an iron blue. She couldn't care less though. Right now she had a belly full of fire and had to find someone to clean it up. Aha! This kid seems to be not bad looking. So he's it. Zhou Yusen carefully scrutinized Feng Zijuan for a moment. With that, he dragged Feng Zijuan into the room with one hand. Early the next morning, Feng Zijuan's legs kept trembling, and he walked out of the princess's mansion with a lifeless look on his face. At the same time, the news of Yang Weiwei winning the first round of points individual championship spread throughout the entire northern Qian imperial city like the wind. As for Zhou Yusen and Zhou Yutong, they finally knew the true identity of Yang Weiwei, especially Zhou Yusen. At this moment, she was getting more and more interested in Yang Weiwei, and she swore in her heart that she must get this man. After a night's cultivation, Yang Wei walked out of the room in high spirits. The crowd, led by Dongfang Yunbing, once again arrived at the top of Beixian Peak. Today's Beishian Peak could be described as a sea of people. And compared to yesterday, the number of spectators today was much larger, because today was the individual qualifying battle of the younger generation of the northern Xian domain. Its popularity was far from what the first round could compare to. At this time, Zhou Xianzheng, the heavenly king of Xintian, walked to the center of the ring and said loudly, "The rules for today's individual ranking battle are as follows. When you get into the ring, life and death are each at the mercy of God. However, in the event that the other party admits defeat, no more killers are allowed, or else you'll suffer the consequences." Zhou Xianzheng then went on to detail the various details of the grand competition. There were a total of 70 people participating in the individual qualifying battle this time, and the final rankings were determined according to the winning percentage. In other words, each person needs to fight 69 battles, and the one with the highest final margin of victory is the overall champion. Due to the 69 battles, the time required was rather long, so the duration of this individual ranking battle was divided into 7 days, with each person, on average, needing to fight around 10 battles a day. Just as Yang Weiwei was carefully studying the rules, suddenly he had the feeling that he was being closely stared at by a ferocious beast. Yang Wei hurriedly looked up, only to see Zhou Yusen in the distance, staring at him with a sinister smile on her face. Looking at Zhou Yusen's mouth full of buck teeth, Yang Wei felt his entire body's goosebumps instantly rise. "Seen your brother Wei, does that Princess Uxin like you? I see her staring at you all the time." Lin Yuro asked curiously. "That's because I killed her in the illusion. That's why she's looking at me like that." Yang Weiwei opened his mouth to explain. "That's right, then you have to be careful. Zhou Yusen is extremely brutal, and none of the men who are targeted by her can have a good ending." Lin Yuro opened her mouth and reminded. Right at this moment, Feng Zijuan walked towards Yang Weiwei with a gloomy face. "Yang Wei, you despicable and shameless villain," Feng Zijuan said in a grim voice. "What's wrong with you, Brother Wind? After not seeing you for a night, why do you look like a persimmon that's been frosted?" Yang Weiwei asked curiously. Originally, Feng Zijuan was quite handsome and dashing, but at this time, his legs kept trembling when he walked, and his whole body staggered as if he would fall down at any time. "It's you! It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you impersonating me in front of Zhou Yusen, how did I become like this?" Feng Zijuan looked at Yang Weiwei with a resentful face. "Ahem. Brother Wind wouldn't have spent the night in the princess's mansion last night. Then we have to congratulate Brother Feng for getting a beautiful woman. But this body of Brother Feng can't work. Only one night and it was ravaged like this. Turn around and you have to make up for your kidneys." Yang Wei said with a smile. "I'm going to kill you, you shameless little man." Feng Zijuan was so angry by Yang Weiwei that he almost spat out blood, and at this moment, he could no longer tolerate it. Last night had been the darkest night of his life, and it was all because of Yang Weiwei, only to see Feng Zijuan directly with a sword, slashing fiercely towards Yang Weiwei. However, at this time, where would he be Yang Weiwei's opponent? Bang! Without any suspense, Feng Zijuan was ruthlessly kicked out by Yang Weiwei. "Yang Weiwei, you wait. One day, I will break you into pieces." Feng Zijuan dropped a vicious sentence before leaving. Chapter 54, Smoky Cloud Forces the Palace. The much-anticipated individual qualifying battle has finally kicked off. At this time, at the top of the North Xian Peak, 10 more huge and incomparable rings had been erected, so that it was possible for multiple rings to carry out qualifying battles at the same time, greatly improving the efficiency of the competition. Shen for this individual qualifying battle, this palace has only one request for you, and that is to pay attention to your own safety. Dongfang Yunbing instructed with a solemn face. "I'll pay attention. Thanks for your concern, Master." Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and responded. "The few of you as well. If you encounter a powerful enemy that you can't defeat, you can choose to admit defeat and never try to be strong." Dongfang Yunbing turned his gaze to a few others again. "Yes, Palace Master." Everyone responded with incomparable respect. It was at this time that the much-anticipated qualifying battle was finally official. Yang Weiwei's first opponent was a disciple from the Spirit Xian sect who was at the first level of the entering Xian realm. This person had already witnessed Yang Weiwei's powerful strength before at the banquet at the Crown Prince's residence, so he wisely chose to admit defeat after exchanging a few rounds with Yang Weiwei. Yang Weiwei's luck was pretty good in the first match, as all 5 of Tian Yuan Palace managed to win, especially Ling Yuro and Ling Yanyun. Their opponents in the first match were not very strong, and after some tough battles, the 2 women also ended up winning. Soon, the second match started again, and this time, Yang Weiwei's opponent turned out to be Feng Zijuan. What surprised him was that Feng Zijuan even chose to admit defeat right off the stage, completely not giving him the opportunity to clean up after Yang Weiwei. Soon after, Yang Weiwei's third match started again. This time his opponent was Zhang Zichen from the Altar Heavenly Gate. This person's strength was at the peak of the third level of the entering Xian realm, and his strength was on par with that of Nangong Shao. But the other party's eyes were filled with unfriendliness as they looked at him. Kid, this young man is going to let you know today how serious the consequences will be for offending Miss Chimeng. Zhang Zichen's voice was ice cold to the extreme, and his eyes were even more vacant, as if he didn't put Yang Weiwei in his eyes. Asterisk 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 thing. What is not good to do? Why do you have to be a humble licking dog? Yang Wei said without a good mood. Brat, you seek death. Hearing Yang Weiwei say the word licking dog, Zhang Zichen's face instantly twisted. He had indeed pursued Luo Qiming for a long time, but Luo Qiming's attitude towards him was one of neither rejection nor acceptance. So in the past few years, he had indeed been like a licking dog circling around Luo Qiming. Only Zhang Zichen swung the battle sword in his hand and ruthlessly slashed towards Yang Weiwei. The battle sword carried an overwhelming momentum as if it was going to tear the air apart. Yang Weiwei also didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. At present, his strength was at most comparable to the peak of the third level of the Xianxian realm. Unless he used a powerful killer weapon like the Immortal Demon Sword or the Soul-Devouring Slash, it would also be difficult for him to defeat his opponent in a short period of time. As for the Immortal Demon Sword and the Soul-Devouring Slash, Yang Weiwei was planning to use them to deal with the geniuses of the Northern Xian Empire. So at this moment, he could only try his best to maneuver with his opponent. As the two men's battle swords intersected, a powerful sword chi continuously slashed towards each other. In the blink of an eye, the two of them fought for 70 to 80 rounds in a row, and neither of them took much advantage. Licking dog, is this what you call serious consequences? Yang Weiwei took the opportunity to taunt. Something that doesn't know how to die. How dare you taunt this young man? Zhang Zichen, on the other hand, obviously had a much stronger mindset than Xikong Jie, and did not care in the slightest about Yang Weiwei's taunts as he continued to frantically kill towards Yang Weiwei. As the fight continued, due to Zhang Zichen's deadly fighting style, it made Yang Weiwei gradually lose his patience. Seeing that the other party looked like they wouldn't stop until they died, Yang Weiwei directly launched a soul attack. In an instant, an invisible soul-devouring slash attacked towards Zhang Zichen's soul. Boom! All of a sudden, Zhang Zichen fell into a brief trance. Swish, swish, swish. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei slashed out with a sword chi, which carried a dazzling light and instantly flashed past Zhang Zichen's neck. Bang! Zhang Zichen's body fell heavily to the ground, completely losing his breath. Meanwhile, the eyes of the Altar Sky sect Master Duanmusu were incomparably grim. Zhang Zichen was his most outstanding disciple, and he didn't expect that he would die in the ring just like that. If he wasn't concerned about the fact that the Heavenly King of Jin was present, he was afraid that he would have rushed up and broken this person who had killed his disciple into pieces. At this moment, there was silence. No one had expected that the qualifying battle had only reached the third game, but there were actually deaths. As for Luo Qiming under the stage, her face didn't fluctuate much and she was still staring at Yang Weiwei grimly. Originally, Yang Weiwei didn't want to kill anyone, but Zhang Zichen obviously had a strong killing intent towards him. Since you want to kill Laozi, then there is no need for Laozi to keep you alive. The battle continued, and next Yang Weiwei won 7 more consecutive matches, successfully hitting a 10-match winning streak, ending the first day of the battle early. As for the Tian Yuan Palace side, Ling Yenyun and Lin Yuro both had 3 wins and 7 losses, and the duo of Dongfang Jie and Xikong Jie were still in the middle of a fierce battle at this time. At this time, Yang Weiwei realized that Ling Yenyun seemed to have suffered a slight injury and was resting on the side at this time. He hurriedly walked over and took out a few healing pills as he asked with concern, "Sister Smoke Cloud, are you alright? Don't need your philandering concern." Ling Yenyun's voice was clear and cold, without the slightest intention of taking care of Yang Weiwei. How did I become a womanizer? Yang Weiwei's tone was obviously a little understated. This young lady has already sworn to be your woman. Why do you still want to mess with Nangongyan? Ling Yenyun's eyes looked at Yang Weiwei with a grudge. Sister Smoky Cloud, there's really no need for you to take that oath seriously that time. Yang Wei at this time a head too big, that time he also just a joke. Want to tease this girl, but now this situation. It seems that people seem to take it seriously. Yang Wei, was it you who forced this young lady to swear that day? Ling Yenyun looked at Yang Weiyun with unkind eyes. Yang Weiwei was stared at by her, so he admitted, yes, since you forced this young lady to swear. What do you mean now? Is it because you want to leave me alone? Ling Yanyun's eyes carried a hint of wetness as she looked straight at Yang Weiwei. No. Yes. Yang Weiwei whispered. How could I not want you? Then do you like me? Ling Yanyun said as she looked at Yang Weiwei with eyes full of anticipation. Joy. Joy. Yang said after a few moments of contemplation. As the Tianyuan Palace's #1 beauty, Ling Yanyun had a face and temperament that mesmerized countless men. To say that he didn't like it in the face of such a beautiful woman, that would definitely be a lie. It was just that right now, Yang Weiwei was also having a headache. He didn't know if Dongfang Yunbing would clean him up because of this. For Dongfang Yunbing, Yang Weiwei's heart was both very fond and full of fear. Then, Nangon Yen and I, who will be the eldest and who will be the youngest? Ling Yanyun pouted. She was still very concerned about this. In a world where the size of a woman was a matter of status and position. Sister Smoke Cloud, let's discuss this issue later. You take the healing pill first. Yang Weiwei could only change the topic. A question he really couldn't answer. Then you feed me. Ling Yanyun's voice was very delicate. Okay. Yang Weiwei also didn't expect that a pouty Ling Yanyun would be so adorable. It didn't take long for the battle between the duo of Dongfang Jie and Sikong Jie to end as well, with both of them scoring 5 wins and 5 losses. Afterward, under the leadership of Dongfang Yunbing, the group returned to the stronghold of the Heavenly Yuan Palace. To everyone's surprise, Ling Yanyun had been hugging Yang Weiwei's arm along the way, and it looked very sweet. After returning to the stronghold, Yang Weiwei returned to his room to cultivate, as it was the critical moment for the grand competition, so he didn't want to delay a moment. After returning to the room, Yang Weiwei was about to dive into the Haotian Jade space to cultivate when a stunningly beautiful figure suddenly appeared in the room. Master! Master! Yang Weiwei said nervously. At this moment he was a little flustered. Just now on the road, Ling Yanyun had been holding him. Now Dongfang Yunbing's face was obviously icy cold, and he didn't know if he would clean him up. What are you nervous about? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was clear and cold. No, it's nothing. Yang Weiwei hastily lowered his head. Roll over to this palace. Dongfang Yunbing's eyes were stern and his voice was icy cold. Yes. Yang Weiwei trembled and walked over. At this time, Dongfang Yunbing suddenly reached out and grabbed. Ah, Master Teacher, spare my life. I was wrong. At that moment, Yang Wei instantly broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. Although Dongfang Yunbing hadn't exerted much force yet, the aura on her body was very stern, and Yang Weiwei was afraid that if she was unhappy, then he would really be in bad luck. Chapter 55, Be Joyusen violently. What's going on with you and Smokey? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes were stern and incomparable, and he said in an unkind tone, This is all the disciple's fault. Yang Weiwei hurriedly lowered his head, his face filled with remorse and guilt, a look of having done something wrong. Humph. This time, this palace will spare you. Dongfang Yunbing snorted coldly. But you give this palace to remember. You are this palace's man. If you let this palace find you messing around with women again, don't blame this palace for being ruthless. Dongfang Yunbing said coldly. That voice seemed to be able to freeze people. Disciple understands. Yang Weiwei responded in a low voice, not daring to breathe a single breath. Also, in the future, apart from cultivation, you and them must be restrained. If it affects this palace's cultivation, this palace will abolish you. Remember? Dongfang Yunbing once again said sternly. Disciple remembered. Master, can you let go first? Yang Wei said carefully. You're still young. You should focus on cultivation. Too much childish love won't do you much good. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was slightly softer, but it still carried an unquestionable majesty. I'm honored to follow the teachings of my master. Yang Wei hurriedly opened his mouth and said, although you're still weak right now, this palace believes that you will one day become the best man in this world. Dongfang Yunbing slowly said, does Master Teacher think so highly of me? Yang Weiwei couldn't help but open his mouth. Of course, because you are the body of pure Yang. And even more so, you are the man of this palace. Dongfang Yunbing spoke firmly. Master, in fact, disciple here also has a set of gong methods that should be quite a bit stronger than your set of dual cultivation gong methods. Yang Weiwei said in a low voice. This was a divine-level dual cultivation gong method that he had found in Ling Jiechen's memories. Yeah? Then what are you waiting for? At some point, Dongfang Yunbing's cloak had quietly slipped down, while her jade-like hand gently caressed Yang Weiwei's handsome cheeks. Asterisk. Yang Wei were still able to top it, directly kissed like a wild beast. Dongfang Yunbing was also not willing to show weakness, and with a wave of her jade hand, she instantly shook the clothes on Yang Wei's body to pieces. then she directly sat on Yang Wei's body like a water snake. At this moment, the ambiguous atmosphere, like a tidal wave, filled the entire room. The next morning, Dongfang Yunbing asked with a face full of shock, "Shen what exactly is this gong method of yours?" Surprisingly, it allowed this palace to break through a small realm, and not long ago, Dongfang Yunbing had only broken through to the second level of the returning Xian realm, and he didn't expect her to break through to the third level of the returning Xian realm again tonight. This disciple isn't very clear. This is something that disciple got last time in the relics, and only used it for the first time today. Yang Weiwei kindly lied. "Master, I'm about to break through as well. Can you get up first?" Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei felt that the Xian force in his body had reached the critical point of breakthrough. Soon Dongfang Yunbing climbed up, moved quickly and put on her clothes, quietly and without a word, then left Yang Wei room. At this time, Yang Wei sat on his bed with his knees crossed, fully urging all the Shanli in his body towards the fifth level of the questioning void realm. Boom, 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 boom. With a roaring sound, Yang Weiwei's cultivation had successfully broken through to the fifth level of the questioning void realm. Immediately after that, Yang Weiwei pulled out countless more questioning void pills and devoured them one by one without hesitation. Yang Weiwei frantically refined the questioning void pill, and his cultivation level climbed up. Finally, before dawn, he raised his cultivation to the peak of the fifth level of the questioning void realm once again. It was only at this time that Yang Wei got up and cleaned up the room. After a night of intense fighting, the room was already in disarray, and if it wasn't cleaned up, it would be very easy for someone with a good mind to see what was going on. After washing up, Yang early morning walked out of the room. "Yang Wei, what were you doing last night? Why didn't this young lady respond even after knocking on your door for half a day?" Ling Yan-yun pouted, that tone of voice carrying a strong sense of dissatisfaction. "I'm sorry, Sister Smoky Cloud. Last night I was in a critical moment of cultivation, so I didn't hear it." Yang Wei hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. He actually heard voices last night, and Ling Yan-yun's knock on the door almost scared him out of his wits. "It's fine, let's get going. The palace master is already waiting for us," Ling Yan-yun said. Holding Yang Weiwei's arm, she walked towards the bottom. The group once again set off towards North Xian Peak. Today's Beixian Peak was still crowded and bustling. The crowd took their seats at the Tianyuan Palace. It didn't take long for the battle of the day to begin. However, what made Yang Weiwei speechless was that his first opponent today was actually Zhou Yusen. "Little Chen Chen, this princess still gives you two choices today. Either you return to the mansion with this princess tonight, or this princess will cripple you and drag you back. Take your pick." Zhou Yusen laughed sorrowfully. "Put, vomit, put, vomit, put." Young Wheezy just got on the stage and ran to the edge of the ring and vomited like crazy. The main thing is that just now when Zhou Yusen smiled, those buck teeth, but also stained some. I do not know whether it is snot or what liquid. That picture is really disgusting. "Kid, it seems like you're choosing the second path. Then this princess will have no choice but to cripple you and drag you back." Zhou Yusen let out a grim smile, her eyes filled with viciousness. "I'll you up. Doesn't matter if you're a princess or a prince. I'm going to whack you into a pig's head today." Yang Wei's eyes widened in anger as he swung the Tongtian stick with all its firepower, instantly swinging it fiercely towards Zhou Yusen. If before last night, Yang Weiwei really wouldn't have been able to beat Zhou Yusen. Fortunately last night he had double cultivated with Dongfang Yunbing for one night. Otherwise he could really be dragged back by the other side. If he was really dragged back by Zhou Yusen, it was estimated that if he didn't die, he wouldn't be any better than Feng Zijuan. Although Zhou Yusen was a little bit ugly, her strength and talent were absolutely nothing to write home about. Zhou Yusen also appeared to be comfortable in the face of Yang Weiwei's frenzied attacks, and dealt with them with ease. At this time Ling Yan-yun was incredibly worried. Yang Wei only agreed to be with her. She hadn't even had a chance to use it yet, in case if it was used by the princess first. The thought made her worry even more, a heart in her throat. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves passed, and Yang Weiwei and Zhou Yusen, for a while, fought hard. Yang Weiwei's Tongtian stick frantically pumped towards Zhou Yusen with an aura like a rainbow. The long sword in Zhou Yusen's hand, however, was also returning the favor with harsh moves. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei sent out a soul attack, and the soul-devouring chop instantly blasted into Zhou Yusen's soul. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Zhou Yusen's entire body fell into a brief stupor, her eyes becoming confused. Bang, 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 bang. I smoked. See, I cannot smoke you this." Yang Wei swung the Tongtian stick and instantly whipped Zhou Yusen into a pig's head. The appearance was miserable. Ah, ah, ah. Zhou Yusen let out a mournful scream that resounded throughout the ring. Fight. Bang. The world is finally clear. Yang Weiwei's last stick ruthlessly smacked Zhou Yusen's body, instantly sending her flying. Zhou Yusen was, after all, a princess of the royal family, and Yang Weiwei still didn't dare to kill her at the moment. Vomit. 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 After resolving Zhou Yusen, the first thing Yang Weiyuan did when he returned to the stage was to vomit like crazy. Are you alright? Ling Yinyun asked worriedly, her face filled with concern. Sister Smoky Yun, I'm fine, just disgusted by that woman. That's all. Yang Wei took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down and said. Just then, Nan Gongyan walked over just in time to see Ling Yinyun hugging Yang Weiwei's arm. Who are you? Why are you hugging my family's Yang Weiwei? Nan Gongyan said coldly, her eyes full of hostility. I'm Yang Weiwei's first wife. And who are you? Ling Yinyun looked at the other party with the same tone of voice, not giving in at all. You don't know how to be ashamed. How dare you steal this young lady's man? Nan Gongyan pointed at Ling Yinyun and angrily rebuked, her pretty face red with anger. Then ask Yang Weiwei whose man he really is? Ling Yinyun said in a cold voice, turning her head to look at Yang Wei. Okay, you guys take your time arguing. It's my turn. With a flash of his silhouette, Yang Weiwei fled to the ring. This battle came at the right time. Otherwise he would have been annoyed to death by the two women. And in this one, Yang Weiwei's opponent was a genius from the Demon Cloud sect. For the people of the Demon Cloud sect, Yang Weiwei was not going to be polite. He directly didn't give the other party any chance to admit defeat and directly wiped the other party's neck with a sword. Since it was already an immortal enemy, Yang Weiwei's purpose was to kill if he could, and to try his best even if he couldn't. As for Huang Dingtian under the stage, he was furious and his teeth clenched, wishing to skin Yang Wei on the spot. Chapter 56 Metamorphosis of the Mind. Time passed in the blink of an eye for another day. Yang Weiwei once again achieved 10 consecutive victories in fierce battles. Together with yesterday's 10 consecutive victories, he had accumulated 20 consecutive victories. In the course of these 20 consecutive victories, as long as Yang Weiwei encountered people from the Earthly Yin sect, the Rakshasa Palace, and the Demon Cloud sect, he would kill them all without amnesty, and would not give the other party any chance to concede defeat at all. What surprised Yang Weiwei was that Ling Yinyun surprisingly didn't fight with Nan Gongyan as he had imagined, but instead took the approach of a secret fight and started all sorts of jealousy. For a while, Yang Weiwei only felt troubled with two big heads, inside the stronghold of the Demon Cloud sect. That little bastard, Yang Wei, killed so many of our disciples. Can you all endure this? Huang Dingtian spoke angrily, his face terribly gloomy. What can I do if I don't endure? Dongfang Yunbing, that S strength, somehow suddenly skyrocketed. This seat is now far from his opponent. Wind Wuji said heavily, his brows locked in a helpless expression. Brother Feng is right. In order to deal with Tian Yuan Palace, unless several of our families join hands, we will only be broken by Dongfang Yunbing one by one. Rakshasa Palace Lord Luo Tianmian slowly said, his gaze revealing deep worries. This seat thinks that we can do this. Alter Heaven Sect Master Duanmu Su opened his mouth and then elaborated on his plan. Ha ha ha. Let's do what Brother Duanmu wants. The crowd chimed in. Time turned to the last day of the grand competition. During these 6 days, with his amazing strength and tenacious fighting spirit, Yang Wei not only put up a brilliant 60 consecutive victories, but also defeated Nangong Shao, as well as several people from the Imperial clan. Early this morning, under the leadership of Dongfang Yunbing, the crowd once again arrived at the top of Beixian Peak. Today was the last day. Yang Weiwei was in a very excited mood at this time. As long as he won 9 more games, he would be able to win the overall champion of this grand competition. And the reward for the overall winner of this grand competition was also extremely generous. The winner would not only receive 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, but also a Xianling fruit. The Xianling fruit was an extremely precious spirit fruit that could unconditionally elevate a Xian realm entry powerhouse by 1 realm. If a questioning void realm powerhouse took it, he would instantly be able to raise 3 minor realms. At this moment, Yang Wei secretly swore in his heart that even if he had to fight for everything, even if it was just for this Xianling fruit, he had to fight. Soon enough, Yang Weiwei began his first battle of the day. This time his opponent was Princess Zhou Yutong, diametrically opposite to the ugly-looking Zhou Yusen. Zhou Yutong possessed a holy face of immortality, with her delicate and picturesque features, fair skin like jade, and slender and shapely figure, which made people easily attracted by her overwhelming facial features at first glance. Yang Wei, In the illusionary realm, it was you who sneak attacked this princess, wasn't it? Zhou Yutong's pretty face was icy cold, and her beautiful eyes flashed with anger. It's me. What can you do with me? Yang Weiwei had a face that didn't care. He wasn't going to be merciful and give in to the other party just because they were beautiful. Seeking death. This princess will have to kill you today. Zhou Yutong's tone was icy cold to the extreme. Her figure was like lightning, and she swiftly slashed her sword towards Yang Wei. Since she was a child, no one had dared to speak to her like this. The anger in her heart had already burned to the extreme. Mother asterisk 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 her. Stinking. If it wasn't for the fact that you're a princess, I'd have to strip you naked. Yang Wei cursed in his heart, and with both hands swinging the Tongtian stick, he met them, and a stick gang, with an invisible and powerful chi, continuously smashed towards the other party. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of furious attacks were unceasing, resounding throughout the ring. Facing Yang Weiwei's crazy attack like mad, Zhou Yutong was beaten back and forth, somewhat unable to hold her ground. A dozen moves passed in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei caught a perfect opportunity and slammed his stick heavily towards his opponent's chest. Zhou Yutong wasn't an ordinary person either. Her reaction was extremely quick as she hastily swung the battle sword in her hand to block her chest. Bang! Yang Weiwei's all-out strike was incredibly powerful, shaking Zhou Yutong back and forth. And Yang Weiwei didn't stop attacking, instantly sending out another soul attack. All of a sudden, Zhou Yutong's eyes fell into a state of stagnation, losing her ability to resist for a moment. Seeing this, Yang Weiwei didn't hesitate to swing his stick and rushed up, and he swiped furiously at Zhou Yutong. Bang! 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 You think because you're pretty, I won't hit you. Ah! 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 Zhou Yutong let out a burst of mournful screams. Bang! Go to hell! Yang Weiwei kicked out and ruthlessly kicked Zhou Yutong's chest. This kick contained a huge amount of power and directly sent him flying out. You're dead. Still want to kill old me? If it wasn't for the fact that this is the territory of Bei-Xian Empire, I would have to strip you naked and hang you on the city gates for people to see. Yang Weiwei's heart was soothing. He only felt unrestrained. Quiet. The scene was incredibly quiet at this moment. Countless people were shocked by Yang Weiwei's behavior, and they were all dumbstruck. In everyone's eyes, Yang Weiwei was a madman. Even the prince of the North Xian Empire he dared to hit. He simply didn't know how to die. At this moment, in the direction of the Northern Xian Empire, the eyes of the Jin Heavenly King flashed a stern aura. This behavior of Yang Wei was undoubtedly challenging the majesty of the entire Northern Xian Empire. If this grand competition was not organized by the Northern Xian Empire, Zhou Xianjing really wanted to slap this boy who didn't know the heights of heaven. And at this time, the eyes of the other princes and princesses, who were looking at Yang Wei, were each filled with intense killing intent. Regarding the killing intent of those imperial princes and princesses, Yang Wei didn't care. Right now he only wanted to get that Xinling fruit. When that time came, he would be able to break 3 minor realms in a row. Yang Weiwei believed that this was a grand competition organized by the North Xian Empire. Surely they couldn't come against him just for a princess. If that was the case, who would dare to participate in the North Xian domain grand competition in the future? As long as he got the Xian spirit fruit, Yang Wei was confident that he would break through to the Xian realm in a short period of time, and at that time, he would be an invincible existence in the Xian realm. At this time, Yang Weiwei returned to the Tianyuan Palace's location. Shen today's you are still far from being able to fight against the Northern Xian Empire. Do you understand the reasoning of just being too strong? Dongfang Yinbing said meaningfully, a hint of worry in his gaze. Master, I'm sorry, I won't cause you any more trouble in the future. One day, I'll stand in front of you like a man and protect you. Yang Weiwei's eyes were filled with a determined look as he said seriously. In fact, Yang Weiwei also knew that he had just been a bit too arrogant. After all, in his previous life on Earth, he was just an ordinary little beggar, didn't suffer much from the society's poisonous beatings, so now a little bit of strength. It floats. But after Dongfang Yunbing's enlightenment just now, Yang Weiwei finally began to reflect deeply. All along, the things that Yang Weiwei had caused were all covered by Dongfang Yunbing. He was a man. He should stand in front of her to protect her. Instead of all day long, without knowing what to do, he was inviting trouble for her. This palace is waiting for you that day. Dongfang Yunbing's eyes revealed a color of relief that was usually rare. Of course, this didn't mean that he was going to be a shrinking violet in the future, but he would try his best to keep a low profile until he was absolutely sure. The great race continues. In the next battle, Yang Wei lowered his profile quite a bit. he encountered several imperial princes who all looked like they wanted to get him killed. However, Yang Weiwei endured it all and just blasted his opponent out of the ring, not injuring him too badly. Soon the grand competition came to the last match, which was also the battle for the title of this grand competition. It was because currently, Yang Weiwei had struck 68 consecutive victories. As for the 18th prince, Zhou Yuming, he had similarly won 68 consecutive victories. This final battle would determine the ultimate overall champion, and the champion of the North Xian Domain Grand Competition was equivalent to the first genius of the younger generation in the North Xian Domain. That's why this last duel attracted the attention of countless people. Although Yang Weiwei had been on a winning streak, no one favored Yang Weiwei in this final battle, because the 18th prince had grown up from a young age in the midst of overstepping challenges. Only he was overstepping others, and no one had ever been able to overstepping him yet. Not to mention that Yang Weiwei's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the questioning void realm, while Zhou Yuming had already reached the peak of the 4th level of the entering Xian realm. Chapter 57, entering the 2nd level of the Xian realm. The title fight has officially kicked off. At this moment, Yang Weiwei's face was filled with an incomparable look of caution, because the opponent standing opposite him this time was Zhou Yuming. One had to know that Zhou Yuming was a well-deserved first genius under the age of 20 in the Northern Xian Imperial clan. Kid, you're wild. In all these years, you are the first person who dares to provoke the majesty of the Imperial clan. This Imperial prince is now mercifully giving you one last chance. Either submit to this Imperial prince or meet death. Zhou Yuming's face was grim as he looked at Yang Weiwei, his eyes filled with threats and oppression. The ones who put harsh words in front of me all ended up with swollen faces. I wonder if the 18th prince's face is thick enough. Yang Weiwei, however, just smiled faintly and responded in a cloudy manner. Nima, pretending in front of my old man. Old me swears that one day, I will make the North Xian Empire submit to my feet. Yang Wei secretly said in his heart, if he hadn't promised Dongfang Yunbing before, he really wanted to directly strike out to kill this Zhou Yuming who was strutting and flaunting his arms in front of him. With Yang Weiwei's strength, he could instantly kill Zhou Yuming if he had all his cards out, but he didn't dare to do so, because he knew in his heart that if he killed Zhou Yuming, not only would he not be able to escape himself, but even the entire Tian Yuan Palace and Yang family would be dealt a devastatingly heavy blow. Something that doesn't know how to die. This emperor wanted to keep you as a dog for my use on account of your talent being quite good, but you don't know how to be thankful, so go to hell. As soon as Zhou Yuming's words fell, in an instant, the light of the battle sword in his hand bloomed brightly, bringing with it a boundless and overwhelming sword chi that swiftly chopped over towards Yang Wei. Just based on your words, one day, I'm going to make your entire Zhou family a dog wagging its tail beside me. Yang Weiwei thought in his heart, but his stance had already been executed like a ghost. While the immortal demon sword was sheathed and slashed fiercely towards Zhou Yuming, the moment the immortal demon sword was sheathed, the temperature of the scene plummeted, and a destructive and terrifying aura spread out. At the same time, Yang Wei communicated with his divine sense to Linger within the immortal demon sword. Under Linger's tacit cooperation, in an instant, the immortal demon sword in Yang Weiwei's hand, the sword chi was rampant and vertical, and the sword chi was like lightning, slashing wildly towards Zhou Yuming round after round. Zhou Yuming was worthy of being the #1 genius among the younger generation of the Northern Xian Empire. Even when faced with such a furious and ferocious attack from Yang Weiwei, he was still able to counterattack with ease. If he didn't use the immortal demon sword in soul attack, Yang Weiwei really wasn't a match for him. At this time, Yang Weiwei couldn't care less. He directly executed the Godslayer sword technique, along with the phantom body technique, while his soul sent out another soul-devouring slash. Boom! Zhou Yuming fell into a brief daze, but he quickly reacted. Then just as he had just reacted, Yang Weiwei swept a whirlwind leg, violently sweeping it across his face. Instantly, Zhou Yuming's entire face was caved in by this kick from Yang Weiwei. Bang! 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 In an instant, the immortal demon in Yang Weiwei's hand was replaced with the Tong Tian stick, and he swung the stick over Zhou Yuming's body, frantically pumping it like a raging storm. Ah! 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 Zhou Yuming wailed as he was pumped, his voice miserable. Bang! 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 Ah! 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 Zhou Yuming continued to howl miserably. Aren't you a royal prince? It's unseemly to wail like that in the ring? Yang Weiwei scoffed as he swung his stick. I admit defeat. Zhou Yuming finally couldn't carry Yang Weiwei's furious attacks and took the initiative to admit defeat. 18th prince. I'm sorry, I thought you had a thick skin, so I swung slightly more. Yang Weiwei said with a smile on his face. Kid, You're dead. Zhou Yuming topped his pig-like face, and his eyes looked at Yang Weiwei with a grim and unimaginable coldness. If you just rely on yourself, it's not that I'm looking down on you. You'll never be able to avenge yourself for eternity. Yang Weiwei came to Zhou Yuming's ear and laughed coldly. 18th Prince, be careful. I'll help you down. Yang Weiwei hypocritically helped the furious Zhou Yuming down. In the eyes of outsiders, this time, Yang Weiwei was still very graceful. At least he won and personally helped the 18th Prince out of the ring. Although the 18th Prince was beaten into a pig's head and looked miserable, he didn't suffer any serious internal injuries. They were all just inconsequential external injuries. The scene was shocked at this point. In the last 1,000 years, no one from another sect had ever managed to snatch the champion from the hands of the Northern Shan Empire. This is the moment Janwi did it. He was destined to become the idol of the younger generation of the entire Northern Shan domain, because he made history and rewrote the book on other powers not being able to win the title. And the news that Yang Weiwei had won the first place in the North Shan domain grand competition had already spread rapidly in the North Shan Empire, and it was believed that it wouldn't take long for it to spread to every corner of the entire North Shan domain. Under the announcement of the Heavenly King of Jintian, Zhou Xianzheng, Yang Weiwei managed to get the rich reward of being the champion of this grand competition, 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones and a Xianling fruit. At this moment, the most excited ones were Nangong Yan and Ling Yanyun. As soon as Yang Weiwei stepped out of the ring, he was wrapped around the arms of the two women, one attentively wiping his sweat, the other tenderly feeding him water. Seeing this situation, fire almost came out of Dongfang Yunbing's eyes. At the same time, the people from the four major forces, the Demon Cloud sect, the Altar Heaven sect, the Earthine sect, and the Rakshasa Palace, all looked at Yang Weiwei with grim eyes one by one. The crowd followed Dongfang Yunbing back to the Tianyuan Palace stronghold. After returning to the stronghold, Yang Weiwei locked himself in his room and then dived into the Haotian Jade space. At this point in time, Yang Weiwei already possessed more than 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, most of which were obtained in the ancient ruins. One should know that a middle-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 lower-grade spirit stones. With more than 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, Yang Wei planned to refine some of them first to raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the questioning void realm, then take the Xianling fruit and try to break through to the 2nd level of the entering Shan realm in one go. Yang Wei took over 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, all of them, and then he directly dug into the pile of spirit stones. He frantically activated the Haotian technique and began to refine these medium-grade spirit stones with all his might. The spiritual chi contained in the middle of a middle-grade spirit stone was far from being comparable to a lower-grade spirit stone. As Yang Weiwei refined, his cultivation level was climbing upward, and it wasn't long before he touched the threshold of the 6th level of the questioning void realm. Boo! 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 Early 6th level of the questioning void realm. Inquiring void realm. 6th level. Middle stage. Late 6th level of the questioning void realm. At this moment, Yang Wei didn't want to stop at all. Right now, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to frantically refine the spirit stones. His cultivation was continuing to rise. Boo! 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 Questioning the 7th level of the void realm. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. By this time, the 100,000 or so spirit stones had only 10 or 20,000 left. At this time, Yang Weiwei's cultivation level also came to the peak of the 9th level of the questioning void realm. At this moment, he took out the Xianling fruit. Yang Weiwei planned to swallow this Xianling fruit and strive to break through to the 2nd level of the Shan realm in one fell swoop. Feeling the pure spiritual chi emanating from the Xianling fruit, Yang Wei was so excited that he could hardly help himself. He directly swallowed the Xianling fruit in one bite. Boo! 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 The aura of the Xian spirit fruit instantly filled Yang Weiwei's body, and he hurriedly sat down on his knees, urging the Haotian skill to guide this aura towards the bottleneck of the Xian realm with all his might. Ah! 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 Yang Wei roared. Break it for me! Boo! 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 Entering the Xian realm. 1st level. Finally a breakthrough. And the aura of the Xian realm fruit was still only consumed a little bit. At this time, Yang Weiwei's cultivation level was still climbing. In less than a quarter of an hour, his cultivation had managed to break through to the peak of the 2nd level of the Xian realm. Ha ha ha! The cultivation level has finally broken through. Feeling the powerful strength in his body, an ecstatic expression appeared on Yang Weiwei's face. He took a cool shower and changed into a clean set of clothes before heading towards Dongfang Yunbing's room. Chapter 58, The Storm is Coming. Knock knock. Yang Weiwei looked slightly nervous, and his outstretched hand gently knocked on the door of Dongfang Yunbing's room. Accompanied by the knocking sound, his mood became more and more excited. At this moment, his heart was as unsettled as if it had turned over, because he really didn't have an exact grasp of what level of strength Dongfang Yunbing's true strength had reached. "Come in." Just then, the soft and gentle voice of Dongfang Yunbing came out from within the room. "Ahem, master, I miss you." Yang Weiwei's eyes revealed a touch of uncontrollable fervor, and almost without thinking, he couldn't wait to directly reach out and tightly embrace Dongfang Yunbing's slender and soft willow waist. Looking at Yang Weiwei's blazing and frenzied eyes, Dongfang Yunbing did not make a move to stop him. It was because she could clearly feel the deep fascination that Yang Weiwei had for herself, and she was equally filled with joy for this outstanding disciple. After all, this disciple of his own, no matter if it was the handsome and peerless face, the amazing talent, or the rare physique in the world, it was the most top-notch existence in this world. In the face of such a near-perfect man, how could she be told not to be moved? Suddenly, bang bang bang, aha! Master, I was wrong. Yang Weiwei let out a miserable cry, and immediately afterward, he hurriedly began to beg for mercy. "Brat, your cultivation has only improved a little bit, and you are trying to make a fool of yourself over the head of this palace. Now do you know that you are wrong?" Dongfang Yunbing's willow eyebrows rose up and she let out a petulant rant. Directly pressing against Yang Weiwei was an unrelenting burst of hammers. "Disciple is wrong. I will never dare to show the slightest disrespect to you again." Yang Wei was terrified and hurriedly begged for forgiveness eagerly. He originally thought that he had already broken through to the peak of the second level of the Xian entry realm, so even if he couldn't completely suppress Dongfang Yunbing, he shouldn't be beaten too miserably. Who would have thought that Dongfang Yunbing's cultivation level had already reached the third level of the return to Xian realm? "Brat, before your strength exceeds that of this palace, you'd better be honest with me." Dongfang Yunbing helped Xiao Ruochen up, his tone slightly eased. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Yang Weiwei gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain and opened his mouth. "Just stay with this palace for these 2 days. After Dongfang Yunbing finished speaking, she slowly leaned her body quietly into Yang Weiwei's arms. "Yes, master." Yang Wei nodded heavily. After this lesson, he is considered completely honest down. He deeply knows that Dongfang Yunbing is a woman with a relatively strong character. If he wants to completely take her, the only way is to quickly raise his own cultivation up. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yunbing had been staying in their room, intensely in love. After all, the two were in the middle of a passionate love like glue. Early the next morning, on this day, under the leadership of Dongfang Yunbing, the crowd finally decided to depart back to Tianyuan Palace after making some large purchases in Beixian City. Before returning to Tianyuan Palace, Yang Wei deliberately paid a visit to Nangong Ting. After all, the other party was his future father-in-law. In addition, Yang Weiwei also made it a point to reassure Nangongyan that he would go to Jianyuan Pavilion to propose marriage as soon as possible. That night, Yang Wei was forced to stay by Nangongyan, and handed in all the homework he had accumulated during this period of time. At the same time, Yang Weiwei also left behind quite a few superb pills for Nangongyan and instructed her with immense concern that she must cultivate well. That night, the Tianyuan Palace group once again boarded that flying boat and sped all the way towards the Tianyuan Palace like the wind. At the same time, the demonic cloud sect, the altar heaven sect, the earthly Een sect, and the Rakshasa Palace, the four major forces, were at this very moment gathering all the forces under their command in a tightly knit manner. After 7 days of high-speed flight, the group finally returned to Tianyuan Palace. On the other hand, Yang Weiwei returned to his Guiyangchuan Pavilion at the first opportunity. Heavenly Yuan Palace, Palace Master Hall, Palace Master. Something big is going to happen. Tianji Elder Zhuge Mo stood out with a gloomy expression, stroking his florid beard and said, "Elder Tianji, what exactly happened?" Dongfang Yunbing frowned and asked with a serious face. Tianji Elder Zhuge Mo's character, Dongfang Yunbing, was still very clear. If he hadn't encountered something extremely important, he would never be so solemn. This seat discovered in its deduction a few days ago that our palace will face a major crisis of life and death in the near future. Zhuge Mo's face was gloomy and his voice was low. A major crisis? Is this matter serious? Dongfang Yunbing's willow brows frowned slightly, and her face instantly became incomparably serious. It shouldn't be wrong. According to this seat's deduction, this time, not only is there a threat from the outside, there is even a worry from the inside. Zhuge Mo said with a serious tone and an incomparably solemn expression. Then does Elder Tianji have a method to resolve this situation? Dongfang Yunbing's beautiful eyes raised as she asked with anticipation. This, Zhuge Mo murmured, a difficult look on his face. Elder Tianji, but there's no harm in speaking. Dongfang Yunbing opened his mouth and said, according to this seat's deduction, the only person who can resolve this crisis is the palace master's future husband. If he can show up in time, not only will we be able to get through this crisis safely, but even under his leadership, our Tianyuan palace will have a chance to dominate the entire continent. Zhuge Mo said word for word, throwing his voice. This palace knows that when it arrives, he will show up. Hearing Zhuge Mo's words, a faint smile appeared on Dongfang Yunbing's face. This seat also believes that he will appear because he is right here in our Tianyuan palace. Zhuge Mo revealed an inscrutable expression. Don't go down yet. Dongfang Yunbing glared at him fiercely and pouted. Ahem. The old immortal retires. Ha ha. Zhuge Mo laughed, then turned around and walked out of the palace master's hall in large strides. This old thing definitely projected it. Dongfang Yunbing's pretty face under the veil instantly turned red. This matter made Dongfang Yunbing feel quite embarrassed as well, and at this moment, she kind of regretted accepting Yang Weiwei as her disciple. Palace Master. Something big has happened. Right at this moment, the Tianyuan Palace's dark guards hurriedly walked in with a hurried look on their faces. What is it? Dongfang Yunbing opened his mouth and asked, his voice dripping with majesty. Reporting back to the Palace Master, my subordinate discovered that a large number of people under the earthly Yin sect, Rakshasa Palace are raging towards our Tianyuan Palace, and there are also a large number of people from the Devil Cloud sect in the east and the Altar Heaven sect in the north, who are also rushing towards our side to kill us. The Dark Guards hurriedly reported respectfully. Go down. This palace knows. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was clear and cold, not carrying the slightest bit of emotion. As soon as the words fell, Dongfang Yunbing's figure instantly disappeared from the main hall, and when he reappeared he had already arrived at the Quyunshuan Pavilion. Master, why are you here? Seeing Dongfang Yunbing's sudden arrival, a hint of surprise appeared on Yang Wei's face. The Earthly Yin sect, the Rakshasa Palace, as well as the Demon Cloud sect and the Altar Heaven sect are killing over, so pack up and hurry to leave the Heavenly Yuan Palace. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was calm, yet his eyes revealed concern. When she said that, she was really just trying to test Yang Weiwei. When Yang Weiwei heard this, he couldn't help but frown slightly and asked eagerly, how many people have they come? Where have they arrived now? The four great sects have poured out their nests and should be close to arriving. Seeing Yang Weiwei's eager expression, a hint of disappointment flashed through Dongfang Yunbing's eyes. Swish! Yang Weiwei sniffed and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Seeing Yang Weiwei leave, Dongfang Yunbing didn't stop him, but stood frozen in place, her eyes filled with disappointment. At this moment, it was as if her heart had been instantly drained. Of course, Yang Weiwei wasn't running away. At this moment, he was nervously arranging a large formation around the Tianyuan Palace. One by one, the medium-grade spirit stones were swiftly scored by Yang Weiwei into all corners of the Heavenly Yuan Palace. It took a large circle around the Heavenly Yuan Palace before Yang Weiwei finally finished setting up this grand formation. At this moment, as long as Yang Weiwei gave a spell, this mighty great formation could be activated at any time. Right at this moment, the Earthly Yin sect, the Rakshasa Palace, the Demon Cloud sect, and the Altar Heavenly sect, the four major forces finally gathered at the foot of the Heavenly Yuan Palace. On the other hand, on the side of the Heavenly Yuan Palace, when they learned that the four major forces were killing, many of them were scared and terrified. Although the enemy is exceptionally powerful, as long as we fight to the death, we don't have no chance at all, and the palace will be at the forefront. Now all of you follow this palace to battle. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was majestic to the extreme, filled with an unquestionable aura. Palace Master, this matter was all caused by your disciple, Yang Weiwei. Why don't you hand him over? Instead, make all of us pay for his life? Right at this moment, Grand Elder Wang Badian stood out and said in a cold voice, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Snap! If you dare to speak another word of nonsense, don't blame this palace for being impolite. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was ice cold to the extreme, and an invisible killing aura instantly radiated from her. Yunbing what Badian said is also correct. This matter was indeed caused by your disciple. It can't be that all of us have to pay for his life, right? Supreme Elder Sikong Wan spoke up. By the way, where is he? Taishan Elder, this is not the time to discuss this matter. The priority should be to repel the enemy first. Dongfang Yunbing said in a cold voice, his gaze firm and determined. Humph, that's a nice way of saying it. Your disciple Yang Weiwei caused trouble, Yet you're making the entire clan go to the funeral for him. Now that the clan is in such a huge crisis because of your disciple, and he escaped, do you think you're still qualified to continue to hold the position of palace master? Si Kongguan walked directly to the center of the hall and said with a strong and stern voice, "The Supreme Elder is right. Dongfang Yunbing made all of us go to the funeral for the sake of her own disciple. She doesn't deserve to continue to serve as our heavenly Yuan Palace's palace master." Tianxian Peak Grand Elder Chen Yinling chimed in. At this moment, Chen Yinling was in an unbelievably comfortable mood. Yang Weiwei had killed his brother Li Tianqing. He had never found an opportunity to retaliate, and now the opportunity had finally come. Swish! Suddenly, a bitter white light flashed. Instantly Chen Yinling was split into two halves. Blood splattered and scattered all over the place. The scene looked extremely bloody and horrible. Anyone else who feels that this palace is unworthy of the position of palace master, step forward. A cold light flashed in Dongfang Yunbing's eyes, and his voice was permeated with a cold, bone-piercing chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Dongfang Yunbing, I can't imagine that you would be so brutal. Elder Chen only said one sentence and you even killed him. People like you don't deserve to be my Tian Yuan Palace master. The Grand Elder Wang Badian hid behind the Supreme Elder and said with trepidation, fearing that Dongfang Yunbing would kill himself again with a sword. This saint's son also thinks that you don't deserve to be the palace master because you only have Yang Weiwei in your eyes and don't treat us as people at all. Si Kongjie said coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Swish! Right at this moment, another powerful sword blade flashed by, and instantly Si Kongjie's head flew out. Immediately afterward, a figure with an upright posture and a handsome face appeared in the great hall. The person who came was none other than Yang Weiwei, who had just set up a large formation. Chapter 59, Sneak Attack. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You seek death. How dare you kill this seat's grandson? The Supreme Elder shouted angrily, and the cold and glittering battle sword in his hand swung out, and the powerful sword she carried a bright and dazzling light, instantly chopping swiftly towards Yang Wei. Ignorant old thing. Yang Wei's eyes flashed as he quickly sent out a soul-devouring chop, and instantly, the Supreme Elder instantly fell into a stupor. Swish, 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 die. A cold aura flashed in Yang Wei's eyes, and that mysterious immortal demon sword instantly chopped out several powerful and incomparable sword chi. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, Si Kongguan's figure instantly split apart. Crimson blood scattered all over the place. How could Si Kongguan, whose cultivation had gone straight to the first level of the return to Xian realm, be a match for Yang Weiwei? The scene was shocked at this moment. Everyone revealed an extremely unbelievable expression. In everyone's opinion, the Supreme Elder had always been in existence as high as a god. I didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single sword from Yang Wei. Aren't you gone? Although Dongfang Yunbing's voice remained cold, she was very excited inside. Master, I still want to cultivate with you for the rest of my life. Yang Weiwei smiled and laughed and said, so what were you doing? Dongfang Yunbing's tone was not good. Just now she thought that Yang Weiwei had sneaked away. The disciples went to set up a formation just now. Now everyone doesn't need to worry. They won't think of killing their way in. Yang Weiwei had an incomparably confident expression on his face. You still know how to set up formations? There was a hint of deep surprise in Dongfang Yunbing's eyes. Disciple knows a lot more. Otherwise how can I be your man? Yang Wei said with a hard and bold face. At this moment, Yang Weiwei didn't want to hide the relationship anymore. Since the senior management of Tian Yuan Palace were all there, he would take the opportunity to announce the relationship. The big deal was that he would be beaten up by her severely. Ooh, the Tian Yuan Palace executives at the scene were shocked, and each and every one of them looked at Dongfang Yunbing dumbfounded, as if they were all anxiously waiting for her response. This news is also extremely shocking. Their master and disciple. How can this be? Especially Dongfang Jia. His eyes were rolling out of his head. How are we gonna get revenge later? This kid's become his aunt. And Ling Yenyun and Ling Euro both covered their mouths and looked at the duo in disbelief. Dongfang Yunbing glared fiercely at Yang Weiwei, and then said in a clear and cold voice, from today onwards, Yang Weiwei is no longer a disciple of this palace, because he is this palace's male man. Auntie, I object. Dongfang Jia stood out with an aggrieved face. He was brought up by Dongfang Yunbing, so he still had deep feelings for his aunt. More than 10 years ago, the Dongfang family encountered a vicious mortal enemy and was wiped out in one night, and Dongfang Yunbing, who was only 12 years old at the time, fled to Nanzhou in a hurry with the 5-year-old Dongfang Jia. With her overpowering and amazing talent, Dongfang Yunbing became the heavenly Yuan Palace master at the age of 20. and now she was only 26 years old. Objection is invalid. Don't blame Auntie for beating you severely if you keep yakking, Yang Weiwei said with a condescending look of lecturing his juniors. Fire was bubbling in Dongfang Jie's eyes, and at this moment, his lungs were literally exploding with anger. Yang Weiwei, go out with this palace to see the situation. Dongfang Yunbing's figure flickered and instantly disappeared inside the grand hall. It was also awkward for her to remain in this situation. Good nephew, Auntie is leaving first. I'll prepare a meeting gift for you later. Yang Weiwei hurriedly cast his body technique and hurriedly followed. The crowd at the scene froze in confusion. At this time, the grand formation around the Heavenly Yuan Palace had already been activated, and the entire mountain gate was shrouded by layers of clouds. So even if the other party wanted to attack ferociously from the air, they wouldn't be able to get in. Brother Huang, we can't break this grand formation at all. What can we do? Feng Wuji said with a frown on his face. Strange, as far as this seat knows, the Heavenly Yuan Palace shouldn't have a defense array. Huang Dingtian said with a puzzled expression. So what now? We can't just wait so dryly, Luo Tianming said in a deep voice. Alter Heaven Sect Master Duanmusa spoke up. There's no harm in it. This kind of grand formation needs countless precious spirit stones to support it when it's activated, and with the shallow depths of the Heavenly Yuan Palace, it's probably not going to last more than a few days. Duanmusu then laughed. At that time, with Sikong Guan inside and outside, as long as he captures Dongfang Yunbing alive, His Highness the Crown Prince will surely reward him heavily. Hi! Brother Duanmu's trick is really subtle and brilliant. I wonder if the experts arranged by the Crown Prince have arrived yet. Huang Dingtian smiled faintly and gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, the Crown Prince's people have already arrived. Duanmusa spoke up. Yang Wei, this grand formation of yours won't last long, right? Dongfang Yunbing frowned slightly and said, well, I've spent 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones here. Master, you have to reimburse me. Yang Weiwei looked as if his heart was aching and his flesh was hurting. More than 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones. How can this palace take them out? Dongfang Yunbing's willow-brows frown can be frowned. It's fine if you don't have one. Change disciples on it later. Pa! Young Wheezy was slapped before he could finish his sentence. If a man has no strength, then he's honestly down there. Understand? Understood. Yang Wei hastily changed the topic and said, Master, how about we sneak out and kill Feng Wuji and Luo Tianming? Will this be too risky? Dongfang Yunbing spoke up. Let's disguise ourselves first, then quietly go out from the back and look for a chance to get close to them, and then we'll kill them and run back within the big formation. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said, Alright then, do you know how to disguise yourself? Dongfang Yunbing opened his mouth and asked. Of course I will. Yang Weiwei performed the art of shifting shape, and instantly transformed into a rough man around 30 years old. What kind of gong method are you using that's so amazing? A surprised expression appeared on Dongfang Yunbing's face. Want to learn? Yang Weiwei said with a hefty smile. Think. Dongfang Yunbing nodded and said. So tonight, what do you want to do tonight? Dongfang Yunbing said in a cold voice. Tonight, I'll teach you. Yang Weiwei hurriedly changed his words. Then how is this palace going to kill its way out in this condition now? Dongfang Yunbing opened her mouth. I have an idea. This is the transfiguration pill. Just smear it on your face. Let me help you. Yang Weiwei took out a strangely colored transfiguration pill and ripped off Dongfang Yunbing's veil before carefully smearing it directly onto her face. Alright, it's done. Just change your clothes again. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said, Brat, this palace is not finished with you. How dare you make this palace's face full of pockmarks? Dongfang Yunbing said with an angry rebuke. Master, don't be angry. I'm doing this for the sake of safety. Yang Weiwei hurriedly explained. Soon the duo changed their clothes and then sneaked out from the back of Tianyuan Palace. With their strength nowadays, it would be hard for ordinary people to find out. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the foot of Tianyuan Palace's mountain. At this time, tens of thousands of people had already been stationed in front of Tianyuan Palace's mountain gate, and these were the disciples of the four major sects. As for Yang Weiwei's duo being able to get close, it was because he said that he could break the formation. And that's why he was let through by the people of the Demon Cloud sect. Sect Master, there's a man and a woman here who say they'll break the formation. A Demon Cloud sect disciple bowed towards Huang Dingtian. Call them over. Huang Dingtian said in a deep voice. Yes, Reverend. Afterwards, that Demon Cloud sect disciple led Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yunbing over with quick steps. You guys know how to break formations? Huang Dingtian frowned. Don't worry, Sect Master Huang. The two of us have studied formations for dozens of springs and autumns, and this kind of broken formation is completely out of the question. Yang Weiwei had a breezy demeanor. Very well, if you break the grand formation, this sect master will heavily reward you. Huang Dingtian laughed. Subsequently, under Huang Dingtian's leadership, Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yunbing arrived at the mountain entrance of Tianyuan Palace. Brother Feng, Brother Luo, let these two formation masters try. Huang Dingtian opened his mouth and said. At this moment, the duo of Feng Wuji and Luo Tianmian were racking their brains to study the formation. Okay, then let them try, Wind Wuji said in a deep voice. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, sword lights and shadows were interlaced, and berserk sword chi raged. Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yunbing suddenly stormed up, and in an instant, they mercilessly wiped out the necks of Feng Wuji and Luo Tianmian. You. Feng Wuji and Luo Tianmian had unwilling faces before slowly collapsing. They really didn't expect that they would somehow die here. Swish, swish, swish. Sword shadows were heavy as Yang Weiwei swung his immortal demon sword and swiftly killed ferociously towards Huang Dingtian. At this time, Duan Mu Su, who was not far away, also realized that the situation was not right, and at the first moment, he hurriedly killed towards Dongfang Yunbing. However, what surprised them was that Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yunbing had pressed the two of them into a vicious fight. Just as Dongfang Yunbing was about to blast Duan Mu Su, an extremely terrifying sword chi slashed over in the distance. Dongfang Yunbing hastily dodged to avoid it, and only then did Duan Mu Su save his life. Seek death. A stern cry rang out, only to see two masked men with incomparably terrifying auras rapidly killing towards this side. Chapter 60, The Eve of the Counteroffensive. Shen quickly go. Dongfang Yunbing droned out, that voice filled with urgency. Yang Wei continuously and swiftly chopped out several more swords, and then his figure flashed like a ghost, taking Dongfang Yunbing and instantly disappeared into the big formation. Huang Dingtian, wash your neck clean. Sooner or later, I'm going to chop off your head and kick it as a ball. Yang Wei said angrily within the large formation. Little bastard, come out if you're capable. Huang Dingtian stormed out angrily. If it wasn't for those two unseemly things that saved you, I would have killed you long ago. Yang Wei sneered, his words filled with disdain. Kid, you seek death. The two masked men were furious and ruthlessly slammed their palms onto the large formation. Rumble, rumble. The large formation emitted a deafening rumbling sound. Punks, take your time and wait. Yang Weiwei didn't pay any more attention to them and turned around, then quickly returned to the palace master's hall with Dongfang Yunbing. With his extraordinary level of formation Dao, in the Tianwu continent, no one had yet been able to break his carefully laid out formations. Afterwards, Dongfang Yunbing held another emergency high-level meeting to get everyone ready for battle, and told everyone about the shocking news that they had just killed Feng Wuji and Luo Tianmian. For a while, the crowd's hearts once again lit up with a burning hope. How could everyone not expect that more than a month ago? Yang Weiwei was still only at the third level of the questioning void realm, but now he had already entered the second level of the Xian realm, and he was able to cleanly decapitate Feng Wuji, who was at the returning Xian realm. Master, do you know what those two masked men are about? Yang Weiwei asked with a frown. With regards to these two masked men, Yang Weiwei's heart was filled with curiosity because these two were clearly stronger than Huang Dingtian and Duan Mu Su. They are people from the Crown Prince's residence, and they are masked because this palace knows them. Dongfang Yunbing said with a frown on her face. Crown Prince's mansion? Yang Wei's eyes flashed a stern color. Until now, he still clearly remembered Zhou Yuxiang, when he looked at Dongfang Yunbing that incomparably hot eyes. For Dongfang Yunbing, Yang Weiwei was regarded as a taboo existence. No matter who it was, if they dared to hit Dongfang Yunbing's idea, then they were his undying life and death enemies. What is the strength of those two people? Yang Weiwei continued to pursue the question. Third level of the returning Xian realm, same as this palace. Dongfang Yunbing slowly spoke. Master, rest for a while. I'll refine some return to Xian Dan for you first, and try to make you break through to the fourth level of the return to Xian realm earlier. Yang Wei quickly took out the alchemy furnace and began to concentrate fully on refining the pills. You know, alchemy? An expression of incomparable surprise appeared in Dongfang Yunbing's eyes. Is it weird? How can you be your man if you don't have a couple of tricks up your sleeve? Yang Weiwei smiled, then skillfully operated the alchemy while chatting easily with Dongfang Yunbing. Looking at Yang Weiwei's cloud and water-like skillful alchemy technique, Dongfang Yunbing found it increasingly difficult to see through this mysterious little man. It didn't take long for a furnace of excellent quality return to Xian Dan to come out, Absolute grade returning Xiandan. Dongfang Yunbing couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Take it and cultivate it. Master, strive to break through to the 4th level of the returning Xian realm earlier, and then we'll kill out and exterminate them. Yang Weiwei said in a firm tone. Dongfang Yunbing also did not have the slightest bit of politeness, directly took the return to Xiandan, and began to diligently cultivate in the secluded Chui Yun Xian pavilion. Afterwards, Yang Weiwei refined some more entry Xiandan, as well as some other precious elixirs. Brother Huang, tell the people below to hold on for a few more days. Given the scale of this grand formation, the rate of consumption of spirit stones is terrifying. They shouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few days. Duanmusa said in a deep voice with a gloomy face. Brother Duanmu, the people of my Demon Cloud sect were able to hold out, but the people of the Earthlian sect and the Rakshasa palace have already raised a ruckus, and each one of them is frantically vying for the position of the palace and sect masters. Huang Dingtian spoke with a helpless face. Pacify them first. When we destroy the heavenly Yuan palace, then we'll clean them up. By then, the territory of these 3 great sects will be yours and mine. Ha ha. Duanmu Su gave a sorrowful laugh. Brother Duanmu really has a high opinion. Ha ha. The corner of Huang Dingtian's mouth hooked into a cold and evil smile. This morning, Ling Yenyun and Lin Yuro arrived at the Quyungshuan pavilion with hurried footsteps. Master Lin Yuro, watch your words. You should call me Master Gong now. Yang Wei said with a teasing smile. You think beautifully. This young lady won't call you Master Gong. Lin Yuro huffed. Sister Smoke Cloud, here are some pills. Take them and try to break through to the Xian realm earlier. Yang Weiwei carefully took out some more pills out and handed them to Ling Yenyun and Lin Yuro respectively. Flamboyant ghost. Honestly explain, when were you and the palace master together? Ling Yenyun said with a petulant rebuke. Ahem. In fact, long before I entered Tian Yuan Palace, she was already my woman. It's just that I didn't realize that she was the Tian Yuan Palace master. Yang Weiwei said frankly. Then we seen your brother. You were so weak back then. How did you manage to take care of your master? Lin Yuro asked with great curiosity. Actually, it wasn't me who fixed Master Teacher, but rather Master Teacher saw me as handsome and overpowered me. Yang Weiwei said in a serious manner. Master Teacher is dominating you? Lin Yuro said with a face of astonishment. Don't believe me. Go ask her if you don't believe me. Yang Weiwei spoke with a frank expression. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei felt a biting killing aura coming from behind him. He hurriedly turned around, only to see Dongfang Yunbing staring at him with an icy gaze. Master, Your Holiness, disciple has something to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Yuro instantly slipped away towards the outside in a puff of smoke. Palace Master, disciple excuses himself. Ling Yenyun made a salute and walked quickly towards the outside, mainly because Dongfang Yunbing's aura was too strong, and Ling Yenyun also felt that she really couldn't hold her own. Smoke Cloud, you stay. Dongfang Yunbing spoke. Yes, Palace Master. Ling Yenyun answered. Smoke Cloud, in the future, when no one is around, you can call me Sister Bing. Dongfang Yunbing said softly and gently. Ice, sister. Ling Yenyun's voice slightly trembled. From now on, we're family. If Yang Weiwei dares to bully you, just tell me. Dongfang Yunbing laughed with a beaming smile. Thank you, Sister Bing. Ling Yenyun spoke happily. Senior, can I call you Sister Bing as well? Yang Weiwei said in a trembling voice. Whatever, we're hungry. Why don't you get lost and cook? Dongfang Yunbing said in a cold voice. Oh, I'm on my way. Yang Weiwei hurriedly ran into the kitchen in a huff and began to drum up on his hands and knees. Time passed in the blink of an eye for a few more days, and with Yang Weiwei's dual cultivation cooperation, Dongfang Yunbing managed to break through to the 4th level of the Return to Xian realm, and Yang Weiwei had also successfully broken through to the 3rd level of the Xian realm. And during these few days, Ling Yenyun was the most tormented because Dongfang Yunbing made her stay in Quyungshuan Pavilion to live. Due to the fact that the commotion of Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yunbing's errands were simply too great, it caused Ling Yenyun to be unable to rest in peace at all. However, in the past few days, with the support of Yang Weiwei's pills, Ling Yenyun's cultivation, too, had broken through to the 1st level of the Xian realm. This day, late at night at midnight, the main hall of the palace, Yang Weiwei stood straight at the side of Dongfang Yunbing. Everyone get ready, now launch a general attack. This palace is going to wipe out all the incoming enemies in one fell swoop. Dongfang Yunbing's eyes flashed with a flash of cold light as she said in a cold tone. Yes, Palace Master. The crowd responded in unison. Then under the leadership of Dongfang Yunbing and Yang Wei, The crowd of Tianyuan Palace killed their way out towards the mountain gate in a furious manner. It was late at night, and the disciples of the four major sects outside had already begun to rest, with only a small number of people drowsily rotating through the night watch. Chapter 61 Yang Weiwei's Ambition. At this moment, the disciples of the four great sects who were on duty were all dozing off drowsily. After all, the vigil had already lasted for several days, and nothing out of the ordinary had happened, so their initial vigilance had gradually slackened. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yunbing took the lead and killed out silently as if they were ghosts, behind the Tianyuan Palace disciples, also one by one with a cold light shining sword ferociously kill, who did not speak loudly and noisily, so silently and mercilessly harvested the enemy's life. When tens of thousands of heavenly Yuan Palace disciples killed their way out like a tidal wave, the people from the four great sects eventually noticed. However, those who had just awakened from their sleep were bound to be much less effective in combat. On the other hand, the Tianyuan Palace's side was waiting for their turn, pouncing ferociously as if they were a pack of ferocious tigers, especially Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yunbing. Each strike killed their enemies in pieces. Dongfang Yunbing, Yang Weiwei, you're finally willing to come out. Today this seat will make you have no return. Huang Dingtian angrily gave a cold cry before carrying his sharp battlesword and frantically killing towards Yang Weiwei, while Duan Musu killed towards Dongfang Yunbing with his chilling battlesword. At the same time, the two masked men whose strength was at the third level of the returning Xian realm also aggressively killed towards Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yunbing. With Yang Weiwei's current strength, it was still quite a struggle to deal with a masked man at the third level of the returning Xian realm, so he had to take care of Huang Dingtian quickly before the masked man rushed up. The immortal demon sword carried a hint of chillingly terrifying aura as it cut through the pale sky, instantly slashing towards Huang Dingtian, the powerful sword chi slicing through the void as if it wanted to mercilessly tear the entire air apart. At the same time, Yang Weiwei also performed his stance to the extreme. Swish, 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 ah, ah. Huang Dingtian let out a miserable cry as his limbs were instantly chopped off by Yang Weiwei. At this time, the black-clothed masked man also killed in front of Yang Weiwei. Facing the ferocious attack of the masked man, Yang Weiwei didn't choose to fight with the other party hard, but adopted a flexible strategy of wandering, dragging the other party to a dead stop. On the other side, Dongfang Yunbing was getting more and more courageous, and Duan Musu and the masked man had been completely and firmly suppressed by her. Right at this moment, Dongfang Yunbing violently blasted the masked man back with a palm, then turned back and swiftly stabbed his sword towards Duan Musu. Swish, ah, ah, ah. Duan Musu was powerless to resist. His dantian was directly penetrated by Dongfang Yunbing's sword, and his entire body helplessly paralyzed on the ground, letting out a mournful and incomparable scream. How could you be so strong? The masked man's eyes were filled with the color of extreme panic, and at this moment, he truly panicked. He couldn't have imagined that he had seen Dongfang Yunbing half a year ago, when Dongfang Yunbing was only at the peak of the 9th level of the entering Xian realm, but now he had already reached the 4th level of the returning Xian realm, which was really unbelievable. Humph, go to hell for the answer. Dongfang Yunbing snorted coldly. His long sword swung out steeply, carrying a dazzling and eye-catching light that instantly cut through the masked man's throat mercilessly. No, you can't kill me. I'm from the Crown Prince's residence. The masked man stared with a hint of extreme resignation before slowly collapsing. Sister Bing, come quickly. I'm a bit overwhelmed. Yang Weiwei hurriedly dodged while eagerly shouting. The masked man who was fighting with Yang Weiwei, seeing that Dongfang Yunbing had actually solved his companion, he panicked for a moment and turned around, desperately escaping towards the distance. You've been beating up old me for so long, and you're still trying to run. Yang Wei's figure instantly stopped in front of the masked man, although he couldn't beat the other party, but there wasn't too much of a problem in pestering the other party. Kid, get lost. The masked man was completely flustered, desperately bombarding towards Yang Weiwei frantically. Swish, 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 ah. The masked man let out a miserable scream. At some point, Dongfang Yunbing had already arrived swiftly and mercilessly chopped off his legs directly from behind. By this time, the people of the four great sects had already lost their nerve. Even Huang Dingtian and Duan Musu had been crippled, so how could they still have the heart to continue fighting? Each one of them frantically fled towards the distance. On the other hand, Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yunbing continued to frantically chase after them. Brother Feng, Miss Chimeng, where are you going? At this time, Yang Weiwei stopped the duo who were fleeing in fear. Yang, Ling, Chen, if you let me go, I promise that I will never seek revenge on you again. seeing Yang Weichen suddenly appear. Feng Zijun was so scared that he directly knelt down, trembling all over. "GGG, do you want to die? Or do you want to live?" Yang Wei laughed sorrowfully, and an intense and incomparable killing aura spread out crazily from his body. "Want to live? Please spare my life." Feng Zijun was so scared that he quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Good boy. Eat this and then let go of your divine sense. I'll make sure you don't die." At this time, Yang Weiwei took out a soul-devouring pill and handed it to Feng Zijun. I'll eat it. Feng Zijun didn't even think about it and directly swallowed it. Ah! Feng Zijun screamed miserably, and the sound went on, not stopping at all. The screaming continued until he was on the verge of fainting, and only then did Feng Zijun stop. "Oops, brother Feng, I forgot to remind you. This is called soul-devouring pill. It has my soul power incorporated in it, so as long as you have a hint of dissatisfaction towards me in your heart, it will flare up. And if you can't do the things I'm explaining to you, you'll flare up as well." Oh! At this time, Yang Weiwei walked to Feng Zijun's body again and directly punched another soul imprint into his divine consciousness, so that he added double insurance. From then on, he could no longer develop any hatred towards Yang Wei, and with the continuous passage of time, he would only become more and more loyal to Yang Wei, and even if Yang Wei asked him to die, he would be willing to do so. At that moment, Luo Qiming looked at Yang Weiwei as if she had seen the devil and slowly backed away backwards. "Master, Luo Qiming is such a perfect woman. Why don't you take her as a slave girl?" Feng Zijun hurriedly offered his courtesy. "Zijun, do I look like such an evil person?" Yang Wei said in his serious manner. "No, master is not evil at all." Feng Zijun hastily knelt down, looking terrified. "That's more like it. Come on, Emmy girl, eat up." Yang Weiwei looked at Luo Qiming with a smile on his face and handed over another soul-devouring pill in his hand. "Yang Wei, you devil, even if I die, I won't eat it," Luo Qiming said with spiteful eyes. Snap, pop, really give face. Yang Wei instantly slapped several times on her body, and instantly she couldn't use any strength in her whole body. "Since you don't eat, then I can only feed you. Come open your mouth." Yang Weiwei smiled evilly. "Ooh." Luo Qiming tightly closed her mouth, her eyes coldly looking at Yang Weiwei. "Since you don't know what you're doing, don't blame me for being hot." Yang Weiwei forcibly wrenched open Luo Qiming's mouth, then fed the elixir to her. Immediately after that, Yang Weiwei sent out a powerful soul attack at the same time, directly sealing the depths of Luo Yimeng's soul. Instantly, Luo Qiming fell into a state of stagnation. Then Yang Wei punched out another soul imprint and stayed within her sea of consciousness. From then on, in the depths of her soul, Yang Wei was the man she could never resist. It was at this point that Yang Early Morning lifted her restrictions. Gongzi, Luo Qiming was like a meek little cat, not bad looking, serve by my side in the future. Yang Weiwei would reach out and gently hook Luo Qiming's chin. He was never merciful to his enemies, let alone the fact that the other party was now his slave girl. Even if he did something about it, it was only natural. "Yes, Your Excellency." Luo Qiming was incomparably respectful, not daring to resist in the slightest. "All get up. Come with me to the Tianyuan Palace for a meeting." Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said. Yang Weiwei also had his purpose for doing so, and that was that he wanted to grow the Tianyuan Palace and use it to fight against the Beixian Empire. And Feng Zijun and Luo Qiming were the key candidates he used to control the earthly insect and the Rakshasa Palace. The other side, without a leader, the four clans were similar to headless flies, and in no time at all, they were killed cleanly by Dongfang Yunbing and the senior management of Tianyuan Palace. At this time, Dongfang Yunbing also came to Yang Weiwei's side. "What's going on with the two of them?" Dongfang Yunbing opened his mouth and asked. "Sister Bing, they are important pawns that I use to control the earthly insect and the Rakshasa Palace." Yang Weiwei then spelled out his thoughts in detail. "How do you control them? Are the means reliable?" Dongfang Yunbing asked. "Sister Bing, don't worry. My means are absolutely reliable. No one in this world can undo my control over them." Next, Yang Weiwei went into detail about the means of his control. "That's good, but you're not allowed to do anything untoward to her. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you," Dongfang Yunbing said in a cold voice. "Sister Bing, am I that kind of person?" Yang Wei said sardonically. Chapter 62 Departure from the Sword Origin Pavilion. Heavenly Yuan Palace. Palace Master Hall. Now this palace announces that from today onwards, Yang Weiwei assumes the position of Deputy Palace Master of Tianyuan Palace. Seeing him is like seeing this palace, and the next battle plan will be laid out by him for all of you. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was crisp and majestic. At this moment, Yang Wei walked directly to Dongfang Yunbing's side with a steady pace. "See you, Deputy Palace Master." The crowd bowed and respectfully saluted. Regarding Yang Weiwei's strength, all the people of Tianyuan Palace were very cognizant of it, in addition to the fact that he was also the Palace Master's close companion. Thus no one dared to stand out and express their opposition. Yang Weiwei said in a calm and powerful voice, "Elder Sun, Elder Ling, you two each lead a team of men to assist Feng Zijuan and Luo Qimeng, and make sure that the earthly insect and the Rakshasa Palace are firmly under control and transformed into sub-palaces of my heavenly Yuan Palace." "Yes, Palace Master." Sun Tianchang and Ling Xinzi respectfully bowed and responded. Subsequently, Yang Weiwei made a series of arrangements for the defense matters of Tianyuan Palace and sent his secret guards to closely monitor the entire southern state. In this way, he would be able to be informed of any foreign forces that crept in at the first opportunity. Next it went to trial. In the dungeon of the heavenly Yuan Palace, there was Huang Dingtian, who had all his limbs broken, as well as Duan Mu Su, whose dantian had been wasted, and the masked man, whose legs had been chopped off. In terms of interrogation, Yang Weiwei was quite skillful, and it didn't take long for Duan Mu Su to honestly explain everything. It turned out that before the four great sects prepared to attack the Tianyuan Palace, people from the Crown Prince's mansion approached them and sent 2 masked men to assist. The task that the four great sects had undertaken was to send Dongfang Yunbing to the Crown Prince's palace unharmed. "Dare to hit my woman's idea, I will definitely destroy his Baishian empire completely." At this moment, Yang Weiwei's eyes were filled with a stern color. Looking at the furious Yang Weiwei, Dongfang Yunbing didn't make a sound, yet warmth flowed in her heart. Subsequently, Yang Weiwei did not hesitate to directly send the 3 Huang Dingtian to hell. North Xian Empire, Crown Prince's residence. "Your Highness, it's not good. The soul tags of the Heavenly Fiend and Earthly Fiend have gone out, and news has come from the southern state that the Heavenly Yuan Palace has already wiped out the Earthly Insect and the Rakshasa Palace." A middle-aged man spoke with an anxious expression. "Can there be any other forces assisting the Heavenly Yuan Palace?" Zhou Yuxian's voice was as flat as water. "Reporting back to your Highness, there are no other forces involved." The middle-aged man hurriedly spoke. According to reason, with the strength of Dongfang Yunbing, she would never be a match for the four great sects, not to mention the fact that there are also heavenly fiends and earthly fiends assisting from the sidelines. Zhou Yuxiang frowned, puzzled. "Your Highness, my subordinate has received a piece of news. I don't know if I should tell it or not." The middle-aged man hesitantly spoke. "But there's no harm in saying it." Zhou Yuxiang opened his mouth. According to the scout's returns, Yang Weiwei is not only Dongfang Yunbing's disciple, but also her man, and now he has become the vice palace master of Tianyuan Palace. The middle-aged man carefully said, "Clang, what did you say? Say it again." The teacup in Zhou Yuxiang's hand instantly fell to pieces, his eyes glaring sternly and incomparably at the middle-aged man. "Your Highness, calm your anger. This matter has already spread throughout the entire southern state. It was announced by Dongfang Yunbing in public. It should not be false." The middle-aged man said with a trembling voice. "********, in what way is this prince inferior to that brat? Since you are so ungrateful, then I will not blame this crown prince for being ruthless." Zhou Yuxiang said with a gloomy face. "Your Highness, what should we do next?" The middle-aged man opened his mouth and asked. "We don't need to do it ourselves. Now that the Heavenly Yuan Palace has destroyed 2 major sects in a row, and even beheaded the Demonic Cloud Sect Master and the Altar Sky Sect Master, the other forces are bound to be on edge. We only need to stir up trouble from it, so that the other forces will confront the Heavenly Yuan Palace." Zhou Yuxiang laughed sorrowfully. Time passed like a white horse, and half a month passed. Under Yang Weiwei's careful scheduling, the entire southern state, with the exception of the Sword Origin Pavilion, had been completely under his control. At the same time, Yang Weiwei also dispatched numerous experts to Cold Sun City to guard his clan. Yongxuan Pavilion. After a fierce battle, Dongfang Yunbing softly and powerlessly lay down softly in Yang Weiwei's embrace, her voice as delicate as water. "Chen what are your plans for the next?" "I plan to go to the Sword Origin Pavilion to propose marriage and do my best to gain the support of the Sword Origin Pavilion before launching an attack on the Demon Cloud Sect in the east and the Altar Heavenly Sect in the north," Yang Weiwei said in a low and firm voice. "Are you clear about the consequences of acting like this?" Dongfang Yunbing asked in a soft voice. "The consequence is that I will unify the northern Xian domain." A hint of a disdainful aura flowed from Yang Wei's eyes. "Worthy of being the man of this palace. This palace is in love with men like you who are full of ambition. Dongfang Yunbing laughed with charming eyes. Pa! Yang Weiwei gently patted on Dongfang Yunbing's buttocks and said with a smile. Then if I don't have ambition, will you stop liking me? If you don't have ambition, this palace will also find ways to create trouble for you, prompting you to become ambitious. If a man has no ambition, he is destined to accomplish nothing. Dongfang Yunbing said slowly as her lips gently opened. In fact, my ambition was only galvanized because of you. Yang Wei slowly spoke. Because of this palace? Dongfang Yunbing's beautiful eyes blinked, filled with doubt. That's natural. The main thing is that darn fart of a crown prince. How dare he hit on you? And behind him is the Beixian Empire. In order to put him to death, then we can only make ourselves more ambitious. Yang Wei said with a firm gaze. Do you really care about me that much? Dongfang Yunbing asked with a charming smile. That's of course. You're my woman. Whoever dares to hit on you, I will definitely eliminate him completely. Yang Weiwei spoke decisively. When do you plan to head to the Sword Origin Pavilion? Dongfang Yunbing opened his mouth and asked. We will leave early tomorrow morning. Yang Weiwei said after a little thought. Do you want me to accompany you? Dongfang Yunbing spoke. No need. Just preside over the situation in the palace. I will return as soon as possible. Yang Wei opened his mouth and said. As you say, but you must be careful. Dongfang Yunbing carefully instructed. The Heavenly Yuan Palace really needed Dongfang Yunbing to sit in on the town in case other forces took advantage of the situation to sneak in. Moreover, the Crown Prince's house had suffered such a great loss, and it would certainly not rest in peace. Early the next morning, Yang Weiwei rode the Red Firebird, which was carefully trained by the Tian Yuan Palace, and left the Tian Yuan Palace alone. The flight speed of the Red Firebird was extremely rapid. Although the Xian Enlightenment realm was already capable of flying short distances, it would still consume a great deal of Xian energy when used for long-distance rushing. At this time, Yang Wei directly tied the Haotian Jade to the back of the Red Firebird, and then dived into the space of the Haotian Jade, and began to cultivate intensely. The Red Firebird was a flying demonic beast with a relatively high IQ. As long as it was informed of its destination, it would fly in that direction and stop on its own upon arrival. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Red Flame Bird stopped outside Jin Yuan City, and Yang Wei walked out of the Haotian Jade space before storing the Red Flame Bird inside the Haotian Jade space. The place where the Sword Origin Pavilion was located was within the Sword Origin City, and all the people within the Sword Origin City were basically disciples of the Sword Origin Pavilion. Jin Yuan City was known as the #1 city in the southern state, and its prosperity far exceeded that of Tian Yuan City under the Tian Yuan Palace's mountain. After Yang Weiwei entered Sword Origin City, he steadily walked towards the location of the Sword Origin Pavilion according to the map. It didn't take long before Yang Weiwei arrived in front of the door of the Sword Origin Pavilion. This is an imposing and extensive complex. After Yang Weiwei submitted his visiting invitation, it wasn't long before Nangong Yan rushed out in excitement. Yang Wei, you're finally here. I thought you forgot about me again? Nangong Yan looked excited and hugged Yang Wei's arm tightly. How could I forget about you? This is not a marriage proposal? A trace of apology spread across Yang Wei's face. Count on your conscience. Come on. I'll take you in. Ever since she and Yang Wei established a relationship, Nangong Yan has suffered from time to time, deeply afraid that Yang Wei doesn't want her anymore. Chapter 63, Convincing Nangong Ting. We meet Uncle Nangong. Yang Weiwei bowed respectfully. After all, the other party is his own future father-in-law. There should be manners absolutely cannot be missing. Palace Master Yang is visiting. Welcome, welcome. Nangong Ting greeted Yang Wei with a face full of enthusiasm. Uncle, just call me Wei. Yang Wei said as he opened his mouth. Manners cannot be abolished. You are now already the Vice Palace Master of Tian Yuan Palace, and you are even the husband and son-in-law of the Eastern Palace Master. Your status is already comparable to mine. Nangong Ting opened his mouth and said, although there was a smile on his face, yet Yang Wei clearly felt a bit more rusty. Jan Wei, this is my mother. Just then, Nangong Yan began to introduce the beautiful woman on the side for Yang Weiwei again. We have met Auntie. Yang Weiwei hurriedly saluted. For his future mother-in-law, he didn't dare to be slow in the slightest. Good boy. Come, sit down. Zhang Xian greeted warmly. It is said that when a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she looks, the more she likes him, and Zhang Xian is really quite satisfied with Yang Wei. Over the past few months, Nangong Yan had mentioned Yang Weiwei in front of her almost daily, so Zhang Xian had long been looking forward to meeting with her own eyes the kid that her daughter had been chanting about all day long. Ha ha, brother-in-law, you're here. We must not get drunk tonight. At this time, Nangong Xiao strides in from outside. No problem. I will definitely drink you down tonight. Yang Wei responded with a smile. For a time, Nangong Ting was actually left out to dry by his own wife and children. Cough. Palace Master Yang, I don't know what I've come here for today? Nangong Ting asked with a light cough. Uncle, the reason for my generation to come today is to propose marriage. I still hope that uncle will look at the fact that my generation and Yan Yan are in love with each other and betroth Yan Yan to my generation. Yang Wei once again bowed and said, this matter, I can't agree. Nangong Ting's face sank and his voice said in a low voice, Father, whether you agree or not, I'm going to marry Yang Weiwei. Nangong Yen pouted. Father, I think brother-in-law is quite a good person. At such a young age, he's already the first genius of the northern Xian domain. Nangong Xiao also spoke up to help. Shut up all of you. Ma'am, take them out. I have something to talk to Palace Master Yang alone. Nangong Ting said to Zhang Xian. I'm not going out. I'm going to marry Yang Weiwei because I'm already his. If you don't let me marry him, I'll die for you. Nangong Yen huffed and puffed. Asshole. Nangong Ting was so angry that his hands were shaking. Yen, you go out first. Please believe me, I will definitely marry you. Yang Wei spoke out to comfort. Old man, I'm warning you, if you bully my family's Yang Weiwei, I'm not done with you. Nangong Yen huffed. Husband, I think that wee boy is quite good. He looks that handsome. Zhang Xian said softly. Zhang Xian was attracted to Nangong Ting's face value back then, so she was still extremely satisfied with Yang Weiwei's handsome son-in-law. You, all get out of here. It really pisses me off. At this moment, Nangong Ting was infuriated. What exactly is so good about this brat? Surprisingly, all of you one by one are on his side. Uncle, calm down. After we get married, I will definitely persuade Yan Yan more, so that she can be filial to you. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said, I haven't agreed for Yan Yan to marry you. Nangong Ting said, it's all a matter of time. Yan Yan will never marry anyone but me in her life. Yang Wei said with a smile on her face, do you know how dangerous your heavenly Yuan palace, at the moment, is? Nangong Ting said with a grave expression on his face, no matter how dangerous it is, I will protect Yan Yan's safety. Yang Weiwei said in a firm tone, what will you take to protect her? Even though you have some strength now, are you clear about who your enemy really is? Nangong Ting asked in a cold voice. No matter who the enemy is, the ultimate victory will definitely belong to me. A confident smile spread across Yang Weiwei's face. Humph. Ignorant. Do you know how many powerful people of the return to Xian realm there are in the North Xian Empire? In front of the mighty Bei Xian Empire, what will Tian Yuan Palace take to defend itself? Nangong Ting said with a cold smile. Uncle, a month ago, could you have thought that I could decapitate Huang Dingtian and Feng Wuji? Yang Weiwei asked rhetorically. You are indeed the most outstanding genius I've ever seen. Although you were able to get rid of Huang Dingtian and Feng Wuji, I don't think you'll be able to defeat the Northern Xian Empire. Nangong Ting spoke. Uncle, life is like a big gamble. If you believe in me, then you will be the future abbot of Tian Yuan Empire. Yang Weiwei's eyes showed a disdainful aura. With the Haotian Jade as an aid to cultivation, and with a divine level technique like the Haotian secrets in hand, if he couldn't even overthrow a small empire in the lower realm, then he might as well be dead. Brat, you're using this trick of fooling children to fool me? Nangong Ting cursed without any good humor. Cough. Your father-in-law calm down. This is my son-in-law's sincerity. As long as your father-in-law agrees to marry Yan Yan to me, these very high-quality return Xian Dan will be yours. At this time, Yang Weiwei took out 100 extreme-grade return Xian Dan, as well as 500 extreme-grade enter Xian Dan from the Haotian Jade space. This is extreme-grade returning Xian Dan. Where did you obtain such a large number of extreme-grade returning Xian Dan? An expression of extreme shock appeared on Nangong Ting's face. Because I am the extreme alchemist, and that's why I was able to improve so quickly. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and explained. Are you sure you have the confidence to deal with the next situation? Nangong Ting looked at Yang Weiwei with incomparable seriousness. Don't worry, father-in-law. Within a short period of time, the Bei Xian Empire will not make a move against me because currently, we have yet to offend the Bei Xian Empire, and at most, we have only offended Zhou Yuxiang. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said. And Zhou Yuxiang has to take into account his own identity and will definitely not personally deal with me. So the only thing he can do is to incite some other sects to come forward and cause trouble. Yang Weiwei continued. Then do you have the certainty to deal with the other sects? Nangong Ting asked in a low voice. There's no problem at all. I came today to simply propose marriage and did not intend to let the Sword Origin Pavilion help me. as long as the Sword Origin Pavilion doesn't stand against the Heavenly Yuan Palace. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said, I can assure you on this point, no matter what the circumstances are, the Sword Origin Pavilion will never stand against the Heavenly Yuan Palace. Nangong Ting said with a grave expression on his face. Then my marriage to Yin Yin? Yang Wei asked. The family has all been bribed by you, so what's the point of me alone disagreeing? Nangong Ting said without any good humor. Many thanks to father-in-law for completing this. Yang Weiwei once again bowed. But I'm warning you, if you dare to bully my precious daughter, I'm going to kill you brat even if I have to spell out this old life. Nangong Ting opened his mouth. Don't worry father-in-law, since Yin Yin and I have known each other, she has always been the one bullying me. I wouldn't dare to bully her. Yang Weiwei hurriedly assured. If other forces attack the southern state, the Sword Origin Pavilion will do its best to help you defend against them. But if you take the initiative to attack externally, I won't be able to help you. Nangong Ting pondered for a moment and said solemnly, Thank you father-in-law. With your words I feel relieved. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said. Subsequently, Yang Weiwei stayed in the Sword Origin Pavilion for a few more days before he left the pavilion with Nangong Yen. Yang Wei, will Dongfang Yunbing bully me? On the back of the red firebird, Nangong Yen timidly asked. Yang Weiwei gently pinched her face and said with a smile, Don't worry, as long as you wash our clothes and cook our meals well, she won't beat you. Yang Wei, if she dares to hit me, I'm not done with you. Nangong Yen pinched hard on Yang Weiwei's waist. Chapter 64, Smoky Clouds Split. After 3 whole days of long-distance traveling, Yang Weiwei brought Nangong Yen back to Tianyuan Palace at last. Inside the Kuiyangchuan Pavilion, Yang Weiwei had just arranged a room for Nangong Yen when Dongfang Yunbing hurriedly rushed to the kitchen. Don't I have to cook? Nangong Yen asked in a weak voice. Who said I want you to cook? Dongfang Yunbing replied with a smile. On the way back, Yang Wei said that if I don't wash and cook for you guys, you'll beat me. Nangong Yen said softly, This asshole actually lied to you. I'm not that mean. From today onwards, we are family. From now on, you can just call me Sister Bing. Dongfang Yunbing said with a smile. Sister Bing, you're so beautiful when you smile. In the past you always wore a veil. Today is the first time I've seen your true face. Nangong Yen said. You and Smoke Cloud are also beautiful. It's just cheap for this brat. Dongfang Yunbing responded with a smile. Soon, Yang Wei prepared a large and sumptuous meal and took out the red wine that he had personally made. After a meal, the 3 women were much closer to each other, with Dongfang Yunbing as their big sister. Ling Yenyun and Nangong Yen also became quite well behaved and no longer fought over their jealousy like before. That night, Ling Yenyun finally mustered up enough courage to pull Yang Weiwei into her room, because among the 3 women, she was the only one who was still intact. And now that Nangong Yen had come, if she didn't take the initiative, I was afraid that it would be very difficult for her to have a place in Yang Weiwei's heart in the future. Sister Smoky Yun, you're so beautiful. Yang Weiwei looked at Ling Yenyun with deep emotion. Ling Yenyun was extraordinarily beautiful tonight. Whether it was her dress or her makeup, she was beautiful to the core. Then if I don't take the initiative, will you never touch me? Ling Yenyun said petulantly. How come? In my heart, you have always been my most important woman. Yang Wei said with slight embarrassment. Anyway, I'm not married to you in this life, so don't fail me. Ling Yenyun murmured softly and gently leaned into Yang Weiwei's arms. Don't worry, even if I fail the heavens, there's no way I'll ever fail you. Yang Weiwei spoke in a deep tone and gently wrapped his arms around Ling Yenyun. The two stayed together that night, talking and doing nothing. Nothing, really nothing. They chatted about many topics, and Yang Weiwei's witty humor made Ling Yenyun indulge in laughter all night long. For the record, they really didn't do anything. Please support Tomato's original version. Skywinds of the world. An imposing, towering mountain stands with a mysterious cave at the top. A woman with a graceful figure, a beautiful appearance, and gorgeous clothes was meditating on her knees in the middle of the cave. This was a woman who was beautiful to the extreme. Her long, thick, dark hair that fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, her concave and convex body with delicate curves, her chin and lips that were carefully carved like vermilion jade, so perfect that they were almost illusory, and a pair of heart-stoppingly beautiful eyes that would make a person unable to help but sink deeper just by looking at them. How is this possible? At this moment, this stunningly beautiful woman who was cultivating in seclusion abruptly opened those beautiful eyes, and her stunningly beautiful face faintly flushed with a hint of redness. How dare you touch this seat's reincarnation? A moment later, this stunningly beautiful woman once again violently opened her eyes, and a chilling killing intent was emitted from her eyes. Damn bastard! the stunning woman couldn't help but let out another moving voice. You're dead. A cold light flashed in the woman's eyes. A monstrous killing intent spread out from her, and the air around her instantly plummeted several degrees. Soon, the stunning woman acquired all the memories of the bilocation. At that moment, a handsome and extraordinary teenager was clearly reflected in her mind. But, right at this moment, the stunningly beautiful woman wildly spat out a mouthful of blood and coldly drank. Yang Wei, this seed has been cultivating for 1,000 years, and it's outrageous that you've just taken advantage of it for nothing. At this moment, Kueyungshuan Pavilion, the breath on Ling Yenyun's body suddenly became extremely weak, almost on the verge of losing its breath in general. Sister Smoky Yun, what's wrong with you? Yang Weiwei sensed that the situation was not right and hurriedly hugged Ling Yenyun tightly in his arms. Elder brother Wei, listen to me, Ling Yenyun said with a difficult voice. Sister Smoke Cloud, where exactly are you uncomfortable? Quickly tell me. Yang Weiwei was anxious. At this time, Dongfang Yunbing from next door also heard the commotion and hurriedly walked in. Senior brother Wei, I'm actually just a doppelganger. My main body comes from the heavenly wind world, and is the palace master of the Haoyue demon palace Ling Yenyun. A reincarnated doppelganger can't lose his body. And just now at that instant, I awakened the memories of my main body. We senior brother, it's so good to know you. Even though I'm just an alter ego, I have no regrets in this life. Also, senior Wei brother, until you are strong enough, you must not appear in front of my main body, or else my main body might kill you for breaking the reincarnated bilocation that she had worked so hard to condense. Don't worry about me. I'm not dead. I'm just returning to my original body early. Remember, don't go looking for me before you have enough strength, or my original body will kill you. Ling Yenyun finished her last sentence with great difficulty, and her figure gradually dissipated into Yang Weiwei's arms. Sister Smoky Cloud. Sister Smoky Cloud. Yang Weiwei kept waving his hand to grab it, but he was never able to catch Ling Yenyun who was disappearing. Shen are you alright? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes were slightly moist as she slowly walked over to Yang Weiwei. Sister Bing. Sister Smoky Cloud is gone. Yang Weiwei's face was filled with pain, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he fainted. Shan Dongfang Yunbing let out a soft cry and hugged him in her arms. However, even though Yang Weiwei had fallen into a coma, his reincarnation technique continued to operate non-stop. Feeling the continuous operation of the gong methods within Yang Weiwei's body, a trace of doubt also appeared on Dongfang Yunbing's face. Soon, Yang Weiwei's cultivation level broke through to the 4th level of the Xianxian realm. However, it didn't stop there, and the cultivation level in his body was still madly rising. 5th level of the entering Xian realm. He had just broken through the 5th level of the Xian realm, and in no time, his cultivation had rushed to the peak of the 5th level of the Xian realm. Boom boom boom. 6th level of the entering Xian realm. At this time, Yang Wei finally woke up, and he hurriedly sat down on his knees and continued to cultivate. At this moment, Yang Wei finally understood what was going on. Sister Smoky Yun, wait, I will definitely find you. At this moment, Yang Wei secretly swore in his heart. Sister Bing, Yen, I'm fine. At this time, Yang Weiwei finally opened his eyes, and his cultivation level stabilized at the peak of the 6th level of the Xianxian realm. In the blink of an eye another 2 days had passed. On this day, Yang Weiwei was finally ready to start a new journey, which was to conquer the northern Xian domain. Under the leadership of Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yunbing, the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan Palace killed towards the demonic Cloud sect and the Altar Heavenly sect, the strongest of the 12 clans. Their cultivation levels were usually around the 2nd level of the return to Xian realm, and at this time, Yang Weiwei's strength was already comparable to that of a powerhouse at the 5th level of the return to Xian realm. So the Heavenly Yuan Palace went all the way up the ladder, and succeeded in taking over the Demon Cloud sect and the Altar Heavenly sect, with the help of the soul-devouring pill. Soon the top echelons of these two great sects were all completely controlled by Yang Weiwei, and the strength of the Heavenly Yuan Palace had managed to cause other forces to be wary. North Xian Empire, Crown Prince's residence. Your Highness, something big has happened. A middle-aged man spoke. What's so alarming? Zhou Yuxiang said. Just a moment ago, the scouts sent word that the Heavenly Yuan Palace took the initiative to attack, and the Demon Cloud sect and the Altar Heavenly sect have been successfully taken down by the Heavenly Yuan Palace. The middle-aged man said in a low voice. I can't imagine that this Yang Weiwei is not too ambitious. Zhou Yuxiang said with a cold smile. Your Highness, what should we do next? The middle-aged man asked. Notify the other clans to immediately launch a general attack, and then let Eagle Elder bring his dark guards forward to help. Make sure to bring back that Dongfang Yunbing alive. This palace wants to play with her alive. Zhou Yuxiang said with gloomy eyes. Yes, Your Highness, the middle-aged man answered and retreated. Chapter 65, The Great War Begins. North Xian Empire, Empress Bedchamber. Shuang'er, has Yang Weiwei's physique been confirmed? A woman with an enchanting figure and a cold temperament, dressed in a gorgeous phoenix robe, opened her mouth and asked, "Back to the Holy Maiden. After our exhaustive investigation, Yang Weiwei is indeed a pure Yang body, and it is precisely because of him that Dongfang Yunbing's cultivation level was able to break through so quickly." Shuang'er lightly opened her lips and teeth and slowly said. Zhou Yuxian sighed. "You keep a close eye on this seat. Don't let him get Yang Wei killed. He's the key cauldron for this palace's breakthrough." The phoenix-robed woman spoke again. 7 days passed in a hurry. Under the powerful might of the heavenly Yuan Palace, the southern state had already formed an ironclad block, and any force that stepped into the area of the southern state would not be able to escape Yang Wei's keen ears. The top management of the Altar Heavenly sect and the Demon Cloud sect were also completely controlled by Yang Weiwei, becoming the right and left protectors of the southern state. Tian Yuan Palace. Shen'er. The news from the Dark Guards is that the allied forces of the other powers have already assembled. How should we respond? Dongfang Yunbing asked with a worried face. Sister Bing needn't worry. I've already carefully set up a large formation in front of Tian Yuan Palace's mountain gate, just waiting for them to obediently enter the jar. Yang Wei said confidently. He already had a plan for the future in mind. The first step was to annex all the sects, and finally use the strategy of encircling the city from the countryside to wipe out the Beixian Empire in one fell swoop. If he didn't make some remarkable achievements in this world, how could he live up to his special identity as a traveler? Right at this moment, Luo Qiming hurriedly walked in and bowed. Master, the other forces have already attacked. We just can't hold out any longer. Tell everyone to drop everything at hand and all retreat to Tian Yuan Palace. It's time to give them a headache. Yang Weiwei commanded in an organized manner. Yes, Master. Luo Yimeng led the order and retreated. In the meantime, the allied forces of the 7 sects were killing their way towards the southern state, rampaging along the way without encountering any resistance at all. The people from the Demon Cloud sect branch and the Altar Heavenly sect branch all retreated quickly in the direction of the Heavenly Yuan Palace. Eagle Elder, where is the need for you old man to personally come out to exterminate a mere Heavenly Yuan Palace? Tiani Sect Master Shui Tianming said with a smile on his face. Sect Master Shui, this seat is also following orders. Even if the Heavenly Yuan Palace is just an insignificant ant, we must still go all out. If we delay His Highness's great event, no one will have a good time. Eagle Elder said with a gloomy face. Eagle Elder is right. Shui Tianming hurriedly bowed and said. In front of Eagle Elder, Shui Tianming was nothing more than a junior. After all, there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. Inform the others, move forward at full speed, and strive to arrive in front of the Heavenly Yuan Palace's mountain gate by tomorrow. Eagle Elder decisively commanded. Heavenly Yuan Palace, Palace Master Hall. Dongfang Yunbing was methodically enacting an order. Meanwhile, during this period of time, Yang Weiwei had also refined countless amounts of explosive poison pills and sent them one by one to the disciples under the Heavenly Yuan Palace, while giving them the antidote in case one of their own was poisoned to death. With so many explosive poison pills, there was an additional safeguard for the disciples below. Early the next morning, the allied forces of the 7 sects had finally arrived in front of the Tian Yuan Palace's mountain gate. Under the leadership of Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yunbing, all the Heavenly Yuan Palace sect members were already on standby, ready to meet the battle. Dongfang Yunbing, Yang Weiwei, the two of you wantonly slaughtered other clans. It's not too late for you to obediently bind your hands now, or else I won't blame this seat for showing no mercy. Shui Tianming said in a stern voice. A bunch of people, if you want to fight, hurry up. Laozi doesn't have the time to talk nonsense with you here. Yang Weiwei nonchalantly opened his mouth. Good boy, are you Yang Weiwei? Shui Tianming said with a gloomy face. That's right, it's exactly your father. Yang Wei said with a cold smile. You're asking for death. Shui Tianming was so infuriated that his face was twisted and deformed. He was at least a prestigious head of a sect in the northern domain. How had he ever been subjected to such verbal abuse? Brother Shui, calm down a bit. When we catch this little bastard later, there are ways to properly shell him. Spirit Xian sect Patriarch Mo Juanhao said with a gloomy face. Brother Mo is right. Shui Tianming then shouted. Everyone follow this seat to kill and destroy the Heavenly Yuan Palace. As soon as Shui Tianming's words fell, the allied forces of the 7 clans raged towards the Heavenly Yuan Palace. Kill them all. Yang Weiwei also shouted loudly, taking the lead and rushing over with Dongfang Yinbing. Behind them, the senior officers and disciples of the Heavenly Yuan Palace, each holding a battle sword, bravely killed towards the other party. The moment both sides engaged in battle, the Heavenly Yuan Palace disciples instantly threw out countless explosive poison pills towards the opposite side. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, countless disciples of the Seven Sect Coalition army were blown to serious injuries on the spot, and countless others were poisoned by the explosive poison pill. Toxic. Everyone hold their breath, Shui Tianming shouted. At this time, Yang Weiwei had already killed his way into the midst of the seven sects' allied forces. As for the sect masters and patriarchs of the seven great sects, they also joined forces at this time to kill towards Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yinbing. However, the joint efforts of several great patriarchs were unable to stop Yang Weiwei, and within a few breaths of time, a few of them were chopped down by Yang Weiwei. Just at this time, an extremely terrifying sword chi came from the air. Yang Wei hurriedly dodged sideways and avoided the sword chi. Immediately after that, an old figure appeared in front of Yang Wei. At the same time there were dozens of black-clothed men that appeared on the battlefield. Old thing, I thought you were a shrinking turtle. I didn't expect you to show your head, Yang Weiwei said with a smile on his face. Sharp-tongued brat, provoking this seat will not do you any good, Eagle Old Man said with incomparably cold eyes. Ha ha, old mongrel, I was waiting for you to show up, or else how am I going to start the grand formation? Yang Wei laughed loudly and activated the grand formation with a wave of his hand. In an instant, the scene was enveloped by a mysterious force, and it was as if the Seven Sect Coalition was instantly suppressed by a 1,000-pound boulder. Those with low cultivation became significantly slower under this mysterious force, while the movements of the Tian Yuan Palace disciples were not affected at all. At once, countless allied forces of the seven clans died in the hands of the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan Palace. Kid, you seek death, Eagle Old Man shouted angrily and instantly pounced towards Yang Weiwei, and the dozens of black-clothed men behind him also killed towards Dongfang Yinbing. The strength of these black-clothed men were all around the first level of the Return to Xian realm, while Eagle Old Man's strength had unexpectedly reached the sixth level of the Return to Xian realm. For a while, Yang Weiwei was also suppressed and retreated back and forth. With Yang Weiwei's current strength, he still seemed to be struggling against a strong person at the sixth level of the returning Xian realm. However, he didn't panic and continued to adopt a wandering mode to pester his opponent. As a top alchemist, it was impossible without some special means. At this time, Yang Weiwei took the opportunity to swallow an explosive Xian Dan. In a flash, the aura on his body steeply surged, instantly reaching the peak of the seventh level of the Xian realm. Old undead thing, let's see how I'll get you killed. Swish 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 swish. Yang Wei urged the immortal demon sword and slashed out dozens of swords in a flash. Yang Wei, whose breath had skyrocketed, instantly beat Eagle Old Man back and forth. Without a moment's effort, he was cut with several wounds by Yang Weiwei's sword chi. In the blink of an eye, another dozen moves passed, and Eagle Old Man was finally penetrated through his chest by Yang Weiwei's sword, and his entire body collapsed on the ground, losing his fighting strength. What was the elixir you just took? Eagle Elder asked with difficulty. I'll come back to tell you after I finish cleaning up the others. Yang Wei sneered and then flew towards Dongfang Yinbing's side. At this time, Dongfang Yinbing was already a bit unable to support herself. She was surrounded by dozens of black-clothed men, although her strength was quite a bit higher than that of the black-clothed men, but she couldn't help that the other side was outnumbered, not to mention the fact that there were several sect masters attacking her as well. Just as Dongfang Yinbing retreated back and forth, Yang Weiwei finally arrived, and that was when her pressure was finally alleviated. Under Yang Weiwei's crazy brutality, dozens of black-clothed men were like lambs to be slaughtered, one by his sword, and they were killed cleanly in no time. As for the people on the side of the Heavenly Yuan Palace, each one of them became more and more courageous as they killed, and the seven sects' allied forces instantly collapsed, with extremely heavy casualties. It didn't take long for Shui Tianming and Mo Juanhao to be captured by Yang Weiwei. Yang Weiwei didn't want to kill them, but he wanted to control them. After all, attacking the territory also needed someone to manage it. Chapter 66, The North Xian Empire Attacks. Eastern Palace Master. Spare our lives. We were all forced. Seeing how strong Yang Weiwei was, Shui Tianming and Mo Juanhao looked horrified and hurriedly knelt on the ground. At this time, Yang Wei directly dragged Eagle Elder to the front as well, looking at the three with an icy gaze and said coldly, either die or submit. You guys choose yourselves. Submission. We submit. Shui Tianming and Mo Juanhao did not hesitate and desperately called out for mercy. Yang Weiwei took out 2 soul-devouring pills and said in an icy voice. Very well, let go of your divine sense and then eat this. Let's eat. The duo didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and hurriedly ate the elixir. Just after consuming the elixir, the two of them let out a miserable scream to the extreme. I advise you all, it's best if you don't have any dissatisfied thoughts towards me, or else this pain will continue until death. The corner of Yang Weiwei's mouth rose as he sneered. Upon hearing Yang Weiwei's words, in the hearts of the two of them, they no longer dared to generate a trace of hatred towards Yang Weiwei, and it was only then that the pain slowly disappeared, and Yang Wei planted soul imprints in the divine consciousness of the two, completely controlling them. Old man, what's your choice? Yang Weiwei looked at Eagle Old Man with a smile. Kid, how dare you? Do you know who this seat is? Eagle Old Man's face was gloomy as he said in a cold voice. Isn't it just a dog of the Crown Prince's residence? To who is being a dog not a dog? Why not give yourself one more choice? Yang Weiwei sneered disdainfully. Humph, this seat will not submit even if I die. So just die. Eagle Old Man said in a stern voice. Snap, bold, how dare you speak to your master like that? Without hesitation, Shui Tianming slapped towards Eagle Old Man. Shui Tianming, you seek death. Eagle Old Man shouted angrily, but at this time, he had already been controlled by Yang Weiwei, so he could only glare angrily at Shui Tianming. Old man, I advise you to better submit obediently so that you can still suffer a little less, and by being a dog for me, not only will you have an endless supply of extremely high-quality returning Xian pills, but you will also have a chance to ascend to the spirit Xian realm. Yang Wei slowly opened his mouth. Kid, you're good at bragging. Eagle Old Man looked at Yang Weiwei with a face full of disdain. What's this? You should recognize it. Yang Weiwei directly took out hundreds of return to Xian Dan out. Extreme grade returning Xian Dan. How did you get so many extreme grade returning Xian Dan? Eagle Elder said with a face full of shock. Humph, a mere return Xian Dan. As long as you submit to me, it's not like I can't give it to you in the future even if you want a spirit Xian Dan. Yang Weiwei spoke once again. If you can truly provide the return Xian Dan, what's wrong with this seat submitting to you? Eagle Old Man opened his mouth after pondering for a moment. He was originally the Crown Prince's house's offering, and the Crown Prince provided him with the appropriate remuneration every month. And now that Yang Weiwei was able to offer better conditions, he really had no reason to refuse. Not to mention, he was still Yang Weiwei's captive now. Then let go of your divine sense and eat it again. Yang Weiwei directly threw a soul-devouring pill over. Without any further hesitation, Eagle Old Man directly ate it, due to the fact that he had just seen the properties of this elixir. So at this moment, in his heart, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit dissatisfied with Yang Wei. At this time, Yang Weiwei again planted a soul imprint in the depths of his divine sense. These returning Yuan Dawn are considered as a meet and greet gift for you guys. As long as you follow me, you definitely won't regret it in the future. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said, Many thanks for the reward, Master. The 3 Eagle Elders hurriedly bowed. The herbs on top of this list, collect them when you come across them. They are important materials for alchemy. Yang Weiwei gave the 3 another list. The next step is to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, Yang Weiwei sent Mo Juanhao and Shui Tianming out to receive the territories of other sects and to keep a constant watch on the movements of the Northern Xian Empire. Nowadays, the 12 great clans of Bei Xian, except for the Sword Origin Pavilion, had basically all been exterminated, so he had to guard against the Bei Xian Empire. Huiyangxuan Pavilion. After raiding all the other clans, Yang Wei became rich once again, while all the clan territories were included in the sphere of influence by the Heavenly Yuan Palace. On this day, Yang Wei was once again immersed in cultivation, and all the matters of the Tian Yuan Palace were handed over to Dongfang Yunbing to deal with. North Xian Empire. Above the court, a woman with an enchanting figure and wearing a gorgeous phoenix robe was sitting on top of the grand hall. Her long, thick, dark hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her concave and convex body showed off her charms. Her chin and lips carved like vermilion jade were so perfect as to be almost unreal, and her pair of soul-capturing beautiful eyes made it so that people could not help but sink deeper just by looking at them. This person was none other than the Empress of the Northern Xian Empire, Xiao Chengyun. Empress. Now that the Tianyuan Palace is growing stronger by the day and has unified the 12 great sects, I think that we should immediately send troops to the Tianyuan Palace and eliminate it in one fell swoop while its wings are not yet full. Lei Yaning, the Minister of War, spoke respectfully. Empress Mother, please allow my son to lead the troops to conquer the Tianyuan Palace. Zhou Yuxiang spoke eagerly. Mother, the reason why Tian Yuan Palace has developed to this point today. The Crown Prince has an unshirkable responsibility. Third Prince Zhou Yuhao spoke up. Yu Hao, what does this matter have to do with the Crown Prince again? Xiao Qingyun asked slowly with an enchanting voice. Reporting back to Mother. The Crown Prince has always had ill intentions towards Dongfang Yunbing, and a month ago, he sent out his men, the heavenly fiends and the earthly fiends, to unite with the four great sects to attack Tianyuan Palace with the intention of capturing Dongfang Yunbing alive. I didn't expect the four major clans to be completely wiped out, but he was still lustful and sent an eagle Zhenghua to lead dozens of secret guards and unite all the other clans to attack Tianyuan Palace. Due to his improper operation, the major clans were completely wiped out. So my son believes that the Crown Prince is not capable of destroying the Heavenly Yuan Palace. Zhou Yuhao spoke methodically. Zhou Yuhao, you. At this moment, Zhou Yuxiang was furious to the extreme. Crown Prince brother, did third brother say something wrong? Zhou Yuhao bowed to Xiao Chengyun again and continued. My son requests to lead the troops to Tianyuan Palace. I implore Queen Mother to allow it. Mother, my son knows a lot about the Tianyuan Palace. If I let my son personally go out to the army, the chances of winning are even greater. Zhou Yuxiang hurriedly spoke. Since both emperors want to march out to Tianyuan Palace, it's not appropriate for this palace to let anyone go. How about this? How about letting the heavenly king of Jin lead the entire army, and the two emperors as vice-generals, and march out together? Xiao Qingyun said with a clear and pleasant voice. This king will live up to the empress trust and will annihilate the entire Tianyuan Palace in one fell swoop. Zhou Xianzheng, the heavenly king of Jintian, said with conviction. Some servant obeys the decree. Zhou Yuxiang and Zhou Yuhao said in unison. Kuiyongshuan Pavilion. Yang Weiwei had been in the midst of frantic cultivation, and on this day he finally touched the threshold of the 7th level of the Xianxian realm. So he took out all the spirit stones he had scavenged during this period of time, and then his entire body dug into the pile of spirit stones and began to frantically refine them. As the spirit stones continued to be refined by Yang Weiwei, his cultivation finally came to the critical point where he was close to a breakthrough. Boom 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 boom. 7th level of the entering Xian realm. Then he took out another elixir and continued to cultivate. And soon his cultivation broke through to the peak of the 7th level of the Xian Yuan realm again. After breaking through to the peak of the 7th level of the entering Xian realm, Yang Wei opened his eyes and then walked out of the Haotian Jade space. Chener, you've finally come out of the gate. The North Xian Empire's army has already entered the southern state's territory. Dongfang Yunbing spoke. Who is leading the army of the Northern Yuan Empire? Yang Weiwei asked with a frown. He also hadn't expected that the Northern Xian Empire would send out troops so quickly and without any reason. This time, the North Xian Empire's leader of the army is Zhou Xianzheng, the heavenly king of Jintian, while the Crown Prince and the Third Prince are the vice-generals. What is the strength of Zhou Xianzheng and Zhou Yuxiang? Yang Weiwei asked. Although before he had seen Zhou Xianzheng a few times, to that time his cultivation was too low to see the other party's cultivation at all. Zhou Xuanzheng's cultivation is at the 7th level of the returning Xian realm, and Zhou Yuxiang is at around the 4th level of the returning Xian realm, so this palace will be able to clean him up. Dongfang Yunbing said with an icy voice. I know, Sister Bing, this is the explosive Xiandan. It can raise your cultivation by a small realm in a short period of time. Yang Weiwei handed over a few explosive Xiandan. You actually have this kind of elixir? Dongfang Yunbing revealed a shocked expression. What's so shocking about this? I still have the Harmony Dan. A go down. Can make you so whole that you can't get up for half a month? Do you believe it? Yang Wei laughed badly. Asshole. Dongfang Yunbing blankly glanced at Yang Weiwei without any good humor. Chapter 67, The Fall of the Heavenly King of Jin. Early the next morning, the North Xian Empire's army finally killed in front of the Tianyuan Palace's mountain gate with great vigor. Compared to the previous 7 clans' allied forces, the North Xian Empire's army was much stronger, and they were all well-trained regulars. For a while, the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan Palace were all nervous. After all, the opponent they were facing this time was the terrifyingly powerful Beixian Empire. The two of them, Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yunbing, stood upright in front of the Tianyuan Palace's mountain gate. Palace Master Dongfang, as long as you tie your hands and surrender, for the sake of knowing each other, this king can save your life. Zhou Xuanjing's face was gloomy as he said in a deep voice. Heavenly King Jin, I don't know if my Heavenly Yuan Palace has ever taken the initiative to provoke the North Xian Empire? Dongfang Yunbing's tone was cold to the extreme. The Heavenly Yuan Palace did not provoke the Northern Xian Empire. Zhou Xianzheng replied with a straight face. That means that the Northern Xian Empire took the initiative to pick a fight and had to exterminate my Tianyuan Palace. Dongfang Yunbing let out a delicate laugh, but her eyes were filled with coldness. Zhou Xianzhang frowned. It was not really easy for him to answer this sentence. After all, the Beixian Empire really did not have the upper hand when it came to the greater good. Dongfang Yunbing, this king has already given you the opportunity. Since you are not interested, then don't blame this king for being impolite. Zhou Xuanjing's face was gloomy as he said in a deep voice, "Old man, if you want to fight, hurry up. This young man doesn't have the time to accompany you here with nonsense." Yang Weiwei said with a face full of disdain. "Yang Wei, since you're in a hurry to die, then this king will fulfill you." Zhou Xuanjing's face was very ugly at this moment. He was not yet 40 years old this year, and Yang Weiwei had called him an old man, which made him annoyed in his heart. "Imperial uncle, don't talk nonsense with him. Let's directly destroy the Tian Yuan Palace and capture the two of them alive." Third Imperial Prince Zhou Yuhao said in a cold voice. "All men on command. Kill." With Zhou Xuanjing's order. At once, the cultivator troops of the Northern Xian Empire killed towards the Tian Yuan Palace with a tidal wave of vigor. "Kill. All of you come with me and exterminate this bunch of scum from the North Xian Empire." Yang Wei shouted and instantly led the way like a stringed arrow to kill out. Dongfang Yunbing and the Tian Yuan Palace crowd then followed suit and killed. In terms of numbers, the Heavenly Yuan Palace was not at a disadvantage because the current Heavenly Yuan Palace had gathered the strength of all the sects, and even the Sword Origin Pavilion was firmly on the side of the Heavenly Yuan Palace at this moment. Yang Wei directly drove the immortal demon sword, as if a wolf had entered a sheep's nest. Wherever he went, the enemy was either dead or injured, and not a single piece of armor was left behind. And behind them, the Heavenly Yuan Palace disciples, one by one, held explosive poison pills in their hands and threw them towards the crowd of the Northern Xian Empire with great vigor. For a while, smoke filled the battlefield, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Dongfang Yunbing, alone, held out against several strong men from the Northern Xian Empire, all of whom had cultivations around the 4th level of the returning Xian realm. As for Yang Weiwei, he directly faced Zhou Xianzhang because Zhou Xuanjing's strength was the strongest existence in the Northern Xian Empire. Normally, Yang Weiwei would not be able to defeat Zhou Xianzhang. Good thing he had contained an explosive Xian Dan in his mouth when the battle started. Sword chi raging, Yang Weiwei waved his immortal demon sword, wave after wave of powerful sword moves slashing fiercely towards Zhou Yuzhang, while the explosive poison pill in his left hand was thrown towards the surroundings without stopping. At this moment, Zhou Xianzhang was getting more and more alarmed the more he fought. He had never seen such a terrifying genius who had challenged him over the levels, and the speed at which the other party's cultivation had increased was not too fast. At this moment, Zhou Xianzhang began to worry for the Northern Xian Empire, and wondered if offending this kind of genius was worth it or not. In the blink of an eye, the two of them fought fiercely for hundreds of moves again. Yang Wei executed the god-slaying sword technique while combining it with his dexterous stance, and the two of them fought hard for a while. As time passed, the more Yang Weiwei fought, the more anxious he became, because the explosive Xian Dan also had a statute of limitations. If he couldn't take down Zhou Xianzhang quickly, what awaited him would be a devastating blow. At this time, Yang Weiwei couldn't care less. Almost every move was fighting for his life, and the Godslayer sword technique continuously and frantically killed towards his opponent. The more Zhou Xianzhang fought, the more frightened he became, while Yang Weiwei became more and more courageous. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei grabbed a rare opportunity and instantly sent out a soul-devouring slash. At once, Zhou Xuanzhang's movements were visibly hesitant for a moment. Yang Weiwei did not hesitate, and with the immortal demon sword in his hand, he wiped Zhou Xuanzhang's neck in an instant, while kicking his corpse out. The heavenly king of Xintian is dead, with Zhou Xianzhang being killed. Instantly, the Northern Xian Empire's army was thrown into chaos. At this time, Zhou Yuxiang and Zhou Yuhao, who were besieging Dongfang Yunbing, were also shocked by Yang Weiwei's powerful strength. Heavenly King Zhoujin was the third strongest person in the Northern Xian Empire. Even he died at the hands of Yang Weiwei, so how terrifying should Yang Weiwei's strength be? At this moment, Zhou Yuxiang and Zhou Yuhao no longer had the heart to battle on. Right at this moment, Dongfang Yunbing caught an opportunity and slashed his sword across, instantly wiping Zhou Yuhao's neck. Seeing this, Zhou Yuxiang's figure retreated violently. Right at this moment, Yang Weiwei instantly killed him and blasted him unconscious on the spot with a palm. Without a backbone, the Northern Xian army was defeated and was killed by the Tian Yuan Palace disciples, with Yang Weiwei and Dongfang Yunbing joining them. Soon the top brass of the Northern Xian Empire who were participating in this battle were slaughtered by them. The next step is to clean up the battlefield. Yang Weiwei jerked the storage ring off Zhou Xuanzhang's body. Then Yang Wei came to Zhou Yuxiang's side. Just now he just knocked Zhou Yuxiang out. Yang Weiwei directly slammed a stick onto Zhou Yuxiang's calf. Click. Ah. Yang. Ling. Chen. How dare you hurt this prince? You're dead. Zhou Yuxiang let out a mournful scream and woke up in pain from his stupor, his eyes looking at Yang Weiwei in horror. Get comfortable, Your Highness the Prince. Yang Weiwei sneered. You want? What for? Zhou Yuxiang asked fearfully. Yang Weiwei smiled faintly and swung another stick on his other leg. Click. Aha. Zhou Yuxiang once again let out a miserable scream. You say you? Why do you have to seek death if you don't just be your crown prince? After saying that, Yang Weiwei swung another stick on Zhou Yuxiang's right hand. Click. Ah. Spare my life. I won't dare anymore. Please spare me. Zhou Yuxiang loudly begged for mercy. At this moment he was incomparably regretting why he had gone to mess with Dongfang Yunbing. Yang Wei looked at him with a cold smile, and casually 2 more sticks went down, and immediately all 5 limbs of Zhou Yuxiang were knocked to pieces, and even the dantian was also abolished by Yang Wei's foot. Click. Aha! Yang Wei, you devil, you shall not die. Zhou Yuxiang hissed hoarsely. Bang! Yang Wei directly whipped him away with a stick. He didn't kill Zhou Yuxiang because the other party was already a wreck. Sometimes the cruelest means is not necessarily to kill the other person, but to make them fall from heaven to hell and live in fear forever. At this time, the news of the Heavenly Yuan Palace's victory over the Northern Xian Empire spread throughout the Northern Xian domain like a hurricane, and Yang Weiwei's name was completely spread in the Northern Xian domain, with countless young talents longing to join the Heavenly Yuan Palace. North Xian Empire, Empress Bedchamber, Holy Maiden. I just happened to receive news that both the Jintian Heavenly King and the Third Prince were killed in battle. The Crown Prince was also deposed, and the Northern Xian army was completely annihilated. Schwanger opened her mouth and said, This palace knows. Let's go. It's time to go find this palace's furnace. Xiao Qingyun carried a flirtatious smile at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 68, Homecoming, News of Mother. Just when everyone thought that the Heavenly Yuan Palace would take this opportunity to expand greatly, Yang Weiqiao unexpectedly rode on the red firebird and set off for home. A year had already passed since he left Cold Sun City. Yang Weiwei really missed something in his heart and wanted to go back to have a look. Plus, now that he had already offended the Northern Xian Empire, if he didn't properly arrange for his family's security, there was a high chance that he would be exploited by the Northern Xian Empire. Although before that, he had also sent quite a few experts to Cold Sun City to protect his family, but he was still vaguely uneasy inside. So this time he planned to move his entire family, all to Tian Yuan Palace. The only place he could truly put his heart down was in Tian Yuan Palace. After 3 days of non-stop flying and rushing, Yang Weiwei finally returned to Cold Sun City. Cold Sun City was not forbidden to fly, so he directly drove the red flame bird to gallop towards the young family's residence. The red fire bird's huge feathered wings hovered in the air, then slowly landed on the martial arts plaza of the young family's inner courtyard. At this time, the family disciples who were exercising on the young family's martial arts stage all noticed Yang Weiwei's return. Family Master, Young Master Wei is back. The young family's domestic servant shouted excitedly, while his feet generated wind and quickly ran towards Yang Daolin's courtyard. Young Master, you're back. Only to see a graceful figure in the distance, like the wind quickly pouncing towards Yang Weiwei, and then hugged him tightly. Xiao Ruo has grown up quite a bit. Feeling the fragrant body odor of the young girl in his arms, Yang Weiwei laughed and said jokingly. For Xiao Ruo, Yang Weiwei was still full of fondness. Of course, this fondness was only between brother and sister. After all, the two had grown up together, and Xiao Ruo was still his child bride, having been adopted and raised by young Daolin from a young age. Young master, you are getting worse and worse. Xiao Ruo pouted shyly. At this time, quite a few disciples of the younger generation of the young family came over to greet Yang Wei, and Yang Weiwei was also very polite, taking out quite a few precious pills from his storage ring and distributing them to all the family disciples. These young disciples of the Yang clan, who had ever seen such precious pills before, were all so happy that they thanked him repeatedly. At this time, Yang Daolin had an agitated face, and his footsteps hurriedly and quickly walked towards Yang Weiwei's side. Upon hearing the news of his son's return, Yang Daolin also put down the family affairs in his hands at the very first moment. Mourn, back. A loving smile appeared on Yang Daolin's face. Having not seen him for so long, he was worried about his son. I was homesick, so I came back to see you. For Yang Daolin, Yang Weiwei's heart was filled with missing. Perhaps it was due to the fusion of his predecessor's soul, so in his heart, this was his home, and Yang Daolin was his father. Just come back. Yang Daolin had a pleased smile on his face. Not having seen his son for so long, the longing in his heart was hard to express. As the old saying goes, when a son travels thousands of miles, his father worries, and over the past year, he has been worried about his son all the time. The news of Yang Weiwei's return also quickly spread throughout the entire Cold Sun City in the first hour. Nowadays, Yang Weiwei's fame had spread throughout the entire northern Xian domain, and even in a remote city like Cold Sun City, his great name was as loud as thunder. In order to celebrate his son's return, Yang Daolin directly announced that the whole clan would celebrate with a big banquet for 3 days. After learning about the news of Yang Weiwei's return, the family heads of all the big clans in Cold Sunshine City had all prepared generous goodies to come and congratulate him at the first opportunity. Even the Xiao family and the Lin family in Cold Yang City, who had a grudge against Yang Weiwei, likewise sent congratulatory gifts. After all, now that Yang Weiwei's strength had reached a point where they could only look up to him, they could no longer have the heart to retaliate. These family heads, one by one, are all very shrewd. When you are in your glory, they will all come to flatter you. When you are in trouble, one by one, they are all eager to trample you under their feet. This is the cruel reality. For all the big families that came to give gifts, Yang Daolin accepted them one by one, and also made return gifts for all of them. The most awkward people on the scene were Han Tianling and Han Ruoxue. At this moment, Han Tianling could not wait to slap himself. Such an excellent son-in-law, but he was actually withdrawn from the marriage. On the other hand, Han Ruoxue had a face of unwillingness. At the same time, her heart was chagrined. If she had not withdrawn from the marriage in the first place, then her current self would be the happiest woman in the entire northern Xian domain. Seeing that his son had grown to this point, Yang Daolin felt immensely gratified. Shen, now that you've grown up, that matter, it's time to tell you. A trace of pain appeared on Yang Daolin's face. Seeing his father's despondent face, Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and asked, "What is it, father?" "Actually, your mother did not pass away." Yang Daolin's tone carried a hint of helplessness. In Yang Weiwei's memory, mother has always been a familiar yet unfamiliar name, and since he was a child, his mother's figure has never appeared in his memory. Even in his previous life on Earth, Yang Weiwei was an abandoned orphan. Then where did she go? Yang Wei tried to make his tone as calm as possible. There was a time when he too desperately longed for his mother's love and had seen his mother in his dreams many times. Shen, don't hate her. Your mother actually loves you very much. It's only because of some special reasons that she left us. Yang Daolin sighed. Father, talk about mother. Yang Weiwei said in a deep voice. Your mother's name is Su Wanyun. She and I met in Wind Cold City. At that time, your mother was being chased and was seriously injured. It was my father who saved her. She was the most beautiful woman in the world, and the gentlest, and the time I spent with her was the happiest time of my life. At the time, your mother was seriously injured, so I brought her back to the family, and as time continued to pass, your mother and I both fell in love with each other. After you were born, all your mother's thoughts were on you, guarding you almost all the time, and she made you clothes from the age of 1 to 18, Yang Daolin said, and then rummaged through the closet and found a bunch of clothes, many of which were worn by Yang Weiwei when he was a child. You're 16 now, so take these clothes and wear them. These clothes were all knitted by your mother, stitch by stitch, Yang Daolin said. And then what happened? Where did mother go again? Hearing this, Yang Wei's eyes couldn't help but moisten, and at the same time, he carefully put away all the clothes that his mother had made for him into the Hao-In Jade space. Su Wanyun made a lot of clothes for Yang Weiwei, and there were almost dozens of clothes for ages 15 to 18. Later, Yang Daolin let out a bitter smile and continued. The good times didn't last long. Just when you were 3 months old, a group of very terrifyingly powerful people came to Cold Sun City. These people's strength was unfathomable. Just one person possessed the powerful ability to destroy a city. What is their relationship with their mother? Yang asked in the early hours of the morning. It was only at this time that I realized that your mother is the Central Divine Region, the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor Palace's Palace Master, and that these people are here to take your mother back. Yang Daolin sighed and continued. When those people learned that your mother had even given birth in such a small place, they even wanted to destroy our Yang family. If it wasn't for your mother's full protection, our Yang family would have died out long ago, and your mother had to follow them back to the Central Divine Region in order to keep us safe. Your mother instructed me before she left to take good care of you, not to worry about her, and to never go looking for her. I can never forget her heartbroken look when she left. Shen, You mustn't blame your mother because she really loves you. Yang Daolin sighed. Yang Weiwei said softly, Father, you must have missed your mother all these years. He could see that his own father was deeply attached to his mother to the core. What's the use of thinking? I only blame my father for being incapable of guarding her. Yang Daolin's eyes gradually became moist. For the first time in so many years, Yang Wei saw his father so sad. Father, don't worry. One day, I will get my mother back. Yang Weiwei said solemnly. Chen for father to say this to you is not to make you go to her, but simply to tell you that your mother loves you very much, and she only wants you to grow up safely and happily, and then marry and have children. Yang Daolin spoke. Father, with my talent, sooner or later I will get my mother back. Yang Weiwei opened his mouth and said. Afterwards, he talked to Yang Daolin about relocating the family, while giving the family quite a few resources and secret books. After all, now that he was the Heavenly Yuan Palace master, he was fully capable of relocating the Yang family to Heavenly Yuan City for development. And when Yang Daolin heard Yang Weiwei's suggestion, he agreed to it in one go. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and during these 3 days, Yang Daolin talked to the Yang family members about the family relocation, and received the unanimous agreement of the family's senior management. Next, Yang Weiwei arranged for the experts guarding the vicinity of the Yang family to escort the family members to migrate to the Tian Yuan Palace. As for Yang Weiwei himself, he took Yang Daolin and Xiao Ruo with him, and took the lead in the Red Fire Bird to return to Tian Yuan Palace. Chapter 69, The Descent of Empress Xiao. After Yang Weiwei brought Yang Daolin and Xiao Ruo back to Tian Yuan Palace smoothly, he immediately arranged his father properly in an extremely luxurious courtyard at Tian Yuan Main Peak. Immediately afterward, with a smile on his face, he told his father to wait a moment and that he would soon bring his daughter-in-law to pay his respects. Yang Daolin heard that he was about to meet his daughter-in-law. The whole person was so excited that he could hardly restrain himself, and his heart was full of emotions. After so many years, his son had finally grown up. Afterwards, Yang Weiwei turned around and returned to the Cui Yunxian Pavilion, finding Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Yan and telling them everything about his preparations to meet his father. Inside the Cui Yunxian Pavilion, the two women, Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Yan, had been carefully dressed for several hours for this meeting. On the other hand, Yang Weiwei was calmly and leisurely drinking tea on the side, patiently waiting. Yang Wei, when I see my uncle later, this palace is really a bit nervous in my heart. I don't even know what to say to make it better. Dongfang Yunbing had a tense look on her face, her gaze tightly fixed on Yang Weiwei. Aren't you usually the high and mighty Heavenly Yuan Palace master? How come you're scared instead at this moment? You can rest assured. My father is a kind person and is very easy to get along with. Yang Weiwei said with a smile on his face. Relieved. Yang Weiwei, look at me. Do I look good in this outfit? Is it formal and dignified enough to meet uncle in this outfit? Nangong Yan was likewise slightly nervous, looking at Yang Weiwei with anticipation in her gaze as she asked. Good looking. Both of you are as beautiful as heaven. Father will definitely like you very much. Stop dawdling and let's hurry up. Don't let father wait too long. Yang Wei said with a smile. Wait. Let me just calm down and take this breath. Dongfang Yunbing took a deep breath and gave herself a pep talk. Let's go. It's not just to see the eunuch. This palace and Yan are not ugly and unseemly. What's there to be afraid of? Yang Wei secretly snickered in his heart. These two little nieces will also be afraid to meet the in-laws. Under the guidance of Yang Weiwei, the three of them came together to the courtyard where Yang Daolin was temporarily residing. Father, this is Tian Yuan Palace Lord Dongfang Yunbing, your future daughter-in-law. Just address her as Binger. This is the daughter of the Sword Origin Pavilion Master, Nangong Yan. Likewise your future daughter-in-law. Just call her Yener. Yang Weiwei held the hands of his two daughters and gave his father a detailed introduction in turn. Yunbing pays his respects to uncle. Yener pays her respects to her uncle. Dongfang Yunbing and Nangong Yan each gave Yang Daolin a respectful bow. A hint of awe swept across Yang Daolin's eyes, and he secretly pondered in his heart. They are truly two peerless beauties. My son is truly blessed with heavenly fortune. Binger, Yener, please sit down. This is our first time meeting. Uncle didn't even have time to prepare any gifts. When you guys get married, I will definitely make it up to you. Yang Daolin said cordially with a smile on his face. Afterwards, Yang Wei introduced Xiao Ruo to the two daughters. The family had a joyful meal, and Yang Daolin was more and more satisfied with these two future daughters-in-law, and his love was overflowing. In the following days, the Heavenly Yuan Palace did not continue to expand outwards for the time being. After all, the North Xian Empire still had the Emperor and Empress present. and the strength of these two was far beyond what the current Yang Weiwei could contend with. However, the Heavenly Origin Palace wasn't doing nothing, and during this period of time, the number of new disciples recruited by the Heavenly Origin Palace showed a crazy growth. Nowadays, the Heavenly Yuan Palace had already become the premier sect in the northern Xian domain, plus there was the existence of such a heaven-defying genius like Yang Weiwei, so the attraction for the younger generation was extremely powerful. In an instant, another 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, all of the Yang family members migrated to Tianyuan City. Under Yang Weiwei's careful arrangements, the outstandingly talented ones among the younger generation of the Yang family all entered the Heavenly Yuan Palace smoothly. The older generation stayed in Tianyuan City to run the family affairs, and Yang Wei also gave the family a large number of resources, enough to support the entire family's rapid rise and development. On this day, a flying boat of enormous size hovered steadily in the sky above the Heavenly Yuan Palace. Immediately afterward, 2 figures that were as beautiful as heavenly fairies slowly floated down from the air one after the other, and eventually landed steadily in front of the palace master's hall. It was a woman who seemed to have slowly emerged from a fairyland. Her long, black and shiny hair like a waterfall was casually scattered on top of her snow-white jade-like shoulders and neck, and her crystal-clear and exquisite features, especially the pair of heart-stoppingly beautiful eyes, made people fall deeper and deeper into them without being able to help it just by looking at them. For a while, surprisingly, no one dared to approach the woman. At this time, Dongfang Yunbing happened to be inside the palace master's hall, and with such a big commotion, she hurriedly walked out quickly. "You are Dongfang Yunbing?" Xiao Qingyun's voice was bewitching and moving, as if it carried some kind of mysterious magic. "I don't know what exactly my Heavenly Yuan Palace is doing after Shaoxing." Dongfang Yunbing's voice was clear and cold, without the slightest bit of emotion. In terms of temperament and face value, Dongfang Yunbing is not inferior to Xiao Qingyun, and the only gap that exists is strength. "This palace has come today for Yang Weiwei alone." Xiao Qingyun's pink lips slightly opened and slowly said, "Yang Weiwei is not here today." Dongfang Yunbing responded with an icy cold voice. She was also not sure what exactly Xiao Qingyun was looking for Yang Wei, but she knew in her heart that it definitely wouldn't be anything good. "Sister Ice, who is she?" With such a big commotion, naturally Yang Weiwei was able to clearly sense it, and his figure quickly appeared before the palace master's hall. "Little Jie, has Yang Wei returned?" Dongfang Yunbing asked with a faint voice. "Ahem, he hasn't come back yet. He should be back home." Hearing Dongfang Yunbing's question, Yang Wei instantly reacted and gently coughed and said. He was able to clearly feel that the woman in front of him was of unfathomable strength, far beyond what he was currently able to contend with. "Little brother, what's your name?" Xiao Qingyun's vermilion lips and white teeth looked at Yang Weiwei charmingly. "My name is Dongfang Jie." Yang Weiwei opened his mouth stiffly. At this moment, Shuang'er, who was following behind Xiao Qingyun, couldn't help but have a hint of a smile spread across the corners of her mouth. "Oriental Jie? That's a really nice name. Come over here. Sister wants to talk to you." Xiao Qingyun's pair of graceful and slender jade hands gently beckoned towards Yang Weiwei. "This beautiful sister. I have a very strong fox odor on me. I have to go and clean myself first," Yang Wei said weakly. At this moment, the pressure he was under was incomparably huge. Xiao Qingyun's body seemed to have an invisible magical power in general. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated the Haotian skill, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist the other party's seduction. "Really? That's really great. Sister likes men with fox odor the most. Come over here," Xiao Qingyun said as she looked straight at Yang Weiwei. "Empress Xiao, I don't know what important matter you are looking for Yang Wei?" Dongfang Yunbing asked with a slight frown. "In fact, there is nothing particularly important, since he is not there even if. It is fine for this palace to look for this little brother," Xiao Qingyun said with a charming smile. "I don't know what sister needs my help with," Yang Weiwei said stiffly. "Come over here. It's not like sister will do anything to you." Xiao Qingyun winks. At this moment, Yang Wei was clear in his heart that he couldn't hide. Even if he could escape, Tianyuan Palace couldn't run away with him. Yang Weiwei gritted his teeth, hardened his head, and slowly walked towards Xiao Qingyun. "Yang Weiwei, I never would have thought that not only are you handsome, but you're also quite witty and slick." Xiao Qingyun let out a light laugh, and then her jade hand instantly slapped several times quickly in front of Yang Wei's body. At that moment, Yang Weiwei felt that his entire body's Xianli was completely sealed. Swish swish swish. In an instant, Dongfang Yunbing held a long sword and slashed viciously towards Xiao Qingyun. In the face of Dongfang Yunbing's attack, Xiao Qingyun swung her behind her. Her figure instantly flashed out. and in the blink of an eye, she sent Dongfang Yunbing flying. Yang Wei, if this palace wants to destroy the heavenly Yuan palace, it can be said that it will be effortless. Do you understand? Xiao Qingyun's voice suddenly became incomparably cold. This beautiful sister. Let's talk things over. Why do we need to use swords and guns? Yang Wei quickly opened his mouth and said, now that people are the chopping board of a sword. He had to bow his head and soften. Xiao Qingyun, what exactly do you want? What is it that you have to rush at this palace? Dongfang Yunbing said in a delicate and angry voice. TSK. The North Xian domain's famous iceberg beauty also has times when she is caught in a web of love that she can't pull herself out of. Xiao Qingyun had a flirtatious smile on her face as she continued. But don't worry, as long as this little slip of a man can serve this palace well, this palace will naturally not kill him. Xiao Qingyun, if you dare to harm him, this palace will definitely not let you off. Dongfang Yunbing said in a cold voice. I don't know what to do. How dare you threaten this palace? Xiao Qingyun's eyes flinched as she raised her hand to deliver a vicious palm, blasting towards Dongfang Yunbing. Boom! Dongfang Yunbing was once again blasted back a dozen steps, a trace of crimson blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Stop! Come at me with something. Yan Weiwei hurriedly took a quick step forward and stopped in front of Xiao Qingyun. At this moment, he felt incomparably helpless and hopeless, originally thinking that his strength was already enough to walk horizontally in the northern Xian domain. It was not until today that he realized that he had really underestimated the people in the world. Yang Wei, you care about her a lot, don't you? Xiao Qingyun asked with a cold smile. Yes. Yang Weiwei replied in a low voice. Then who is prettier between this palace and Dongfang Yunbing? Xiao Qingyun asked delicately. From a fair and just point of view, both of you are as beautiful as the heavens. And from an emotional point of view, I think Sister Bing is even more beautiful and touching. Yang Weiwei said in a low voice. Go! This palace just lacks a chief eunuch by its side, Xiao Qingyun said with an icy voice. What? Yang Wei was dumbfounded, and quickly opened his mouth to say, Sister, after I carefully observed and compared, I found that you are still a little bit more beautiful, and being a eunuch is not necessary. Yang Wei, you, Dongfang Yunbing gave a petulant rebuke. Yang Weiwei hurriedly turned back and glared at Dongfang Yunbing. Humph. Dongfang Yunbing snorted coldly and stopped talking. She also didn't want Yang Weiwei to be castrated by Xiao Qingyun. LOL. That's something this palace likes to hear. So let's be a fake eunuch first. As for whether to castrate or not, it still depends on your performance. Xiao Qingyun laughed daintily, then reached out and grabbed Yang Weiwei, then swept rapidly towards the flying boat in midair. Sister Bing, don't worry, I will definitely come back. In midair, Yang Weiwei shouted towards Dongfang Yunbing. Listening to Yang Weiwei's words, Xiao Qingyun's mouth was tinged with an imperceptible cold smile. She had never thought of letting Yang Weiwei go, because Yang Weiwei was destined to be only her cauldron in this life. The reason why Xiao Qingyun didn't kill Dongfang Yunbing was because she was afraid of arousing Yang Weiwei's resentment and resistance. Because a stovepipe that would react emotionally was definitely much more interesting than a lifeless piece of wood. This was an extravagantly decorated airship flying boat, and after Yang Weiwei was brought on board, the flying boat quickly sped off in the direction of the North Xian Empire. In the next few days, Yang Wei was under the strict tutelage of Schwanger, and almost everything that a eunuch needed to do was memorized by him. Schwanger's strength was at the 7th level of the Return to Xian realm, which made Yang Weiwei feel incomparably shocked that a maid's strength was able to rival that of the Jinbei king. As for Yang Wei's strength at this time, it had been completely sealed. Even the strength of his physical body had been imposed a restriction. At this time, there was almost no difference between him and a weak scholar with no hands.